You go to hell. Xia Zhu finally unleashed a move, using the golden cicada shedding its shell technique. She directly shrunk her shoulder and then gave Lingyu a spinning kick. Rip, her clothes, from the outside in, were torn to shreds by Lingyu. Lingyu remained calm, and with one hand, he pushed away her leg. Smack, Xia Zhu landed on her feet, because she was too focused on the fight. Her top dropped directly down. Ah! Upon realizing, she still yelled, hurriedly using the remaining fabric to cover her body. But in those 1 or 2 seconds, Lingyu saw everything he both should and shouldn't have seen. The colors and shapes were exquisite. However, Lingyu didn't have any improper thoughts. Undeniably, this woman had a great figure, ample proportions, and due to her long-term training, her body's curves were different from an ordinary woman, with a kind of sunny taste. Unfortunately, he used to be a gynecologist. He had seen similar things plenty of times, just like a math teacher looking at geometry figures again. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the pattern on Xia Zhu's neck, which he looked at more closely. And it was exactly the same as the pattern on Snake Spirit's face. What's going on? What happened? Yuzi happened to be sending 2 beautiful women away and… Upon hearing the commotion, he quickly walked over. The 3 of them froze upon seeing the scene before them. A man and a woman, disheveled. Lingyu looked dark and upset. Xia Zhu's face was crimson with embarrassment. It was quite a scene filled with stories. Zhuer. What happened? Why is it like this? Xia Shaodi quickly ran towards her niece in panic. Even though she was also a talented woman, at that moment, even if she had 10 brains, she couldn't figure out why such a thing could happen. This was a police station, after all. On the other hand, Qin Mingyu looked at Lingyu's clothes and had a suspicion in her heart. Niece, this man molested me. I must kill him. Xia Zhu used her clothes to shield her body, wanting to attack Lingyu. Stop! Yizi shouted angrily, feeling that his female subordinate had gone crazy. He was the leader of the Wolf Brigade, and revered as the first steel man in the unit. Would he ever molest her? Even if he did, would she have any chance to resist? Captain Yi. Xia Zhu looked pitiful but still had to stop. Captain Yi, then we will leave first. At that moment, Qin Mingyu took the initiative to lightly hold Lingyu's arm and with a cold expression, she said, "This is my husband. I believe he wouldn't molest other women." What? This statement was like a thunderclap for everyone present. Yizi stared at Lingyu, feeling as if he had turned into a wooden puppet. He had just thought that his big brother was a straight guy with no interest in women. Who would have thought that he was already married? And his brother's wife happened to be the object of his affection. Does that mean she would become his sister-in-law? Xia Zhu also thought that Qin Mingyu was blind. She had such good conditions, why choose such a scumbag? Shaodi. Let's go. Qin Mingyu didn't care about what others thought and walked out, holding Lingyu's arm. Oh, right. General Qin. Xia Shaodi awakened from her dream, and, after bidding farewell to Xia Zhu, she quickly followed. On the way back home, Qin Mingyu remained very quiet. Lingyu didn't say a word either. Xia Shaodi and Xiaowan dared not speak out of turn. The atmosphere was a bit eerie. It wasn't until they reached the Yunshan community and entered the house that Qin Mingyu coldly spoke. Lingyu, don't you plan to explain to me? Of course, she believed that Lingyu wouldn't purposely take advantage of Xia Zhu. And in front of others, she had to save face for her husband. Suspecting her husband in public would only lead to losing face for both of them. Qin Mingyu couldn't afford to lose that dignity. But as Lingyu's wife, witnessing such an incident, she had to make things clear. Mingyu, she tore the suit you gave me. Lingyu spoke up with a hint of frustration in his voice. Seeing his slightly aggrieved expression, Qin Mingyu's lips curled slightly, feeling unexpectedly happy. So this fool cared so much about the gift she gave him. So, you would retaliate by tearing her clothes? Qin Mingyu asked playfully. No, she tore them herself. I just wanted her to apologize to me, but she refused. Lingyu explained with the lingering anger in his heart. In the end, it was clear that the woman didn't think she had done anything wrong. In fact, she even believed that he had molested her. Qin Mingyu chuckled. All right, when you have time, I'll buy you a few more sets of clothes. Lingyu nodded, feeling happy inside but still a bit uncomfortable. Still sulking, Qin Mingyu asked curiously. It was the first time she had seen this man act like a child and needing to be coaxed by her. Mingyu, I'm very happy that you bought me clothes. But this set was the first one you gave me. I planned to repair it. Lingyu was serious. Fine by me. Qin Mingyu didn't mind if he wanted to fix it or not. After a chat, her mood had lightened significantly. What about the case? Will those people still cause trouble for you because of the Lin family's matter? They shouldn't anymore. Lingyu regained his composure and discussing official matters. Taking down He Shang was self-defense. The murderer of Lin Qingshuan is Zhao Wuji, and we still haven't found Qingshuan's body. Haven't found it. Qin Mingyu also trembled slightly. She knew more about the Lin family's villa than Lingyu did and immediately said, although the cliff is high, below isn't a river, it's flat. If Lin Qingshuan fell down, there's no reason we wouldn't find her. Lingyu's eyes flickered with hope for a moment but quickly faded. If Lin Qingshuan wasn't in good health, there might still be hope. However, in her current condition, even if she was stranded somewhere, it was still a dead end. All right, let's mourn then. Qin Mingyu soothed his emotions. Once the police find her, we'll go to the Lin family to pay our respects. Lingyu sighed deeply, nodding silently. In Zhangzhou, a TV show was being recorded called Super Brain, where dozens of top students and elites from society had gathered. As a heavyweight guest for this episode, it was none other than Zhao Wuji. A super challenging question stumped all the contestants. It required a 5-star reasoning ability, as well as a 5-star memory ability, with 3-star spatial and calculation abilities. Since no one can handle this challenge, let's have the esteemed Zizun Wuji try it, shall we? The host changed the program pace to increase excitement. Great, we support you. Is Zizun Wuji the real deal, or just a name? Let's see his performance this time. Can't wait. Amid the audience cheers and contestants, Zhao Wuji, with an elegant smile, stepped onto the stage. The challenge was to be completed in 40 minutes. Zhao Wuji only took 18 minutes to solve the problem. Well, now it's time for the verification. The host shouted, the atmosphere in the room tense, everyone holding their breath. Verification successful. With the host's shout, the scene was filled with shock. Following that, waves of praises flooded in like the tides. Oh my god, is Master Wuji too clever? Is he an alien? He actually solved this question? How did his brain grow? How smart is he exactly? He must be the smartest person on this planet. Despite the praises and astonishment, Zhao Wuji remained calm, humble, as if he didn't think much of himself. Master Wuji, everyone says you are the smartest person, what do you think? The host quickly handed him the microphone, asking about his feelings at the moment. I just happen to be able to solve this question. There are many extraordinary people in the world, many smarter than me. I dare not claim any of that. Zhao Wuji pushed up his glasses and humbly replied. His response received another round of cheers from the audience. The more he refused to be seen as the top brain, the more people regarded him as the ceiling of intelligence. The program concluded, and Zhao Wuji left from the backstage. A group of reporters immediately surrounded him. Master Wuji, we heard about the unfortunate passing of your Qingshuan princess, is that true? Master Wuji, how are you feeling now? How can you find time to record the show? How are you planning to avenge your princess? A series of questions flooded towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's face filled with sadness as tears fell down his cheeks. The next moment, he took off his glasses, wiped his tears, choked up and unable to answer. Make way. Make way. Master Wuji is not accepting interviews today. Thank you. A group of bodyguards quickly came to escort him, blocking the reporters, protecting Master Wuji as he walked out. Zhao Wuji, with tears in his eyes, got into his private car. There was only one driver inside, with dyed hair and peculiar features. He grinned as he spoke, revealing yellow teeth. Ha ha, Zhao Wuji, can you wipe away your tears now? Zhao Wuji didn't get angry. He immediately smiled and asked, Moshu, why are you here? I've been asking my father for you, but he never agreed. Why now? The ugly male driver grinned, saying, your dad sent me to tell you. Lingyu is still alive. What? Zhao Wuji was slightly stunned. The ugly man saw his expression through the rearview mirror and burst into laughter. You're so amusing. Just now a bunch of people were praising how amazing you are, the strongest brain. But you couldn't foresee your enemy coming back to life. Zhao Wuji smiled in understanding, still not angry. Mo Shu, that's enough. Don't mock me anymore. I've never claimed to be the smartest. I've read novels, you can't fool me. The ugly man continued to disrespect Zhao Wuji. You act humble in front of the camera, but deep down you think you're really the smartest. Ha ha. Zhao Wuji seldom laughed heartily. Mo Shu, you truly understand me. From now on, you'll be with me. This time me even father can't refuse. That's not my business. Convince your father. I'm here to take you to see him now. He has a task for you. To be completed within 3 months, or the heir position may slip away to others. Understood. Zhao Wuji nodded. His relationship with the vulgar man seemed like friends, nothing like master and servant. After the conversation ended, Zhao Wuji's eyes gradually turned cold, tinged with excitement, muttering to himself, the Qin family's treasure that everyone can't obtain. Watch me dig it out and get it in hand. This challenge, TSK, much more interesting than those so-called tough tasks of the super brain. Double quotes. The New Year holiday ended. The annual disaster drama, starring hundreds of millions of working people nationwide, going to work, officially premiere. Ling Yu spent the past 2 days in the house, cooking for his wife, quietly studying medical recipes for Yizi, while also waiting for news from Lin Qingshuan Sai. Then, his wife officially went to work today, and there was still no news from Lin Qingshuan Sai. Qin Mingyu suggested that he should work at Tiagang Group, arranging a position for him, but he had not agreed for the time being. Although he married Qin Mingyu, the cold female CEO, which indeed seemed like a plot from some novels, he had no business experience. So even if he entered Tiagang Group, he couldn't be of much help to Qin Mingyu, a security guard, and then he would just roam around and show off at his wife's company. Please, Ling Yu didn't like that style, nor did he want to waste time on meaningless things. After all, he didn't lack money now. Being a driver for his wife could work, but it didn't have to be a formal job. He also didn't want people at Tiagang Group to say he was leeching off Qin Mingyu, causing trouble for her. Today, Ling Yu planned to go out to buy some medicine, but he received a call from Chen Ailin. Xiao Yu, do you know any girls that you could introduce to your cousin? Hearing his mother's words, Ling Yu felt a bit helpless. If he had resources, he wouldn't have needed his mom to arrange 18 blind dates for him back then. And introducing potential matches from Qin Mingyu to his cousin, that was even more absurd. The women Iceberg Girl knew were not from the same world as his cousin. Mom, not at the moment. Ah, I heard Xiao Wei's dad likes teacher Tingting. Can you help think of some ideas? Ling Yu hated these matters the most. Last time he acted as a temporary boyfriend for a day to help set his cousin up. Doing it again, he was starting to fear that Tingting would get to invest it. But due to his mother's request, Ling Yu couldn't outright refuse, so he could only respond, Mom, I'll give it a try. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yu suddenly remembered someone. Guan Ruru. Before the new year, they promised to visit the Guan family during the holidays and almost forgot about it. It might also be an opportunity to ask Guan Ruru how to play matchmaker for his cousin. Wait a minute, what if Guan Ruru is single? Could she also help promote his cousin? Ling Yu sighed. How come he, a man standing at 5.49 feet tall, ended up meddling in matchmaking? But since it involved his cousin, there was not much he could do. Initially, Ling Yu thought of calling Guan Ruru, but then thought it would be more appropriate to visit Guan's father today. At this moment, in the Guan household, Guan Weiman and his wife were discussing introducing potential suitors to their daughter. Guan Weiman, dedicated to medicine, got married after he turned 30, and only had a daughter in his middle age. Now, he was almost retiring, and his daughter hadn't found a match yet, causing some anxiety. Wyman, are there any young talents in Rainai Hospital? As a dad, you should take the initiative to find a match for your daughter. Since Ruru studies medicine, marrying a doctor would be suitable. Guan Wyman also heeded his wife's advice, reaching for his phone to set up a blind date for their daughter. Guan Ruru had thought to visit her father, and she overheard her parents discussing. What should we do? I don't want to go on a blind date. Guan Ruru's face turned red again. She was introverted and disliked socializing, never had a relationship growing up. Her claim to Ling Yu about having multiple relationships was just a lie to act as his emotional advisor. All the flirting advice she gave Ling Yu was learned from books. If she had to go on a blind date with a stranger, she'd rather just end it with a sword. Guan Roro retreated back to her room, feeling very upset. She couldn't deny that she had feelings for Ling Yu. That day, at the Lin family's house, she was impressed by his medical skills and courage. It was something she had never seen in any man before. She also knew that Ling Yu was married, but could she control these feelings? No. Guan Roro was a proponent of not getting married. She had already decided that if no man in the future could replace Ling Yu in her heart, then she would stay unmarried. Being friends with Ling Yu would be good enough. Now that her parents were forcing her to go on blind dates, she only had one way out, and that was to sabotage them intentionally. It's difficult to move someone's heart, but getting rid of someone, oh, that's easy. As she thought about this, Guan Roro slowly began to calm down. Meanwhile, Guan Weimin discussed with his wife and then picked up his phone to contact the young man at Renai Hospital. He was the hospital director, and with just one call, he believed the other party would be willing to come over. But just as he was about to make the call, his phone rang. Ling Yu, the hospital director, saw the incoming call display and his expression turned excited. He had invited Ling Yu to his home many times to discuss medical skills. Hello, Ling Yu. Happy New Year. Are you finally free to come over today? Director Guan, Happy New Year. If I'm not intruding, I'd like to visit today. That's great. Let Roro prepare and cook some delicious dishes for you. Ha ha. Not to boast, but Roro's cooking is as good as any top restaurant. Well, then thank you in advance for your hospitality. Director Guan, ha ha. You're welcome. I look forward to your visit. The director hung up and immediately walked out of the hall. Coincidentally, Guan Roro also came out of her room. Roro, I have good news to tell you. We have an important guest coming soon. I'm sure you'll be very happy to see him. Prepare some of your best dishes and wait for him. The director said cheerfully. Oh. Guan Roro replied half-heartedly. She was a good girl and wouldn't go against her father's wishes, but she didn't want to cook for a stranger. Please come in quickly. Mrs. Guan also walked to the door to greet the guest. Seeing Ling Yu's appearance, she was very satisfied and warmly said, Old Guan often praises you in front of me, saying that your medical skills are the best in the hospital. I didn't expect you to be so young. If Roro could be friends with you, she will definitely benefit a lot in the future. Ling Yu felt a bit embarrassed, and you're too kind with your praise. In the kitchen, Guan Roro, listening to her parents' conversation, almost felt like throwing up. Wasn't Ling Yu the best doctor in Renai Hospital before? Who is this guy again? Humph. Curious to see what you look like. Guan Roro was also a bit curious. She opened the door slightly and peeked into the living room. Suddenly, she was thunderstruck. How could it be Ling Yu? Even if she had 10 heads, she wouldn't be able to figure it out. Didn't Dad say he was going to introduce a doctor from the hospital to her? Isn't Ling Yu a doctor at Renai Hospital? And Dad knows he's married. Why would he set up a blind date with him? This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. What to do? What to do? Guan Roro quickly closed the door and started pacing in the kitchen alone. She had no idea that Ling Yu would show up at her doorstep, and she even thought about intentionally turning every dish into a disaster so that when Ling Yu would taste them, the scene would be so spectacular. Ooh, just thinking about it made her want to hang herself. In the living room, Ling Yu's ears were quite sharp. He heard the sound of the kitchen door closing and casually asked, Is Roro busy in the kitchen? Ha ha. Yes, Mr. Guan laughed. I've said many times, if you come to my house, I will let you taste delicious dishes. Roro wouldn't dare be careless. Director is too kind. In that case, I am sure to have a delicious meal today. Ling Yu politely responded and stood up to go into the kitchen to help with serving dishes. Oh, you're a guest. How can we let you do these things? Sit down. We'll take care of it. Mrs. Guan hastily stopped Ling Yu. But Ling Yu had an approachable demeanor. And I also cook at home. And you are our elders. We juniors should be the ones to work. Ha ha. Good. Truly a talented and virtuous man. Mr. Guan nodded approvingly at Ling Yu. He had long admired this young man. Alas, he realized it too late. If only he had discovered earlier, he would have married his daughter to him. Wouldn't that be great? Click. Ling Yu pushed open the kitchen door and walked in. Ah, what are you doing? Startled, Guan Roro, who was carrying 2 dishes, prepared to dispose of the evidence, jumped up. Ling Yu was also taken aback by her reaction. Why did it feel like she wasn't cooking but taking a bath, and suddenly a man barged in? Ro, I came to see if you've cooked the dishes. Ling Yu tried to sound calm. Not cooked, you get out. Ro hastily turned around, protecting the dishes like they were precious treasures. Ling Yu couldn't understand. Last time he saw her, besides blushing, everything seemed normal, right? Why was she acting so strange today? Did she not like him visiting? That she was so enthusiastic before. These, are they not already? Ling Yu didn't try to take the dish she was carrying. Instead, he went directly to check the other dishes in the kitchen. Guan Ruru's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, although she intentionally messed up the tastes. The presentation and aroma were top-notch. Of course, Guan Ruru also knew that if she didn't make the appearance better, others wouldn't even taste the food, so how would she play? It's just that she never dreamed that the one who would eventually come to her home would be the man she admired. Ah, don't touch that! Guan Ruru saw Ling Yu about to touch the dish, and in a panic, she screamed again. This time, even before the sound came out, Mr. Guan gave her a sharp glare, making her swallow her words. Ling Yu took a bite and instantly felt the sourness reaching his gallbladder, but managed to swallow down with a forced smile. How is it? Is the taste unique? Mr. Guan asked eagerly. This taste is truly unique, Ling Yu answered with a wry smile. Feeling a bit like a helpless situation, Ling Yu went along with the flow and tried another dish specifically prepared by Guan Ruru. Don't eat that. Guan Ruru saw Ling Yu about to consume the dish, and suddenly realized what was happening. She couldn't help but rush towards him. Unfortunately, Guan Ruru was still a step behind. Ling Yu had already taken a bite. Ruru, what are you doing? Guan Wyman finally couldn't hold back his anger. You are usually very well-mannered. How come today, with important guests, you are so rude? Guan Ruru ignored her father, and seeing Ling Yu actually ate it, quickly went to pour a glass of water. Sure enough, Pu. Ling Yu directly sprayed it out. My goodness, what brand of deadly dark cuisine is this? People cook for money, but Guan Ruru's cooking is clearly aiming to kill people. Is she working for Zhao Wuji? Even Ling Yu, who calculated everything, never expected that Guan Ruru would want to help Zhao Wuji kill him. Ling Yu, what's wrong with you? Guan Wyman and his wife also realized that something was wrong. What on earth did Ling Yu eat? He felt like he wanted to breathe fire. Mom and Dad, move aside. Guan Ruru quickly squeezed past her parents and placed a large glass of water in front of Ling Yu. Water. Drink some water quickly. At this moment, Ling Yu felt that even if she had poisoned the water, he had to drink it. Being poisoned to death was better than being burned to death. Thankfully, the water wasn't poisoned. After downing a full glass of water, Ling Yu felt a bit more comfortable. Guan Wyman also finally noticed the problem, tasted the food his daughter cooked, and spat it out one by one. Ruru, what on earth is going on? What kind of dishes did you make today? Guan Wyman was furious. Guan Ruru's face was already as red as a burned pot bottom, blushing and stammering for a long time before finally saying a few words. I didn't know Ling Yu was coming to our house. I thought Mom and Dad had arranged a blind date for me. Damn. Guan Wyman rubbed his temples, not knowing what to say for a moment. Ling Yu was speechless, realizing he had become someone's scapegoat. Blind dates have tormented many young men and women indeed. Ruru, then quickly go make some normal dishes. Guan Wyman couldn't vent his anger and loudly instructed his daughter again. Okay. I'll go check the kitchen to see what's left. Guan Ruru quickly rushed back into the kitchen. Ling Yu, I'm really sorry. How did it turn out like this? Guan Wyman was also very apologetic and embarrassed. Haha. It's okay. Ling Yu knew there was no ill intent, so he didn't take it to heart and joked. This taste is indeed unforgettable. This. Director Guan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Unforgettable is good. Unforgettable is good. Haha. Guan Ruru, listening to the conversation outside, blushed like an apple. After checking the kitchen and finding nothing, she lowered her head, shyly walked out with her hands in front of her. Ling Yu, I'm sorry, there's nothing left at home to cook, so shall we go out to eat instead? Guan Wyman sighed and smiled apologetically to Lingyu. Lingyu, you've had a good laugh today. If you don't mind, shall we go to the Xianyan restaurant for a meal? Hearing the name of the restaurant again, Lingyu's expression dimmed slightly. It was there that Lin Qingshuan took a bullet for him after dinner. But now Lin Qingshuan was no longer around. Lingyu, what do you think? Guan the doctor called out again. Lingyu only came back to his senses then and smiled faintly. Let's go. Okay. Ruru, hurry and book the best private room. Yes, Dad. Guan Ruru quickly made up for her mistake. At that moment, Xianyan restaurant. Yu Tingting arrived at the door with her mother. Tingting, don't play tricks today. This young master Liu is a real rich young master, much more powerful than people like Zhou Din. If he takes a liking to you, you must get along with him. Understand? Ma Li sternly cautioned. Yu Tingting looked agreed. The last time Lingyu pretended to be her boyfriend, she was indeed happy all day, and then that memory stayed with her for a lifetime. But alas, the fake never became real. Today, her mother brought her cousin Yueya to see her boyfriend, wanting to check on him. But how could Yu Tingting dare to ask Lingyu to pretend again? So the Li was exposed at once. Ma Li was angry and upset, scolding her daughter despite her cousin Yueya's persuasion. Finally, under her pressure, Yueya contacted Liu Qingyun, thinking it wouldn't be a big deal to just go along with it. This playboy, Liu Qingyun, upon hearing that a beauty was delivered to him, naturally didn't refuse and immediately arranged for a blind date at the Xianyan restaurant. When Yu Tingting and her mother arrived, Yueya didn't lead them directly inside but waited at the door. She knew Liu Qingyun's nature, liking to play the big shot. If they went in and waited for him, that guy would definitely be dissatisfied. Luckily, they didn't have to wait long. A Porsche pulled up at the door. Seeing the car, Ma Li was extremely satisfied, thinking that he was much more of a wealthy young master than Zhou Din. As Liu Qingyun got out of the car and saw Yu Tingting's figure and appearance, he was also very pleased. She was not inferior to Yueya in looks, with a few more touches of innocence. Only Yu Tingting was dissatisfied. Liu Qingyun seemed like a playboy who looked like a juvenile delinquent, and had a frivolous gait, clearly someone who indulged in drinking and pleasure. Young Master Liu, you finally came. I've been waiting for you. Yueya quickly greeted him warmly. After all, Liu Qingyun was her regular customer, giving her a lot of good deals. Haha. Let's go. Let's go to private room 888. Liu Qingyun didn't take advantage of Yueya today, as his target was Yu Tingting. If he could make Yu Tingting take the initiative to undress for him tonight, that would be satisfying. So he had to put on a big show to impress her. Women are all materialistic with women, isn't? Indeed. In Liu Qingyun's eyes, it wasn't difficult for him to book a last-minute private room 888. On the other side, Lingyu was driving a Maserati, heading to Xianyan restaurant. Guan Ruru and her family were sitting in his car. Mr. Ling, this car of yours must be expensive, right? Mrs. Guan was the least understanding of Lingyu. Today, when Lingyu came to their house for a meal, he behaved very casually. She thought he was just a child from an ordinary family, never imagining he would drive such a luxurious car. Well, I'm not sure about the price. This car is not mine. I'm just the driver, Lingyu admitted with a smile. Guan Ruru was sitting in the passenger seat and liked the way he was. When she was studying before, she had seen many men, especially those who liked to show off, even when borrowing someone else's car. Lingyu was indeed different from those men. By the way, Ruru, there's something I wanted to ask for your advice on. Since Lingyu was just driving and had time, he first mentioned his cousin's situation. Oh, what's going on? Guan Ruru was secretly stealing glances at Lingyu's profile and was surprised when he suddenly spoke to her. She quickly turned her face back, blushing quietly. Well, my cousin ... Lingyu briefly explained the situation, even mentioning pretending to be Yu Tingting's boyfriend for a day. Of course, he didn't dare to be direct and ask if Ruru was willing to go on a blind date with him. He just sought advice on how to help his cousin connect with Yu Tingting. Well, this isn't difficult. In order to be Lingyu's emotional strategist, Guan Ruru had read quite a few books recently and gave him immediate advice. Since she actively wants you to be her boyfriend, she must have a good impression of you. Just find more opportunities to ask her out, then invite your cousin along, giving them a chance to build a relationship. Of course, you have to be subtle in how you ask a girl out, otherwise if she knows your intentions, she might not agree to come. But don't worry, I'll give you detailed strategies when I get back tonight. Ling Yu felt confident upon hearing her advice. Even though this would waste a lot of his time, who else was his cousin, who was closer than his own brother? The four of them soon arrived at Xianyan restaurant. They had reserved the VIP room number 888, but instead of the head manager Yueya leading the way for them, it was a female greeter. When they arrived at the door of room 888, they found it quite nosy there. Liu Xiao, don't be angry. I'll go talk to the guests who reserved this place and ask them to cancel. Yueya appeared slightly anxious, trying to appease Liu Xiao with a smile. Liu Xiao was still as overbearing as usual. Do I need to ask? Just tell them their reservation is invalid, and figure out how to handle the situation next. This room has been reserved by this young master today. Having boasted before, if he couldn't enter to spend the night tonight, where would his face be? Liu Xiao, our restaurant doesn't have this rule. Please give me a moment to communicate. It won't take long. Yueya still adhered to the rules of the restaurant as she knew who paid her salary. Hurry up then. Liu Xiao decided to give Yueya 5 minutes as a favor to Yu Tingting. Otherwise, he would have already physically assaulted someone in the past. Okay, Yueya immediately made a phone call. Just as Guan Ruru arrived at the corridor in front of room 888, her phone rang. Hello, is this Miss Guan? Yueya answered the call, getting straight to the point. I'm sorry. Because there are other guests who want room 888. Can you switch to another one? How can that be? Guan Ruru immediately refused. Her family had arrived with Ling Yu on time. Why should they accept a last-minute change? Ling Yu even glimpsed the scene at the door of the room and couldn't help but frown. How could Yu Tingting and her mother be with someone like Liu Xiao? Liu Xiao, sorry, the guests refused. Yueya apologized to Liu Xiao with a pained expression. Damn it, useless, can't even handle such a small matter. Get out of the way and let me handle it myself. Liu Xiao exploded in anger, snatching the phone and loudly threatening Guan Ruru. Listen, I'm Liu Xiao from the Yun City Liu family. I'm going to spend the night in room 888 tonight. Be smart and switch places for me. I can even give you a tip, otherwise, you'll see the consequences. Guan Ruru's mood instantly soured. She had messed up cooking today and wanted to compensate Ling Yu nicely. That's why she chose the VIP room number 888. But first, she was persuaded by the restaurant to change, and then she was threatened by someone. She knew how powerful the Yun City Liu family was, but who was this Liu Xiao from the Liu family to bully her like this? She didn't respond in her anger. On the other hand, Liu Xiao thought she was scared and became even more arrogant. If you know what's good for you, say you'll change. No one can snatch what this young master has his eyes on. After that, he glanced smugly at Yu Tingting. Yu Tingting felt uneasy. Being with a man like Liu Xiao made her not only insecure, but also frightened. On the other hand, Molly was quite satisfied. If she had a son-in-law like that, no one would dare bully their family anymore. Hey! Just as Liu Xiao was swelling with arrogance, someone called out to him from behind. Hearing this familiar voice, Liu Xiao's smile instantly froze, having a bad premonition. He turned around and indeed saw Ling Yu, the big boss. Ling Yu, why are you here? Liu Xiao hurriedly stepped back, his back against the room door. Seeing his instant change in demeanor, Molly was also stunned. Guan Ruru was in a similar state. How could this arrogant guy be so scared when facing Dr. Ling? Was Ling Yu really that terrifying? I'm here to eat, you're in my way, Ling Yu said casually. Surprisingly, Liu Xiao's legs were trembling with fear. The scene of Ling Yu grabbing him by the neck and hanging him in the air, this restaurant came back to his mind. It was his nightmare for life. Is this your reservation? Liu Xiao asked shakily. Otherwise, what? Do you intend to snatch it? Ling Yu asked. No. Liu Xiao waved his hands repeatedly. I don't have that plan. Ha, I was just asking casually. Then get lost. A good dog doesn't block the way. Ling Yu's eyes turned cold. Liu Xiao immediately crawled away, opening the door. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Molly was irritated. Why wasn't this man her daughter's real boyfriend? If only he was. Moreover, the woman next to him wasn't any better than her daughter. Lingyu. Let's go in. Guanruru felt incredibly refreshed and direct as she looked at Lingyu. This was the true dominance of a man. It was an internal, not external, power. Okay. Lingyu nodded, then looked at Yu Tingting. Tingting, want to have dinner together? Guanruru was stunned. So, this person Lingyu mentioned earlier was Yu Tingting. What a coincidence that Yu Tingting wanted to have dinner with Lingyu, of course, but she glanced at Guanruru. This girl is so young and pretty, and she looks very gentle, a perfect lady. Comparing herself, she is just a kindergarten teacher from an ordinary family. How could she compete with others? I don't think so. I'm here for a blind date today. Yu Tingting still felt a bit inferior, rejecting softly. Although she saw Chen Mingyu calling Lingyu at the wedding, she wasn't sure if that was Lingyu's wife. They didn't seem like a couple, more like a superior-subordinate relationship. Now, seeing Guanruru, she had a feeling that she might be Lingyu's woman. Lingyu was having dinner with his girlfriend's family. What was she doing interfering? All right then. Lingyu glanced at Liu Qingyun again, sighing silently. If Yu Tingting really ended up with Liu Qingyun, it would be like putting fresh flowers in cow dung. But it was their freedom. He couldn't say anything. Eventually, they separated to have their meals. Liu Qingyun couldn't get room 888. Feeling upset, he settled for any random table to eat. He wasn't stupid. He could already read the look in Yu Tingting's eyes. She seemed to have a special interest in Lingyu, right? At the dinner table, everyone was trying to make connections. Although Molly also felt that Liu Qingyun was far below Lingyu, showing his incompetence just now, but he was still a rich young master. If her daughter married him, they wouldn't have to worry about material life in the future. Liu Qingyun wasn't in a good mood and didn't want to waste time, so he directly took Yu Tingting's hand. Will you be my girlfriend? Let's go on a date tonight, and if it works out, I'll propose to your family soon. It was the same old routine. He just wanted to make a move on Yu Tingting tonight. But Yu Tingting wasn't a fool. How could she not guess his intentions? She quickly pulled her hand away, shaking her head. We don't know each other well yet. Let's take it slow. Slow your sister. Liu Qingyun stood up directly, about to lose his temper at Yu Tingting. But he saw Lingyu again. Lingyu was actually worried that Yu Tingting would suffer. After all, she was the woman his cousin liked. And Guanruru also suggested him to come out and see if they could break up this blind date. Otherwise, if Yu Tingting fell into Liu Qingyun's hands, the one who would be heartbroken would be Lingyu's cousin. Lingyu, what are you doing again? Liu Qingyun frowned. Does my presence here affect you having a meal? You need to be reasonable. We don't interfere with each other. Clearly feeling scared, but still making high-sounding statements. Unexpectedly, Lingyu looked at him for a while, then frowned and said, You seem to be poisoned. Liu Qingyun trembled slightly, then burst into laughter. Don't try to scare me. I grew up being scared. You just want to scare me off and ruin our blind date. No way. It had to be said. This guy was quite foolish. Lingyu also couldn't be bothered to explain to him. With a serious expression, he glanced at the people dining nearby. Realizing many of them didn't look right, he solemnly warned, I'm not lying, there might be someone poisoning the restaurant. What? This statement scared the people around him deeply. Poisoning was no joke, ha ha, an unemployed gynecologist trying to scare people with lies. Liu Qingyun didn't believe him at all, thinking Lingyu was just trying to make fun of him and embarrass him so that Yu Tingting would look down on him. It's a pity. My family's business includes medicinal herbs, and I also have medical skills. Even if I'm poisoned, I can cure myself. Stop trying to trick me. Before he could finish, his face changed. What's going on? His stomach suddenly started churning. Thud. Liu Qingyun suddenly clutched his stomach, sitting down heavily. Seeing this scene, the people around the restaurant became even more panicked. Was there really someone poisoning the restaurant? Within 30 seconds, Liu Qingyun's face gradually turned purple, his body trembled violently, his teeth grinding. His body soaked in cold sweat, showing how much pain he was enduring. Lingyu furrowed his brows, trying to figure out what was happening. He had been followed earlier in the morning. He should have shaken off the pursuers, but was this poisoning incident directed at him? There really is someone poisoning. Someone started screaming on the spot. Ma Li and Yu Tinting looked at Ling Yu in shock. He had predicted everyone getting poisoned in advance. How did he have such ability? Save me. Please save me. Liu Qingyun also looked at Ling Yu pleadingly. Since he could foresee poison, he must have a way to save him. Hot. Save you. Ling Yu pretended to be surprised. Young Master Liu, didn't you just say that even if you're poisoned, you can cure yourself? Come on. Let's see your show. Liu Qingyun felt like he was dying. He was in so much pain. How could he cure himself now? He regretted being so arrogant just now. What a disaster to pretend and end up embarrassing oneself. At this moment, people around kept collapsing one after another. In just a few minutes, 7 to 8 people in the restaurant were clutching their stomachs, in agony. Those who weren't poisoned were also shaking with fear, at a loss for what to do. What's happening? The commotion in the restaurant quickly alarmed Yueya. As the floor manager, she immediately led her staff to check the situation. Even though she had work experience, she had never faced such a mysterious and horrifying scene before. Yueya quickly arranged her subordinates, call an ambulance. And you, go find Director Guan in room 888. A waiter hurried to room 888. Yueya tried to remain calm outwardly, but inside, she was very anxious, not understanding why these people would have food poisoning. Some people seemed fine. Could it be that only those who ate a certain dish or drank a specific drink were poisoned? With this thought in mind, she quickly ordered, "You guys, collect all the water and food from the tables." Yes. Manager Yu. Her subordinates acted promptly. Meanwhile, Ling Yu went to ask Yu Tingting and her mother what they had eaten and drunk recently. Amidst the chaos, he was the only one silently analyzing the situation. Soon, Director Guan rushed into the lobby. Yueya quickly approached him. Director Guan, these people seem to have food poisoning. I don't think so. Director Guan immediately negated her guess. Yueya was taken aback. Director Guan hadn't even started his diagnosis, but he already dismissed her speculation. Many people around had heard of Director Guan from Reinai Hospital, hearing that he was a miraculous doctor. Luckily, he was here in the restaurant today. It seemed everyone could be saved. Does Director Guan really just need one look to determine the situation? If that's the case, he's really amazing. He truly deserves the title of a miraculous doctor in Yuncheng. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. However, Director Guan ignored these words and quickly walked towards the nearest poisoned person. Just as he was about to touch the person, Ling Yu frowned and reminded, "Don't touch him. Otherwise, you will get poisoned too." What? Everyone was terrified. This remark made the already panicked crowd even more horrified. What kind of person is that man? At this moment, many people began to speculate about Ling Yu's identity. He was the first to mention poisoning. How did he know when no one had shown symptoms yet? Suspicious, Ling Yu ignored the surrounding stares and directly said to Director Guan, "Because you just drank the restaurant's tap water, you absolutely cannot come into contact with the source of infection." What is this guy talking about? The diners around were discussing. If drinking tap water causes poisoning, then I drank it too. Yes, according to him, it seems like food poisoning can be contagious. Nonsense, could this be a virus? In the midst of discussions, someone finally stood up and loudly questioned Ling Yu. "Hey, who are you? Why are you obstructing Director Guan from saving people? Are you the one who poisoned them?" All eyes were now on Ling Yu, like cold arrows. "Shut up." At this moment, Director Guan scolded these people. "Stop talking nonsense. He is a divine doctor. His medical skills are much better than mine." What? The crowd was shocked again. Director Guan's reputation in Yun City was extremely high, and now he was openly admitting that someone else's medical skills were superior to his. Was this false modesty? But looking at his expression, it seemed genuine. At this moment, suddenly, Madame Guan exclaimed, "Oh no, Roro just touched a poisoned person." What? Ling Yu was shocked this time. Just moments ago, they were dining together in the same private room. He knew that Guan Roro also drank the restaurant's tap water. Guan Roro hadn't heard Ling Yu's warning just now because the situation was urgent. As a healthcare worker, she went to check on the poisoned person's eyes immediately to assess the situation. At this moment, she indeed began trembling, her normally fair face turning instantly dark purple, and she collapsed on the ground. Her condition was much worse than the last poisoned person. Ro. Lingyu hurried over and at the same time loudly said to Director Guan, "Those who have drunk tap water must not touch the poisoned. This is a peculiar combination poison that can be transmitted through skin contact. People who have consumed tap water retain a toxin in their bodies. This toxin does not act alone, but as soon as it comes into contact with another toxic substance, poisoning occurs. Moreover, the poisoning will rapidly escalate with each transmission." Upon hearing his words, everyone fell into extreme panic once again. This peculiar poison was not a modern virus, but an ancient poison. Lingyu happened to have read detailed case studies in the Chronicles of Divine Medical Practice. However, he never dreamt he would encounter it in his own life so soon. The other poisoned individuals were still holding on, though in agony. There was no immediate danger to their lives. Only Guan Roru's situation was critical, and she fainted instantly. Yueya hurriedly followed Lingyu to Guan Roru's side. Lingyu unexpectedly performed acupressure and, miraculously made her vomit the tap water she had just consumed. Yueya was astonished. She had witnessed Lingyu's miraculous skills several times before, but now she was more amazed. This man wasn't just a divine doctor, he was almost like a god. Ignoring her gaze, Lingyu instructed her, "Manager Yu, this female patient won't last until she gets to the hospital. Please quickly prepare silver needles and alcohol for me." And shouted to her, "Get all the restaurants' doors and windows open to circulate the air." "Ah. Yes," Yueya, coming back to her senses, quickly nodded and complied. Taking advantage of this moment, Lingyu first treated the initial batch of poisoned individuals, using acupressure on their acupoints with his 2 fingers. After a few rounds, the poisoned individuals vomited out all contents from their stomachs. Their complexion immediately improved. "Wow, it's miraculous. Did this guy come over from the martial arts world? Is there really such an extraordinary person in the world?" There were amazed comments all around. Director Guan also marveled at the scene, focusing intently, resembling an apprentice. This lost acupressure technique was the true art of Chinese medicine. Lingyu was focused on saving lives, ignoring these voices, and soon found himself sweating profusely. Yu Tingting hurried over to want to wipe his sweat, but inexplicably fainted in front of him. "Tingting." Lingyu quickly checked her condition, which was almost identical to Guan Roru's. How could this happen? Had she also become a secondary carrier? "Mr. Ling, here are the silver needles and alcohol." "Huh? Why is Tingting like this?" Yueya personally brought a box of silver needles and alcohol to Lingyu and realized her cousin had also collapsed. "Please help me take them into the private room." Lingyu instructed her hurriedly, taking Yu Tingting in one arm and Guan Roro in the other, and entered room 888. Yueya accompanied them. "I need to treat them separately. Please go out and lock the door. Don't let anyone disturb me." Lingyu's demeanor at this moment demanded obedience. "Okay, I entrust this to you, Mr. Ling." Yueya nodded and walked out. With a collective poisoning incident unfolding in the restaurant, as the manager, if there were casualties, she couldn't escape responsibility, especially since Yu Tingting was her cousin. Heh. Being a doctor has its pleasures, huh? Closing the door, treating two beauties separately, how lustful and indulgent. Just thinking about it excites me. Some men in the restaurant whispered. They had fantasized about such scenes, perhaps seen similar scenarios in online videos. Especially, seeing Yu Tingting and Guan Roro, both beautiful women, fueled their imaginations. Though once a gynecologist, Lingyu never entertained such base thoughts like these commoners. However, to treat Yu Tingting and Guan Roro separately, taking off their clothes was necessary. Otherwise, acupressure wouldn't be effective. Yu Tingting, who had come for a blind date, was wearing a dress, so taking it off was easy, lifting the hem directly up to the chest. She was dressed in a red and white silk lingerie set, which looked alluring, quite different from her usual demure appearance. As for Guan Roro, she wore shark pants on her lower body, which didn't need removal, and a white button-up sweater on top. Lingyu removed her sweater to reveal a snug undershirt. Lifting the undershirt with elastic force, her chest was tightly compressed. Lingyu feared it would affect her breathing and removed it entirely. Guan Roru's bra was pure white, resembling an icy demeanor. Two jade-like bodies were now before him. Subsequently, he used his acupressure technique to induce vomiting in both women. Being poisoned once affected the 5 internal organs, but timely toxin clearance prevented life-threatening conditions. For secondary poisoning, toxins entered the bloodstream, necessitating blood purification with silver needles. While Ling Yu was treating the 2 women, sirens sounded outside the restaurant. The police and ambulances nearly arrived at the Xianyan restaurant simultaneously. We received a report. Someone poisoned individuals at the Xianyan restaurant. Listen up. Men on the left, women on the right, quickly line up. As the grand door swung open, a woman led a team into the restaurant. Surprisingly, it was Xia Zhu, a new third-level supervisory officer in Yun City. Xia Zhu, although hot-tempered, has top-notch leadership skills. Her team members move swiftly, with great momentum, instantly taking control of the scene. The restaurant guests were so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound, obediently following her orders. Xia Zhu noticed that all the private room doors were already open, except for private room 888 with its door tightly shut. She frowned and coldly shouted at Yueya, who's inside. Yueya was a bit displeased with her style of handling the case, and responded with a stern face, "Mr. Ling is inside treating 2 women. It's not convenient to open the door." "Mr. Ling, not convenient?" Xia Zhu was taken aback, clenched her teeth, and asked, "What's Ling's full name?" Ling Yu. Although displeased, Yueya had to cooperate with the investigation as Mr. Ling was the captain of the 3rd team. "What? It's that bastard again." Xia Zhu instantly became extremely angry. "I order you. Open the door immediately." "I can't do that," Yueya retorted. "Even though you have authority, you still need to respect others' privacy. What if Mr. Ling needs to remove the patient's clothes to treat them?" TSK. The people outside started to become restless. Thinking about the passionate scene inside, some men even began to drool secretly. 2 beautiful women at once. "No more nonsense. Open it now. What if that Ling guy is the poisoner and he escapes while you wait? Can you bear that responsibility?" Xia Zhu shouted angrily. Yueya couldn't match her authority and had to reluctantly step aside. Xia Zhu lifted her foot directly to kick open the locked private room door. "Don't!" Guan Wyman was startled, shouting anxiously. His daughter was inside. Unfortunately, the hot-tempered Xia Zhu couldn't be stopped. Crack! An unexpected scene occurred as Xia Zhu was about to kick open the private room door. The door was suddenly opened from the inside. Caught off guard, Xia Zhu lost her balance due to the massive inertia and ended up hugging the man inside. "Captain Xia, are you okay?" Ling Yu, emotionless, gently pushed her away. Damn it! Xia Zhu was on the verge of exploding with anger. She had just embraced the man she detested the most in front of everyone. Not only that, it wasn't even her who pushed him away. She got pushed by him instead. Why? She was the captain of the 3rd female team. Did she have no dignity left? "Come out! Are you the one who poisoned them?" Enraged, Xia Zhu almost lost her mind and directly roared at Ling Yu. "Theft!" Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh. His voice sounded particularly grating to Xia Zhu. "What are you laughing at, bastard?" Xia Zhu, infuriated, grabbed Ling Yu's collar. "I'm laughing at you." Ling Yu gently pushed away her hand and sternly said, "According to normal thinking, would a poisoner stay at the scene to save everyone after poisoning them? In your mind, do criminals just idle around?" Chuckles. More people couldn't help but laugh. Ling Yu's serious words unexpectedly had a comedic effect. Despite their laughter, they quickly choked it back down due to fear of Xia Zhu's authority, looking quite comical. Xia Zhu's face turned as red as fire upon hearing this. She angrily drew her gun, pointing it at Ling Yu. Everyone was stunned. Yueya was also dumbfounded, wondering if this woman had gone crazy. "Do you only resort to this method in handling cases?" Ling Yu, and afraid, looked disdainful, that seeking personal vengeance. Xia Zhu was so angry she almost wanted to shoot directly. Fortunately, her subordinates hurried over to persuade her. "Captain Xia, calm down. There are many people watching. Be careful of suspension for misconduct." Xia Zhu knew this, but she couldn't swallow her pride. "Enough, Xia. You're out of line." At this moment, Guan Wyman walked over and scolded her angrily. "Uncle Guan, what are you doing here?" Being scolded by the renowned divine doctor, Zhu's eyes revealed a trace of panic. Guan Weiman not only saved her father's life once, but also treated her illness, earning great respect in her heart as the divine doctor of Cloud City. Guan Weiman coldly snorted, "I have been with Ling Yu all along today. I can testify to his innocence. If it weren't for Dr. Ling's timely intervention, this place would have been a death zone. As the captain of the third team, instead of impartially enforcing the law, you're causing trouble for heroes. Is this how you carry out your duty?" The fiercely temperamental Zhu was scolded by Guan Weiman, and dared not say a word, resembling a little girl who had done something wrong. She slowly holstered her gun but still glared resentfully at Ling Yu. Why did someone always defend this man every time she was bullied by him? Did she owe him from a past life? Ling Yu, seeing her like that, was speechless. Previously, he had only heard of men being physically strong but mentally simple. Now he understood what it meant to be headstrong without brains. To be able to replace Yang Shan as the captain of the third team clearly relied on skill and bravery. Yet, with that level of intelligence, he could only go so far. Ling Yu, regardless of any grudges between you and Ms. Liu, human lives are at stake. Please save him too. It was at this moment that Guan Weiman finally pointed at Liu Qingyun and requested Ling Yu's help. As the director of Ren AI Hospital, although his medical skills were not as superb as Ling Yu's, he was highly respected for his medical ethics. Zhu was surprised once again. "Uncle Guan, do you really need to plead with him? Can't you just save the person yourself?" Guan Weiman sighed. "I am also at a loss against this type of poison. Dr. Ling's medical skills surpass mine tenfold." His words made Zhu draw a sharp breath in surprise as she stared at Ling Yu. Even though Ling Yu's medical skills were outstanding, she would never admire him due to her preconceptions. She would only double her suspicion, convinced that he was the poisoner with ulterior motives even if he was saving people. Ling Yu, please, save me." Liu Qingyun, cowering on the ground, quickly pleaded with Ling Yu. He was in unbearable pain. Ling Yu glanced at him, unable to hide his disgust. If it weren't for Director Guan personally requesting it, he wouldn't want to save this lackey of Zhao Wujin. Moreover, he even suspected that the poisoning incident was related to Liu Qingyun. However, he eventually spoke up, "I can save you, but how much will you pay me for it?" This Liu Qingyun was close to losing his temper. This bastard saved others for free, so why did he demand money to save him? 10,000. I'll give you 10,000. Is that enough? With his life in someone else's hands, Liu Qingyun could only bow down. 10,000. Ling Yu seemingly heard a funny joke, looking scornful. "I just saw you acting like a big shot in private room, 888, but now your life is only worth 10,000. He deliberately said, so to dissuade Mali from considering continuing to fund this guy at her daughter's expense. A person who valued his own life at 10,000 couldn't be expected to spend much money on her daughter, could he? Indeed, Mali was very disappointed with Liu Qingyun. Not knowing Ling Yu's intentions, Liu Qingyun thought Ling Yu was purposely pushing his limits. He quietly cursed Ling Yu in his heart, hoping he would suffer from impotence and his offspring would end at the first generation. Despite his anger, he had to grovel. So, Dr. Ling, how much would it take for you to save me?" Ling Yu immediately raised a finger. 10 million, how about that? Consider my offer before I proceed. After all, Liu Qingyun's life was in his hands. There was no rush for Ling Yu. Liu Qingyun once again medley cursed Ling Yu's ancestors 18 generations. This bastard didn't just want to knock him with a bamboo pole, but wanted to beat him to death with it. However, what could he do? Without his life, he had nothing. So, he had to swallow his pride and reluctantly agree. Ling Yu didn't use the same method as before but directly hammered his chest in succession. Then, without bothering to disinfect the silver needles, he pierced him a few times to finish it off. Yu Weiya and the others were dumbfounded. This was the young master of the Liu family. How did he become a human punching bag for someone else's catharsis? And he had to pay the other party 10 million yuan in return. Only Guan Weiman sighed in amazement. Onlookers see the fun, experts see the doorway. He realized that although Ling Yu seemed to be venting his anger, every punch hit exactly where it should. This was acupuncture treatment technique in Chinese medicine. How did Ling Yu, at a young age, learn such exquisite medical skills? The poison is removed, get up and pay. After beating Liu Qingyun, Ling Yu ordered him to get up and pay. Everyone was petrified. Xia Zhu snorted coldly again, expressing everyone's thoughts. You call this removing poison? You're clearly trying to murder. Who uses fists to treat illnesses? With so many witnesses this time, let's see you deny it. Captain Xia, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Ling Yu was not polite to her at all. My fists helped him expel the poison. If you don't believe, see for yourself. Xia Zhu gritted her teeth and looked at Liu Qingyun. Everyone also looked at Liu Qingyun again. The next moment, they indeed saw Liu Qingyun spitting out dark black blood in large mouthfuls, with a stench. His purplish face gradually returned to a normal color. Stop pretending. Ling Yu waited for him to finish spitting and mercilessly kicked him, saying, if you dare to play dumb, I have the ability to save you. I have the ability to kill you. Liu Qingyun clenched his teeth. Before he could respond, Xia Zhu suddenly aimed her gun at the back of Ling Yu's head. The scene fell silent immediately. Xia Zhu laughed coldly. Ling Yu, finally slipped up, didn't you? The target of your poisoning was Liu Qingyun. You deliberately didn't save him earlier, right? If I hadn't arrived in time, you probably would have let him die from poisoning, right? Everyone gasped in shock. Captain Xia's speculation was not impossible. Ling Yu was not afraid of Xia Zhu shooting. He turned to her and suddenly smiled. Captain Xia, your imagination is impressive, but I don't think being a squad leader in the special team suits you. Why not consider becoming a suspense novelist? Bastard, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Click, Xia Zhu angrily unlocked the gun's safety. Snow, don't mess around. Put the gun down, Guan Weiman quickly shouted in anger, with his subordinates rushing to persuade her. Ling Yu, however, remained unafraid. Captain Xia, you need treatment for your illness. What? Initially Xia Zhu had no intention of firing the gun, but this man was challenging her patience with his life. Ling Yu was not insulting her but calmly stated, you're easily angered. A sign of excessive liver heat. You have a high level of self-esteem, can't handle criticism, can't accept unwanted facts. It's a serious mental illness. I suggest you seek treatment soon. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Xia Zhu was incited to madness by Ling Yu's serious words. Stop it. At this critical moment, Guan Weiman stood in front of Ling Yu with his own body. Uncle Guan. Xia Zhu only calmed down a bit after watching Guan Weiman. She couldn't understand why every respected figure she admired treated Ling Yu with such respect. Instructor Yu was one, and Dr. Guan was another. Why was that? Guan Weiman directly pressed her gripping hand and reprimanded her. Is this how you conduct your investigations? Don't disgrace your father. That one sentence hit Xia Zhu hard. She wanted to prove herself to her father by making achievements. Her previous cases had all been handled well, which is why she became a level 3 chief at just 24 years old. But since meeting Ling Yu, she had been bullied by him repeatedly. This man, truly hateful. While Xia Zhu was entangled with Ling Yu, Liu Qingyun got up and ran away faster than a rabbit. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy was on the brink of death just now. How did he escape in the blink of an eye? They couldn't help but say that dead evaders run fast. Even Usain Bolt might not catch up in time. Hey! Ling Yu wanted to stop him but Xia Zhu blocked him, not letting him go. Ling Yu, don't think about slipping away. I think you're the prime suspect in this case. Come back with me for questioning. Sorry. I'm busy. Ling Yu didn't give her any face, thinking Xia Zhu was deliberately trying to disgust him. If you really want to solve the case, come find me with a better attitude. Maybe I can give you key information. If you continue investigating emotionally, I can't be bothered with you. Xia Zhu's face turned red again. All right, Snow, handle the case calmly. I guarantee that Ling Yu is not the poisoner. Stop causing trouble, Guan Weiman coldly interrupted. Xia Zhu clenched her fists, snorted, and went to deal with the scene. At this moment, Guan Ruru and Yu Tingting came out of the box. Since Xia Zhu was there, Ling Yu didn't want to stay any longer to avoid her stirring up trouble again, so he took Guan's family back. Yu Tingting's blind date was ruined due to Liu Qingyun escaping. Yu Tingting was very grateful to Ling Yu. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't know how to face her mother. Watching Ling Yu and Guan Ruru's family leave in a Maserati, she stood there for a long time, unable to move her gaze away. Ting, if you really don't want to get married, just be Ling Yu's mistress. Ma Li's words instantly shocked Yu Ting. Mom. What? What nonsense are you talking about? I do like Ling Yu, but I'm not that kind of woman with no morals. How can I ruin someone else's relationship? Besides, even if I wanted to, Ling Yu might not agree. Ma Li also agreed with her daughter's thoughts. She liked money, indeed, but she just spoke casually earlier. What mother would really encourage her daughter to be a mistress? If Ling Yu has other unmarried brothers, that would be great. Ma Li sighed casually again, but it made Yu Ting feel like she was struck by lightning. Her mother didn't know, but she was very clear that Ling Yu indeed had a brother. And it seemed like his brother even liked her. Yu Ting's heart was in chaos for a moment. Could she really marry the ugly duckling big brother of the swan just because she liked the swan? This seemed ridiculous. Ling Yu escorted Guan Roro and her family back home. When they got out of the car, Guan Weimin looked guilty and said, Ling Yu, I'm truly sorry. I wanted to treat you well today, but didn't expect. Guan Roro's face blushed instantly. She lowered her head, embarrassed like drops of water were about to come out. Director Guan, please don't worry about it. I appreciate your intentions. Ling Yu smiled lightly, feeling that today's outing had been quite fruitful. First, he learned from Guan Roro how to help his cousin with matchmaking. Second, he coincidentally disrupted Liu Qingyun and Yu Ting's blind date. Third, he now had Liu Qingyun owe him 10 million. That was an amount of money he couldn't earn in 100 years with his annual salary of 80,000. No way. Director Guan insisted, you didn't get to taste Roro's cooking today. Next time you come, I'll make sure you get to taste it properly, right, Roro? Yes. Guan Roro quickly nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Now she not only admired Ling Yu's medical skills, but he had also saved her life. Moreover, she felt like he had seen and touched her upper body before. Oh dear, so embarrassing. Thinking about it made her feel a wave of excitement spreading through her body. Then next time Director Guan is free, I'll be so bold as to visit again. Ling Yu replied warmly to Guan's hospitality. Haha, it's a deal. Director Guan, in a very good mood after witnessing Ling Yu's medical skills, now had absolute confidence in his abilities, believing him to be at the pinnacle of Cloud City's medical field. Goodbye then. After bidding farewell to Guan's family, Ling Yu drove back. Along the way, his mind was filled with many thoughts. Was today's poisoning incident targeting himself? Ling Yu only knew that it was a unique combination poison, harmless in plain water as its base, undetectable even with tests. But once combined with the source poison, it rapidly became deadly in its second mutation. Ling Yu had only seen this ancient poison in the medical records of the Divine Valley. Who could have developed such a poison and planted the source poison on Liu Qingyun? Was it Zhao Wujik's plan to kill through deduction again? At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting Ling Yu's thoughts. Ling Yu, can you pick me up at the company tonight? Qin Mingyu's voice was as direct as ever. Sure. Ling Yu agreed readily. The Ice Queen was working overtime on the first day of the new year, indicating that the Chiag Gang Group had a lot on its plate recently. The car soon arrived at the entrance of the Chiag Gang Group headquarters. A BMW i8 was driving out from inside. Seeing Ling Yu's Maserati, the BMW stopped, and the window opened. Xia Xiaoti's smile exuded maturity as she addressed Ling Yu. Boss Qin just finished work. I've already given her a ride. Do you want to go up and pick her up? Light bulb. Ling Yu took a glance at the passenger seat where Qing Ruhan was pouting, obviously reluctant to ride with Xia Xiaoti. Okay. Thank you. Ling Yu expressed his gratitude and parked the car at the entrance, walking towards the elevator. The Chiai Gang Group was brightly lit as usual, with security guards on patrol. Ling Yu couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Why did he send someone following him? John. The elevator door opened just as Ling Yu approached, revealing only a top-duty dressed in a white dress. Ling Yu's eyes lit up. It was his crotch, Qin Mingyu. Ling Yu, why are you here? I'm worried about your safety. Ling Yu answered honestly. He was especially worried about his wife's safety after finding someone tailing him earlier. Even if Xia Xiaoti hadn't invited him in just now, he would have come inside anyway. Qin Mingyu, unaware of the situation, subconsciously showed a hint of satisfaction, then deliberately acted aloof. "You worrying too much. I'm in my own company, surrounded by security guards and bodyguards. What danger could there be?" Lingyu smiled faintly. "I can only rest assured when I'm by your side." "Smooth talker, when did you become like this, Lingyu?" Qin Mingyu pretended to be angry. She would feel uncomfortable if other men flirted with her, but not this man. Lingyu couldn't help but grin wryly. He wasn't saying cheesy lines. He genuinely cared about Qin Mingyu's safety, but he didn't want to overdo it, so he chose not to explain further. Side by side, they walked out of the building. The headquarters had a considerable distance to the entrance of the group, and Lingyu was keenly aware that someone was following them. Pretending not to know, he silently protected his wife until they got into the car. After locking the car doors, Lingyu suddenly turned cold, quickly striding to a corner of the courtyard's walls. Qin Mingyu was slightly surprised, her gaze turning exceptionally icy. Someone was following her again? How infuriating! The person lurking in the shadows panicked and tried to escape. Lingyu was faster. His hand rested on Qin Mingyu's delicate shoulder. "Reveal yourself." Lingyu wanted to subdue the person, but the agile figure was quicker than expected, attempting to flee. Lingyu had to use a grappling technique. This time, the woman didn't resist and willingly nestled into his arms. Lingyu swiftly restrained her. Unexpectedly, the woman intentionally pressed her soft chest against him, even squeezing forcefully. "Is it you?" Lingyu frowned. Smirking, the woman provocatively said, "Big brother Ling, what do you want to do to me? I can't fight back against you, so you're free to do as you please." She was like a little seductive red demon, relentlessly teasing Lingyu. She was none other than the woman in red from the Blood Spider organization. Lingyu dreaded these shameless demonic women, so he swiftly threw her to the ground. The woman in red lay on the floor, lifting one leg. Lingyu noticed she wasn't wearing shoes, her white, tender feet exposed. She raised a leg, causing her dress to slide up, revealing her knees. Her slender white legs appeared lustrous in the night. "Ha ha! Big brother Ling, don't you cherish beauty? Am I not beautiful? How can you be so heartless?" The woman in red continued to tease Lingyu, but suddenly felt a chilling aura shroud her entire body. Raising her head, she saw Qin Mingyu's icy eyes firmly fixed on her. The overwhelming presence made the woman tremble. Sister-in-law, seeing Qin Mingyu, the woman in red instantly became docile and no longer dared to provoke Lingyu. "What are you doing here?" Lingyu asked. "Was it you who followed me during the day, as well?" Qin Mingyu's gaze turned colder as she stared at the woman in red. Did this demon want to seduce her husband while she wasn't around? "No, it wasn't me." The woman in red shook her head. "But I know who those people are." "Then speak quickly. Don't beat around the bush." Lingyu's gaze became more oppressive, almost intimidating, as he said, "Don't forget, your brother's life is still in my hands." The woman in red pouted in anger. Looking aggrieved, "I came to you for two important matters. The first is to ask you to save my brother." "Your brother?" Lingyu was slightly taken aback. What happened to him? Despite being his slave in a sense, there would be some loss if he were to die. He failed his mission and his tendons were cut by the organization. The woman in red bit her lower lip, showing a hint of resentment, and explained. "Really?" Lingyu responded to her statement, half doubting and half believing. "Blood Spider is indeed a killer organization that values success rates highly. But your brother, being one of the top 3 killers, would they really sever his tendons for one failed mission?" Qin Mingyu also found it hard to believe. However, her gaze shifted towards Lingyu. Ever since Lingyu disappeared, she had suspected that this man was not ordinary. Now that she has witnessed his extraordinary skills, exceptional medical expertise, and some extraordinary knowledge, Qin Mingyu began to suspect that Lingyu was hiding something. However, when she asked Chen Nailin before, even his own mother claimed he was just an ordinary retired soldier, so Qin Mingyu refrained from speculating further. "Big brother, big sister, please believe me," the woman in red said nervously. "My brother failed the mission, but didn't want to return the 80 million to the employer. He wanted to escape with me to leave the Blood Spider. However, he was caught by the organization, and they directly severed both his feet." It was then that Lingyu furrowed his brow, finding the story somewhat credible. Yet, Qin Mingyu still questioned, Your brother is one of the top 3 killers, a blood spider. Who could easily capture him? The woman in red urgently continued. That's the second thing I wanted to tell you. Someone has invited the new saintess of the Holy Fire Organization, seemingly targeting you. She has already brought her entourage to Yunchan. It was her who caught my brother. Saintess, Qin Mingyu raised her eyebrows, looking at Lingyu. She had no idea what the Holy Fire Organization was. Lingyu wasn't very familiar with the Holy Fire Organization either. Even if he had heard of it before, he had never directly dealt with them. The Holy Fire Organization is the major organization that sold us siblings to the blood spider. It has over 100,000 members worldwide. The woman in red quickly clarified. With this revelation, both Lingyu and Qin Mingyu were surprised. Especially Qin Mingyu, such a large-scale organization, even the Qin family had never faced before. If they were really targeting the Qin family, it would be difficult to resist. I'll take Mingyu home, and then I'll accompany you to find your brother. Lingyu decided to believe the woman in red for once, knowing that her life was in his hands, and she wouldn't dare play any tricks. However, Qin Mingyu said, Lingyu, I'll go with you. Lingyu was taken aback, but don't you have to rest before 11 p.m. every night? Qin Mingyu smiled beautifully. For you, I can make an exception just this once. Lingyu suddenly felt a sweet warmth in his heart. The woman in red couldn't help but roll her eyes, muttering, what did I do wrong? Why do I have to be fed dog food again? Lingyu and Qin Mingyu shared a smile. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a secluded guest house. If not for Lingyu's control over the Snelling's life and death, he would have suspected that the woman in red had set up an ambush in such a place specifically to lure them there. Qin Mingyu, still suspicious, asked before lighting the vehicle, why would you settle your brother in such a place? The woman in red quietly changed her title for Qin Mingyu, initially calling her sister-in-law. That was just to survive. However, she didn't want to be Lingyu's sister, so now she called Qin Mingyu sister, either as Lingyu's aunt or as his concubine. The Holy Fire Organization is much stronger than you think. Their information network spans globally. Now that they are in Yunchan, if I were to take my brother to a hotel, we would need to register our identities, and they could find us at any time. The woman in red explained, making Lingyu reluctantly accept it. However, Qin Mingyu still hesitated, fearing they might fall into a trap as soon as they disembarked. After all, before them was a cunning and shameless female killer. Mingyu, since we're here, let's just check in. Lingyu persuaded Qin Mingyu, with me here, I will protect you at all costs. As the Snelling was his slave, Lingyu wouldn't stand idly by. Besides, he had been wanting to ask the Snelling about the origin of that pattern on his face, and why Zhou Din and Xia Zhu had similar ones on them. All right, Qin Mingyu agreed after hearing Lingyu's words, and they got off the vehicle. The woman in red couldn't help but roll her eyes again, feeling overwhelmed by the affection between the couple. Hey, what's going on? Leading Lingyu and Qin Mingyu into the guest house, the fat woman at the front desk shouted, You only registered for 2 people, how can 4 of you stay? Lingyu furrowed his brow and retorted, It doesn't make a difference if we all stay in one room, does it? Indeed, he had never encountered such a way of doing business before. Of course, it matters, our rooms here are priced per person. For people before the fat woman could finish her sentence, she suddenly closed her mouth. Qin Mingyu had already spread a stack of banknotes in front of her, and with a cold gaze said, Will this money cover the cost of all your rooms? Hey, it's enough. It's enough. Enjoy your stay. Taking the money, the fat woman didn't care how many people would be staying, or even if they were human anymore. She had deliberately made such remarks earlier to rent out an extra room and make more money. Lingyu, seeing the fat woman's greed, was speechless. Once the 3 entered the room, the fat woman muttered, Young people nowadays, so open. Do you all like group activities? Following the woman in red into the room, Lingyu and Qin Mingyu indeed caught a strong smell of blood. The Snelling lay on the bed where almost half the sheets were stained with blood. Lingyu, big brother, please save my brother. The woman in red implored. Lingyu then noticed that besides his legs being severed of tendons, the Snelling had suffered severe internal injuries. If it weren't for his extraordinary vitality, he would have died long ago. Qin Mingyu also found the actions of the so-called saintess overly cruel. Beating a person like this without directly killing him was worse than finishing him off with a sword. She even felt a bit of sympathy for the Snelling siblings, as in the end, the Snelling ended up in such a state because of a failed assassination attempt on her. It seems the other party has no intention of letting your brother off lightly, right? Ling Yu asked while providing urgent care for the Snelling. Yes. The situation was extremely dangerous at that time. I risked everything to save my brother, but I was no match for the opponent. Fortunately, my brother used a skin-shedding trick, and we escaped a near-death situation. The woman in red recounted in a heartfelt manner, pointing at her foot. To escape, I even threw away my shoes. Though Ling Yu couldn't imagine the details of the situation back then, seeing the current condition of the siblings, he could infer the danger they faced. To save him, we need some medicine and medical supplies. Can you go buy them right away? Ling Yu finished treating the Snelling's wounds and instructed the woman in red. However, she immediately faced a dilemma. But I have no money on me. I mortgage everything to stay in this guest house, and that's why the fat woman treated us so poorly. Ling Yu was once again skeptical. The girl in red was also a killer for the blood spider. Even if she didn't have the same status as her brother, she must have made a lot of money. How could she be so poor? With your skills, even if you don't have money, have you ever thought about sneaking into a pharmacy to steal some medical supplies? Chen Mingyu also doubted the girl in red, asking directly. Heh, sister, you're underestimating me. The girl in red's expression flashed with a hint of pride. We are assassins, not thieves. Sneaking around doing those chicken and dog thefts, we wouldn't deign to do. Ling Yu chuckled, not willing to sneak around. Then who was secretly following us today? The shameless girl in red turned red-faced when confronted. All right, I'll have someone bring them over, Chen Mingyu said, not wanting to waste time. She wanted to save the snake spirit for two reasons. First, it was Ling Yu's snake slave with uncommon abilities, so reviving him would definitely be useful. Secondly, this snake spirit held a certain position within the blood spider, so if he survived, he might provide valuable information. Especially since Chen Mingyu knew that Ling Yu seemed very interested in the strange pattern on his face. Ling Yu didn't care who Chen Mingyu would instruct to deliver the medical supplies. He took advantage of this opportunity to examine the snake spirit's body. The more he learned about the snake spirit, the more shocked he felt. It seemed that contemporary dark medicine had developed to a level beyond ordinary understanding, and the body structure of the snake spirit could no longer be called human. Those scales on his body seemed to contain miraculous energy, but now most of them had been forcibly removed, leaving his body bloody and even revealing bone. What kind of saint is that? She's practically a female demon. Ling Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. The way she dealt with the snake spirit was extremely cruel and inhumane. Chen Mingyu also had a cold expression, with a hint of resentment, as if in deep thought but remaining silent. After Ling Yu finished his detailed examination, Chen Mingyu suddenly spoke. Ling Yu, come with me. With that, she walked out of the room. Ling Yu hesitated, glanced at the girl in red, then followed. The girl in red pouted, knowing that the couple wanted to have a private conversation so she wouldn't eavesdrop. The inn had been reserved by Chen Mingyu, allowing them to move freely. They walked into an empty room and locked the door behind them. Mingyu, what do you want to talk to me about? Ling Yu was a bit tired today, so he sat directly on the bed, stretching his muscles. After eating the dark cuisine made by Guan Rou, then spending the day exhausted from saving people in the restaurant, and now coming to treat the snake spirit, today felt like a triathlon for him. Chen Mingyu, however, found the place dirty and preferred to stand instead of sitting. After pursing her lips, she finally said, Do you really suspect that girl in red? Yes, Ling Yu nodded. I feel that everything she says is half true and half false. So are you really planning to save the snake spirit? Aren't you afraid there's a trap? Chen Mingyu frowned and asked. I was initially worried about a trap, but after seeing the condition of the snake spirit, I think he should be fine. He wouldn't have been hurt like this just to help someone set a trap for me. Ling Yu was quite sure, if he didn't save the snake spirit, he wouldn't survive until tomorrow morning. Chen Mingyu gazed into his eyes for a while before sighing softly. All right, since you trust them, I'll trust you. I'll instruct Zi Dai to bring the medical supplies, and you can save him then. Ling Yu nodded, He knew exactly what Qin Mingyu was worried about, with Xiao Wuji clearly targeting to treasures of the Qin family. The sudden arrival of the massive and mysterious Saint Fire organization in Cloud City was most likely directed at the Qin family. There might even be a connection with the Zhao family in Yanjing. So Qin Mingyu's cautiousness was justified now. Mingyu, you look exhausted. Would you like to take a hot bath and relax? Lingyu said sympathetically. He was physically strong and could endure, but his delicate wife had worked hard all day and would continue to do so at night. He was worried she wouldn't be able to handle it. All right, although Qin Mingyu found the environment distasteful, she agreed that a quick shower should be fine. Upon her approval, Lingyu quickly entered the bathroom. After checking that there were no cameras, he assured her, "You can close the door and take your shower." Qin Mingyu chuckled. "What? Worried your wife will be exposed to others?" Lingyu's face blushed slightly. Of course, which man would want others to see his wife undressed? "I would rather be stabbed twice." Qin Mingyu laughed again. She hadn't expected this man to be so traditional. Then she playfully put on a stern face. "The bathroom door has translucent glass. I warn you, no peeking." "Hey, do you think I'm that kind of person?" Lingyu seemed a bit agitated but then earnestly countered, "Miss Qin, don't forget, you're my wife. What's wrong with your husband taking a peek?" Qin Mingyu playfully glared at him. "You dare. I'll gouge your eyes out." Their attitudes on this matter had completely changed from 3 months ago. Lingyu remembered clearly when he barged into the bathroom and accidentally saw Qin Mingyu naked. She had remained cold and emotionless. Qin Mingyu, on the other hand, thought that Lingyu had changed. Last time when he saw her bathing, he shyly exited. Now, he boldly made such remarks. It seemed she had to be cautious. No, she should test him and see if he had this audacity. Otherwise, with a long future ahead, being cautious for a moment wasn't enough. She had to protect herself for a lifetime. Qin Mingyu entered the bathroom and threw her clothes out onto the bed. Lingyu had his back to the bathroom door, but couldn't help feeling a bit itchy hearing the clothes drop one by one. People tend to have fantasies. Seeing his wife's clothing being discarded one by one naturally made him think of how she looked in the bathroom. Thud. Qin Mingyu even threw out her underwear. Lingyu glanced at the clothes on the bed, involuntarily swallowing, his hands fidgeting. Why? Why would a gynecologist like him have such improper thoughts? Unscientific. Oh, wait, he wasn't a gynecologist anymore. So, was it normal to react like this? When someone had nothing else to do, their focus could intensify those desires. Luckily, a sudden phone call drew Lingyu's attention away. Glancing at the phone near the bed, he answered on behalf of his wife, who was currently racing for a shower. "Hello, sister, I brought the medicine." "Which room number?" Qin Ruhan's voice sounded a bit excited. Wasn't that obvious? What was sister thinking, ordering Xia Xiaobi to deliver medical supplies to this remote place late at night? Qin Ruhan thought that her sister decided to return home with her brother-in-law tonight. Spur of the moment, wanting to stir up some excitement in a new environment. It was very likely, so she volunteered to come instead of Xia Xiaobi. Moreover, as sister's #1 fan, she thoughtfully prepared a box of jispin for her sister. "Ah, it seems like it's in room 5. Lingyu didn't know what his sister-in-law was thinking, so he responded to her normally. As soon as she heard her brother-in-law's woes, Qin Ruhan felt confident that her guess was likely correct. When did her sister ever let someone take over her phone? Calculating the time, could her sister already be taking a shower right now? She never would have thought that her germaphobe sister would be willing to come to a place like this with her brother-in-law. One can only say that the power of love is truly great. Okay, I'll be right over. After Qin Ruhan hung up the phone, she rushed in as if injected with chicken blood. Lingyu, unsure of his sister-in-law's condition, put down the phone and waited in the room. Hearing a knock on the door, he opened it. Only then did he realize his sister-in-law was out of breath, red-faced, slightly hunched over, patting her chest to catch her breath. "Where's my sister?" After catching her breath, Qin Ruhan asked immediately. Before Lingyu could answer, she noticed a light on in the bathroom, suggesting someone was taking a bath inside. Heavens, Qin Ruhan's expression changed suddenly, as if struck by lightning. She had suspected the truth earlier, like Sherlock Holmes, but when confronted with the reality, she couldn't believe she was right. What are you doing? Lingyu furrowed his brows, thinking his sister-in-law was just running too fast, shooing because of the rush. What a hot chili pepper she was. No. Nothing, brother-in-law. Here is what you asked for. I won't disturb you. Qin Ruhan was a bit flustered. What would her brother-in-law and sister need to do what they were doing? It's sure to upset her sister if she comes out and sees them. No. Brother-in-law, if you and sister need anything else, just let me know. I'll make sure to get it done. Qin Ruhan suddenly reassured, patting her chest. Lingyu's brows furrowed into the shape of the character, perplexed by his sister-in-law's behavior. What was she up to? I guess we don't need anything else. If we do, I'll let you know. Thank you. You're welcome. We're all doing this for the Qin family. Qin Ruhan responded emotionally, determined not to disturb her brother-in-law and sister. Little did she know, just a glance at the bedsheet revealed a smudge of blood, and she was once again thunderstruck. What? What is that? Qin Ruhan pointed trembling fingers at the bloodstain. Could it be that her sister and brother-in-law had already finished? This was supposed to be post-event cleanup, not preparations before the main event. Lingyu looked back, realizing he had just treated Snake Spirit's injuries, and his hands were stained with blood. Sitting on the bed, he had accidentally smeared it. Oh, it's blood, but not mine. Lingyu was about to explain. Qin Ruhan nodded vigorously. I understand. I understand. Brother-in-law, you don't need to explain. I'll leave now. Bye. With that, she hurriedly ran off. Of course, she knew that blood wasn't from her brother-in-law. It must belong to her sister. Goodness, her usually icy, with germophobia and misogyny traits, sister would choose to give away her most precious thing at a place like this. When Grandpa finds out, he's definitely going to go crazy, right? No. I must tell Grandpa immediately. After returning to the Qin family estate, Qin Ruhan ran to Qin Chang'an's room. Stop, who goes there? Bai Lao had been guarding outside Qin Chang'an's room, so he blocked her path immediately. After seeing her clearly, he exclaimed, Oh, it's the third miss. It's late, why are you jogging outside Master's room? Don't give me that nonsense. Bai Lao, hurry, I need to see Grandpa. I have some incredibly good news to tell him. Qin Ruhan panted earnestly. The Master is resting. Let's save any good news for tomorrow. White Lao rolled up his sleeves, squinting his eyes as if he were dozing off. His only task was to protect Qin Chang'an, and other matters were not his responsibility. It was already past 11 o'clock at night, and the Master had already gone to bed. No. I can't hold it in any longer. I must say it tonight. Qin Ruhan insisted persistently, risking being scolded by the grandfather as she shouted outside. Indeed, the next moment, the voice of Qin Chang'an's annoyed command was heard from inside the room. White Lao, let her in. I want to see if this girl has gone mad. Yes, Master. White Lao then allowed Qin Ruhan to enter the room. What are you doing, coming to find me in the middle of the night? Qin Chang'an, dressed in pajamas, sat up from the bed, staring at his granddaughter with an annoyed expression. Everyone in the Qin family knew that the elderly man had trouble sleeping, so they didn't dare disturb him at night. White Lao understood this better than anyone, knowing that the Master would be furious if he was awakened from his sleep. Miss Qin Ruhan might have brought trouble upon herself tonight. However, after Qin Ruhan explained, Qin Chang'an's annoyance turned into joy instantly. He was overjoyed. Grandfather, sister, she's bleeding. Qin Ruhan was still catching her breath, too excited, speaking intermittently. Bleeding, what happened? Is she hurt? Qin Chang'an was indeed worried. His granddaughter rushed over in the middle of the night, telling him that his eldest granddaughter was bleeding. How could he not be concerned? Grandfather, it's not the bad kind of bleeding, it's the good kind of bleeding. Qin Ruhan explained excitedly. What good and bad bleeding? Qin Chang'an was puzzled, but he was less worried now. Oh, grandfather, can't you understand? Sister slept with her husband tonight, and then she started bleeding. Qin Ruhan explained in detail once again. Qin Chang'an suddenly realized, bursting into a smile. Really? That's good news, ha ha, that's wonderful. So the lad finally figured out how to use the stick properly, it's not just for peeing. Ha ha, I'm going to have a great-grandson soon. Qin Ruhan knew her grandfather would be delighted, Seeing his expression, she felt it was worth running to tell him the good news in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, Lingyu was unaware of what was happening in the Qin family. After a few hours of treatment, he had finally stabilized the situation of the serpent spirit. However, external injuries were not the same as detoxification. As long as the toxin was cleared, the person would recover quickly. But in the case of the serpent spirit, even though Lingyu had a special physique, he still had to lie in bed for a few days. "Brother, you're finally awake. You had me so worried." As dawn approached, the woman in red saw the serpent spirit open his eyes and rush to his side with excitement. Assassins also have emotions, they also have love. When dealing with strangers, they are as cold-hearted and ruthless as can be. The person to be killed in front of them is just a pile of money. But when it comes to family, they are no different from ordinary people. And the love between the two siblings surpassed that of many ordinary brothers and sisters. After chatting affectionately for a while, the serpent spirit expressed his gratitude to Lingyu. "Master, thank you for saving me." Although it was a thank you, there wasn't much emotion attached to it. After all, he knew that Lingyu saving him might just be because he was still useful. "Well, I have a few questions for you, and you must answer them honestly," Lingyu stated with a straightforward expression. The serpent spirit nodded. "Master, please go ahead." "Good." Lingyu continued. "Now that you have been freed from the blood spider, can you tell me who hired you to kill Mingyu before?" At this moment, Mingyu was resting in the next room, and upon hearing the conversation, she quickly walked in. The serpent spirit clenched his teeth, but decided to confess. The person used a VIP account from the Zhao family in Yanjing. That the paying party should be from the Liu family in Yunchuan. Lingyu and Mingyu both trembled slightly. They had long guessed the truth, but confirming it still made them angry. The second systematic question: do you have any information about the Holy Fire Saintess? Who is she? What does she look like? What is her purpose in coming to Yunchuan? Lingyu asked again. The serpent spirit struggled to shake his head. The organization of the Holy Fire is very complex and vast, and the blood spider had a deep cooperation with them. However, I am just an assassin, not a manager, so I don't have much information about them. Moreover, the saintess always wears a veil. I have never seen her real face. I only know that she has a great figure and is likely a stunning beauty, but also very ruthless. When it comes to the term ruthless, the serpent spirit's eyes are full of resentment mixed with fear. Their purpose in coming to Yunchuan is just to eliminate you to traitors for the blood spider. Lingyu continued to inquire. The serpent spirit shook his head. The saintess may not be the most powerful character, but her position in the Holy Fire organization is very high. A character like me is not worth her personal intervention in hunting down. She must have a deeper and more significant mission. Hearing this, Mingyu grew anxious. Not to be conceited, but the most valuable things in Yunchuan must all belong to her Qin family. It seemed that this saintess must be her enemy. Lingyu nodded and proceeded. The last question: how did you get the mark on your face? What is its purpose and meaning? Before, he thought it was just some kind of symbol or charm, but it seemed that it was not so simple. Indeed, the serpent spirit did not hide anything. This is the mark left by the Holy Fire organization back then. It not only helps me transform into a snake but also serves as a mark for the members of the Holy Fire organization. Oh, Lingyu was even more surprised and subconsciously looked at the woman in red. Does every member have it? Yes, I have it too. The woman in red was unhesitant, even though she knew Mingyu was present. She intentionally approached Lingyu and whispered softly in his ear, in a very intimate place, "Do you want to see?" Thinking that Lingyu would blush and feel embarrassed, she underestimated this straight man. Lingyu simply nodded, having underestimated Lingyu's reaction. The woman in red was shocked, but after recovering, she boldly lifted her red veil skirt, revealing her thigh. The mark was actually on the inside of her thighs, almost at the most private part. The woman in red even subtly glanced at Mingyu, wondering if she would get angry this time. However, Mingyu remained expressionless, not bothering with the situation. Lingyu also had no male-female intentions, calmly asking, "Why is the mark different for everyone?" Giggles. The woman in red clothes covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "That's because the Holy Fire organization is a massive entity. It has over 100,000 members in the Dragon Kingdom and even more abroad. That's why the structures are complex, and the marks from different organizations may have slight differences. And as for me, she paused and then put on a pitiful look in front of Ling Yu. I was sold to the Holy Fire organization when I was young. The leader of the organization back then wanted to groom me as a female assassin, planning to use me to seduce targets in the future. That's why the mark was tattooed in such a place on me. Sobbed Ling Yu. Wasn't sure if she was pretending to be pitiful, but he did feel sympathy for her. She was just a little girl back then, abandoned by her parents. What choice did she have? The woman in red clothes noticed Ling Yu's expression, feeling secretly pleased that she had finally triggered this man's sympathy. But just as she was about to get closer to Ling Yu, a cold gaze was directed at her. The woman in red clothes giggled. I dare not get close to you in the future, afraid that Sister Mingyu will kill me. Qin Mingyu was indeed angry, walking over with a cold face. The woman in red clothes finally restrained her playful smile, subconsciously taking a few steps back. In terms of martial strength, she could outmatch Qin Mingyu by a mile. But deep down, she was genuinely afraid of Qin Mingyu. If I catch you shamelessly trying to seduce my men again, you won't be able to bear the consequences, Qin Mingyu coldly warned. I understand, sister, the woman in red clothes replied, lowering her head like a guilty little girl. From this side, no one could link her to the ruthless female assassin. All right, we're leaving. Take care of yourselves. Ling Yu didn't want to linger there any longer, especially since his wife was almost due for work and he needed to drop her off at the company. When they arrived at the gate of the Chiagang Group in the Maserati, it was precisely the start of the workday. Qin Mingyu rarely came at this time, so the security guard on duty was a bit surprised. Go home and rest. If there isn't anything in the evening, you don't need to come to pick me up, Qin Mingyu said before getting out of the car. She knew Ling Yu had stayed up all night, so she purposely gave him a day off from picking her up. Ling Yu gently held her hand. Qin Mingyu turned slightly surprised. The security guards outside the car couldn't believe their eyes as they witnessed this scene. It was their first time seeing the Iceberg CEO holding hands with a man at the company. They probably thought he had saved the galaxy in his past life. Mingyu, take care of yourself. Ling Yu expressed his concern. She had a history of gastritis, and despite his continued help over the past 3 months, he was worried she might overwork herself and trigger other health issues. But at that moment at the entrance, all his worries condensed into a simple sentence. I got it, you should head back soon, Qin Mingyu replied with a slight hint of a smile. Yeah. Give me updates, I'll come to pick you up in the evening, and I won't be tired at all, Ling Yu said seriously. Knowing someone was after his wife, he couldn't afford to let his guard down even for a moment. All right then, Qin Mingyu felt a faint sweetness in her heart. She wanted this fool to come pick her up but was also concerned he might be tired. After Qin Mingyu entered the company for work, Ling Yu didn't return home. Instead, he went to the strategic warehouse. They had already arranged to store the energy products of the Chiagang Group there. Mainly natural gas and some related petroleum products, all part of conventional energy sources. After the explosion incident, the security system at the warehouse had significantly upgraded, and Ling Yu was prevented from getting too close. Ling Yu didn't enter but familiarized himself with the environment and gained a better understanding of the energy industry of the Chiagang Group. Did Zhao Wuji intend to obtain those 2 items from the Qin family? And was there any connection between them and these regular energy products? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Yu received a call from Qin Mingyu. It was a bit unexpected. Hey, Ling Yu, can you come to pick me up at 5 and take me to the Qin house? To the Qin house, Ling Yu was even more curious. Yes, grandfather insisted we go back, and he said. Qin Mingyu hesitated. Said what? Ling Yu's curiosity was piqued. Nothing much, just come pick me up to go there for dinner. Qin Mingyu evaded the question. Did she dare to say it? Grandfather Qin Chiagang mentioned it was a celebration banquet. With Qin Mingyu's intelligence, it was easy to guess the catch. For words, nothing good was going to happen. Okay. Ling Yu agreed, though a bit confused. He still arrived on time at the Chiagang Group to pick up Qin Mingyu and take her to the villa estate. As soon as he parked, Bai Lao walked over and opened the car door for Qin Mingyu. "Young madam, everyone is waiting for you in the banquet hall." "I got it," Qin Mingyu nodded. As soon as Ling Yu approached, she took his arm gently. Since they had come this far, she decided to let Ling Yu enter the Qing family openly. Ling Yu was still unaware of the theme of the so-called celebration banquet tonight. However, since they were already there, he took it all in stride, feeling no pressure. Upon entering the living room, he saw a long table set to host dinner, with all the members of the Qin family present. As usual, apart from Qin Chang'an, there wasn't a single man in sight. When Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu walked in, everyone showed welcoming smiles, but their eyes hinted at different emotions. "Mingyu, you're back. Please take a seat." Qin Hanshu approached with a smile, warmly taking Qin Mingyu's hand and leading her away from Ling Yu. "Ling Yu, please take your seat." Qin Hanshu's demeanor towards Ling Yu was warm, but markedly different from how she treated Qin Mingyu. Ling Yu didn't mind, smiling and nodding before following Qin Mingyu to their seats. Qin Mingyu discreetly reminded him, be sweet-tongued when ordering. She was conflicted as well. With her personality, she wouldn't like smooth-talking men, but she wanted Ling Yu to be acknowledged by the rest of the Qin family. If Ling Yu remained his straightforward and clumsy self, the women of the Qin family might attack him. "Grandfather, good evening. You look well today." "And, good evening second and third," prompted by Qin Mingyu. Ling Yu proactively greeted each elder in the Qin family, smiling confidently. Ling Yu's feelings were complex at the moment. He wasn't a man who relied on words, but he was changing himself for Qin Mingyu's sake. As a prominent family, the Qin family had many rules, especially during that evening's banquet where Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu were the main focus. Before Ling Yu finished exchanging greetings with the Qin family members, Qin Chang'an wouldn't announce the start of the banquet. "Ling Yu, don't think that by ingratiating yourself with us, we will forget about the night of your 30th birthday, when you left the party halfway." When it was Qin Zimei's turn, this woman smiled mockingly and said, "It seems like you still owe us an explanation." Her attitude was better than before because she knew that grandfather Qin Tiagang was satisfied with this grandson-in-law, but they were not satisfied at all. They truly didn't want to see Qin Mingyue gradually falling and getting involved with this kind of man, as it would lead to the decline of the Qin family in the future. However, they had all heard the rumors today that Qin Mingyue had already fallen, had been intimate with this man, so their emotions were all very complex at the moment. After all, whether a woman gives her body to a man is a completely different matter. Before, Qin Zimei was totally against Ling Yu really entering the Qin family, but now, she was not so sure. So she couldn't use her previous attitude to make the relationship so tense. Because if Ling Yu really entered the Qin family in the future, it would also be a headache for her. Women from prestigious families usually have very deliberate thoughts, considering every word and action carefully, not as single-minded as a piece of paper. Fifth aunt, as well as all the relatives of the Qin family, I want to officially apologize to everyone here. In order to not make things difficult for Qin Mingyue, Ling Yu had no choice but to apologize to the whole family. That day, Lin Qingzhuan was critically ill. His elder brother Lin Qinglan asked me to help save her, so I went. Everyone actually knew about it already, so hearing him say it again didn't draw much of a reaction. "Oh, I see." Aunt Qinyua put on a very understanding look, but immediately followed up, "So, did Miss Lin recover?" Everyone's gaze fell on Ling Yu all at once, with Sun even unintentionally giving a slight smirk. "She was saved that night, but now she has passed away," Ling Yu replied with a gloomy expression. "Oh, so that means you did all that for nothing that night," Qin Zimei immediately added. "Oh, what a pity, wasted so much effort caring about her." Other women also began to discuss. Obviously, they wanted to make Ling Yu feel embarrassed and make his explanations seem weak. Leaving his wife and leaving on New Year's Eve for a woman who ultimately didn't make it was that reasonable. "All right, that's enough chatting. Let's start the meal." Qin Tiagang immediately intervened, clearly wanting to help Ling Yu get out of an awkward situation. Now that Ling Yu was involved with his granddaughter, he had more reason to trust this son-in-law of his, so how could he not protect him? Unexpectedly, Ling Yu got serious and stern. "Fifth aunt, how could you say it was for nothing? Saving a life is more precious than building a 7-story pagoda. Furthermore, Qingzhuan saved both me and Mingyue, If she had not passed away, I would do my best to save her. Is it supposed to be that if we are destined to die, then living now becomes meaningless? As his words fell, the women of the Qin family all exchanged glances. The atmosphere became less harmonious. Qin Mingyue remained silent as ever. She knew long ago that most of the women of the Qin family looked down on Lingyu, and didn't want him to enter the Qin family, so they would surely create various troubles. Deliberately provoking Lingyu into getting serious and angry might have been Fifth An's strategy. After all, no one would want to welcome a new member into the family who would cause daily discord. Hehe, you are right. May I apologize to you? Qin Zmei deliberately apologized to Lingyu since he was the legitimate husband of Qin Mingyue. This scene was completely seen by the other women of the Qin family. Many of them were starting to dislike Lingyu more and more. Even Qin Zmei had softened towards him. What if this man relied on the old man and Qin Mingyue to bully them in the future? There's no need for that, Lingyu replied without understanding the thoughts of these women, trying to restore a peaceful atmosphere. Nevertheless, he was feeling quite tired already. The reality of a prestigious family was very different from what was portrayed in novels. Entering such a family was even harder. They would not confront you outright, nor look down on you blatantly, nor give you any chance to retaliate against them. They would just subtly mess with your mindset, make you tired, make you unable to stand it. No wonder it was often said that marrying into a prestigious family was as deep as the sea. Lingyu was already starting to feel it. All right, let's not mention the past anymore. Let's start the meal, Qin Qiagan once again commanded. Everyone immediately quieted down and dined elegantly. Every movement was very cautious. Lingyu was a bit uncomfortable with this kind of atmosphere, but for Qin Mingyu's sake, he tried his best to fit in. Ha ha. Lingyu, does tonight's food suit your taste? Qin Qiagang's mood was still good, and he was the least restrained of the whole family. While everyone else ate silently, he suddenly burst out laughing, saying, "The taste is great, I rarely get to eat such delicious dishes." Lingyu replied honestly, "Hehe, enjoy and eat more. As long as you come back with Mingyue in the future, there will always be plenty to eat." Aunt Qingyue quickly joined the conversation. Every word seemed fine, but Lingyu, not being a fool, sensed an uncomfortable undertone. They were implying that he was living off Mingyue. Yes, you are now Mingyu's person. Remember to take good care of Mingyue. She is the backbone of the Qin family. If she doesn't do well, then the entire Qin family won't do well. I believe in Mingyu's judgment. Since she has chosen you, there must be something outstanding about you. With your assistance, the Qiagang group will surely advance further. A group of women began chattering again, unknowingly pressuring Lingyu. If in the future Mingyue fell ill, or if the Qiagang group began to decline, it would fall on him. If they decided to make him leave Mingyue, they would have a legitimate reason. As for this man's ability to help Mingyue manage the Qiagang group, they didn't believe it at all. That's enough, none of you should speak anymore. Qin Qiagang couldn't be unaware of the thoughts of these women in the Qin family more thorny and a sea urchin. Seeing the atmosphere wasn't right, Aunt Qin Hanzu quickly smiled at Lingyu. Because you are Mingyu's husband, and also a rare man in the Qin family. All the sisters of the Qin family have very high expectations of you. You must not let everyone down. Although this statement was meant to pressure Lingyu openly, it actually made him feel a little more comfortable than the other remarks. Auntie, please rest assured, if there is a need within my capabilities, I will definitely do my best to help Mingyue. Lingyu also promised publicly. Ha ha. Good, as long as you have this intention. This time, Qin Qiagang took over Lingyu's words to prevent the women of the Qin family from saying anything unpleasant. Lingyu, did you know that tonight's celebration feast was specially arranged for you? For me? Lingyu was slightly surprised and chuckled. Grandfather wouldn't be joking, right? What contribution did I make? Beside him, Qin Mingyue couldn't help but give him a look. As if to say, you really made no contribution, all the credit goes to Qin Ruohan, that little girl. If she hadn't randomly guessed Tan said something, could we have had this celebration tonight? Qin Ruohan was also secretly amused, knowing that the foolish brother-in-law still had no idea that his biggest contribution was having pushed his sister over. Of course, Qin Tiagang couldn't directly say that, since the Qin family highly valued family morals. He laughed heartily. Have you forgotten already? It was you who built the Qin family's strategic reserve warehouse. Now that the warehouse is officially in use, it has brought massive commercial profits to the Chiagang Group. So, to reward you, I have decided to allocate a suite for you in the Qin family estate. You can choose it after the meal. Ha ha. What? The women of the Qin family are immediately shocked and surprised. This, Qin's family, is finally going to have an adult male master moving in. Huh? Yes. It suddenly feels like. A group of women looked at each other, wanting to speak but not daring to, speaking half-sentences. Qin's family is dominated by Qin Chang'an, and Qin Mingyu is Qin's family's successor. Both of their hearts are leaning towards Lingyu, so even if others have different opinions, they dare not speak out casually. Qin Zimai is no exception. She knows her position better than anyone else. She must handle everything properly within the Qin family. Otherwise, her fate will be like Lin Fei. If a woman stands in the wrong position, she will end up with nothing, just like the wife of the second-generation heir. Qin Mingyu still didn't speak because she knew that every word she said would determine the course of events. Lingyu, I suggest you choose the largest suite. In the end, it was Qin Yuer who spoke with a deep smile. Each suite in the Qin family manor is worth several million as a base. Many men outside struggle for a lifetime and probably won't earn that much money. She didn't mention Lingyu, but everyone knew, including Lingyu among those men outside. If it weren't for his stroke of luck being noticed by Qin Chang'an, why should he marry into the Qin family? Qin Zimai secretly snorted, looking displeased. As Qin Chang'an continued to smile, pretending not to understand the meaning behind Qin Yuer's words, he also didn't look at the other daughter's expressions. Lingyu finally smiled bitterly and said, Grandfather, Aunt, thank you for your kindness, but I haven't planned on moving into the Qin family yet. What? Hearing Lingyu's response, all the women of the Qin family were surprised. Qin Zimai even trembled. Is this man trying to play hard to get? Okay. Let's see how you act all high and mighty. Oh, why not? Qin Chang'an was also a bit surprised that Lingyu would refuse. He thought that since Lingyu had already had his way with his granddaughter once, he would do so numerous times, and the baby should be born soon. By then, he wanted his great-grandson to be born in the Qin family, living in the Qin family from beginning to end, as the vast assets of the Qin family were to be inherited by him. Of course, he hadn't discussed this plan with Lingyu yet. Currently, it was wishful thinking on his part, but he never thought Lingyu had a reason to refuse. After all, who would reject overnight wealth? Grandfather, this doesn't seem to fit the customs of Long Kingdom, right? Lingyu still smiled bitterly, choosing his words carefully. I really appreciate grandfather arranging a house for me at my in-laws' place. But if Mingyu doesn't want to move to my place, then we should live together outside rather than me following my wife to her parents' place, right? These words caused a commotion among the Qin family women. Each one was discussing it one after another. Although they didn't voice their words of contempt, it was already written on their faces. What kind of man is Lingyu? Can he really afford a house where Mingyu can live? Qin Mingyu still didn't speak, sighing deeply in her heart. She didn't like this atmosphere but knew that this was something she and Lingyu must face. After all, marriage is not just between two people but between two families. Lingyu didn't want her to clash with his family, and she also hoped that Lingyu would gain approval from her family and live harmoniously. She was well aware that most members of the Qin family were not proponents of marriage. They felt that marriage was bothersome, and men were just big slobs, choosing to remain single. Her aversion to men came from this subtle influence. She never expected to fall for a man and now found herself changing herself despite that. Bai Lao, standing beside the dining table, glanced at the old master with a slight smile. He understood Qin Chang'an the most and knew his comprehensive plan, but he didn't expect that Lingyu would refuse. What would the old master do? Ha ha. You're right. Qin Chang'an not only wasn't angry, he even conceded to Lingyu. Anyway, you can still choose your house. After you make your choice, whether you want to come to the Qin family, it's up to you. The Qin family, who had just been dismissive, were now all envious internally. Before, they didn't think that the old master was so biased towards males, but now it was clear to them. But what could they do? Qin's family was lacking in males, making them precious commodities. Thank you, grandfather. I think I will move in first and then choose. Ling Yu might be a fool in Qin Mingyu's heart, but he wasn't actually stupid. How could he not see the expressions of the Qin family women? If he insisted on choosing, he might end up making them resent him. He couldn't do that, even if he had grand plans in mind, and intended to use his wife to bring down the president of the Long Kingdom Chamber of Commerce. He wasn't going to rush things now. Ha, as you wish. Come, let's continue to eat and drink. Qin Chang'an didn't push Ling Yu further. Since he was in a good mood, he would wait for Mingyu's stomach to react before making further decisions. By then, when Mingyu had a baby in her belly, he would ask his granddaughter to come stay at the Qin family. And Ling Yu, this little guy, wouldn't resist coming along, would he? Hey. Experience comes with age. He believed that Ling Yu couldn't outsmart him. The following meal was a bit more harmonious, with fewer conversations. Qin Mingyu remained silent throughout, somewhat satisfied with the fool beside her today for not causing a fight with her family. However, there would likely be many tests in the future. Hopefully, this fool would be able to withstand them. After the celebration banquet ended, since Ling Yu didn't plan to marry into the Qin family, Qin Mingyu naturally went back to the Yunshan neighborhood with him. Just as the two of them got into the car, another Rolls-Royce arrived at the late-night Qin family estate. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu were both familiar with this luxurious car style. That's the car from the Lin family. Ling Yu didn't leave immediately, but looked at his wife. Mingyu, shall we go back and take a look? They didn't know who was in the car from the Lin family. Qin Mingyu thought for a moment. There's no need. It shouldn't be coming to find us. Let's go back. I want to rest well tonight. Okay. Ling Yu knew his wife was tired and decided to send her home to rest early. As if mindful of the situation, after the two left, the Rolls-Royce's driver got out of the car, opened the rear door, and a noble woman clad in a black long coat stepped out. She cast a glance in the direction that Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu had departed. It was Lin Fei. Afterwards, she adjusted her coat and prepared to walk into the main villa of the Qin estate. However, she suddenly felt an unfriendly gaze. Lin Fei, what are you doing back? Qin Honshu and a few other Qin women were also preparing to leave the Qin family estate and ran into Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at Qin Honshu, a hint of resentment in her eyes. But then her face turned cold and emotionless. What I'm doing is none of your business. Who do you think you are? With that, she tried to walk past her. But Qin Honshu reached out and blocked her way. Lin Fei's gaze met Qin Honshu's once again. The two pairs of eyes clashed, one like a thunderbolt and the other like a blazing flame. Even Qin Zimai felt intimidated by these two women at this moment. Qin Honshu, why don't you leave and see what happens? Lin Fei had brought for close bodyguards back with her today, and was standing behind them, not afraid of Qin Honshu making a move. I won't leave. Let's see if you dare to force your way in. Qin Honshu was not one to back down. Lin Fei had bodyguards, but did Qin's family not have any? They just had even more, as expected. Upon hearing the commotion, a group of bodyguards from the Qin family hurried out of the villa. The two of them were at a standoff. People say that actions speak louder than words, and the grudge between these two women had reached the point where they would fight without saying a word. Mom, Aunt San, calm down. At a critical moment, Qin Ruhan also walked out from inside and tried to reason with them. The two women naturally didn't listen to her. However, following behind Qin Ruhan was Bai Lao, who rolled up his sleeves and asked, Madam, have you talked to the master tonight? I will go in and tell him right now. What about it? Do you dare to stop me? Lin Fei stared at Bai Lao. Although Bai Lao was not weak, he also knew his place and immediately lowered his head, saying, I dare not, but please wait, madam. I will go in to consult the master. HMPH. Lin Fei looked displeased but also didn't continue to push forward. As the daughter-in-law of the Qin family, she even had to consider others' opinions when returning home. Whose heart would feel good in such a situation? Bai Lao quickly went to Qin Chang'an and reported the situation. Sigh. Let her come back. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chang'an waved his hand and instructed Bai Lao. She was still his daughter-in-law, and with his son Qin Ruxiang long gone, and Lin Fei not betraying him, Qin Chang'an had no reason to keep her away, even though he knew her motives were impure. Soon, Bai Lao returned to the entrance and, with his hands clasped behind his back, said, "The master allows the madam to return home." "Humph, get out of here," Lin Fei coldly rebuked Qin Hanshu. This contrasted sharply with her usual elegant and noble image, all because she hated Qin Hanshu so much. Sooner or later, she vowed to see Qin Hanshu meet a bad end. "Humph, I warn you not to mess around. The Qin family is not a place where you can act recklessly." After giving her a cold warning, Qin Hanshu left the Qin family with Qin Zaimai and the other women. Lin Fei tried to enter the villa with her bodyguards, but Bai Lao raised his hand to stop her. "Madam, the master only allows you to come back, but does not permit others to enter the Qin family villa freely." Lin Fei clenched her fist slightly, but then relaxed, giving a signal with her eyes for the bodyguards to stay outside. Bai Lao observed the bodyguards for a while before turning around and going inside to report to Qin Chang'an. "Take them down. A woman without poison is not a real woman." Lin Fei returned today, fully intending to completely tear off the facade. Now that things have reached this point, she absolutely cannot show mercy as a woman, even to the bodyguards in front of her who had once protected her. Snap, boom, the scene of the fight was extremely fierce, with fresh blood staining the walls in an instant, screams piercing the night. Lin Fei's heart was also racing fast. She knew that victory or defeat hinged on this moment, so she did not wait for the melee to end before quickly making her way to her husband's former room. A gray figure suddenly stood in her way. Lin Fei was startled. Is this person a ghost? How could they appear out of nowhere? Bai Lao, madam, please stop. Bai Lao sighed, facing Lin Fei, his face showing a hint of sadness. Originally a family, why must they fight against each other? Hearing his words, Lin Fei's panic gradually transformed into anger. What do you mean, please stop? It's you all who stripped me of my rightful property. It's you who used all means necessary. It's you who bullied me for over 20 years. I am the victim. As a wife, all I want is to retrieve my husband's belongings, to remember him. Is that wrong? I am not wrong. It is you all who have never seen me as a human being." Bai Lao silently watched Lin Fei vent, sighing softly. He somewhat understood Lin Fei's feelings, but, with different standpoints, he was determined not to let her rampage just because she was angry. "Get out, you accomplice of Qin Chang'an. You executioner." Lin Fei remained composed. Even in her rage, her words carried a touch of elegance. "Madam, I dare not judge the grudges between you and the Qin family. However, the master has commanded that no one is allowed to enter this room. If you wish to enter, you will have to step over my body." Bai Lao's voice was calm. Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. With a deep breath, she bit her lip and said, "Don't think I won't dare." As she spoke, she took 2 steps back. Her 4 skilled men behind her all attacked Bai Lao simultaneously. Not only that, knowing the old man in front of them was skilled, they even drew out their daggers. The 4 varied in speed. The fastest was a tall, thin man, his dagger aimed straight at Bai Lao's throat. It seemed like an attempt to strike a fatal blow, but he actually intended to force Bai Lao to move. With Bai Lao now backed against the wall, having no worries about his rear, the group of 4 naturally moved to encircle him from all sides to maximize their advantage. Left or right, the thin man silently judged in his mind how Bai Lao would dodge his dagger. Unexpectedly, Bai Lao had no intention of dodging. When the dagger was inches away from his throat, his left hand extended from his sleeve. His movements were slow, agonizingly slow. An ordinary old man's movement. Yet in the next moment, the thin man was shocked because, in the blink of an eye, Bai Lao's left hand blocked his wrist holding the dagger. "HMPH, can you block this?" Though not the brawny type, the thin man didn't think his strength was weaker than an old man's. Yet the next moment, he was surprised once again. An invisible force made his wrist rotate automatically, as if there were a swirling vortex of energy gradually twisting his wrist 90 degrees. If it continued, his wrist would break. At a critical moment, another burly man attacked Bai Lao from the right. Bai Lao's right hand moved. Once again, with a technique akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, he spun at the attacker's wrist. Like the thin man, The burly man was perplexed by this technique and the invisible force causing his wrist to twist. Old man, perish. Two more companions also rushed forward, aiming for Bai Lao's vital points. All four attackers had a similar characteristic in their techniques. They were ferocious. Four bloodthirsty wolves. Lin Fei'd, with a fierce expression, trembled violently, her red lips quivering. Bai Lao, don't blame me. You are the stumbling block in my way. I will make sure to get back what I deserve, by any means necessary. At this point, it seemed like Bai Lao was doomed faced with 4 against 1. However, Bai Lao drew circles with his hands, an invisible force, possessing immense power that caused the thin man and burly man to spin uncontrollably. They tried desperately to stabilize themselves, but couldn't manage it. Their bodies floated up in the air, like clothes being tossed around in a washing machine. Thud! The two collided with their diving companion. With a light grunt, Bai Lao gently pushed his hands, and the 4 men were flung out like a pile of trash, slamming harshly against the wall. Lin Fei stood dumbfounded, unable to produce a sound as she watched Bai Lao. She seemed to see a Tai Chi diagram under his feet with invisible energy swirling around him. This old man was indeed a Tai Chi grandmother. Lin Fei had heard of his reputation before, the current national martial arts champion, having trained several champions, which turned out to be true. No wonder that old fox Qin Chang'an trusted him so much. Bai Lao suddenly sighed deeply. Madam, I have watched you grow up over the past 20 years. From a simple and beautiful bride to the elegant woman you are now. I truly don't want you to be enemies with the Qin family. While this matter hasn't alarmed the master yet, you should leave. Lin Fei bit her lower lip, her expression extremely complex. Bai Lao, I will not thank you. You are the obstacle in my path, and I will definitely reclaim what belongs to me, by any means necessary. After leaving these harsh words, Lin Fei stumbled out. After her figure disappeared, Bai Lao took out a communicator to inform Zheng Fuxian to clean up the scene. In the master bedroom of the villa, Qin Chang'an had not slept all night. He waited for Bai Lao with his hands in his sleeves to arrive before sighing and speaking. Did Lin Fei leave? Yes, I let her go. Bai Lao nodded. Qin Chang'an also nodded, sighing. It seems that over 20 years ago, I did indeed make a mistake. I should not have let Ruxian marry her. Sir, now that things have come to this, there's no use in regretting. Let's focus on how to protect those 2 things. Bai Lao said with narrowed eyes. It's no exaggeration to say that if those 2 things fall into the wrong hands, it could change the entire world. Qin Chang'an nodded again. Yes, that's why I haven't taken them out over the years, especially the Heart of the Sun. But I also can't keep them hidden for too long. Bai Lao agreed. Indeed, we are both old. In the twilight of our lives, it's time to pass on these duties to the younger generation. The one who understood Qin Chang'an the most was always this old man who had followed him for decades. Upon hearing this, Qin Chang'an's mind conjured an image of Ling Yu. Choosing this grandson-in-law was not just to have him continue the Qin family line, but also to entrust him with this important task. On the highway to Yanjing, a black Corolla sped along. Mo Shu was driving, speeding up to 180. The 10-year-old car was emitting black smoke from its front. Darn it, out of gas again. Mo Shu cursed. Postage is so high now, adding a full tank of gas will cost me $300. Sitting in the back seat, Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses, showing no particular expression, just a curious smile. You should have made quite a bit of money from my father. Have you spent it all on girls? Why are you still driving this beat-up car from 10 years ago? It's called sentiment, you wouldn't understand. Mo Shu couldn't be bothered to explain further to Zhao Wuji. What does a young man in his 20s know about sentiment? Those girls don't want your house or car. They willingly give everything to you, serve you wholeheartedly, making you feel good and pampered. Is it wrong to spend tens of thousands of yuan each day to support these girls? Zhao Wuji smiled, and did not argue with him further, just silently watched as Mo Shu drove the car into a gas station, and then got into a heated argument with the gas station attendants over a few bucks in gas fees, arguing for quite some time. 1. Seeing Mo Shu return to the car, Zhao Wuji teased. Of course I won. Mo Shu's face lit up with the joy of victory. I said to fill it up, but she added more than what was needed by 5 yuan. I definitely couldn't let her get away with it. Zhao Wuji showed an admiring smile. Impressive. I probably wouldn't have won against that lady. Haha, that's why I said, you can't even beat an older lady. What does that make you? Mo Shu directly mocked Zhao Wuji, not giving him any face. Zhao Wuji wasn't offended, just smiled. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He looked at the message and his smile froze. What? Lin Fei made a mistake. Mo Shu restarted the car, showing his yellow teeth as he asked. Zhao Wuji casually smiled. It was expected. If a few henchmen could steal from the Qin family, those 2 items would have been gone long ago. Haha, a crowning achievement. Mo Shu mocked again. If you knew she would fail, why did you send for people to help her? Isn't that ridiculous? Zhao Wuji smiled casually and explained after adjusting his glasses. I was just testing to see if Qin Chang'an had those 2 items in the Qin family. Now it seems at least one of them is not there. Oh. Mo Shu was slightly surprised, dropping his mocking expression. You knew all along. Of course, do you really think I am called Shizun Wuji for nothing? Zhao Wuji rarely joked with others, but at this moment, he bantered with Mo Shu. Mo Shu chuckled. Zhao Wuji continued, tactics say, show weakness to hide strength, and show strength to hide weakness. Qin Chang'an deliberately guarded one room heavily, just to mislead others. Those 2 items are in the Qin family. If you have the ability, go steal them. Ha ha. Brilliant. Mo Shu laughed heartily. Then when people finally break in, they'll find an empty fortress. Their expressions would be priceless, right? I would definitely curse. Zhao Wuji remained silent. Mo Shu then gave him a thumbs up. I said, if you were to help Lin Fei steal those 2 items, at least you should have sent me. That trash couldn't handle it. You won't do. Zhao Wuji smiled. Don't look down on me. Not at all. Zhao Wuji said seriously, you are my ace card, to be saved for last. Mo Shu burst out laughing. You can't do anything, but your judgment is quite good. Ha ha. On the other hand, after coming back from the Qin family celebration, Ling Yu had been preparing medicine at home for 2 days. Finally done. Looking at his creation, Ling Yu smiled with satisfaction. Yi Xiao's internal organs were severely damaged and could only be slowly healed with Chinese medicine. Ling Yu wrapped the medicine he prepared in yellow paper, intending to invite Yi Zi out and give it to him to try. If it worked, he would give him the prescription, so that he could make it himself in the future. However, before he could make arrangements with Yi Zi, his mother called. Xiao Yu. How is the matchmaking for your cousin going? There are no women in their house. This can't go on. Chen Ailan was worried. After the new year, Ling Shitang brought Weiwei back home. Ling Shitang worked during the day and came home to take care of his son at night. Many things weren't being taken care of properly, and the quality of life had deteriorated. Ling Shitang used to think that Ziqian was completely unnecessary at home. But now that she was really gone, he realized she had an impact. For instance, Ziqian used to come back from playing cards every day. She would pick up breakfast on her way back home sometimes. And occasionally she would take their son to and from places. Also, she would buy household items like toothpaste, shower gel, towels, even though Ling Shitang provided the money. Without her, it didn't have a big impact overall, but it made things difficult on a detailed level. Mom. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Ling Yu knew Chen Ailan's health wasn't good, so he didn't want her to worry too much and took this matter upon himself. After all, he had always treated Ling Shitang as his own brother. Okay. I'll leave it in your hands then. Chen Ailan let out a sigh of relief, otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yu called Guanruru. Simple. Leave it to me, I'll take care of it, just cooperate. Guanruru had been studying strategies these past few days, waiting to showcase her skills in front of Ling Yu. After all, wasn't she the relationship advisor? All right, I'll cooperate. Ling Yu replied, feeling relieved like Chen Ailan, otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do either. Soon, Yu Tingting, who was working at the kindergarten, received a call from an unknown number. It wasn't labeled as a scam. Hello, who's this? Hello, may I speak to Miss Yu Tingting? Yes, who's this? I'm Guanruru, the unfortunate person who was poisoned with you that day. Oh, it's you. Yu Tingting also laughed. That day's experience was unforgettable for her. Thinking back to when she was wearing sexy lingerie and was seen through by Lingyu with Guan Ruru, her cheeks felt hot. Too embarrassing. So, I have a few amusement park tickets that someone gave me, and I can't find anyone to go with. Would you like to be friends and go together? Can't find anyone. What about Lingyu? Oh, him. He will definitely be there to then count me in. Yu Tingting didn't let Guan Ruru finish, immediately agreeing. It was a done deal. Guan Ruru was pleased with herself. Matchmaking was a piece of cake for her as Lingyu's exclusive relationship advisor, wasn't it? Chen Ailan wanted Lingyu to drive her home to pick her up to go to Ling Shiting's house. After getting into the car, Chen Ailan immediately asked, Xiaoyu, how are things going? Lingyu answered while driving, Mom, everything is arranged. Tomorrow is Saturday. I've made plans to take Tingting to the amusement park, so now I'm going to give a ticket to my cousin as well. That's good. Chen Ailan nodded, but then immediately worried. But Shitang isn't very good with words. I'm afraid he won't know how to impress a girl. Lingyu smiled wryly. His mother was worrying about him just like before. Now she was starting to worry about his cousin. Such is the heart of parents in this world. Mom, there's no need to worrying about this. We can only leave it to fate for my cousin. Lingyu comforted. With more interaction, I believe Tingting will see that my cousin is a good man. Chen Ailan nodded. Yes, we're all good men in the Ling family. Since you managed to marry Mingyu, then Shatan will definitely be able to marry Tingting. Lingyu, his mom's words made it sound like he wasn't good enough. He chuckled. Dan didn't continue speaking. Soon, the two arrived at Ling Shiting's house, only to see Ziqian standing at the door. Auntie, you're here, that's great. Wah. Ziqian saw Chen Ailan and burst into tears, rushing over to hug her. Lingyu noticed that she probably didn't know his mother and he would be coming. Oh, Qian. Don't cry. Let's talk properly. Although Chen Ailan was a kind-hearted person, she was not someone who couldn't differentiate right from wrong. Ziqian and Ling Shitang were divorced, so she had no more obligations towards her like before. Indeed, Ziqian began to play the victim. Auntie, please help me persuade Shitang. I truly regret my mistakes. Can you convince him to remarry me? She had almost no money left because news of her infidelity during her marriage had spread. She couldn't even face her family during the Chinese New Year. She was staying at Zi Chunyan's house, but even Zi Chunyan couldn't financially support her forever. She found it hard to return to work at the bathhouse. First, she wasn't as young anymore. Secondly, she had become lazy over the years, her temper had worsened, and that kind of environment required a good service attitude. Thirdly, they've been cracking down recently. Chen Ailan sighed, not knowing how to respond in that moment. Lingyu directly pushed Ziqian away. You cheated while married, and even stabbed my cousin with a knife. You had initially wanted to be with Si Jijan, and now you regret it. It's useless now. Stop bothering my cousin. He had a good temper, but if it were Ling Ruoxu in his place, Ziqian would have faced an even more humiliating situation. Hearing some commotion outside, Ling Shitang opened the door. Seeing Chen Ailan and Lingyu, he inquired, Mom, Xiaoyu, why are you here? Shitang, Ziqian quickly rushed forward, crying, Please let me come home. I promise I won't play mahjong anymore. I'll take care of Xiaowei, be a good wife and mother leave. Ling Shitang didn't want to hear a word she said, forcefully pushing her to the ground. Things had come to this point, her words were of no use. A leopard can't change its spots. Don't even mention that I don't believe you can do what you said. Even if you can I walk around knowing I've been cheated on? Ling Shiting's words were full of resentment. Even Lingyu was almost tempted to applaud his cousin. His cousin was definitely more honest than him. To have provoked an honest man to this extent, Ziqian was truly causing her own misery. Wah! Ziqian lay on the ground, disheveled, clothes in disarray, crying like a ghost. Xiaoyu, why are you here? Ling Shitang also ignored her, directly asking Lingyu. Lingyu didn't intend to avoid Ziqian, instead taking out a ticket. Well, I have these 2 amusement park tickets. I want you and Xiaowei to go play tomorrow. Tingting will also be there. Really? Ling Shiting's eyes lit up, but then he sighed immediately afterwards. He knew he was a mess. How could he have fantasies about a flower? Cousin, don't overthink it. Chat more with Tingting. Even if you can't be lovers, being friends first is also good. Ling Yu quickly encouraged him. Yes, Shatang, make good use of this opportunity, Chen Ailin also urged eagerly. Seeing the Ling family being so cold and heartless, Ziqian lying on the ground exploded. She suddenly jumped up as if she had gone mad, pointing at Ling Shatang and ridiculing loudly. Dummy, you think divorcing me means you won't wear a green hat anymore? Let me tell you, you're the king of green hats in Yunchang. Haha, your son isn't even really yours. What? Ling Yu and Chen Ailin were shocked. Ling Shatang felt like he was struck by lightning. Ling Xiaowei had been hiding inside the house. His father had told him not to come out. Suddenly he heard his mother's words and froze. I'm not Dad's son. Children have weak mental resilience. For a moment it was as if he had fallen into a daze. Stop spreading lies. Get out of here. Ling Shitang's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. If Chen Ailin hadn't pulled him back, he might have hit Ziqian once again. Though they were divorced, they had slept in the same bed for 6 years, and Ling Shatang was about to make a move. Oh, you don't believe me? Then go do a paternity test with Xiaowei. Ziqian laughed like a maniac, backing away while mocking. Initially, you asked me to come back, so that your son would have a real mother. Now, go chase after your teacher and form a new family. By then Xiaowei will truly be a bastard. Ling Yu, watching her expression at that moment, felt as if his heart had been severely punched. How could there be such a shameless woman in the world? She had actually carried someone else's child, then married his cousin. I'll kill you, Ziqian, I'll kill you. At this point, the intense argument had attracted some neighbors and passers-by. Ling Shatang felt as if his head was on fire. He was out of control. Shatang. No. Don't do anything reckless. Chen Ailin was genuinely worried that he might do something impulsive, trying to restrain him. But how could a delicate woman like her hold him back? She almost got swept away. Fortunately, Ling Yu was accompanying her today. He quickly stabilized his mom with one hand, while holding his cousin tightly with the other, loudly persuading, "Cousin, if you kill her, you'll end up in jail. What about Xiaowei?" Ling Shatang gradually calmed down. Yes, if he went to jail, Xiaowei would be left as an orphan. Yes, Xiaoyu, you're right. I can't fall for Ziqian's tricks. She's definitely lying on purpose. Ling Shatang quickly tried to reassure himself. Well, it's very likely, so you need to stay calm. Ling Yu hurriedly comforted. Regardless of anything, your 6-year bond with Xiaowei won't change. Will it? You two are definitely father and son. Despite Ling Yu's reassurances, he couldn't help but also feel that Ziqian's expression just now didn't seem like she was lying on the spot. It felt more like she was speaking the truth. Chen Ailin had the same feeling, back when Xiaowei was prematurely born. There were some gossips from busybodies speculating about his parentage. She had told them not to be so disrespectful and affect someone else's marriage. Never did she expect that this matter would come out of Ziqian's mouth today. Xiaowei. Ling Shatang hurried back to the room and saw Xiaowei's expression was not right. He quickly hugged him and said, "Don't listen to your mom. No. Don't listen to that woman surnamed Z talk nonsense. She is deliberately trying to sow discord between our father and son relationship. She has ill intentions." Xiaowei nodded, but his eyes were slightly red, clearly showing signs of being burdened with heavy thoughts. That night, Chen Ailin stayed at Ling Shitang's house to chat with them and console Ling Shatang. She also gave him some advice, encouraging him to take the initiative tomorrow. After all, good girls like Yu Tingting are hard to come by. Ling Yu went to pick up Qin Mingyu from the company at 8 o'clock in the evening and briefly told her about what happened that day. Ziqian, that woman might indeed be intentionally spreading rumors. Qin Mingyu also gave her judgment and advice, but whether she is lying or not. You don't need to do any paternity test to confirm that Xiaowei is your nephew's biological son. Ling Yu immediately smiled at her words. What? Why are you smiling at me like that? Qin Mingyu glared at him with a mix of mock anger. You and I share the same thoughts. Ling Yu chuckled. Qin Mingyu acted aloof and turned her head with a huff. Are you saying we have a telepathic connection? Ha ha. Isn't that great? Ling Yu laughed heartily. Qin Mingyu muttered to herself. This fool seems to be getting more and more presumptuous in front of me. Annoying. By the way, Mingyu, tomorrow is Saturday, and I want to ask you for something. Ling Yu suddenly said seriously, to help my nephew build a relationship. I arranged for Yu Tingting to go to the amusement park with me tomorrow. A double date. Qin Mingyu's intelligence shone through as she quickly guessed the plan, even checking the strategy for a double date with two others. Yes, Ling Yu nodded and also admired his wife's insight. She wasn't as emotionally oblivious as he thought. Unfortunately, I have no free time tomorrow, so you might need to find someone else to go. Qin Mingyu didn't guess correctly this time, thinking that this fool was suggesting they go as a couple along with Yu Tingting and Ling Shitang. Okay. Ling Yu was slightly taken aback but quickly agreed. Qin Mingyu sensed something amiss and stared coldly at him. Oh, so you didn't want to ask me out? Oh, no. Ling Yu smiled awkwardly, confessing, this strategy was suggested by Director Guan's daughter. She will accompany me, and will help foster the relationship between my nephew and Yu Tingting. Guan Ro, Qin Mingyu's expression turned even colder, a hint of anger showing. Well, you know her. Ling Yu felt he was in trouble, hoping his wife wouldn't get mad. Nevertheless, he remained composed. He was sure Qin Mingyu would trust him, making any further explanations unnecessary. I was just curious, so you never planned to ask me out? Qin Mingyu's piercing eyes coldly observed him. Ling Yu felt as if he had plunged into an icy cave but quickly said, Mingyu, I know you've been busy lately, so when you have some free time, I'll ask you out again, alright? Hemph, I won't go. Qin Mingyu turned away, displaying the temperament of a CEO. Why should this man ask her out? And why must she go? Not romantic at all. Ling Yu felt something was wrong. It was troublesome. His wife seemed genuinely upset. Well, it looked like he had to ask Guan Ro on how to pacify his wife again. The night before last, after we returned home, my mother went back to the Qin family, and the Qin family was robbed. Qin Mingyu broke the silence and spoke up again. Her expression was icy, and she resumed her normal composure. Ling Yu furrowed his brow slightly and said, Was it your mother who took some people back home? Yes. Qin Mingyu sighed lightly. In the past, she had no one to confide in, but now that there was someone to talk to, she felt a bit relieved. Mingyu, since you've told me about this, I won't hide anything either. Ling Yu spoke straightforwardly. Is Lin Fei also eyeing the things in the Qin family? If her goal aligns with Zhao Wuji's, during her visit to the Lin family over the New Year, there's a high chance she entered into some kind of collaboration with Zhao Wuji. Qin Mingyu didn't say anything but silently affirmed Ling Yu's guess. Lin Fei is after all your mother, a member of the Qin family. How the items in the Qin family are divided is the Qin family's business. If the items end up in your mother's hands, from my perspective, it's acceptable. However, my concern is that she might be manipulated, allowing the treasures of the Qin family to fall into the wrong hands. Ling Yu's words echoed Qin Mingyu's thoughts perfectly, making her feel more at ease. It felt like she had found a kindred spirit. What do you think I should do? This was the first time Qin Mingyu actively sought Ling Yu's advice, and her beautiful eyes gazed at his side profile. Find an opportunity to have a good chat with your mom. Since your family, there shouldn't be any dead ends that can't be resolved. Ling Yu's suggestion gave Qin Mingyu a sense of enlightening confusion. In the past, when she gave advice to Ling Yu, she had a clearer perspective as an outsider. Now, unexpectedly, she had switched roles and become the confused one as the person directly involved. She smiled faintly. I didn't expect you, this fool, to be quite smart sometimes. Ling Yu chuckled. As the former king of war, his analytical skills were not weak. You're underestimating me, my dear wife. On the other side, Chen Ailin stayed at Ling Shiteng's house until both father and son went to sleep before she lay down in a small guest room. But not long after, she got up again, pondered for a while, and then took out her phone to call Uji. Hello, son-in-law. Why are you up so late? Uji's tone was a bit strange. It was indeed late, and he was exhausted from work, already in bed. However, his desire to connect with the Qin family, with Ling Ruoxu being the link, made him want to seem angry but still maintain a good attitude. Uji, sorry to disturb you so late. Chen Ailin got straight to the point. Tomorrow is Saturday. If you're free, would you like to go to the amusement park? I'll make sure that girl Ruoxu goes too. When Nuji heard about going to the amusement park, he almost exploded with anger. Did a place like that befit his position as the company's general manager? But when he heard the last sentence, he became excited. He had initially wanted to dominate Ling Ruoxu out of personal desire, lustful intentions towards her, and the idea of conquering her so he could have her as he pleased in the future. Now that Ling Ruoxu ignored him, he felt uneasy, so being able to play with her made Nuji thrilled. Great. I'll go pick Ruoxu up early tomorrow. That's great. I'll go persuade her. If she dares not to go, I won't agree. Chen Ailin also smiled and hung up the phone. She felt that although the son-in-law was a bit arrogant at times, he wasn't too bad in character. It was evident he genuinely liked her daughter, and since they were married, they should make some compromises for each other. As parents, everyone wants their children's marriages to last long. In the early morning Cloud City, a black Corolla was driving steadily on the outskirts of the highway. As the car turned onto a winding mountain road, it seemed like the old car could fall apart at any moment, making loud noises of clunk-clunk. Zhao Wuji, sitting in the back seat, had to grip the handle tightly and couldn't help but complain. I must not have done anything good in my past life to end up riding in your car in this life. Damn it. Moshu cursed as he drove along the bumpy road. Shouldn't I be the one to say that? I haven't done anything good in 8 lifetimes to end up working with you. Who the hell do you want to see? Why not meet in the city hall in the downtown area instead of coming to this rundown place? Zhao Wuji smiled apologetically. You have a point. It's not really your fault, but it's not mine either. The other party insisted on meeting here to discuss a collaboration. I also want to be the successor of the Zhao family. I know you want to be, but if you don't cooperate with this damn organization, you won't get those 2 things from the Qin family, right? You're useless. Moshu continued to scold Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses and said, Not really. I just want to meet the legendary saintess. Don't you want to? Haha, if I didn't want to, I wouldn't come to this ghostly place with you. Seriously. What era is this? Why are they still using this kind of pretentious ancient style? Self-proclaimed saintess? Isn't that embarrassing? Moshu continued to scold, never letting up. Zhao Wuji saw through his thoughts and teased, You pretend to find it embarrassing to criticize others. But deep down, you're itching because you find their style mysterious and attractive, right? Haha, you're quite perceptive in that aspect, Moshu admitted with a laugh. In this day and age, who wouldn't be curious to hear about a saintess? Who wouldn't want to see the real person behind the legend? Let's just hope not to be disappointed. Speaking of Cloud City, I also had a story. Moshu laughed for a while, then suddenly volunteered. Oh, I'm all ears. Zhao Wuji was a good listener. His modest and courteous demeanor made it hard for anyone to imagine he was one of the top young masters in the Dragon Kingdom. It was about 7 years ago, I think. I came to Cloud City and helped some unfortunate girls, Moshu said, and Zhao Wuji just nodded. Helping unfortunate girls was not something uncommon for him. It was his lifelong career. One night, I was feeling bad, got drunk, and then unwittingly took a foot-washing woman away. When I woke up in the morning, I realized I hadn't taken any safety precautions. I was scared of getting a disease. Ha. Moshu was still flustered talking about it. Zhao Wuji just smiled. What was there to talk about with such trivial matters? But he behaved very decently and didn't interrupt. Moshu then became more excited, but who knew, that woman didn't have any disease. And it turned out, because of that incident, I paid more attention. Later, I heard that the woman found someone to marry and even had a premature child. Could I have become a father without knowing? I see. Zhao Wuji smiled faintly. So, when you return to Cloud City this time, will you look for that woman? Look for her. Look for what? Moshu waved his hand, acting like a street rascal. I'm already going to be a father. Can I still help unfortunate girls in the future? It will affect my charitable work. No way. Zhao Wuji also smiled. Indeed, it's possible that you misunderstood. Maybe it wasn't even your child. Ha. That's right. Moshu responded excitedly, but deep down, he was uneasy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately brought up this matter. Finally, the Corolla reached a clearing, and there was indeed a wooden house in front, with a small courtyard filled with various flowers. It looked antique, No wonder we are meeting in such a place. Turns out it is part of the performance. Exquisite, ha. Moshu laughed excitedly and walked in through the door. However, soon both he and Zhao Wuji were disappointed. Inside the wooden house, there was only one man waiting for them. Damn! You're the saintess? Moshu immediately burst out cursing. Have people really lost all sense of propriety to this extent? Even the live-streaming beauties making effort to dress up and pretend to be women. And here you are, a grown man standing in front of us pretending to be a saintess. Isn't that inappropriate? The man, dressed in purple, heard Moshu's words, and his eyes filled with immense killing intent. His killing intent seemed to materialize, giving off a suffocating pressure of fear. However, the two men standing in front of him were not ordinary people. They could withstand it. You are Dagger 11 of the Holy Fire Organization, right? My friend's words were a bit crude. My apologies, Zhao Wuji said, bowing to the man. The man looked at Zhao Wuji with surprise, not expecting one of the four young masters of Yanjing to be so humble. The Zhao family of Yanjing was a powerful and wealthy clan. Even the Holy Fire Organization had to show them respect. Yet he was just a member of the organization. Yes, I am Dagger 11. The man casually handed a check back to Zhao Wuji. The mission to assassinate Ling Yu failed. Here is your money back. Hey, you piece of trash. Killing someone is such a hassle, and it still failed. Moshu taunted as he took the check from Zhao Wuji. The man's eyes filled with even more killing intent. Fortunately, Moshu added, but your Holy Fire Organization still has some credibility. Returning the money for a failed mission is better than that garbage organization, Blood Spider. Zhao Wuji quickly smiled, then handed the check back to Dagger 11, saying, consider this a friendly gesture between me and the saintess. You've worked hard, HMPH, we don't accept charity. The failed mission is our responsibility. We won't take a penny. Dagger 11 remained cold, then proud. However, Zhao Wuji didn't take back the check. Instead, he took out another check with a larger amount and handed it to Dagger 11. What does this mean? Dagger 11 asked. I want the saintess to help me acquire two things. This amount is just a deposit. After the task is completed, there will be 9 times the final payment. Zhao Wuji smiled and said. Moshu's eyes widened as he saw the amount on the check. It was 1 billion. Did that mean the bounty for this mission was 100 billion? He had heard that the assets of the wealthiest family in Cloud City, the Qin family, were just over 100 billion. What could be worth Lord Wuji spending 100 billion to acquire? All right, out of respect for your sincerity, I will report to the Lady Saintess. After a glance at Zhao Wuji, Dagger 11 accepted the check. After the conversation, the two men left the wooden house. Lord Wuji, what are those two things? Why are they worth so much money? Why does the Zhao family value them so much? Moshu couldn't contain his curiosity. Zhao Wuji just smiled but didn't say anything, skillfully changing the subject. Let's go. We can't find someone to do the job for us in Ling Yu's case. We have to figure out a solution ourselves. On Saturday, Ling Ruoxu got up early, taking advantage of her mom not being at home. Nobody would criticize her fashion choices, so she quickly changed into a pink and white dress, put on a pair of flat princess shoes, applied light makeup, painted her lips red in front of the mirror, and then grabbed her bag and headed out. Today, she wanted to look for a job. After all, the new year had passed, and she needed something to do. Moreover, she heard that the person interviewing her today was a handsome guy, so she had to look extra pretty. However, as soon as she opened the door, she saw a BMW parked in front of her. Ling Ruoxu's good mood instantly evaporated. She was about to walk around the car and go on her way when a man got out of the car and called out to her, Ruoxu, my wife? Following closely behind was Chen Ailin. Let go, who's your wife? Don't touch me. Ling Ruoxu icily pushed away Uji's hand. Uji was both angry and helpless. He wanted to explode but had to endure it. Especially when he saw his wife's alluring figure, he felt an itch in his heart. Clearly, he was married. How come he couldn't enjoy her graceful body? No hugging, no touching. What was more torturous for a man than this? Ruoxu, what's the matter? Chen Ailin quickly walked over and reprimanded her daughter. It's been so many days, Uji has apologized so sincerely. What can't you forgive him for? Ling Ruoxu sighed helplessly, snorted, and turned her face away. Uji also sighed, hung his head, and pretended to look pitiful. Alright, Ruoxu, listen to Mon today. Go to the amusement park with Uji and spend more time together. Chen Ailin held her daughter's hand and handed her over to her son-in-law. Mom, why do I have to go with him? Ling Ruoxu once again pushed away Uji's hand, looking puzzled. It wasn't that she couldn't forgive Uji, she just didn't like this man. Unfortunately, her mom couldn't understand that. Just think of it as helping your cousin. Can you do it? Chen Ailin pleaded with her daughter. Xiao Yu arranged a group date and invited out the teacher Tingting that your cousin likes. Xiao Yu is still a man, and he can't talk as well as you. Can you help him? Hearing this reason, Ling Ruoxu sighed helplessly. She also knew that her cousin's family needed a woman, and her cousin genuinely liked Tingting. She wanted to help him, but she didn't want to be with Uji. Ruoxu, come with me. If you don't like it, I won't touch you. Okay. Uji also wanted to reconcile with his wife and coax her back home. For the family's sake, but more for himself, he dreamed of doing things with his wife that they both loved. Fine. Ling Ruoxu finally gave in to her mom's face, coldly agreed. But she still didn't look at Uji. Instead, she got into the car by herself. Chen Ailin finally breathed a sigh of relief and quietly said to Uji, I can only help you so much. Show her a good sigh, and win your wife back. Got it. Thanks. Uji thanked Chen Ailin, but he was still polite and didn't call her mom. Deep down, he still felt that Chen Ailin was beneath him, not on the same level as his mother. On the other side, Ling Yu had driven the Maserati early on to pick up Ling Shitang. I'll take the little way with me. Is that okay? Ling Shitang, being a bit slow, scratched his head when he saw Ling Yu. He genuinely wanted to marry Yuding back home. Originally, she didn't like him, and he was afraid it would be even harder with Little Wei around. Words spoken unintentionally can be heard with intent, and Little Wei happened to be standing behind him and over her. The 6-year-old child immediately lowered his head, pursed his lips, and held back his tears. He felt like he was unnecessary. Seeing this, Ling Yu quickly smiled at him and said, Little Wei, your dad and second uncle are taking you to the amusement park today. Yuding teacher will be there. Why do you seem unhappy? Although young, Little Wei was sensible and quickly smiled. Uncle, I'm happy, just not fully awake yet. Ling Yu also smiled immediately. This little guy was much smarter than his father. At the same time, a thought that shouldn't have occurred naturally flashed by. Could it be that his cousin wasn't really the father? Let's go, get in the car. Ling Yu didn't dawdle and, after picking up the two father and son pairs, went to pick up Guanruoru. Hello, I'm Guanruoru, a good friend of Ling Yu. Nice to meet you. Guanruoru extended her delicate hand to Ling Shitang and his son as soon as she got into the passenger seat. Actually, she wasn't usually this cheerful and outgoing, but since she had to be Ling Yu's relationship advisor, she had to have good social skills. Oh, hello. Ling Shitang was taken aback and quickly wiped his hand on his clothes. Before daring to shake hands with the beautiful woman, afraid of dirtying her delicate hand. At the same time, he sighed to himself, this small guy Ling Yu, he never used to attract so much attention from girls before. He failed 17 blind dates. How did he suddenly have so many beautiful women around him? Ruo sister, you're so cute. Still, Little Wei's mouth was better than his father's. He praised Guanruoru as soon as he spoke. Guanruoru hesitated for a moment and then her smile blossomed like a flower. You took to sister's lie. You're so fair and cute, nothing like your dad's honest image. Ow. The expressions of the three men in the car froze for a moment. Guanruoru didn't realize her misstep and continued, must take after your mom, right? Ling Yu quickly gave her a hint with his eyes. Guanruoru realized her mistake. Damn it. She forgot that the child's parents were divorced. I'm sorry, Head, it's okay. Ling Shitang quickly waved his hand and smiled. Little Wei does take after his mother, thankfully. Otherwise, he'd be ugly like me. Mr. Ling, don't underestimate yourself. Many girls actually like reliable men like you. Being reliable is the most important. Guanruoru quickly encouraged him. Ling Shitang nodded, but deep down, he wasn't very confident. He had no wealth, no talent. He had nothing, even if Ling Yu tried hard to create opportunities for him. He was afraid it would be hard to win over Yuding teacher's heart. The pressure was immense. Soon, the Maserati arrived at the entrance of Changlong Amusement Park. Yuding was the first to arrive, standing at the entrance waiting. It was clear she was nervous and conflicted. She liked Ling Yu but had to date his brother. Not dating his brother meant she wouldn't have a chance to see Ling Yu in the future. She didn't know what to do today. Wow, Yuding, you look beautiful today. After Ling Yu and the others got out of the car, it was once again Guanruru taking charge of setting the atmosphere, breaking the ice first. Strangely enough, today Yuding was dressed in a black shark pants, with a tight-fitting top inside and a loose checkered sweater outside, looking elegant and generous. On the other hand, Guanruru was wearing a dress, and the styles of the two of them were reversed compared with the day they were drugged. Where? Gentle, you are beautiful. Yu Tingting responded with a slight blush. She really thought that Guanruru was Ling Yu's girlfriend, so she thought Ling Yu liked this style of dressing. Little did she know that Guanruru actually believed that women were more feminine in skirts. That day, Ling Yu definitely preferred looking at Yu Tingting, right? After all, her dressing style was more in line with a man's aesthetic. Ling Yu, however, was unaware of the thoughts of the two women. He watched them chatting and stayed by their side, signaling to his cousin at the same time. Unfortunately, Ling Shitang was still too self-conscious and didn't dare to strike up a conversation. Just as the four of them were preparing to enter, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side. Xiao Yu, cousin, you're here too? Upon hearing this, it turned out to be Ling Ruoxu and Ya also arriving. Sister, why are you guys here too? Ling Yu seized the opportunity. Ya parked the car and approached Ling Ruoxu in a low voice. Have you reconciled with him? Ling Ruoxu sighed and replied in a low voice. Let's drag on for now. Anyway, I won't go home to sleep with him. Ling Yu sympathized with his sister. Her situation was even more complicated than his own initial circumstances. With a mother who didn't allow divorce, yet no love in the relationship. This is why it's crucial not to make mistakes in a marriage from the very beginning. It's better to lack than to misuse, otherwise, the outcomes are not easy to handle. Hello, everyone. Ya walked over at this moment, greeting warmly, but his smile was directed only at Guanruru and Yu Tingting, completely disregarding Ling Ruoxu's relatives. Ling Ruoxu noticed this small detail and had intended to give Ya a chance to perform well today, and then persuade herself to accept him. But now, that possibility seemed remote. Hello, who is this? Guanruru looked at Ling Ruoxu and asked. Both she and Yu Tingting guessed that this might be Ling Yu's sister's boyfriend. But why did they seem mismatched? They weren't compatible in height. Ling Ruoxu didn't introduce him mainly because she didn't want to acknowledge this man as her husband. However, Ya chuckled and said, I'm Ya, Ruoxu's man. He didn't outright say husband, as generally, men don't want to admit they are married in front of beautiful women, to avoid ruining the chance of other potential suitors. Ling Ruoxu's response was nonchalant. Oh, hello. Guanruru also noticed that Ling Yu's family didn't seem to have a good relationship with Ya. After a casual greeting, she didn't bother to continue the small talk with him. Likewise, Yu Tingting also didn't like the look of Ya and directly said, Let's go in. Let's go. Ling Yu led the way as Guanruru walked beside him. Ya tried to grasp Ling Ruoxu's hand along the way but was subtly rebuffed by his wife. Ling Ruoxu immediately ran to Ling Yu's other side and engaged in conversation with Guanruru. After all, she wanted to know why her little brother decided to hang out with this woman. Was he not afraid his sister would make him kneel and scrub the washboard when they returned home? Ya appeared very awkward and dared not strike up a conversation with Yu Tingting. This was a perfect opportunity for Ling Shitang, but his heart was pounding, and he couldn't bring himself to approach Yu Tingting. Teacher Yu Tingting, let's walk together. Finally, it was Xiao Wei who spoke up, taking the opportunity on behalf of his father. Sure, Xiao Wei, Yu Tingting continued as if she were accompanying a student to school, leading the way to the venue. With her son paving the way, Ling Shitang continued to follow behind Yu Tingting and Xiao Wei like a block of stone. Alas, I really don't deserve to have a wife. Ling Shitang sighed in his heart, reflecting on how he wouldn't have been able to marry if he hadn't drunk and ended up with Ziqian. Once everyone had entered, the atmosphere wasn't lively. The games in the amusement park were more suitable for adventurous young people, such as the high-flying Ferris wheel and high-speed roller coasters. While Guanruru was only 23 and naturally enjoyed it, the others were around 30 and weren't as enthusiastic. In essence, they were here today to please others rather than for enjoyment. Each one was lost in their own thoughts. Why don't we grab some snacks first? As the organizer, Guanruru suggested proactively. All right, I'll go get them. What do you all like to eat? Ling Shitang unexpectedly volunteered this time, not to impress Yu Tingting. Ling Yu and Ling Roxu knew that their cousin had always been the diligent type when it came to tasks or spending money. On the contrary, Huya had no such awareness. Only after Ling Shitang suggested and asked for everyone's preferences did he finally show some courtesy to Ling Ruoxu. Ruoxu, would you like a hot dog and milk tea? I'll get them for you. No, my cousin will get it for me. Ling Ruoxu responded indifferently. Huya felt quite embarrassed, feeling a sense of resentment. When he had pursued Ling Ruoxu before, he never had such a submissive attitude. Thinking that he would be suppressed by his wife in the future, he was considering whether the marriage should continue. However, despite his grievances, his desire for Ling Ruoxu's body, and the need to climb the social ladder through this marriage forced him to endure. While he was lost in thought, Ling Shitang had already reached the vendor and ordered various snacks for everyone. However, when it came time to pay, he was stunned. Thank you, that will be a total of 210 yuan. How come it's so expensive? Ling Shitang was caught off guard. It was his first time playing in an amusement park, and he had no idea about the prices inside, which turned out to be several times higher than outside. For a few snacks, it ended up costing over 200 yuan. That's the price here, do you want it or not? The booth owner was starting to get impatient. I'll pay. Huya finally seized his chance and went over to pay. No need. Ling Shitang tried to act first, gritting his teeth as he paid. Huya clicked his tongue, thinking that poor people always wanted face but suffered in reality. Nevertheless, it was good that he saved 200 yuan. Returning with the food, Ling Shitang was the only one without something for himself. Seeing him drooling over the snacks, Huya couldn't help but chuckle. Ling Ruoxu also noticed his subtle expression and felt this man was not a good person. Cousin, have mine. I'm on a diet recently. Ling Ruoxu handed her milk tea and hot dog to Ling Shitang. Huya was astonished, but this time, he quickly handed his portion to Ling Ruoxu. In that case, Ruoxu, have mine. Everyone's eyes were on the three of them. Ling Ruoxu rolled her eyes and retracted her hand. Then give yours to my cousin. Suddenly, I don't feel like dieting anymore. Huya smirked slightly, but maintained a composed expression as he handed his portion to Ling Shitang. No need, you all eat, you all eat. Ling Shitang simply waved his hand. Huya looked down on these lower-class people and couldn't be bothered to be polite anymore. If they didn't want it, fine by him. Dad, if you don't mind, I'll share mine with you. Finally taking pity, Yu Tingting took the initiative to say, I'm also on a diet lately. This. Ling Shitang was momentarily stunned, trying to suppress his inner excitement, but unable to help bursting into silly laughter. Cousin, what are you still daydreaming about? Ling Ruoxu couldn't stand it anymore. Her cousin was already in his 30s, why was he acting like a high school student in love? Being shy in front of a girl he likes. And the younger brother, too slow to react, why wasn't he helping him? Ling Ruoxu was relieved that she came, otherwise, even if Yu Tingting gave her cousin a chance, this idiot cousin wouldn't be able to seize it. Ling Ruoxu quickly nudged him with her shoulder, and Ling Shitang stumbled over to Yu Tingting. Yu Tingting was blushing too, slightly bowing her head. She knew that the Ling family wanted her to marry Ling Shitang and become part of the Ling family. Suddenly, she felt that it wasn't bad at all, at least Ling Yu wanted her to be his family member. Thank you. Ling Shitang was even shyer than Yu Tingting. A grown man sharing snacks with a woman. This was the first time in his 30-plus years. Even when he was married to Ziqian, they never did anything like this. Now he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. But he looked like a rough big man. His hands and feet were quite agile, quickly splitting the hot dog in half and eating it with his hands. Yu Tingting took a couple sips of her milk tea and handed it to him. Here, you can have it. I don't want it. What? This? Ling Shiting's dark face instantly turned as red as burning charcoal. Wasn't this like an indirect kiss? Was Yu Tingting really not bothered by it? Cousin, take it. Ling Ruoxu nudged her cousin once again. In the eyes of Uji, this scene was hard to swallow. In his view, Ling Shitang was a poor, ugly dwarf. How did he become the main character of this six-person date? What's even more annoying is that his wife, whom he tried so hard to please, was indifferent towards him, yet so enthusiastic towards this poor, ugly dwarf. It just didn't make sense. Guan Ruru also quietly nudged Ling Yu, big eyes desperately signaling to him. Ling Yu understood. After all, before coming, Guan Ruru had done her homework on how to match Ling Shitang and Yu Tingting. Everyone, I heard that the most famous ride in this amusement park is the Ferris Wheel of Happiness. It's rumored that when a man and a woman ride it together, they would attain happiness. Ling Yu suggested. It had to be him who suggested it, so that Yu Tingting would be curious and believe it. Even if Guan Ruru had suggested it, Yu Tingting might not have participated. Ha ha. Let's go then. Uji also strongly agreed with the proposal. Girls, in general, tend to be a little afraid of such games. When the time comes, he and Ling Ruoxu would be sitting together, spinning in midair. Once the wife gets scared, he would have the chance to hold her and then end the relationship, right? Ling Ruoxu couldn't be bothered to look at him. She was actually thinking of suggesting not to play, but she was afraid it would affect the group activity, causing Yu Tingting not to participate. Then this six-person date today would be meaningless. Tingting, let's play together. Guan Ruru also walked over, holding Yu Tingting's hand. Although they had only met for the second time, because of their compatible personalities, they were tending towards becoming best friends. Okay then, Yu Tingting was not reluctant at all, even though she knew the purpose behind this activity. The feeling of everyone revolving around her made her feel like a darling. Very happy. Especially since one of them was her Prince Charming. Then I'll go buy the tickets. Ling Shitang once again took the initiative. It wasn't that he was good at wooing girls, trying to impress them. It was just his honest nature, always being the most proactive when it came to spending money. Uji hesitated for a moment and quickly said, "Let me do it. These tickets aren't cheap. With so many people, it would cost at least a few $100. Out. This." Ling Shitang felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, a few $100 was not a small amount for him. Uncle Wei, just let him buy it then. Unexpectedly, Yu Tingting spoke up at this point. She knew Ling Shitang wasn't well off and wanted to save him some money. Guan Ruru and Ling Ruoxu chuckled to themselves. When a woman thinks about saving money for another man, it means she no longer sees him as a stranger. All right then. Ling Shitang didn't buy the tickets. Uji came back with the tickets, handing them out to everyone, receiving a thank you from Guan Ruru and Yu Tingting. Though it was a bit different from what he expected, it wasn't a waste of money. On the other hand, 10 minutes ago, in the control room of the amusement park, the venue manager was constantly watching the screen. Suddenly, a man dressed unusually walked in, followed by two followers. The manager and the two video monitors immediately stood up and greeted the man. "Young Master Liu. Have you arranged everything as I instructed?" Young Master Liu was none other than Liu Hedan, with a hint of devilish smile on his face. "Young Master, everything you asked for has been arranged. Today, the ticket sales for the Happiness Ferris Wheel ride have been temporarily suspended." After the manager's reply, he leaned in and whispered to Liu Hedan. "The equipment has been inspected early, as long as the main control here is switched on." He didn't finish his sentence. The smile on Liu Hedan's face turned increasingly sinister, eyes flashing with flames of hatred. Laughing loudly, "Good. You've done well. After this is done, I will propose to my brother to double your bonus." "Thank you. Thank you, young master." The manager was excited. The Liu family was a major shareholder in this amusement park. With young Master Liu's words, he was sure to make a fortune this year. As for why the young master had done this, he didn't ask, didn't care, as long as the Liu family was there to support him. If anything went wrong, he would pretend not to know anything. "Ling Yu, you bastard, you've left my back door vulnerable. Today I'm going to see how you die." Liu Heading suddenly clenched his teeth, fists clenched tightly like a hellhound. At this moment, his phone also rang. It was Liu Yejian calling. "Hey, Heading, did you go to the amusement park yourself?" Yejian sounded a bit unhappy, thinking his brother really wasn't someone to handle big matters. "Brother, I must see Ling Yu die with my own eyes. This time, I have a brilliant plan from the Wuji young master. He is sure to meet his demise." Liu Heading's eyes burned with resentful flames, a bit of spittle flying. Yejian didn't waste words, and finally gave him advice. "You should leave quickly. Don't stay at the scene. Leave this matter to others to handle." Liu Heading didn't listen and chose to hang up. He even decided to go to the scene of the happiness Ferris wheel personally. His hatred for Ling Yu ran deep, and he couldn't find peace until he saw him meet a gruesome end. On the other side, Ling Yu and the other 5 had already entered the waiting room for the happiness Ferris wheel, but found that there weren't many people there today. "What's going on? Why are there so few visitors today?" Yu Tingting asked curiously. Ling Yu also found it strange, but fluctuating numbers of visitors at an amusement park were normal, right? Today was the first weekend after the new year. Maybe people weren't in the mood or had other plans. What was even more surprising was that when it was their turn, there were only 7 people playing, and there were no new players joining after that. Why are there so few people playing? Aren't there lots of seats available? Ling Yu couldn't help but ask the staff. "We arrange based on ticket purchases. We will operate even if there are no visitors later. If you don't want to play, you can continue to wait," the staff politely replied. "Wait for what? It's even better with fewer people. This is our private session of happiness," Uya casually said, taking the lead towards the Ferris wheel seat. With his status, he didn't want to play with a group of commoners in the first place. He wouldn't even feel like sharing photos with his friends later. But now, with only 7 people taking over the entire Ferris wheel of happiness, and it was his money, he could boast about it later. "Tingting, do you want to play now?" Guan Roro also asked Yu Tingting. After all, she was the heroine of the day. "Since no one else is coming, let's just play. It's all the same anyway." Yu Tingting, unlike Ling Yu, was a simple and ordinary girl. "Let's get on then." Guan Roro helped fasten the safety belts for Ling Shitang and Guan Roro. Soon, Ling Ruozu also took her seat. As for Ling Yu and Guan Roro, they finally sat on a 3-person seat with Ziwei, not wanting to disturb Ling Shitang and Yu Tingting. Of course, it was Ziwei who insisted on it. The little guy was not tall, but he was quite clever. Even though he had said before that his dad couldn't match up to teacher Tingting. In any aspect, wasn't it essential to make an effort sometimes? As the saying goes, sometimes, if you don't make an effort, you wouldn't even know what despair feels like. He felt that even if he made his dad despair, he didn't want any regrets. "Dad Wei, what's wrong?" When the ride started moving slowly, Yu Tingting noticed that Ling Shitang was trembling slightly all over, holding on to the handle tightly. I'm afraid of heights." Ling Shitang felt a bit embarrassed to speak up. His words immediately triggered a subconscious laugh from Uya sitting behind them. "Ha ha, you, a grown man, are afraid of heights? With such a sturdy body, how are you going to protect women?" Ling Shitang also felt a bit embarrassed, but what could he do about his fear of heights? "Ruoxu, are you afraid of heights too?" Uya suddenly looked at Ling Ruozu, wanting to say something like "I'll protect you," but he realized that Ling Ruozu was staring coldly at him, clearly unhappy with his teasing of her cousin. Uya shivered instantly. He wasn't dumb. He knew that today's 6-person date was primarily to help Ling Shitang win over Yu Tingting, but his true character had naturally come out. "Don't be afraid, Shitang. There are safety belts and protective measures. Nothing will happen. Be brave." Yu Tingting comforted Ling Shitang, even patting his hand gently with her small hand. Ling Shitang suddenly felt energized, nodding his head and not trembling as severely. Boom, 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 the Ferris wheel slowly began to turn. The surrounding scenery was indeed beautiful. Sometimes they could see a sea of flowers, sometimes magnificent buildings, and even other lively scenes in the amusement park, like the equally exciting water park. This Ferris wheel was really exciting and fun. Everyone exclaimed with excitement, including Guan Roro and Ziwei. Only Ling Yu felt something was off. Coming from a military background, he was more sensitive to unusual sounds from machines than ordinary people. Why did the sound seem dangerous to him? He also realized that they were the only 7 people on this Ferris wheel, while there were still many visitors around the amusement park. Something wasn't right. It was getting increasingly unsettling. Click, click, the sound from the Ferris wheel's axis became louder and more abnormal. Yu Ting marveled at the beautiful surroundings. Ling Shai-tang was immersed in a dream of happiness, trying to overcome his fear of heights. Ling Ruozhu also thought the game was fun. Uya wanted to hold his wife's hand discreetly, but was coldly rejected by Ling Ruozhu. Ling Yu's sharp eye scanned the surroundings and suddenly unfastened the safety buckle. Standing up excitedly and shouting, "We must quickly jump towards the direction of the water park." As soon as he spoke, everyone was confused. What was happening? Ling Yu didn't have time to explain much and merely shouted, "The Ferris wheel is going to collapse. If we don't jump to a place with water before it falls, we'll be in grave danger." Following Ling Yu's pointing finger, everyone finally heard the abnormal metallic sound, which was terrifying. On the next round, when we reached the highest point of the Ferris wheel, we jumped towards the water park. Ling Yu was also nervous and excited, feeling that the Ferris wheel might collapse any moment and might not complete many more spins. The other 6 were all pale. The water park was several meters away, across a road. How were they going to jump? Shai-tang, Yuan Ting jumped first. Quickly, Ling Yu shouted in excitement, fearing that if they didn't jump soon, the wheel would come crashing down and they would all be doomed. Dad, wait. Yu Ting was still at a loss. Ling Shai-tang, who had a fear of heights, unexpectedly resolved to unfasten their safety buckles. Then, without a word, he picked up Yu Ting. Yu Ting's heart was pounding. Could they really make it by jumping? Oh. Ling Shai-tang, being from the countryside, had done manual labor since he was young and was quite strong. Plus, he was single-minded about saving Yu Ting. Without even considering little Wei, he picked up Yu Ting and leapt towards the water pool in the direction of the water park. Thud. Safely entering the water, the impact was significant, like a depth charge. If there was no deep pool to cushion their fall, they would have undoubtedly been killed. Wow, the huge movement shocked everyone. Ziwei clapped excitedly. Dad was so cool this time. Cousin, well done. Ling Ruozhu also suddenly clenched her fist, feeling proud for her cousin. It was truly revealing his true character. On the other hand, Uya, who had jeered at Ling Shai-tang for being cowardly, was now trembling in his seat, not daring to move. Seeing that Ling Shai-tang and Yu Ting had successfully landed in the water, his hesitation had caused him to miss the highest point, and he was hesitating even to unfasten his safety buckle. Click, 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 the Ferris wheel's irritable sound grew louder. Sparks had even begun to fly at the axis. Look, the Ferris wheel is in trouble. Ah, run for your life. The visitors near the Ferris wheel gradually noticed the scene, panicking and running in fear, holding their heads. The staff in charge of the Ferris wheel had already realized something was wrong and wanted to shut it down urgently. However, upon pressing the switch, they found it had malfunctioned. This is bad. The management staff were scared and quickly fled, fearing they might get crushed by the falling Ferris wheel. This is our last chance. Everyone stand up. Ling Yu knew this might be the Ferris wheel's final rotation. If they didn't jump when they reached the top, their chances of survival would be slim when it collapses. Guan Roro and Ziwei hesitated. Ling Ruozhu also stood up. Jump. Ling Yu ordered loudly, shouting. He would give them a push from behind when they jumped, but they needed the courage to jump. Guan Roro and Ziwei had no idea about Ling Yu's plan, but both of them inexplicably trusted Ling Yu. When they heard him say jump, the 2 of them leapt without hesitation. Ling Yu pushed them from behind. It felt like they had boosters attached to them, flying directly towards the pool. Thud, thud. Both of them safely landed in the water, creating splashes. Seeing this scene, the people at the water park were excited and applauded vigorously. It was so thrilling and exciting. It felt like watching a special effects movie. Unbelievable, sis, Ling Yu called out loudly again. I'm coming. Ling Ruozhu shouted back and leapt directly. Ling Yu strode over, gently pushing her at the waist. His sister then performed a heavenly fairy-like leap, shouting with excitement as she descended towards the pool. Applause erupted all around. Everyone was captivated by this thrilling real-life show. Damn it! Liu Hedan, stationed under the Ferris wheel, couldn't help but curse in anger as he saw the scene. Though his goal was to kill Ling Yu and other people's lives were of no importance, seeing Ling Yu shining brightly at this critical moment made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Get the air gun, Liu Hedan ordered his subordinate, pointing at them. The subordinate was shocked. While the Liu family had the ability to handle accidents that resulted in death, using a gun directly would leave evidence. And the Liu family might not be able to protect the second young master then. Bring it here, with a fierce expression, Liu Hedan roared. The subordinate had no choice but to run into a workshop and quickly bring back an air gun. This was used for riot control in the amusement park. Liu Hedan grabbed the gun and sprinted towards the direction of the Ferris wheel. Second young master, it's dangerous, the subordinates shouted, but Liu Hedan turned a deaf ear and was as if possessed. Today, he had to kill Ling Yu to avenge past grievances and snatch back his lost love. At this moment, the Ferris wheel had already tilted and began to fall completely. With such weight pressing down, bodies were surely going to turn to pulp. In the pool, Ling Sitang had long ago carried Yu Tingting to the shore. Ling Ruozhu and Guan Roro also helped Ziwei out of the water. Everyone looked up at the scene, their faces pale with shock and their expressions dull. Ling Yu and Yu were still up there. Would there be casualties today? That bastard Yu is simply not a man. Ling Ruozhu gritted her teeth, hoping that Ling Yu would not bother saving that cowardly person, and that he would jump down himself. With the skills of his younger brother, it shouldn't be difficult to save himself in such a situation, right? Ling Yu also thought so, but at that moment, Uya, with tears and snot, begged, Ziyu, save me. Please save me quickly. At the critical moment, Ling Yu sighed and turned back to jump onto Uji's seat. After all, this guy was still wearing the title of his sister's husband. If Ling Yu ignored his plea for help and let him die, even if he wasn't drowned, in the spit of his relatives afterwards, he would be cursed to death by his mother. Click! Ling Yu unfastened the safety belt of the coward and lifted him out with one hand. At that moment, the Ferris wheel was already tilting down. With insufficient altitude, Ling Yu had to use more force. Making sure not to accidentally kick the coward, he gave him a kick on the butt. Ah! Uya let out a miserable cry as he flew straight into the pool. Dang! Bang! The Ferris wheel accelerated its descent. Ziyu! Ling Yu! Second uncle! Ling Ruozhu and the others exclaimed, their nerves stretched taut, forgetting even to breathe. In this situation, everyone thought Ling Yu was surely doomed. However, Ling Yu did not give up. He was about to flip to the top of the Ferris wheel, but suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Years of battlefield experience made Ling Yu turn his head instinctively. Bang! A bullet hit the Ferris wheel, sparking a fierce fire. Unfortunately, it was quickly engulfed by the collapsing wheel. Ling Yu quickly looked down and saw Liu Hedan holding an air gun, aiming it at him with madness in his eyes. Die! Die! Ling Yu! Liu Hedan, in a state of madness, stared at Ling Yu with bloodshot eyes. How could he give up when he couldn't even kill Ling Yu in this situation? Ling Yu, however, looked at him with a hint of disdain and leapt directly from the Ferris wheel. Still underestimating me? I'll kill you. I must kill you. Liu Hedan was on the verge of losing it. Oblivious to the imminent danger in front of him, raising the air gun to shoot at Ling Yu as he descended. Second young master, it's dangerous. Hearing the cries from behind, Liu Hedan suddenly realized a huge shadow was descending towards him. The outline of the Ferris wheel grew larger and larger in his eyes until it engulfed him completely. Oh! Liu Hedan let out a gut-wrenching scream. However, his cries were quickly drowned out by the thunderous crash of the falling Ferris wheel. The entire amusement park felt like an earthquake. Ziyu! Ling Yu! After the commotion subsided, everyone found it hard to come to their senses. Ling Ruozhu and Yu Tingting were the first to react, rushing out of the water park towards where Ling Yu had fallen. Cough! Cough! Save me! I can't swim. Uya managed to poke his head out of the water, waving frantically, but no one paid him any mind for a moment. Ziyu! Ling Ruozhu! with slightly longer legs than Yu Tingting, was the first to reach Ling Yu. "Big sis, I'm fine." Ling Yu grinned. This level of danger was nothing compared to the near-death experiences he had faced on the battlefield in the northern region years ago. "You scared me to death." Ling Ruozu threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Yu Tingting watched this scene with indescribable feelings, wishing she could give Ling Yu a hug like Ling Ruozu did, without any reservation. But what would be her identity in doing so? A future sister-in-law, would that be appropriate? Soon, Ling Sitang, Guanro, and Ziwei all made their way over. Seeing that everyone was okay, Ling Yu felt relieved. When he looked back, he was suddenly taken aback. Yu Tingting saw the horrifying scene under the Ferris wheel and screamed in terror. Even Ling Ruozu, who was usually tough, was too frightened to look. Guanro, being in the medical profession, was also a bit scared but subconsciously walked over. Liu Heding's head was trapped and deformed under the frame of the Ferris wheel. Blood was flowing all over, and his legs were still struggling to break free, showing that he was still alive. The park staff rushed to help, but the Ferris wheel was too heavy, and they couldn't pull Liu Heding out immediately. "Ling Yu, can you save him?" Guanro knew that Ling Yu definitely had the ability to save him. As a medical worker, no matter who the person was, she couldn't stand by and watch them die. Ling Yu sighed inwardly and walked towards Liu Heding. Through the gaps in the Ferris wheel steel bars, Liu Heding's eyes were still visible, glaring at Ling Yu. His legs thrashed from side to side, as if trying to convey some message. No, he definitely didn't want Ling Yu to save him. He would rather die and owe such a despicable person like Ling Yu a life-saving favor. "Quick, come on. Lift it with all your strength." Dozens of amusement park employees exerted their strength together, but still couldn't lift the heavy Ferris wheel. It's uncertain whether Liu Heding was lucky or unlucky. His head had been flattened by the iron railing of the seat, and the main weight of the Ferris wheel didn't crush his head. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a simple deformation, but rather a burst like a watermelon. To move the railing above him, either an electric saw needed to be used to cut it off, or the entire Ferris wheel had to be lifted. However, given the current situation, if they waited for the electric saw to arrive, Liu Heding would inevitably perish. Ling Yu finally went up, taking advantage of everyone exerting force together, suddenly with a shout. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. The Ferris wheel was actually lifted up. Guan Ruru covered her mouth in amazement. Yu Tingting's face was full of incredulity. Even Ling Ruoxu opened her mouth, only then realizing her little brother was incredibly powerful. "No. No. Don't save me. I don't want to owe you a life." Liu Heding gasped for breath, still struggling in utterance. Boom. Liu Heding was dragged out by people. Only then the Ferris wheel was lowered again, causing another deafening noise. This young master from the Liu family finally passed out, his face sunken, covered in bloodstains, the picture of misery. Unanticipatedly, the next moment, an alarm sounded. It was Zia Zhu, leading a group of subordinates who swiftly arrived at the scene of the incident. "Received a report. A major accident has occurred here. All personnel at the scene, please cooperate with the investigation." Zia Zhu shouted, only to discover Ling Yu was again among the crowd, her eyes revealing a touch of anger. "Why do you show up everywhere? How many cases have you been involved in? Sooner or later, I will bring you to justice." Hearing Zia Zhu's words, Ling Yu was stunned. "You, Inspector, are you insane? Can you speak without using your brain? Be careful, we'll take you to court." Ling Ruoxu was even more forceful, directly confronting Zia Zhu. Earlier she had talked with Ling Yu, so she knew Zia Zhu had been making things difficult for him multiple times, even once physically attacking her little brother in a small room. "Ling Yu, you're amazing, have courage." Zia Zhu was rebuked by Ling Ruoxu, but surprisingly didn't retaliate against Ling Ruoxu, instead warning Ling Yu. She considered Ling Yu a scoundrel, and the beautiful women around him were indeed stunning, one more beautiful than the next. Her gaze seemed to say, "Don't let me catch you, or else you'll pay for it." "Inspector Zia, you better get it straight, we are the victims. I suspect someone tampered with the Ferris wheel to try to kill us." Ling Yu also revealed the truth. Zia Zhu chuckled directly. "Do you have delusional persecution? Tampering with the Ferris wheel to try to kill specific people? Isn't this a high-IQ criminal method used against you? Are you worthy of that? Ling Yu responded sternly. Yes, I suspect this is related to Liu Hedan. He even attacked me with a pneumatic gun just now, but from what I know about him, he doesn't have the intelligence to plan such things. Maybe it was Zhao Wuji or Li Yejian behind it. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhu paused for a moment, then intentionally burst into laughter. Ling Yu and the rest watched her laugh. After a while, Xia Zhu sneered, "It seems you really suffer from delusional persecution, which only those who have a high self-worth would have. Wake up. You're not worth it. Who does she think she is? Worthy of being targeted by Zhao Wuji and Liu's men? Who says he's not worth it?" As Xia Zhu's words fell, a voice tinged with anger came from behind. Captain Yao. Xia Zhu looking surprised, not knowing how Captain Yazi had come here. The case here clearly didn't require someone of his rank to intervene. You go investigate the scene. Stop spouting nonsense. This is definitely a murder case. Yazi, immediately determining the nature of the incident. In fact, he didn't know the specifics yet, but he had unconditional trust in Ling Yu. After all, he was his boss. Yes, Captain. After saluting Xia Zhu, she glanced at Ling Yu's eyes before leaving to investigate. Ling Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Captain Yao, with such a tough subordinate like you, many cases might be difficult to handle. Xia Zhu hadn't left yet. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, she really wanted to turn around and kick him. But apparently, Captain Yao seemed to be very protective of him, which made her even more infuriated. So, I personally came to talk to you. Can you give me some time? Yazi politely asked Ling Yu. At the same time, he glanced at the woman behind Ling Yu, thinking to himself, after returning to the city, the boss sure has a good romantic life. Why are they all beautiful women? Ling Yu, unaware of Yao Zhao's thoughts, nodded and handed the Maserati key to Ling Ruoxu, saying, Sis, you guys go back first, I'll chat with Captain Yao about the case. All right. Ling Ruoxu casually tossed the Maserati key to Ling Shitang, then turned and left. Guan Ruru also tactfully turned around and left. She could always call a taxi to go home. Looks like today she finally lived up to her title as Ling Yu's romantic advisor. Hey. Ling Shitang panicked. He had a driver's license but no car at home. His driving skills weren't good. With the Maserati worth millions, even a slight bump could result in a huge loss. He desperately wanted to call Ling Ruoxu, but she just kept walking away. Akiyu Tingting suddenly crossed her arms and sneezed. Ling Shitang noticed she was drenched, likely catching a cold. Tingting, let me take you home. Okay, Yu Tingting nodded, taking Little Wei's hand, smiling brightly. Wei, let's go back with the teacher. Great. Little Wei helped Yu Tingting's dad from all angles. You're the first woman my dad has driven home in a four-wheeler. Oh, you little rascal. Ling Shitang raised his hand as if to playfully strike his son, saying how you're talking. With your dad being so hopeless, do you want Miss Tingting to know how much of a loser your dad is? Little Wei made a face at his dad, hiding behind Miss Tingting. This father-son scene was heartwarming. Yu Tingting also smiled happily. On the other side, Ling Yu and Captain Ya had arrived at the entrance of the amusement park storage room. Here. This is the medicine I'm giving you. One packet can last you for 2 doses a day. Here's the prescription. When the medicine runs out, you can handle it yourself. Ling Yu took out a large bag of medicine from the storage cabinet and handed it to Captain Yao. He had left it here when he arrived at the amusement park, and Captain Yao had agreed to meet him here. Ha. With the boss providing me medicine, I feel like I'll live to be 80. 80. You must live to be 100. Ha. No problem. Then, boss, give me 70 years of medicine. Oh. Let's forget that. You should live a few less years. Ha. They bantered for a while, then bumped their chests against each other, as if they had returned to 3 years ago. After chatting for a bit, Captain Ya finally asked seriously, Boss, as brothers, today you must tell me, who exactly is trying to design to kill you? Do you still have a significant mission in the Northern Territory? Upon meeting his fiery gaze, Ling Yu finally nodded. Really? So, you're still part of the Northern Territory? Will you reorganize the Wolf Commando unit? Captain Yao was immediately filled with anticipation and excitement, grabbing Ling Yu's shoulders. I don't know. I've already settled down in Cloud City. Ling Yu shook his head, directly answering Yi Zhao's question. Yi Zi indeed looked disappointed, but he also sighed and nodded in understanding of Ling Yu's situation. Yes, your sister-in-law is stunningly beautiful, and your older brother has served the country faithfully for many years. It's time for him to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Thinking of Qin Mingyu, Yi Zhao's heart fluttered. If she wasn't Ling Yu's wife, he might have tried everything to pursue her. After all, in life, it's rare to meet a girl who makes your heart race. Ling Yu chuckled softly. Yi Zi was not wrong. He really couldn't leave Qin Mingyu now. First of all, she is his wife. Secondly, the ultimate task he carries out relies on his wife to complete. However, he chose not to tell Yi Zi at this moment and let him think that way for now. Have they found King Xuan's body? Ling Yu took the initiative to ask. This matter weighed heavily on his mind. No. Yi Zi shook his head, explaining in detail. This matter is becoming increasingly mysterious. The cliff below the southern gate of the Lin family villa is a valley, and the nearest river is more than 100 meters away from where Miss Lin fell, but her body cannot be found beneath the valley. Not only that, we spent several days using drones to search the cliffs, but to no avail. We didn't even find a single trace. It's as if Miss Lin evaporated from this world. Without finding the body, the case cannot be classified, and it's on the verge of becoming a cold case. Ling Yu furrowed his brows. After a while, he asked Yi Zi, is it possible that someone took her body before the police began the search and erased all the traces? Yi Zi looked serious as he replied, we've also speculated about that. But if someone did that, they would have to wait in the dark, light this valley ahead of time, and leave before our police team descended the mountain to search. Otherwise, they'd surely be discovered. However, we haven't found any suspicious individuals in these past few days. It's so strange. Ling Yu couldn't comprehend it for a while. He continued, with Zhao Wujin's intelligence, it's indeed possible that he arranged for someone to be in the valley beforehand. But how did they manage to take King Xuan away without you noticing? The more he thought about the case, the more frightening it became. If Zhao Wujin, with his beastly heart, truly took Lin King Xuan, what would he do to her? Whether it's her body or she's still alive, it sends shivers down Ling Yu's spine. Rest assured, I will continue to investigate this matter, Yi Zi vowed. After all, Ling Yu's matters were also his matters. Lao Da, is your grudge with Zhao Wujin related to Miss Lin? Yes, Ling Yu nodded. With Liu Heding's intelligence, he couldn't have orchestrated today's events. Many details had to be planned in advance, and the one who could meticulously plan all this must be Zhao Wujin. As the conversation ended, a call came from their side. Boss. Looking over, they saw Zia Zhu hurrying towards them. Her generous figure bounced as she ran, and her running posture was brisk, devoid of girlish charm. How's the scene investigation going? Yi Zi asked directly, reporting. Boss, the initial investigation suggests that the maintenance staff of the Ferris wheel neglected their duties, leading to loose parts not being detected in time, and it's preliminarily judged as an accidental incident. Zia Zhu replied, making Ling Yu burst into laughter. Clearly, the mastermind behind had pushed the maintenance staff to take the blame. You scoundrel, why are you laughing? Zia Zhu had become very sensitive to Ling Yu and would immediately think he was mocking her when she saw him smile. Zia Dulu, aren't you too lenient? Ling Yu chuckled. Stealing anything is illegal, but is smiling a crime? Zia Zhu's animosity towards Ling Yu had reached the point where she was ready to lash out at his every word. However, a glance from Yi Zi made her reluctantly back off. It was frustrating to see that someone yet not be able to do anything about it. Ling Yu didn't bother with this kind of woman and earnestly told her, Miss Zia, I will now provide you with important information regarding the 3 cases. Please listen carefully. Seeing his gaze, Zia Zhu had to temper her anger. Why does this scoundrel suddenly radiate such irresistible power? To first point, Zhao Wujin threw Lin King Xuan off the cliff. The person you should investigate is Zhao Wujin, not me. Otherwise, you'll never solve the case. The second point, the poisoning incident at the restaurant targeted me. It was a peculiar combination of poisons. The substance was put into plain water, and the source was on Liu Qingyun's body. Next, You figure out how to investigate that. The third point, today's Ferris wheel incident was no accident. Liu Heading even fired at me several times. It was a deliberate murder. Of course, it's up to you whether you can bring Liu Heading, who is background forces, to justice. It's all up to you. After Ling Yu finished speaking and gave Yi a signal, they were about to leave the amusement park. You despicable guy, why are you pretending? One day, I'll bring you to justice. Xia Zhu grumbled angrily but was heard by Yi. Seeing Yi team leader's cold expression, Xia Zhu felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had fallen into an icy cave. Why did the team leader always protect that guy Ling Yu so much? Xia Zhu, listen to me, you're now fully responsible for these 3 cases. If you can't solve them within 3 months, hand over your badge and leave. Team leader. Xia Zhu was taken aback, but seeing her idol's serious gaze, she bit her lip slightly, saluted. Yes, I promise to complete the mission. Yi also left. Left alone, Xia Zhu let out a long sigh. Before she could relax, her personal phone rang. Hello, Dad. Xia Zhu answered the call, her tone sounding different from her usual aggressive self, showing a bit of a daughterly side. Zhuer, is work going smoothly? You boasted in front of me that you'll be promoted to second-class supervisor this year. Dad, I will definitely succeed. Haha, Dad doesn't really want you to succeed. Dad just wants to tell you that your brother has chosen to lay low. He insists on you coming back to inherit the family business. Remember what you said, if you can't achieve a promotion this year, come back immediately and inherit the family business. No. I don't want to, Xia Zhu reacted fervently. The Xia family was a business family in Dongcheng, but this generation of young people was relatively idealistic and individualistic. Her cousin, Xia Shaodi, was a hacking genius, but chose to work as an executive assistant in Cloud City rather than lead her family company. Her brother, Xia Wenfei, had even greater ideals, opting to become a photographer and travel around taking photos instead of doing business. As for Xia Zhu, she had loved playing with guns since she was young, always claiming she'd bring justice to the world through her own abilities. Her cousin and brother's dreams were relatively easy to achieve, but hers were exceedingly lofty. What should she do now, if she can't solve these 3 cases within 3 months? Will she be stewed like winter mushrooms, and what about the talk of promotions? Xia Zhu was getting anxious. Was she really going to face the tragic fate of returning home to inherit the multi-billion company? Cloud City, on the road. Mo Shu was still driving his 10-year-old vintage Corolla, following behind a Maserati. Ha ha, Zhao Wuji, looks like your plan failed again. Ha, you're really garbage, can't even kill an enemy after so many attempts. Zhao Wuji heard his mockery, his lips curved slightly, not angry or discouraged. In the depths of his eyes, there was a glint instead. From childhood to now, I've never encountered such a resilient opponent. Quite interesting. Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses and laughed. Ha ha, I watch TV and read novels. Usually after the villain loses to the protagonist, they would say this line to save face. Zhao Wuji, more and more I feel like you're the antagonist, and probably won't live long. Enough. Drive, if you keep talking like this, we're done being friends. Zhao Wuji half pretended to be angry. Mo Shu continued to laugh, seeing Zhao Wuji in a different light for the first time. Although not visibly agitated, someone being able to frustrate him like this was quite interesting. He also wanted to meet Ling Yu and see what kind of role he played. In the Maserati, Ling Shitang gripped the steering wheel with sweaty palms. It had been so many years since he last drove, and now he was driving a Maserati. With his favorite woman in the passenger seat, though, could he not be nervous? Little Wei's dad, why are you sweating so much? Is it hot? Yu Tingting noticed something was wrong and handed him a tissue to wipe his sweat. To their surprise, the more he wiped, the more he sweated. Are you sick? Let me turn on the air conditioning. Yu Tingting furrowed her brows. It was still early spring. How could he be sweating so much? Ling Shiting's son, Little Wei, interjected from the back seat. Hehe, Tingting teacher, my dad gets hot whenever he sees you. Ling Shitang scolded his son to sit down. Ling Shitang then turned his gaze to Yu Tingting, his face flushed. How could an honest man like Little Wei's dad speak with such innuendos? The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Thankfully, Little Wei lightened the mood, saying, "Dad, my stomach is growling, I want to eat something. You and your appetite, you're just like me." Ling Shitang scolded his son again before nervously looking at Yu Tingting and saying, "Tingting teacher, shall we go eat first?" I'll treat you." After some consideration, Yu Tingting agreed. Soon, the Maserati arrived at an ordinary restaurant. The security guard and reception staff hurriedly welcomed the lavish car, assuming the passengers were wealthy. Little did they know, when the driver's seat finally opened, out came a dark-skinned elderly man, resembling a peasant at first glance, perhaps a farm laborer at best. Consequently, some whispered among themselves, "How can such a beautiful woman be with such an ugly man? That man must be very rich, maybe his hometown just got an airport built. Thank goodness the child doesn't resemble his dad." Ling Shitang felt embarrassed by the murmurs. Previously, when he and Ziqian went out, they were likened to flowers and cow dung. Now, with him and Yu Tingting having a larger age gap and her being more beautiful than Ziqian, he dreaded the incessant gossip that would follow if they were together. Yu Tingting also overheard the comments, lowering her head and twirling her hair in response. What are you looking at? Going to call me ugly again?" Mo Shu noticed everyone's gaze on him and sneered. "Let me tell you, when I was your age, I was even fairer, more handsome, and cuter than you." "I don't believe you," Little Wei bluntly replied. "Not only are you ugly, but you also love to brag. My dad wouldn't, he's more handsome and more honest than you, and he admits he's ugly." Yu Tingting couldn't help but laugh. Ling Shitang blushed. This bratty kid was too talkative. "Oh, you don't believe it, do you? I have a witness. Go ahead and ask him if you don't believe me." Mo Shu pointed at Zhao Wuji, determined to win this argument with the bow. Zhao Wuji innocently blinked. He knew Mo Shu was once considered handsome, even more so than himself. The 2 years of martial arts training and indulging in debauchery. Mo Shu managed to make himself uglier than the old dark-skinned farmer across from him. "Mo Shu, do you want to teach the kid a lesson?" Zhao Wuji suddenly spoke up. "I do want to, but it's not right to bully the small with the big, isn't it?" Mo Shu gritted his teeth. Though he was ugly, he was quite concerned about his reputation. Especially when the kid had a beautiful woman beside him, how could he bully the child in front of the lady? There are many ways to teach a lesson. You're not his father, so you can't resort to physical violence. However, teaching a child a lesson doesn't necessarily mean hitting them, replied Zhao Wuji. "Oh, what do you mean? Are you going to tell me a method?" Mo Shu did want to give Little Wei a little lesson. He didn't actually dislike the kid, he just didn't like being taken advantage of. There was no reason to be bullied like this and not fight back, right? "Invite him to eat something." Zhao Wuji suddenly took out a strange little box. Mo Shu, upon seeing it, was taken aback. "Zhao Wuji, are you out of your mind? This is a type of goo insect. You do have some knowledge." Zhao Wuji smiled. "This is the bewitching goo I acquired after visiting an elder in the Miao region back in the day. I don't think you put in much effort, just a lot of money, right?" Mo Shu looked curiously at the box and asked, "Bewitching goo? What's its use?" He was a skilled martial artist but didn't know much about goo insects, only that they actually existed. It's said to control a person, and of course, it can also induce an illness. Zhao Wuji continued smiling. "Control a person? Isn't that too miraculous?" "Such a thing exists." Mo Shu waved his hand, clearly not believing it. "Ha ha. I don't really believe it either. So let's give it a try this time. Besides, causing that kid to fall ill, is it really that bad to teach him a lesson?" Zhao Wuji finished speaking and when Mo Shu hesitated, he intentionally put the box away. "If you don't want it, forget about it." "Who said I don't want it?" Mo Shu swiftly snatched the box and asked, "Are you going to experiment with a child? The cost must be too high." Even a fool knew that this goo insect had to be valuable. Zhao Wuji was known as an esteemed figure. Why would he do such a foolish thing? Indeed, Zhao Wuji's smile became more profound. "There is a crafty use for it, but I can't tell you now. Just take it as a prank." "Ha ha. Okay." Mo Shu also thought that using this method to teach a brat a lesson was appropriate. As the saying goes, disaster comes from words, sickness comes from food. Let the kid fall ill and see if he dares to speak ill of others in the future. At that moment, Ling Shitang and a few others didn't pay much attention to Mo Shu and Zhao Wuji. Both father and son were focused on dining with Yu Tingting. They all thought how good it would be if this woman could join their family. Despite saving her courageously today, Yu Tingting still didn't quite like Ling Shitang. But most women were sentimental. She felt the warmth and care from Ling Shitang's family. If she married Ling Shitang, she might feel cherished. Hey, brat, Mo Shu's voice suddenly interrupted their meal. What's wrong, Uncle Ugly? Hey, Wei, don't speak like that. Ling Shitang lightly tapped Wei's backside. Although he was often called ugly as well, he couldn't let his child speak that way about others. Sorry, my child isn't taught well, Ling Shitang apologized to Mo Shu. Ha ha, no problem, kids are straightforward. It's natural, it doesn't matter. Mo Shu pretended not to be angry, but he had a little devil in his mind. Damn it, calling me Uncle Ugly? Uncle Ugly will make you eat some bugs? Mo Shu smiled and put a grilled chicken wing in front of Wei, saying, I really wasn't lying to you. I was very cute and handsome when I was young, just like you. Looking at you, I feel like I'm seeing myself, so I want to invite you to have an Orleans chicken wing. He wasn't lying, the kid did resemble him when he was young. But Ling Shitang and Yu Tingting thought he was joking and didn't take it seriously. How could he boast about his looks in his youth when he looked like that now? Wei loved to eat grilled chicken wings the most, and he started drooling at the sight. Are you sure about this? Maybe we shouldn't. Ling Shitang, an honest man, didn't want to accept favors from strangers. Hey, since we're both ugly men, let's just be friends. Besides, the two adults at our table don't like these things kids eat. Mo Shu patted Ling Shitang's shoulder in a friendly manner. Dad, I really want to eat. Wei licked his lips. Their table had main course dishes, and he didn't really like them. Well, then, thank you. Ling Shitang thanked him. Ha ha, no worries, we're just making friends. Mo Shu patted Ling Shitang's shoulder again and glanced at Yu Tingting before leaving. It's a pity not to hit on such a beautiful woman. Later, after they returned to their table, both of them saw Wei finishing the chicken wing entirely and revealed a mischievous smile. Are you full? Let's go. Zhao Wuji stood up and left the restaurant. No one suspected anything. After all, they came to such a restaurant in a Corolla. Zhao Wuji, you came specifically to cast a spell on that kid, right? Setting up a situation in advance. Mo Shu teased him again. If it comes in handy, you'll look really cool. If not, it won't be a loss. Besides, no one else will know. Zhao Wuji just smiled and said, an army prepares for battles to come. Nobody can guarantee 100% success. But if you don't set up, you'll definitely not be ready when needed. Ha ha. Makes sense. Zhuge Liang must have said the same thing back then, right? Mo Shu agreed with his point this time. He then said, I suddenly want to go somewhere. You can get off here. Let the Liu family send a Lincoln to pick you up. It's more comfortable that way. Zhao Wuji. This guy really doesn't take him seriously, does he? However, Zhao Wuji shook his head and got off the car. Mo Shu didn't stop but drove directly to a nearby place. The Phoenix Bay Bath Center. Damn, 7 years have passed, and this place is still in business. The backing must be strong. Mo Shu stepped out of the car, looking at this former bustling place, and spat with disdain. I wonder how those women from back then are doing now. Mo Shu also wanted to see her. After all, she was only in her early 20s back then, and she should still be quite attractive now, right? At the next moment, he suddenly froze, eyes whitening. Ziqian walked out angrily from the entrance of Phoenix Bay, muttering, what's this crappy place? Saying I'm too old, then my skills aren't good enough, doesn't fit your current style. Damn it, I don't need to work here. As she cursed, she suddenly looked up and saw an ugly man staring at her. What are you looking at? Haven't seen a beautiful woman before. Go home and look at your woman. Ziqian, in a bad mood, scolded the ugly man standing before her. Without getting angry, Mo Shu walked over and stopped in front of her, somewhat excitedly asking, Yan Yan, is that you? Hearing this, Ziqian shivered slightly. After carefully examining the ugly man in front of her, she still asked with a frown, Who are you? Do you not recognize me? I am the little white dragon of the waves, your older brother of the waves. Mo Shu said excitedly. This time, Ziqian trembled directly, staring at the man in front of her with an expression of disbelief. Even though he mentioned the incident, she still couldn't believe it. That night, I was drunk and dejected, and you washed my feet for me. Later on, as you were washing my hair, I ended up carrying you and insisted that you wash my head. The next day, when I woke up, I realized we hadn't taken any safety measures, and then I gave you 50,000 yuan. Do you remember any of this? Boom! Mo Shu's words hit Ziqian like thunder, causing her to stumble and almost lose her balance. Is it you? How can it be you? She remembered the man who had caused her pregnancy back then. He was handsome. Not a breathtakingly handsome man, but definitely not ugly. Later, when their son was born, and he grew up looking better and better, she became more and more worried, afraid that the honest man Ling Shitang would find out at any moment. But no matter how she calculated it, she never expected that the man who had been with her that night would gradually become uglier than Ling Shitang. What in the world was going on? If someone asked her now who Little Wei's biological father was, she probably wouldn't be able to say. Yes, it's me. Mo Shu didn't explain further, but grabbed Ziqian, excitedly saying, I heard you had a son? Is that true? It's none of your business. Ziqian felt uncomfortable looking at his ugly face, pushed him away directly, and turned to leave. However, Mo Shu took another step to block her path. How is it not my business? Back then, when I left, I didn't know you were pregnant. I'm really not the kind of irresponsible man you think. You know, I have a lot of love for women like you. Mo Shu spoke earnestly. Ziqian knew he was serious. Back then, she intentionally washed his feet because she had heard of this little white dragon of the waves, and knew he was a stingy man, but generous to women, casually giving them large tits. That night, she deliberately didn't use protection, hoping to gain more. In the end, she succeeded. 50,000 yuan, in terms of prices 7 years ago, was not a small sum of money. However, she now regretted deeply because that night of folly had cost her her entire life. With her looks back then, she could have found a better man than Ling Shitang. She wouldn't have had to cheat now and be kicked out. My life was supposed to be very happy, but it's all because of you. You jerk. Ziqian wanted to vent all the grievances and pain she had suffered during this time on the man in front of her. Mo Shu let her scold and hit him without moving. For him, Ziqian's strength was barely even a tickle. Get lost, you ugly b***chi. Don't even think I'll ever hug you again. Exhausted from hitting him, Ziqian cursed. But in the next moment, her expression froze. Mo Shu took out his phone and revealed his balance. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Lord, he had over 10 million in his account. Tell me where our son is, and I'll give you 1 million, okay? As soon as Mo Shu spoke, Ziqian was struck by lightning. 1 million? Did that mean she would become an instant millionaire? Why would she need to continue serving men to earn money? Realizing this, Ziqian actively threw herself into the man's arms, appearing angry yet also coquettish. You jerk, why did you only show up now? Do you know how miserable my life has been? Ha! This woman. Mo Shu also smiled. Just a moment ago she had said she wouldn't hug him, yet, after one sentence, she willingly embraced him. However, he didn't mock Ziqian, but asked again, where is our son? Ziqian wasn't stupid either. She immediately opened the payment code on her phone. Luckily this man showed up today, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to pay her phone bill. Ding dong, 1 million transferred to your account via WeChat. Seeing this message, Ziqian's face lit up, relieved of a heavy burden. Finally, she could start living a good life. Humph, that jerk Ling Shitang, she would definitely make him regret ever kicking her out. Take me to see our son now. Mo Shu shouted loudly. Fine, can't we go see him now? As long as there was money, Ziqian could do anything, let alone taking him to see Little Wei, just to see what kind of expression the jerk Ling Shitang would have knowing he had raised someone else's son for 6 years. On the other hand, after finishing dinner, Ling Shitang hastily sent Yu Tingting home. Then, he drove his Maserati to the Yunshan complex. Ling Yu had already been waiting at the door. Xiao Yu, I really appreciate your help today. I'm very happy. Ling Shitang was a man who couldn't hide his inner feelings, happiness overflowing in his words. He finally understood what true happiness was, being with the woman he loved. Though he had also pampered Ziqian before, the feeling was definitely different from today. Ling Yu hadn't responded yet when a Bentley also arrived at the entrance of the Yunshan complex. Qin Mingyu was sitting in the car and had already seen Ling Shidan's excited face through the window. The next moment, the Bentley door opened. "Miss Qin, good evening." Ling Shitang immediately greeted Qin Mingyu with a bright smile, slightly bowing with a hint of humility. He knew he was nothing in front of his younger sister-in-law. Qin Mingyu, who had previously scorned greeting men, surprisingly nodded slightly at him before turning to Ling Yu, asking, "How much longer are you guys going to talk?" Ling Yu hadn't replied yet when Ling Shitang quickly interjected, "Oh, I'll leave now, won't disturb you guys any longer, goodbye." With that, he hurriedly took little way to the roadside to hail a taxi. "Should I take them home first?" Ling Yu asked Qin Mingyu. "I have something to discuss with you. I'll have Wan take them home." "Let's go inside," Qin Mingyu said. "All right." The two walked into the house together. "I've heard about the Ferris wheel incident today. Is everyone okay?" Qin Mingyu asked, sitting directly on the couch, looking slightly tired but primarily concerned. "It's nothing serious, just that Uji got a little hurt," Ling Yu answered, preparing ginseng tea for his wife as he spoke. Uji's injury was reported to him by Ling Ruoxu. It was the one he had inadvertently caused while trying to save that man. "That's good." Qin Mingyu nodded slightly, then continued, "I wanted to talk to you about the Ayu family's situation. They came to our company today and expressed interest in collaborating with the Chang'an group. I was too busy to meet them today, so I had my secretary reschedule the meeting." Ling Yu was quick to pick up on it, placing a cup of ginseng tea in front of her, and immediately asking, "Are you going to decide whether or not to work with them based on my sister and Uji's actual relationship?" Qin Mingyu acknowledged his understanding. "This matter is also giving my sister a headache." Ling Yu slowly spoke, but did not continue, instead advised, "Ginseng tea helps fight fatigue. Mingyu, why don't you have some first?" Qin Mingyu glared at him, looking aloof, but still listened to him, taking a few sips of ginseng tea. Ling Yu continued, "My sister and that man no longer had any feelings for each other. She wants a divorce, but my mother absolutely refuses. So that's it, then there's no need to collaborate with the Yu family." Qin Mingyu immediately made a decision. Ling Yu earnestly said, "Mingyu, thank you for caring so much about my family, but in matters of business, I hope you make decisions that are most beneficial to Chiagang Group." "Humph, do I need your guidance in doing things?" Qin Mingyu acted coldly. In reality, she had always been like this. When did she learn to be worldly after getting married? Ling Yu was familiar with her personality, so he wasn't angry with her attitude, finding it quite adorable. "Mingyu, why don't you go take a hot bath and relax?" "Got it, don't act like my dad." Qin Mingyu seemed impatient, but deep down, she realized that this life actually wasn't so bad. By the way, Qin Mingyu was about to head to the bathroom when suddenly she turned back. "I'll find some time to talk to your mother about your sister's situation. She might listen to me." Ling Yu's face lit up instantly. He and Ling Ruoxu were Chen Ailin's children. Sometimes, when speaking to their mother about emotional matters, she might not truly understand, but if Qin Mingyu was willing to try, she might actually convince their mother. "Mingyu. Thank you. HMPH. Qin Mingyu coldly turned away in response to his thanks. What's with this idiot being so polite? On the other side, Ling Shitang and Ziwei returned home in a Bentley. After thanking Ziwan, the father and son went inside. After showering, they quickly fell asleep. However, just before dawn, Ling Shitang suddenly heard Ziwei groaning in pain. "Ziwei. What's wrong, Ziwei?" Ling Shitang quickly got up, turned on the light, and was utterly shocked. Ziwei's face was slightly purple, his body was convulsing, as if possessed, and he was drenched in sweat. The child was gritting his teeth, looking very distressed, unable to speak. "Ziwei. Don't frighten me, son." Ling Shitang was at a loss, about to call 120 emergency, but then remembered that Ling Yu's medical skills were even better than those doctors in the hospital, so he decided to call Ling Yu instead. Ling Yu happened to be getting up, preparing breakfast for his wife when he received the call from his cousin and was equally startled. Cousin, don't worry, I'll come over right away. After hanging up the phone, he hurried out of the hall and coincidentally met Chin Mingyu coming out of the room. What's wrong? You don't look too good. Chin Mingyu immediately noticed something off about Lingyu. Cousin said Ziwei suddenly seemed possessed, vomiting severely, and possibly in a life-threatening situation. What? How serious? Chin Mingyu was also surprised. He was perfectly fine. How could this happen? I don't know. I have to go over and see immediately. I won't be able to drive you to work. Okay. Go ahead. Chin Mingyu understood the urgency and let Lingyu go quickly. On the other side, Ling Shitang was still at a loss after hanging up the phone. After a moment of thought, he hurried to heat up water, then ran out again, planning to prepare a set of silver needles for Lingyu first. But just as he left the house, not too far away, he unexpectedly ran into the black Corolla he had seen at the hotel yesterday. Ling Shitang didn't stop or think much, continuing towards the direction of the pharmacy. How come it's that ugly man from yesterday? Mo Shu, seeing Ling Shitang, also found it quite a coincidence. At the same time, he had a bad feeling rising in his heart. Have you met him before? Ziqian, sitting in the passenger seat, also looked surprised. Ha, I happened to meet him before I met you yesterday. We even had dinner at the same restaurant. Mo Shu laughed. Ziqian replied, her expression strange, without saying anything further. In her mind, today was all about coming to humiliate Ling Shitang. She was now a millionaire, reunited with her past love. And once Ling Shitang returned, her grand plan would begin. Mo Shu didn't care about her thoughts and quickly followed her instructions, arriving at Ling Shitang's doorstep. The gate is locked. To see your son, we'll have to wait for that man to return. Ziqian got out of the car, playing with her fingernails, clearly not thinking of breaking in. Mo Shu, on the other hand, wanted to see his son as soon as possible. Moreover, his heart was pounding fast. Could it be that the brat who insulted him and was even cursed by him yesterday was actually his biological son? Brother Lang. Hey, where is he? Ziqian, noticing Mo Shu not responding, turned to look at him, only to find that he had disappeared. Mo Shu had already silently jumped over Ling's wall, forcefully entering his house. As soon as he landed, he heard painful groans. An increasingly uneasy feeling engulfed him. His heart also began to convulse involuntarily. Damn, did he really cause his son suffering with his own hands? Ah! In the room, Ziwei let out another cry of pain. Mo Shu quickly approached the window to see Ziwei half hanging from the bed, his face purple and pale, eyes dark, desperately vomiting. Having vomited so many times, his stomach was empty, only green vomit coming out. The sight was as pitiful and dire as it could get. It even felt as if his life was hanging by a thread. Son. Mo Shu was in such agony and regret. He was the one who had caused his son's misery. Damn it, that bastard Zhao Wuji said it was just a stomachache. Why did it turn out like this? I'll kill him. Damn it all. Mo uglily cursed Zhao Wuji, then fiercely slapped himself. Wait, I'm a pig. How could I do such a stupid thing? Idiot, huge idiot. Smack, smack, smack. He didn't know how to help his son, so he just kept smacking himself. One slap louder than the other, swelled up his face, trying to make himself feel a little better. But how could he find comfort in this situation? His son was on the brink of death because of him. Just as he was about to rush into the room, there was finally some movement outside the door. Ziqian, why are you at my door again? Ling Shitang had returned with the silver needles, his face darkening upon seeing Ziqian. Hehe, can I not be here when you're telling me what to do? I'm here to drive you mad today. Ziqian smirked, deliberately provoking him. It's you, this shameless woman. I'll kill you. Ling Shitang slapped Ziqian's face fiercely in a fit of rage. Ziqian was caught off guard. Holding her face, she turned back, about to scold him, but found Ling Shitang, pointing at her, shouting, Was it you who secretly poisoned my son? Were you trying to kill him? You wicked woman, worse than a snake. What? Ziqian was instantly shocked, looking bewildered and pale. Ziwei. How is he? Ziqian couldn't help but care for Ziwei despite not retaliating against Ling Shitang. Ziwei wasn't Ling Shitang's own flesh and blood, but he was her own son. A tiger doesn't eat its cubs, and she was a woman, after all. You wicked woman, if anything happens to Ziwei today, I will kill you. Get out of my sight. Ling Shatang forcefully pushed Ziqian aside. Ziqian fell to the ground, looking panicked and trembling all over. After a while, she hurried into the house to check on her son's condition. As the two entered the house, a Maserati quickly pulled up to the door. Ling Yu hurriedly got out of the car and rushed in. Cousin, how is Ziwei? Ling Yu shouted anxiously. He had always treated Ziwei like his own son. The bond between them was very deep. After barging in, Ling Yu noticed Ziqian was also there. Ziyu, you're finally here. Please take a look at Ziwei. He's been vomiting profusely and sweating coldly, as if poisoned. Ling Shatang informed Ling Yu of the situation while glaring fiercely at Ziqian, clearly suspecting her involvement. Ziqian trembled in fear and didn't dare to argue with him. Ling Yu glanced at Ziqian, but remained silent, quickly coming to Ziwei's side. Ziwei, how are you? Can you speak? After getting no response, Ling Yu quickly checked Ziwei's pulse, examined his eyes, and details. After the examination, he looked at the vomit on the floor and furrowed his brows. It was evident that Ziwei had been poisoned. While Ling Yu had some knowledge in this area, he wasn't an expert and was unsure about the type of poison. Ziyu, what's wrong with Ziwei? Is he in danger? Ling Shatang anxiously approached, asking. Cousin, don't worry, Ziwei won't be in mortal danger. Ling Yu quickly reassured to ease his cousin's worries. It seemed that the intention wasn't to kill Ziwei with the poisoning. There must be another motive, ensuring his safety. With that in mind, Ling Yu was confident he could save Ziwei. Alright, Ziyu, do you need silver needles? Help Ziwei as you helped me back then, Ling Shatang hurriedly suggested. Ling Yu nodded and suddenly glanced out the window. Although there was no one outside, it felt like a breeze had passed, causing dust to swirl on the ground. Ziyu, what's wrong? Ling Shatang asked nervously. Nothing, cousin, could you please open the window for some fresh air? Oh, okay. Ling Shatang went to open the window while Ling Yu took out the silver needles to treat Ziwei. Outside, Mo Shu hid in the shadows, surprised that his stealth abilities had been discovered by Ling Yu. No wonder Zhao Wujin couldn't kill this guy despite numerous attempts. He was truly skilled. Not wanting to disrupt Ling Yu's efforts to save his son, Mo Shu decided to slip away. After an hour of acupuncture, Ziwei's complexion gradually returned to normal, and his fever and sweating symptoms subsided. Ling Yu was exhausted and drenched in sweat. Ziyu, is Ziwei okay now? Ling Shatang had been anxiously waiting by his side, and finally mustered the courage to ask. Ziqian, behind him, also watched Ling Yu in amazement. If Ling Shatang had even half the looks and skills of his cousin, she wouldn't have strayed and sought other men. Ultimately, it was his ineptitude that led her astray. Which woman would want to spend her life with a useless man? Well, he should be fine. Cousin, please make some porridge and feed Ziwei. Ling Yu instructed without knowing about the couple's thoughts behind him. Okay, I'll go do that. Ling Shatang relaxed, relieved that Ziwei was safe. But when he noticed Ziqian, his anger flared up again. Ziqian, speak up. Did you have anything to do with Ziwei's sudden illness? Ziqian recoiled in fear as Ling Shatang interrogated her. Until her back hit the door handle and she couldn't retreat further, she had to stop and nervously say, Ling Shatang, you don't accuse me without evidence. Ziwei is my son. How could I harm him? Ling Shatang gritted his teeth and warned, I hope not. If I find evidence that you had a hand in this, there will be no mercy. You're insane, Ziqian trembled. If I have any grudges, it's against you, not against my own son. What did you say? Who are you calling insane? Ling Shatang roared, accusing her. Ziqian subconsciously tried to back away, but the room's door had already closed, leaving her with no room to retreat. Don't spout nonsense. Ziwei is my son. He's not your son now. Get out. Ling Shatang shouted angrily. Ziqian bit her lip, shouting back, Ling Shatang, don't think you can bully me anymore. I'm not afraid of you anymore. I don't have to live at your mercy. Today, I brought Ziwei's real father. What? Ling Shatang was stunned. He had always refused to believe Ziqian's words, but today, She claimed to have brought the man for him to see. Ling Yu also stared at Zi Qian, noticing her expression, which didn't look like a lie. What if she could prove Ziwei wasn't his cousin's son? He feared his cousin's reaction. "Brother Lang, where are you? Brother Lang, come and see your son. Tell this useless old man that he's just an opportunist." Luckily, despite Zi Qian's shouting, Brother Lang didn't show up. "All right, you crazy woman. Stop causing a scene in my house. Get out." Ling Shitang grabbed Zi Qian's clothes, opened the door, and forcefully dragged her out. Although Zi Qian kept calling for Brother Lang, the ugly man never appeared. After being thrown out by Ling Shitang, Mo Shu also didn't show up. "This is strange. Where did that bastard go?" Zi Qian sat on the ground, puzzled. The ugly man specifically asked her to bring him to see his son, but he refused to show up in front of her. What a mess! Not only that, she noticed the black Corolla at the door had driven away, leaving her once again abandoned by a man. Ignoring Zi Qian, Ling Yu continued to observe Ziwei's condition, while Ling Shitang made porridge. He had many questions. Who had secretly poisoned Ziwei? Who was spying outside the window earlier? It seemed that everyone close to him was being targeted. The threats were increasing. Perhaps he needed to seek help, as protecting all his family members alone might prove challenging. Ding ling ling. A moment later, Ling Yu's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was a call from Chen Ailin. "Hello, Mom? What's up, Xiao Yu? Where are you?" "I'm at my cousin's house. Xiaowei just had a little incident." "Ah, what happened? What's the situation now?" Hearing her mother's anxious voice, Ling Yu glanced at Xiaowei, who was sleeping peacefully, and replied in a relaxed tone, "It's nothing serious, just a child eating something wrong. Everything's fine now." "That's good." Chen Ailin breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitated before saying, "Can you bring the father and son over to our house now? Zhang Aryu has arrived." "What?" Ling Yu was secretly surprised. How did that woman end up at their house? At that moment, Ling Shitang happened to come in with a bowl of porridge, overhearing Ling Yu and his mother chatting. "Yes, they are here specifically to apologize in person." Zhang Aryu even said. Chen Ailin suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Ling Yu had a bad feeling and hurriedly asked, "What did she say?" "It must be some cheesy and shameless stuff if Mom couldn't directly repeat it," she said. "She really likes your cousin," she said. "He has solid muscles, must be hardworking and physically strong. She really wants, well, in any case, she really wants to see your cousin." Poof! Ling Shitang had been checking the temperature of the porridge. Faintly hearing what Chen Ailin said, nearly spitting it all on Ling Yu's face. What does it mean by hardworking and physically strong? How did she know that? How could she like physically strong men? Ling Yu's goosebumps were all over him. Such cheesy words, and he had to hear it through his mom. This just felt more horrifying than expected. "All right, Mom, I'll talk to my cousin about it." "No need to discuss it, since you have a car. Just bring them back directly." Chen Ailin's attitude was very firm. She was also worried that Ling Shitang couldn't catch up to Yu Tingting and believed that Zhang Aryu was truly interested in Ling Shitang. Regardless, she wanted to help Ling Shitang resolve his marriage issues quickly. Even if Ling Shitang didn't like Zhang Aryu, he should come back and clarify things, not leave her hanging. "Ling Yu, then, could you take me to your house?" Ling Shitang was a straightforward person, and respecting his elders, as Chen Ailin said so firmly, he couldn't refuse. "But what about Xiaowei? I'll ask a neighbor to help take care of him for a bit. He should be fine, right? Shouldn't be a big problem." After Ling Yu's response, he thought for a moment. "Since you want to see Zhang Aryu, I'll accompany you back. But you should be prepared. That woman is no ordinary person." Ling Shitang nodded. He also wanted to sever this relationship because he liked Yu Tingting. Compared to Yu Tingting, this Zhang Aryu was simply a terrible woman, not much better than Zi Qian, and he didn't want her. Soon, Ling Yu drove the Maserati and brought Ling Shitang back home. Before even stopping the car, Ling Yu saw the woman at the door and felt like he was being electrocuted. What's going on? With the temperature at 10 degrees, Zhang Aryu was wearing a JK outfit, paired with black stockings and twin ponytails, and she even dressed up, almost unrecognizable to Ling Yu. Clearly a 30-year-old person, pretending to be 18. Quite a demon. Ling Shatang lacked Ling Yu's vigilance and observation skills. Still sitting in the passenger seat, and didn't notice Zhang Aryu. Zhang Aryu had been standing at the door, and seeing this car worth millions, she couldn't help but marvel. Thinking that if she could hook Ling Shatang, then later demand a 500,000 dowry, wedding car, a house, and Ling Yu, who had attached himself to a super rich woman, would definitely have to help him, right? So, she must perform well today to turn the tide of the battle. Shatang, you're finally back. Ling Shatang had just opened the car door and heard a squeaky, bone-softening voice. Looking up, a girl who looked like a student's sister appeared. You're Zhang Aryu. Ling Shatang was also momentarily dumbfounded. Was the contrast between her appearance too extreme? Nevertheless, she indeed hit Ling Shatang's weakness. Ling Shatang's parents died early, so he dropped out of high school to work and support himself. So his biggest regret in life was not going to college, let alone experiencing youthful love. He particularly admired girls in school uniforms. Seeing Zhang Aryu today, he suddenly forgot how annoying she used to be. Annoying? You're pretending not to know me so soon? Zhang Aryu pouted playfully and lightly tapped Ling Shatang's chest. Ooh. Ling Ruoxu, in the front yard, saw this scene and almost vomited. Ling Yu felt goosebumps all over and quickly ushered his cousin inside to continue the conversation. Zhang Aryu was tightly holding Ling Shatang's arm, then greeted Ling Yu. Hello, Xiaoyu. Ling Yu furrowed his brows and said, Just call me Ling Yu, we're not that close. Zhang Aryu was very displeased inside but replied sweetly, Okay. Ling Yu. Ling Yu had no choice but to tolerate this woman and quickly entered the house. Blushing, Ling Shatang pushed Zhang Aryu away. However, she insisted on getting close, constantly rubbing her chest against him, making it hard for this honest man to handle. He had never encountered such shamelessness in his life. She was even worse than Ziqian. Nevertheless, while he could refuse with words, his body was quite honest. Damn primitive reactions. After the two entered the house, Ling Ruoxu took the opportunity to pull her younger brother over and whispered in his ear. I heard that this woman was the one who taught Zhang Milan how to chase after you. Zhang Milan was already so hard to handle, and now this old demon personally intervened. You need to find someone to take her away. Ling Yu chuckled. Where am I supposed to find an exorcist? Ask your strategist. Ling Ruoxu offered another hint to Ling Yu. While Zhang Aryu forced Ling Shatang to meet his parents, Ling Yu quickly called Guan Ruru. Hey, isn't this simple? Guan Ruru received the call and seemed excited. Her position as Ling Yu's emotional strategist appeared to be getting more stable. Call Yu Tingting. Ask her to pretend to be your cousin's girlfriend, right? If she agrees, it shows she's no longer averse to your cousin. And maybe they can make it real. Brilliant, that's a great idea. But what if she refuses? Ling Yu thought Guan Ruru was truly a genius in emotions, but he still had concerns. Trust me, she will definitely agree. Guan Ruru said confidently, if she doesn't agree, you still have me, right? I'm your most reliable backup. Ow. My backup. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned. She means that if Yu Tingting refuses, I'll act as your partner. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Ling Yu could only take it as Guan Ruru misspoke. After all, he was already married. Who would want to be his backup? Don't overthink it. What he didn't know was that after Guan Ruru hung up, her face was already burning. Damn it, why did I subconsciously say such a thing? I can't let Ling Yu know I like him, otherwise, it might be awkward when we meet in the future. Don't drag on like this. It's so unattractive. Ling Shatang entered the room and pushed Zhang Aryu aside once again. This woman, she's like a piece of toffee so stubborn. She has no shame, and yet she expects me to add some face left. Shatang, you finally showed up. After finally pushing Zhang Aryu away, Zhang Ru's mother approached. Chen Ailin, this kind-hearted lady, had already forgiven the other party after they came to apologize today, and now she even accompanied them over. This, Ling Shatang really couldn't get used to it. Last time, you and your mother teamed up to scold me like I was dog poo. How come today I suddenly become so fragrant? I can't understand it, Shatang. It was our fault last time. Your mother specifically had the matchmaker come to us. We shouldn't judge people by their appearance. Zhang Ru's mother cooperated with her daughter in acting. insincerely apologizing to Ling Shitang. As for Zhang Ru's father, he just smiled along. Didn't matter who Zhang Ru married, as long as they could afford the dowry. After all, their goal as a couple was to sell their daughter for as much as possible, without losing money in the process. That you're not wrong about this. Ling Shitang straightened his back this time and said, I am indeed ugly, not matching up to your daughter. So, but I don't mind. Zhang Ru didn't give him a chance to refuse, and walked over to hug his arm. With her experience of dating men in the double digits, she had long figured out that although Ling Shitang was a typical honest person, his self-control was nowhere near as strong as Ling Yu's. She was convinced that as long as she and Ling Shitang shared a bed once, this old man would surely be head over heels for her. When the time came, by making good use of his relationship with Ling Yu and his mother, even if it were 500,000 instead of 50,000 dowry, she could easily get it. Ah, I really don't deserve Miss John at all. Then you just have to work harder. I believe you will be deserving of me in the future. The material isn't right. It's no use trying harder. Then I'll help you work hard. Be your catalyst for change. How about that? ... What is it about me that caught your attention? See? You have self-awareness, integrity, and modesty. Aren't those your greatest strengths? Listening to Ling Shitang and Zhang Milan's conversation, Ling Roxu felt like she was about to throw up at any moment. She could tell that her cousin was no match for this old witch Zhang Ru, and without the help of a high monk, he would be easily devoured by the witch. On the other hand, Chen Ailin, seeing this scene, was very happy. She always knew that Ling Shitang had a good character and would eventually attract a woman. Though she knew Ling Shitang liked Zhu Tingting, having one more option couldn't hurt. Well, Ling Shitang was still at a loss for words, not sure what to say. Shitang, if you don't accept me, is it because you think I'm not good enough for you? No. No. Ling Shitang immediately waved his hands. Then what is it? Are you trying to tell me you already have a girlfriend? What? The Zhang family of three were shocked at the same time. Chen Ailin, on the other hand, was overjoyed, asking excitedly, Shitang, do you have a girlfriend? Is it Tingting? Ah. Well, Ling Shitang would never lie to Chen Ailin, but he opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. Yes, Mom. Ling Yu walked in with a smile. Tingting agreed to date my cousin, and she's here visiting us now. What? Ling Shitang was the next to exclaim. When did you Tingting agree to that with him? The Zhang family, on the other hand, were left speechless. Thankfully they didn't speak out their inner thoughts, or they would have been thoroughly embarrassed. Really? This is fantastic. Bless the Ling family. Chen Ailin was happier than anybody else. Of course, she knew that Zhu Tingting was 10 times better than Zhang Ru. Humph, since you already have a girlfriend, we'll take our leave. What a waste of time. Zhang Ru's father immediately stood up and walked away. Zhang Ru's mother sighed, scolding under her breath, following him out. A master-level professional face change. Dad. Mom. You go ahead. I'll stay and meet my rival. Zhang Ru didn't give up. This didn't surprise Ling Yu. After all, Zhang Milan was like this at the beginning too. Ling Roxu, on the other hand, calmly prepared some snacks, ready to watch the show. The two Zhang women really are each more shameless than the other. Knowing that someone doesn't like her, yet still shamelessly persisting, how can there be such shameless people in the world? However, after waiting for half an hour, nobody came to the Ling family. Zhang Ru started smiling and said to Ling Yu, Xiao Yu, are you intentionally testing me? I really like your cousin. Can't you agree to our marriage? Ling Yu rolled his eyes, thinking that if his cousin marries you, I don't want to visit his house ever again. All right, Shitang, there won't be any women coming, so don't keep thinking foolishly. Give it a try with her, and if you don't fall in love with her in half a month, she will leave, okay? Zhang Ru was filled with confidence. To conquer a man like Ling Shitang, what need was there to wait half a month? One night would be enough. As long as she let him experience her skills, it would be sufficient. Just as she was about to pull Ling Shitang again, a woman walked into the courtyard. Ah, Tingting, you actually came. Chen Ailin, who had been anxiously waiting, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, beyond thrilled. Ling Shitang also couldn't believe it. You are Ling Shitang's girlfriend? Zhang Ru also didn't expect it to be Zhu Tingting. Isn't she her cousin's close friend? Would she agree to be used as a pawn to confuse Ling Shitang and demand a high dowry and a house, all for the sake of Ling Yu? Humph. Don't judge a book by its cover. She seemed innocent enough, but in fact, she's another deceptive person. Ow. Yu Tingting didn't verbally respond, just nodded. Even so, it was enough to make Chen Ailin bloom like a flower, cheering, "This is so wonderful." Ling Shitang was frozen in place. With his intelligence, how could he have guessed that Yu Tingting was brought into act by Ling Yu? He thought it was real. Happiness came so suddenly that it almost caused his brain to malfunction. So even a poor, ugly, old man like him could have spring blessings. You liar. Zhang Aryu had talked about several boyfriends. Immediately exposing Yu Tingting, how could you possibly be attracted to this ugly man? Don't think I don't know. You must have been asked here by Ling Yu to pretend to be Ling Shiting's girlfriend, right? Yu Tingting was secretly astonished. Zhang Milin, the experienced cousin, was indeed not easy to deceive. However, she still pursed her lips and insisted, "No, I am Ling Shiting's girlfriend. Unless he doesn't like me, how could I not like you?" Ling Shitang, who had been blissfully unaware of everything, exclaimed in surprise as if it were an instinctual reaction. Yu Tingting blushed immediately, lowered her head, her emotions uncertain. Even Zhang Aryu felt embarrassed at this moment despite her thick skin. She was putting in so much effort to pursue an ugly man, yet he was openly expressing his affection for another woman in front of her. What a humiliation. Look, cousin, I told you divorcing Ziqian was absolutely the right decision for a lifetime, right? Ling Ruoxu, who was watching from the side, saw Zhang Ru's shocked and angry expression at that moment and felt that it was worth the watch. It was a good thing she hadn't gone out shopping today. The drama at home was even more entertaining than the melodramas in the movie theaters. Well, ow. Ling Shitang still happily scratching his head, unsure of how to respond. If Ziqian hadn't pushed him to the limit, he wouldn't have divorced her in a fit of anger. When he divorced her, he thought he would never be attractive to women again in his life and was mentally prepared to remain single forever. Who would have thought that today he would have to women vying to be his girlfriend? He didn't dare to dream about it. Zhang Aryu, can you finally give up now? Aren't you leaving yet? Stop pretending. We know what you're thinking in your heart. Ling Ruoxu directly pierced through the window paper. Unexpectedly, Zhang Aryu suddenly burst into tears. What am I pretending? Clearly, it was your family that invited me for a blind date, and now you come to insult me voluntarily. You're all bullying me. This move worked like a charm. Chen Ailin immediately reprimanded Ling Ruoxu. Stop talking nonsense. Then quickly apologized to Zhang Aryu. Zhang Aryu, I'm sorry. It's true that we invited you for a blind date, but since it didn't work out, it's over, isn't it? Shitang likes Tingting, and emotions can't be forced. Ling Ruoxu could barely listen to Chen Ailin's words. Although her mother was a kind person, she still understood the reasoning. She knows, but can't she be friends with Shitang? Zhang Aryu continued to retreat. She was an expert in love. How could she not understand Yu Tingting's expression? In any case, no matter what this woman's purpose was, she definitely was not Ling Shiting's girlfriend. She stayed in the Ling family, waiting for the opportunity to expose them. Humph. All right, of course, it's good to have more friends and more pats. Chen Ailin, the kind-hearted old woman, naturally said so. Ling Ruoxu was speechless and directly turned back to her room. She was afraid to look at Zhang Aryu again. She would be nauseated and vomit blood in a moment. Now that she's gone to the kitchen to cook, you two lovebirds have a good chat. Zhang Aryu really acted as if everything was fine, even displaying a generous attitude, deliberately giving Yu Tingting and Ling Shitang a chance to be alone. Fake couple, the more space you give them, the easier it is for you to reveal their true nature. Ling Yu didn't know what medicine Zhang Aryu was selling because he supported the idea of letting his cousin and Yu Tingting be alone together. This was another hard-earned opportunity, hoping his cousin would seize it well. Thinking of this, he led the somewhat clueless mother away. Chen Ailin saw her son's expression and immediately reacted. Oh, with so many guests today, I'll go buy some groceries. You guys chat. In an instant, in the Ling family hall, only Ling Shitang and Yu Tingting remained. Sit, Tingting, you sit, and I'll peel an apple for you to eat. Ling Shiteng's movements were awkward. Even though he hadn't done anything yet, he was nervous to the extreme. He even felt his hands were unnecessary, like where do people usually put them? Yu Tingting had been looking down, not daring to look at Ling Shitang. She was truly afraid Ling Shitang would misunderstand. But why did she come to act as his girlfriend when she was afraid he'd misunderstand? What was she thinking? Ling Shitang also sat down, a meter away from Yu Tingting. As he thought about it, he realized it wasn't quite right. Tingting had specifically come over, and here he was, a grown man being all awkward. He wanted to move closer quietly, but then retreated quietly. Would Tingting think he was being inappropriate? In the past, when he was with Ziqian, he never felt this way. He had blindly gotten married. What couldn't he do in a husband-wife relationship? But with Yu Tingting, there was a feeling of wanting to get close, of also being afraid. Was this what love felt like? He felt a bit embarrassed. He was a 36-year-old man. His child was already grown up, and he was experiencing his first love. Don't make him laugh. Ling Shitang suddenly let out a cry. Because his attention was to scatter, and he ended up slicing his thumb while peeling the apple. Shitang, are you okay? Yu Tingting quickly sat closer, showing none of his awkwardness as a man. I'm fine. Just a little thing. Ling Shitang immediately put his thumb in his mouth to stop the bleeding, using ancient methods. Yu Tingting was a bit speechless but stood up quickly. I'll go find a band-aid for you. Before she could go look for one, Ling Yu had already come out, handing her something. It was a band-aid. Thank you. Yu Tingting, who had felt no palpitations when facing Ling Shitang, suddenly felt her heart race upon seeing Ling Yu. Could you help my cousin instead? Okay. Yu Tingting nodded to Ling Yu and sat next to Ling Shitang once again. Ling Yu saw the two getting closer and was satisfied with the outcome. Yu Tingting carefully bandaged Ling Shitang, her heartbeat calming down. On the other hand, Ling Shitang remained stiff with nerves. Smelling the fragrant orchid scent in Yu Tingting's breath, feeling it was intoxicating. Shitang, can you help me with something? Just as the atmosphere was becoming intimate, Zhang Ru's voice suddenly came from the kitchen. Okay. Ling Shitang, the honest man, spurred by his altruistic nature, stood up reflexively, but then he felt it was not quite right. Scratching his head, he said to Yu Tingting, I'll go help in the kitchen. Yu Tingting just nodded, without any hint of jealousy. Ling Shitang didn't think much of it and headed straight to the kitchen. As soon as he entered, his body, which had just relaxed, immediately stiffened like a steel bar. Zhang Ru opened the gas cabinet and bent down to check the bowl, her backside facing Ling Shitang, moving left and right with intent. She was wearing black stockings and a short skirt today, and at the right angle, Ling Shitang unexpectedly saw the enticing view. It seems like there's no gas left. Could you help me change the gas bottle? Zhang Ru acted as though she didn't know her secret was being peeped at by a man, earnestly moving the gas cylinder back and forth. She wanted to stoke the flames a bit more. Zhang Ru suddenly turned around, causing Ling Shitang to quickly turn away in panic. The image he just saw was etched in his mind. Damn it, what if someone noticed his reaction? How embarrassing would that be? Shitang, what's wrong with you? Zhang Ru pretended not to know, and walked over twisting her waist. Nothing. Ling Shitang quickly turned away a bit more. Then why have you been avoiding me with your back turned? Are you scared of me? Zhang Ru smirked, feeling even more confident. Men, they all love passionate and proactive women, right? Especially since she knew her own advantages. Maybe not pretty, a bit short in height, but where a woman should be bold, she was quite bold indeed. I'm not scared. Ling Shitang quickly turned around. Zhang Ru sized him up and let out a knowing smile. Why are you all sweaty? Let me help you wipe it off. Zhang Ru took out a tissue and wiped Ling Shitang's sweat. No need. Ling Shitang, feeling nervous, tried to push her away, but accidentally did it too forcefully. Oops. Zhang Ru pretended to fall down. Ling Shitang was shocked and instinctively held her. In turn, Zhang Ru held on to his waist. Miss Zhang, are you okay? Ling Shitang had no idea of the scheming woman's intentions and earnestly apologized. I didn't mean to. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Tingting had heard the commotion and walked over. She was now standing behind Ling Shitang, quietly observing the scene. No worries. Thank you, my hero. Zhang Ryu playfully bit Ling Shitang's earlobe in gratitude. You're welcome. Ling Shitang, unaware of the situation behind him, waited for Zhang Ryu to steady herself before letting go. Suddenly, Ling Ruoxu came from behind, pointing at Zhang Ryu furiously. You shameless woman, get out of my house. We don't welcome you here. Her hot temper couldn't bear Zhang Ryu seducing her cousin and ruining his and Yu Tingding's relationship. She rushed over, ready to forcefully drag Zhang Ryu out. Ah, Ruoxu, what are you doing? Let go. Did she do something wrong? Zhang Ryu pretended to cry out in distress. Being half a head shorter than Ling Ruoxu, she knew she was no match physically. She could only cry for help. Her savior promptly arrived. Ruoxu, what are you doing? Why are you laying hands on Zhang Ryu? Chen Ailin, hearing the commotion, appeared out of nowhere and pushed her daughter away. This was still her house. She couldn't let her daughter physically bully a guest. Zhang Ryu, are you okay? Sob. What did I do wrong? I was just cooking in the kitchen for you all. Why hit me? Why? Sob. Zhang Ryu, tears and snot flowing, cried feeling wronged. Ling Ruoxu, wanting to smack the shameless woman, was pushed back by Chen Ailin. Ruoxu, step away. Your father and I didn't raise you to treat others this way. Ling Ruoxu, angry, stomped her feet and ran outside. Ling Yu was also helpless. He knew his mother and cousin were straightforward and wouldn't see through Zhang Ryu's schemes. Only his sister truly felt frustrated. All right, Ziyu, you should take Zhang Ryu home first. Chen Ailin, a good person but not foolish, knew which woman to choose for Ling Shitang. Zhang Ryu initially didn't want to leave, but upon hearing Chen Ailin's instructions for Ling Yu to take her, did it mean she could ride in the Maserati worth millions? That was the Qin family heiress's car. Okay. Ling Yu and Zhang Ryu almost simultaneously responded. Zhang Ryu smiled at Ling Yu. We must have some kind of telepathy. Ling Yu just chuckled and left. Another woman might feel embarrassed at this point, even awkwardly rooted to the ground. But Zhang Ryu had long given up her shame, so what face did she have left to lose? She hurriedly and excitedly caught up with him, as she stood by the Maserati, posing for various selfies, and prepared to open the car door to take pictures. Ling Yu coldly asked, What are you doing? What am I doing? I'm getting in the car. Zhang Ryu blinked, then moved closer to Ling Yu, using her fingers to draw circles on his chest, her face full of charm. Or maybe, you want to do something else with me. I'm willing to. Just drive to a secluded place. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hey. Ling Yu swatted her hand away and pointed to a taxi slowly approaching. Miss Zhang, you're thinking too much. I agreed to take you home, not personally, but I've already paid for that cab, so you won't need to pay again. Zhang Ryu's whole body stiffened in anger, even though she tried to show she wasn't bothered at all. It turned out she was the one who misinterpreted all along. Miss Zhang, goodbye. Ling Yu didn't bother to entertain her further, simply opened the taxi door and pushed her in. He then returned home and locked the door. He couldn't let that woman in anymore. Damn it, you scoundrel, Ling Yu, you bad guy. I curse you to eat instant noodles without seasoning for the rest of your life. Zhang Ryu, sitting in the car, vented her anger loudly, shocking the driver quite a bit. However, after letting it out, Zhang Ryu straightened her bangs and gradually wore a smug smile. Although she didn't get to ride the Maserati today, or establish a rapport with Ling Yu, she was certain that Ling Shitang, that man, was completely different from Ling Yu. Honest he may be, but definitely not strong in willpower to resist temptation. Ling Yu, watch how I use you to squeeze out your money. At that moment, Ling Yu was hesitating whether to go home, fearing he might accidentally become a third wheel for his cousin and Yu Tingding. He was well aware that Yu Tingding seemed to have affection for him, and his presence might hinder the development of their relationship. Oh well, he decided to go pick up his wife early. Ling Yu didn't enter the house, as everyone thought he was taking Zhang Ryu home. On the other hand, Chen Mingyu had just finished a meeting and returned to the CEO's office, feeling a bit mentally drained as she massaged her temples. To security guard Zia Shouty knocked gently on the door, holding a beautifully wrapped bag. Come in. Chen Mingyu didn't look up, softly inviting her in. CEO Chin, you've been in meetings all afternoon. I brought you some big green honey dates from a supplier. Shall I wash some for you to soothe your throat? Zia Shouty lifted the bag in her hand. Chin Mingyu, expressionless, glanced up and sighed slightly. I can't eat right now, just leave them on my car seat. Have Ziwan drive me home early, I'm a bit tired. All right, CEO Chin. Zia Shouty nodded and quickly went to sort things out. She also understood why Chin Mingyu was so tired. Things had been hectic at Tiagang Group. Suppliers were terminating partnerships one after the other. That guy Gao Jianbo suddenly transferred his shares to the second shareholder of Tiagang Group, who now with high ownership stake, was constantly opposing Chin Mingyu in the company. Mysterious enemies lurking in the shadows kept making moves, troubles inside and outside the Tiagang Group. Despite handling things well without making mistakes, Chin Mingyu must be exhausted dealing with it all. Ling Yu drove to Tiagang Group before 6 in the afternoon, but heard that Chin Mingyu had already returned home early. He was puzzled in his heart, wondering what happened to his wife today. This kind of thing had never happened before. With a hint of worrying, Ling Yu quickly drove home. Upon opening the door, he saw Chin Mingyu sitting alone on the sofa, eyes closed as if asleep. Ling Yu felt a pang of heartache upon seeing her like this for the first time in their 3 months of marriage. Ling Yu was afraid she might be uncomfortable sleeping like that, so he gently tried to lift her up to put her back in bed. Unexpectedly, Chin Mingyu was wide awake as soon as Ling Yu's hand touched her shoulder. Seeing her alert expression, Ling Yu felt a bit awkward and hurriedly explained, Mingyu, I meant to carry you to bed to sleep, the position here is not good. Sensing that Chin Mingyu's gaze was still suspicious, Ling Yu felt a bit frantic. Why did he feel like things were getting more and more misunderstood? All right, I won't sleep then. Chin Mingyu knew he didn't mean it in that way. She just thought he was being silly. Did he really not consider sleeping himself? Well, if you're tired, you can take a bath and go to bed early, Ling Yu said with concern. Upon hearing the word bath, Chin Mingyu suddenly remembered that Shawan had brought her a bag of big green dates, placing them on the table. She had been a bit thirsty just waking up, so she said, Ling Yu, can you help me wash the dates? What? Ling Yu thought he misheard. The Ice Queen was asking him to wash dates for her. Had their relationship progressed to this point? What? Is that not okay? Chin Mingyu sat up, lazily stretching. That figure's curves were simply deadly. Is that really okay? Ling Yu, who was immune to any woman's charms, suddenly felt a surge of nerves, becoming tense all over. Was the Ice Queen testing him? What's wrong? Don't want to. Chin Mingyu looked at him, her brows furrowed slightly. I do. Ling Yu could only nod, swallowing nervously. It seemed like his wife was serious. Was she so tired that she had no energy even for washing dates? Chin Mingyu thought he had seen the bag of big green dates, stood up directly, and turned to say, I'll go brush my teeth first. She was a germaphobe, dozing off for a bit just now, and when she woke, she needed to brush her teeth before eating. Wait. Ling Yu called out hastily. What's wrong? Chin Mingyu turned back to look. Any moment with her was like a beautiful painting. How do you usually prefer to wash them? Do you use the bathtub? Ling Yu felt that he couldn't be careless on his first time doing this with Chin Mingyu. Chin Mingyu was momentarily puzzled. As clever as she was, she immediately understood that Ling Yu, that big dunce, had misunderstood. He hadn't seen the bag of big green dates before. She had intended to clarify immediately, but then thought that tonight she would see if this man had the courage. No need for the bathtub, Chin Mingyu said, with a mischievous smile, striding away with grace. Ling Yu was flustered. His heart was racing. Did she mean to stand and have him help wash the dates by hand? The thought made his blood boil. Could it be that the Ice Queen was not just tired but actually sick? It seemed she was quite sick indeed. But since his wife instructed him to wash the dates, he had to comply. While Chin Mingyu went to brush her teeth, he entered the bathroom, adjusting the water temperature and setting up the shower gel and bath sponge. The idea of seeing the Ice Queen stand naked in front of him for a bath and him assisting made him a bit giddy, something he never dared to dream about before. Today, he could openly and honestly appreciate his wife's beauty. Yeah, a man should speak with a bit of grace, especially to his wife. Yongjian immediately gave his son a stern look and said, Uya looked sullen but dared not disobey his father. Mother Wang Yuhao's eyes were even darker and more intimidating. Her stature was different from the men. She did not participate in the Yu family's business affairs and only cared about her position in the family. Now that Yongjian had elevated Ling Ruoxu so high, when his son brought her back as a mother-in-law, did she have to live according to her daughter-in-law? She was not willing. As for Rujiling, she remained silent, her expression cold though not as menacing as Wang Yuhao's. Seeing this family, Ling Ruoxu's palms began to sweat slightly, and she stiffened her scalp in an instant. "Oh, in-laws, why are you here? Please come in." As the hostess, Chen Nailin could only invite the family of Fur from inside. "Well, mother-in-law, sorry for the intrusion." Du Yongjian tried to maintain his composure and be polite to Chen Nailin. The Yu siblings just nodded casually and went inside. As for Wang Yuhao, she did not even look at Chen Nailin. In her eyes, a rural woman like Chen Nailin naturally had a class barrier, and she disdained associating with such women. The family's visit today was due to the pressure from Yongjian and her own desire to clarify her son's marriage. If Ling Ruoxu dared to act superior today, as a mother-in-law, she would not tolerate it. After the Yu family of Fur entered, Chen Nailin quickly instructed, "Ruoxu, you chat with your husband's family first, I'll go make tea." "No need." Faced with Chen Nailin's warmth, Wang Yuhao hadn't even sat down yet. When she said, "I'm not accustomed to your good tea, let's not waste it and get straight to the point." Chen Nailin was a little puzzled. Why did the mother-in-law seem so difficult today? She remembered that during the last wedding, she didn't have this attitude. "What do you want?" Ling Ruoxu responded coldly. She never had a good impression of Wang Yuhao, and hearing her speak like this now only made it worse. "Ruoxu, is this how you were raised? No matter how you feel about Yao, I am still your mother-in-law. Is this how you speak to me?" Wang Yuhao couldn't restrain herself and directly scolded Ling Ruoxu. "How ridiculous! What attitude have I shown? You come to my house, find it dirty, refuse to sit, claim the tea is unworthy. I simply asked what your business was, and I get criticized." Ling Ruoxu was sharp-tongued and didn't like to be belittled. "You aren't considering me as a daughter-in-law, but rather treating me as a servant, aren't you? How dare you?" Wang Yuhao almost raised her hand. In her mind, how could a daughter-in-law be so disrespectful to a mother-in-law? Besides, she believed her son's injury at the amusement park was because of this woman. Her son had been in bed for days, and as his wife, this woman didn't even bother to visit once. Was this acceptable? "Yuhao, speak nicely." Yongjian quickly intervened. Then he smiled at Chen Nailin. "Mother-in-law, I apologize to you. My wife cares too much for our son, which is why she is upset seeing him hurt." "Oh, is Yao okay?" Chen Nailin inquired. After all, he was her son-in-law. She should have cared sooner. "Nothing much, just two fractures," Ye replied oddly, not seeming angry but deliberately showing a different face. It was a strange case of laugh and cry. "HMPH, my son's injury, isn't it because of your daughter?" Wang Yuhao couldn't help but get angry again. During the Ferris wheel accident, Huya jumped down to protect her and got hurt. Hearing this, Chen Nailin was bewildered. Why was this different from what her daughter had said? Ling Ruoxu was even angrier. When her mother asked earlier, she had spared Uji's face, not mentioning details and saying everyone was fine. She didn't expect this shameless man to claim he got her protecting her. It was no wonder Wang Yuhao's attitude was so bad. The root cause was this shameless Huya. Seeing Ling Ruoxu's fierce gaze, Huya instinctively lowered his head and hurriedly said, "Mom, my injury had nothing to do with Ruoxu." "Enough. Stop defending her." Wang Yuhao was still angry and said excitedly, "I know you like her, but marriage isn't just about love. It can't be one-sided. We are here today to clear things up." Pause. She looked sternly at Chen Nailin, pressing for an answer. "Mother-in-law, today you will give us an answer. Will this marriage continue or not?" Well, Chen Nailin obviously wanted her daughter's marriage to last, as getting divorced within 2 months would invite ridicule. Though she hoped for the best, she did not want to force Ling Ruoxu, and instead gave her daughter a pleading look, allowing her to make the decision. Ling Ruoxu clenched her teeth and came clean. "Don't think I'm unaware. You waited until now to confront us. Hoping to use me to please my siblings, right? Chen Nailin was most shocked by this revelation. Except for her, everyone present knew Chen Mingyu's true identity. Du Yongjian remained silent. Wan Yuhao coldly snorted, "Don't look down on our family, and don't think too highly of the Qin family. We are all in business, who knows who may need help in the future." Evidently, this woman was also aware of the current situation of Chiagang Group, and no longer held the same respect for the Qin family. But as soon as she finished, a cold light appeared at the door. Du Yongjian quickly pushed his wife to stop her, then greeted the couple entering the room with a smile. "Miss Qin. Lingyu. What a coincidence. You're back today too." Qin Mingyu did not respond. Her cold gaze pierced through Yongjian's family. The family of four shivered together. This inherent aura of a prominent family, something they small family members couldn't stand up to. "Mrs. Zhu, are you suggesting the Qin family will have to rely on your family in the future?" Qin Mingyu's expression and demeanor emitted an oppressive air. It seemed to freeze the family of four. Wan Yuhao, who had been confident until then, now felt like a quail, unable to speak. She made an ill-considered remark just moments ago. In her heart, she knew well enough that in front of Miss Qin of the Qin family, she couldn't dare to boast anymore. No. 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 Miss, please don't misunderstand." Du Yongjian hastened to smile and explain, "My wife sometimes speaks without thinking. I will certainly teach her a lesson when we get back." He thought this would earn Qin Mingyu's favor but instead found her growing colder. She furrowed her brow slightly and said, "I'm also a woman, so Mr. Ooh. Do you mean to say I can't speak either?" Qin Mingyu came out of the bathroom, her black hair slightly damp, exuding a pleasant fragrance. As she walked into the living room, she noticed a transparent glass bowl filled with large dates. Qin Mingyu casually picked one up and took a small bite. Her eating posture was very elegant, and the way she chewed was a delight to watch. Lingyu had been watching her all along. His wife in her pajamas had a stunning figure that even he, a former gynecologist, found hard to resist. Although they all had the same anatomical structures, he felt there was something different about her compared to other women. "It's quite sweet. Do you want some?" Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes suddenly looked over. Lingyu subconsciously looked away, feeling a bit guilty. "I've already had some, and it's indeed very sweet." Seeing his unnatural expression, Qin Mingyu's lips curved slightly, creating a sense of achievement in knowing she could make even a gynecologist desire her. The fatigue she had during the day disappeared in an instant because of the pleasure she felt both physically and emotionally. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of being married. "Tomorrow, let's go home together." "Go home? Who's home?" Lingyu immediately raised his gaze, slightly surprised. "What do you think?" Qin Mingyu's lips curved into a smile. Lingyu wasn't as clueless as she imagined and quickly became excited. "Then I'll tell my mom right away. She'd probably be making soup for you. Tomorrow night, come pick me up at 6 o'clock. "Sure." Lingyu nodded quickly, not caring why Qin Mingyu chose to go home with him tomorrow. He just knew that his mother would be very happy every time she came home. "Don't you want to ask why I want to go to your house?" Qin Mingyu squinted at the man with a hint of dissatisfaction. She also enjoyed the soup Chen Ailin made. It felt like there was genuine care in it, a feeling she couldn't get at a high-end place outside. "Do you need a reason to go home?" Lingyu's response left Qin Mingyu unsure of how to reply. This fool could be quite eloquent at times. "Let me tell you something else. Regarding the Ferris wheel incident, do you plan to sue Liu Hedong?" "No. If I wanted to kill him, I wouldn't have saved him that day. He's probably wishing for death right now, right?" Qin Mingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, and continued, "Do you mind if I leverage this incident for some commercial benefit?" "Of course not. If you need my help, just ask any time." Lingyu was very honest. As a married couple, Qin Mingyu's interests were his interests. "There's no need for that," Qin Mingyu said. "Although Liu Hedong may wish he were dead, his mother doesn't want him to end up in jail. I can leverage this to gain over 30 million from the Liu family in the business world. Do you need a thank you from me?" "You're coming home with me tomorrow is the best thank you," Lingyu said with a smile. Qin Mingyu was slightly stunned but soon felt a warmth in her heart. This man's skills at pampering his wife were growing stronger and more dangerous. That evening, Chen Ailin received a phone call from Lingyu, and she was so excited that she could hardly sleep. and waited eagerly for the morning. Before noon arrived, she started making soup. Ling Ruoxu hadn't gone out today and was still wearing her pajamas, wandering around. She saw her mother making traditional soup and subconsciously thought it was for lunch. "Mom, why are you making soup now? What time is it?" "Oh, this is for tonight. Mingyu and Xiaoyu are coming home." Ling Ruoxu purposely showed a jealous expression. "Mom, in my next life, I want to be your daughter-in-law." "Oh, stop it. Which daughter at 3 years old still mooches off her mother?" Chen Nailin's words made Ling Ruoxu shut her ears, turn around, and head back into her room. Chen Nailin sighed. She was at a loss with this daughter of hers, who had finally married but still stayed at her mother's home all the time, letting others make fun of them. Ling Ruoxu's mood wasn't good. She used to confide in Lin Qingshuan before but now couldn't find anyone to talk to, so she decided to share her troubles with her younger brother. When she opened her phone, she saw a news notification. Many companies and the Chiagang Group terminate their cooperation. Can the Cloud City's top financial group continue to shine? Ling Ruoxu quickly clicked to read the news. After reading, she anxiously contacted Lingyu. "Xiaoyu, have you seen the news? Mingyu's company seems to be in trouble recently, right?" "Yes, probably. Mingyu has been coming home exhausted lately, so there must be many issues to deal with. There's a mysterious force antagonizing the Chiagang Group." Lingyu wouldn't mention these matters to others, but since she was his sister, he had his suspicions that it was the Zhao family from Yanjing. However, since they hadn't surfaced yet, he currently had no way to help his wife. "Xiaoyu, what if Mingyu wants to cooperate with the Yu family?" Ling Ruoxu suddenly guessed the reason why Qin Mingyu was going home today. The Yu family was involved in refining technology processing, and she had seen many related industries terminating their cooperation with the Chiagang Group. So the Chiagang Group would need to find new partners, right? Lingyu hadn't asked Qin Mingyu last night, but upon hearing his sister's words, he also felt it was a possibility. Still, he didn't want to pressure his sister or have her sacrifice her own happiness to bridge a business deal for Mingyu. So he advised her, "Sister, don't worry about Mingyu. There's a saying, a centipede dies, but never falls. The Qin family has been rooted in Cloud City for decades. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to bring them down." Ling Ruoxu understood the reasoning behind his words, but couldn't help feeling anxious. She had pretended to be jealous of Qin Mingyu just now, but her feelings for Mingyu were even deeper than her own biological sister's. Moreover, Qin Mingyu had helped her family numerous times, for which Ling Ruoxu was truly grateful. If she could assist Qin Mingyu, she would do so without hesitation. Time quickly passed, and it was already 5 p.m. Chen Ailin had been watching the clock all day, and her affection for Qin Mingyu was undeniable, even surpassing that for her own daughter. She also knew that without this daughter-in-law, their Ling family wouldn't be where they were today. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine outside the door caught their attention. "Mingyu. It must be Mingyu and Xiaoyu coming home." Chen Ailin eagerly hurried to open the door before any knocks were heard. Ling Ruoxu put on a smile to follow her mother outside to greet them. However, as soon as the door opened, her smile froze on her face. Outside were 3 familiar luxury cars, all belonging to the Yu family. "Ouya, why are you all here?" Seeing the Yu family, Ling Ruoxu's expression changed instantly, unable to hide her dislike for them. Ouya had an injury, making his stride a bit awkward. Seeing Ling Ruoxu's face, along with her question, his expression darkened. "You're my wife. I came to pick you up. Do I need a special reason?" "What? No. No. No." Aongjian quickly waved his hands and said, "Miss Qin, please don't misunderstand. I was just talking about my woman." Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead. Wang Yue, with her extensive experience in the business world, knew very well that the Qin family, a colossal figure, might find it difficult to save themselves if they were currently stuck in a quagmire, but destroying Aongjian's small enterprise would be an effortless task. Just like how a big elephant stuck in a mud pit could easily crush any small animal that provokes it. Seeing her father in such a panicked state, Hu Ji and Ajing also tensed up. They only truly understood the sheer force of the pressure exerted by Miss Qin when they witnessed her chilling demeanor. The rumors of the IC female CEO were indeed true. This kind of aura couldn't be felt through words alone. It required the senses and every cell in your body to grasp the terror within it. Chen Mingyu coldly snorted and ignored the Yeonjian family. Turning towards Chen Ailan and saying with a light smile, "Mom, I and Ling you are back for a meal." "Great, that's wonderful. Mom will go prepare the table for dinner right away." Chen Ailan was very enthusiastic, gently holding Chen Mingyu's jade hand, and giving her daughter-in-law once-over glance before reluctantly leaving. Witnessing this scene, Ling Ruoxu felt a massive blow to her inner self. She glanced at Wang Yue, her eyes filled with disappointment mixed with a hint of anger. She didn't expect her mother-in-law to dote on her like her own mother, but at least she wished she wouldn't always act superior. Wanting to trample on her daughter-in-law and treat her like a dog for her son. Sensing her gaze, Wang Yue clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth but dared not make a sound. Even her husband was afraid of Chen Mingyu. With Ling Ruoxu relying on this family connection, how could she deal with her daughter-in-law? "Humph, Ling Ruoxu, just wait. One day, when you have no one to rely on, watch me deal with you." Married into the Yeonjian family, and you, a lowly commoner, still want to be a queen? Wang Yue silently murmured to herself. The Ling family went to the table to have their meal. Chen Mingyu also wanted to help out, ever since she washed the dishes that one time. Whenever she had the time, she would assist Lingyu at home, even though it happened very rarely. "Oh, Mingyu, please have a seat. How can you be doing such things?" Quick, quick. Chen Ailan quickly pulled Chen Mingyu to sit down. While she didn't know Chen Mingyu's exact background, she knew she was a delicate and precious woman. Letting her daughter-in-law handle such tasks, she was worried that her son might not appreciate it, so she was reluctant. Chen Mingyu didn't insist and watched Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu busy themselves. On the other hand, the Yeonjian family had already taken their seats, not offering any help at all. After Chen Mingyu arrived, Wang Yue no longer dared to act like a high-class lady, or worrying about the Ling family's furniture staining her fancy clothes. She merely joined in sitting down. Their family wasn't of commoner descent like the Ling family. Although they might not have a mansion with three-digit household staff like the Qin family, they could afford to have servants to serve them during meals. They had never done such things and would never stoop so low to do them. It would be degrading. "Miss Qin, forgive the lack of good wine today. Allow me to offer you a cup of tea instead as a gesture of respect." Yeonjian saw Chen Mingyu sit down and immediately took the opportunity to try and connect with her. After all, many people attending high-class banquets hope to make a favorable impression in front of the Qin family's young lady. Today was a rare opportunity for the Yeonjian family, enough to make many envious. The only downside was that the current Qin family was not as prominent as it used to be. Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu were just coming out with the dishes, preparing to sit down, and happened to witness this scene. Seeing Chen Mingyu actually giving face to Yeonjian, Ling Yu thought, perhaps the Chia gang group really wanted to cooperate with the Yeonjian family. Otherwise, with the iceberg lady's temperament, she wouldn't even bother dealing with such people. "Come, let's sit down and eat together." Chen Ailan, a woman from the lower strata, didn't understand the social norms of the upper class. Her wish was simple, to have a harmonious gathering with the whole family. Today, with the son-in-law and daughter-in-law visiting their home, she felt happier than anything else. The lively atmosphere in the Ling family today was satisfying for her as the matriarch of the family. As both Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu sat down, she immediately turned to Yeonjian and Wang Yue, saying, "Relatives-in-law, since you are here today, let's discuss the children's marriage." Wang Yue didn't dare to speak in front of Chen Mingyu. She saw her as a woman who was her equal in status. Hearing this, Yeonjian quickly responded, "Mother-in-law, that suits me just fine. The children entering into marriage is a bridge built by our ancestors in heaven. They may not understand the value of this connection being young, but as elders, we must help them along the way." "Yes, yes." Chen Ailan also agreed, nodding and saying, "Mother-in-law, I may not be as cultured as you, and my speech may be simplistic. My daughter may have been spoiled by me since she was young. Her personality is a bit strong-headed and independent. Please bear with her." Hearing her mother speaking like this, Ling Ruoxu coldly turned her head. Marriage was not child's play. If one had to accommodate one person and one family for a lifetime, How tiring would that be? Qin Mingyu's gaze quietly fell on Ling Ruoxu. She felt that Ling Yu's sister's personality was somewhat similar to hers. If she were in Ling Ruoxu's position, she might not say a word and simply ask for a divorce. If the other party dared to harass her further, she would report them for harassment. Ha ha. Girls nowadays tend to be more proud. We understand that. Yeonjian adopted a grand demeanor and then said, but pride aside, can't they stop being so willful like children forever? Ruoxu, Uji truly likes you. Marriage requires mutual understanding to last long. We sincerely welcome you back to the Yeonjian family. If you don't want a divorce, feel free to lay out any conditions. He wanted to climb the family relationship ladder through this union between the two families. Especially now that the Qin family was facing difficulties, it was the perfect opportunity for the Yeonjian family to step in. If they could help the Qin family overcome their challenges and return to their peak through this marriage and alliance, the Yeonjian family would never go hungry again. Ruoxu, look, not only Uji, even his father treats you well. What are you still sulking about with people? Chen Ailin added pressure on her daughter. She didn't want to see her daughter treating marriage like child's play. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu remained silent, not wanting to get any advice to Ling Ruoxu. At this moment, any advice for outsiders would be added pressure on Ling Ruoxu, influencing her decision. Fine. I will come back to the Yeonjian family. I have 3 conditions you must agree to. Seeing Ling Ruoxu finally speak, her lips tightly pressed together. Excited as she said, but I have 3 conditions that you must fulfill. Uji's face, shrouded in gloom moments before, immediately brightened. As long as Ling Ruoxu was willing to come back with him, share the same bed, mutually please each other physically, everything else was negotiable. If there's anything you want, just go ahead and tell me. Yeonjian also reached out his hand, assuming an attitude of speaking on behalf as an elder. Won Yuhao's face was clouded, but she remained silent. She knew that her daughter-in-law was not easy to tame, and if she dared to act too outrageous, she would have her son stay and divorce her. As a commoner woman, if it weren't for her brother climbing up the social ladder, what status did she hold? All right, since that's the case, then I will speak out. Ling Ruoxu didn't care about what was going on in Won Yuhao's mind. For her mother's sake, and for Qin Mingyu, she decided to give Uya another chance. Firstly, from now on, your family must respect my family, especially my mother. The crowd shivered slightly, with varied expressions. Chen Ailin was deeply touched in her heart but said, Ruoxu, what are you saying? Diu family is very respectful towards me. In her elderly mind, if others didn't scold or hit her, that did not count as disrespect. And the lack of respect from the Yu family towards her would not be as direct as the Zhang families, through blatant words. So Chen Ailin found it hard to notice, and even if she did, she doubted whether she was mistaken. Ling Ruoxu did not respond to her mother's words. If her mother didn't know, then did she not know either? Especially Won Yuhao, who hadn't greeted her mother at all from the start, didn't sit down upon entering the house, and directly stated she couldn't stomach the tea her mother brewed. Weren't these signs of disrespect? She looked at her mother with disdain deep in her bones. Ha ha, that is necessary. Yeonjian immediately responded with a smile. Marriage involves both families, and everyone should respect each other. Ling Ruoxu didn't care about what Yeonjian was thinking specifically and continued. The second condition is, after I enter the Yu family, you must also show me respect and absolutely not force me to do things I don't like. Won Yuhao's face immediately darkened. How could she agree to such a condition? If she did, wouldn't Ling Ruoxu be like a queen in the Yu family after that? She absolutely wouldn't allow her son to marry someone who made them all serve her family. But just as she was about to speak out, Uya spoke first. All right, Ruoxu, I won't force you to do things you don't like, as long as you come back to the family with me. His thoughts were different from his mother's. If Ling Ruoxu didn't come back with him, this marriage would be in name only. And he wouldn't even be able to touch his wife, everything else would be meaningless. Winning a woman over was all about conquering her heart once. Once you did that, she would gradually submit. And now, the most important thing for the Yu family was this family relationship. Ling Ruoxu didn't take his promise seriously and looked at the head of the Yu family, Yeonjian. Ujiling noticed this detail, clenched her teeth lightly. feeling that her brother was being suppressed to the point of losing his dignity by this woman. Since Suya has agreed, then I won't object either. Yongjian nodded and felt somewhat displeased. Lingyu had been observing the expressions and reactions of the Yu family members all along, feeling that this family was really not something good. Mutual respect was the foundation of marriage. And the conditions her sister proposed were very reasonable. He had always respected Qin Mingyu, and they wouldn't force each other to do things they didn't like. He really couldn't understand where this family's anger was coming from. Okay, on to the third condition. Ling Ruoxu didn't beat around the bush and said, in one breath, after marriage, each person's property remains separate. Even in the event of a divorce in the future, the property will not be divided. Upon hearing this condition, the four members of the Yu family were shocked once again. Wang Yuhao couldn't help but chuckle silently. She thought the previous two conditions were outrageous and believed the third condition would be even worse. Who would have thought it would actually be of no harm to the Yu family? That's why this kind of woman was proud at heart. What property did her family have that the Yu family would covet? It was simply laughable. Fine, no problem. Yongjian didn't want to drag things out further and agreed directly. Qin Mingyu had been observing the situation and noticed that the Yu family seemed to be pleased with the third condition, showing their disdain for the Ling family. In contrast, Ling Ruoxu's expression was calm, carried a faint sense of determination and confidence, as if her gaze was more far-sighted. Did she really believe that she would earn more than the Yu family in the future? Where did this confidence come from? All right, since you've agreed, I will now write down the three conditions. Later, we will all sign and stamp them, and we will live according to the agreement from now on. Ling Ruoxu was very serious. She had known that her younger brother and Qin Mingyu had also signed an agreement to get married, so why couldn't she do the same? This was the best way for her to protect herself and help her siblings. The Yu family didn't mind, especially Yongjian. He only wanted this opportunity to cooperate with the Qin family. So, as soon as Ling Ruoxu walked away, he immediately smiled and said, Miss Qin, I heard that Chiagang Corporation is looking for a partner with energy extraction technology. Since we are relatives and have met today, can we talk about it? Ling Yu also turned to the iceberg woman. Qin Mingyu remained calm and unmoved, saying, I'm going home for dinner today, and don't want to discuss business. After hearing only part of it, Yongjian felt disappointed, and deep down, he was even angry, feeling that the Qin family looked down on them, pretending to be high and mighty while getting stuck in a quagmire. If Mr. Wu is really interested in cooperating with Chiagang Corporation, please come to the Chiagang headquarters tomorrow at 3 p.m. Qin Mingyu added. Yongjian's expression froze for a moment, then he quickly flashed a bright smile. All right, I will definitely be there tomorrow on time. The other three members of the Yu family were also delighted, as they had finally caught on to the business juggernaut of Chiagang Corporation. The Yu family's business would take off in the future. Well then, let's eat. If you don't start soon, the dishes will get cold. Chen Nailin, as the hostess, finally found a chance to speak. She had no interest in business matters. She only wanted her children's marriages to be successful, and the family to be happy. Ha ha. Let's start eating. Yongjian's laughter was hearty, completely different from before. Come, Mingyu, have some soup. Chen Nailin warmly and affectionately invited Qin Mingyu. Ling Ruoxu, who had just walked out, saw this scene. Instead of feeling jealous, she thought her mother was doing well in this aspect. She should indeed cherish this daughter-in-law more. As for that worthless son-in-law, leave him be. After dinner, Ling Ruoxu really did sign the agreement with the Yu family. Then, under Chen Ailin's pressure, that night, she went back with the Yu family. Ling Yu also wanted to send his wife home, but suddenly felt sorry seeing his mother alone. Mom, after I take Mingyu home, I'll come back to keep you company, all right? Go on. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Nailin directly urged Ling Yu to leave, whispering softly in his ear. If you really want to be filial to me, then hurry up and have a child with Mingyu. When the time comes, I'll take care of the grandchild, and I won't feel lonely anymore, right? Heh. Ling Yu smiled bitterly. His mother made a lot of sense. The problem was, he didn't know when he would be able to produce offspring with the iceberg woman. A mother and son were whispering to each other, and Chen Mingyu stood by the car, pretending not to hear. She actually felt quite complicated in her heart. She knew about Grandpa and Lingyu mom's wish. If having a child didn't require the union of a man and a woman, didn't need a 10-month pregnancy, didn't need to die once to give birth, it would be like using a magic spell. Spitting out a little person with each breath, she would have already spit out 10 or 8. Troublesome things, but they had to be done, really giving a headache. After Lingyu and Chen Ailan finished whispering, they quickly walked towards Chen Mingyu. Finished chatting? Chen Mingyu asked proactively. Ow. Finished chatting. Lingyu nodded, not sure if Chen Mingyu had heard their whispering. Then let's hurry back home. Ow. Okay. Lingyu quickly opened the car door for his wife and then sat in the passenger seat. Chen Ailan still lingering, watching their car leave, murmuring about getting home soon. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Mingyu watched Chen Ailan's figure gradually disappear until it completely disappeared before slowly speaking. Lingyu, why don't we find other relatives to accompany your mom? Ow. Lingyu shuddered, quickly asking, Mingyu, are you suggesting? He thought Chen Mingyu had made up her mind to really have a baby. But Chen Mingyu suddenly asked, how are your cousin and you Ting Ting getting along? If possible, let your cousin's family stay with your mom. Living conditions here, I can arrange for them. So that's what she meant. Lingyu knew he had misunderstood. Luckily he didn't say it out loud, otherwise, it would be embarrassing again. My cousin needs to work harder to pursue you Ting Ting, and maybe his financial strength doesn't really meet Ting Ting's mother's requirements. I need to find a way to continue helping him. As soon as Lingyu spoke, Chen Mingyu took out a delicate card from her white bag. Here, what is this? Lingyu took it with one hand, finding a very special card, shining brightly and looking very high-end. This is a platinum card exclusive to Chiagang Group. Chiagang Group has agreements with major consumption places in Cloud City. With this card, you can spend freely in their places. Chen Mingyu explained simply. Lingyu also understood that this was for the convenience of important figures, like his wife, for their daily spending, saving time on swiping cards and payment. Of course, it was also a symbol of identity. How could important figures buy things like ordinary civilians, slowly scanning codes for payment, especially in upscale places? Lingyu didn't quite understand why the iceberg lady gave him this, so he asked, are you planning to lend it to my cousin? Yes. Chen Mingyu nodded slightly. I know you don't want your mom to be alone at home, but I'm not ready to live with her yet, so this is what we can do for now. Lingyu nodded. Since his mom didn't ask to live with him and his wife, he wouldn't ask Chen Mingyu either. And he didn't want to leave Chen Mingyu to go home to be with his mom. And his mom probably wouldn't want that either, so this might be the current solution. Not to mention, his cousin really needed this card to pursue Yu Ting Ting. Early the next morning, after Lingyu sent Chen Mingyu to work, he went to find Ling Shitang. Ling Shitang was doing some labor-intensive work and, when he saw Lingyu coming to find him, he quickly wiped off his sweat and ran over. Xiao Yu, what's up, cousin? It's like this. Lingyu roughly recounted his conversation with Chen Mingyu last night, and then handed that black and gold card to him. How can this be? Ling Shitang trembled all over. He was a poor and ugly man. Where did he have the courage to accept a black and gold card given by a wealthy beauty? With the card in his hand, he felt like he was holding a hot potato, quickly wanting to give it back to Lingyu. Cousin, please take it. Lingyu tightly held his hand, with a hint of pleading. Mingyu also hopes you can pursue Yu Ting Ting soon, and have a baby, giving my mom a chance to hold a grandchild. Regarding living conditions, she will help you guys. Ling Shitang, though a straightforward person, still wanted to accept the card in his heart. Even just once, he wanted to show off in front of Ting Ting. Also, he hadn't taken his son to high-end places in so many years. This dad also felt guilty. So since Lingyu and Chen Mingyu had such intentions, he reluctantly agreed. That afternoon, Ling Shitang finished work early and took the tram to the kindergarten. It was the last few months that Ziwei would be in the kindergarten. And Ling Shitang had been worried that once Ziwei graduated, he would have no excuse to see Yu Ting Ting. So he was quite anxious, hoping to make his relationship with Yu Ting Ting clear before Ziwei graduated and left the kindergarten, otherwise, it would be hard to have a chance later on. When he arrived at the kindergarten gate, It happened to be the time for dismissal, and Yu Tingting was busy seeing the children off. Ling Shitang saw her early on but felt a bit embarrassed to speak up. He was afraid that if he made an appointment with Yu Tingting in public, people around would know about their relationship and start talking. It was Yu Tingting who saw Ling Shitang and took the initiative to call him out. Ziwei's dad, are you here to pick up Ziwei? Ah, no. No, that's right. Ling Shitang shook his head and nodded, confusing Yu Tingting a bit. But she still called Ziwei out through the PA system. Ziwei's dad, you can take your son home now. Yu Tingting seemed more relaxed than Ling Shitang. She actually didn't have any special feelings towards Ling Shitang, so she still maintained her previous attitude. But when she noticed that Ling Shitang didn't immediately take his son away, she frowned slightly and asked, Ziwei's dad, is there anything else? Seeing that there weren't many people around, Ling Shitang gathered his courage and hesitantly said, Tingting, I want to invite you to dinner tonight, and if it's convenient, can you bring your mom too? Ling Yu instructed him to do so, knowing that Tingting's mother valued the man's financial ability. Yu Tingting did get a bit nervous and discreetly looked around, unsure if she should refuse or agree. If you're not available, then maybe next time. Ling Shitting's courage gradually diminished, and he was about to leave in a panic. Fortunately, he still had a son, so he quickly spoke on his behalf. Tingting, just agree. Well, okay, but you'll have to wait for me for a bit. Yu Tingting finally agreed. No problem, we can wait as long as you need. Ling Shitang became instantly excited, quickly taking his son away from the scene to avoid causing a commotion. Watching the father and son's backs, Yu Tingting pursed her lips and sent a text to her mother. Since her mother hadn't left Cloud City yet, she would decide if she wanted to come over herself. Ling Shitang and his son had been waiting at the intersection, near the kindergarten. Just before 7 o'clock, Yu Tingting finally emerged from the kindergarten. Ziwei's dad, sorry to keep you waiting, had some things to take care of. Yu Tingting apologized to Ling Shitang politely. In reality, she either had something to do or waited at the kindergarten for her mother to come, not wanting to be seen with Ling Shitang and his son to avoid gossip. No problem, business comes first, can we set off now? Ling Shitang smiled, regardless of whether he could end up with Yu Tingting in the end. Just being able to spend more time with her made him content and happy. My mom should be here soon. While Yu Tingting was speaking, a taxi stopped in front of the kindergarten, and the person getting off the car was Molly. Daughter, who's inviting us for dinner? Where are we going? Molly hurried towards her daughter, completely ignoring Ling Shitang and his son. Just now, her daughter had informed her that Ling Yu's cousin had invited them to dinner. And subconsciously, she thought Ling Yu must be a rich handsome guy, so even if his cousin was less impressive, it shouldn't be too bad. However, to her surprise, Yu Tingting pointed at Ling Shitang and said, It's Ziwei's dad, he wants to treat us to dinner. Ling Shitang quickly walked over with a smile and said, You must be Tingting's mom, still so young. Molly's excited expression froze on the spot. Sometimes pointing at Ling Shitang, sometimes looking at her daughter, she still couldn't believe it. Can this person be brothers with a high-rich handsome like Ling Yu? He even looks older than her. Can her daughter be with a person like this? Yu Tingting knew what her mother was thinking. After all, when she first found out that Ling Shitang and Ling Yu were cousins, she had the same feeling. Mom, he's greeting you, why aren't you responding? Molly was speechless for a moment. If she didn't know that the man in front of her was the brother of a high-rich handsome, she would have kicked him to the Atlantic Ocean to have an everlasting love affair with a shark. With his demeanor and plus bringing a third party, how does he have the audacity to pursue her daughter? Seeing Molly's reaction, Ling Shitting's smile gradually became awkward, and his sense of inferiority was awakened. Alas, he really wasn't good enough for Tingting. After a while, Molly finally sighed and asked, So where do you plan to take us for dinner? Since they were already here, it would be a shame to go home without a meal. Tingting's mom, where would you like to go? Ling Shitang asked politely. Don't call me Tingting's mom, it makes me sound old. Just call me Molly. Alright, Sister Molly. Ling Shitang, being a straightforward person, still addressed her respectfully. But Molly didn't like it at all. She felt that this man in front of her looked older than her, so how dare he call her sister? Can you afford wherever I suggest for dinner? Molly asked provocatively. Ling Shitang nodded his head, thinking that Ling Yu wouldn't deceive him. Whether it was a high-end place where the meal was complimentary or a low-end one, he could afford it. All right, then let's go to Karen Paradise Restaurant, Molly said directly, hoping Ling Shitang would back off. She didn't care for this meal at all. Mom, are you kidding? Yu Tingting was shocked. Karen Paradise Restaurant was a top-notch dining place in the city, with at least a 5-figure bill per meal. Ling Shitang, being a working-class individual, couldn't afford it. Although she knew her mom didn't like Ling Shitang, she didn't want to take advantage of him like this. Ziwei's dad. Maybe forget about it. Thank you for your kind offer, Yu Tingting quickly said to Ling Shitang. Ling Shitang felt very uncomfortable inside, but he gritted his teeth and said, Tingting, it's all right. Since your mom wants to go to Karen Paradise Restaurant, let's go. Yu Tingting and Molly were both surprised. Was this man really going to insist on this? Well, let's go then. Where's your rye? Molly tilted her head, looking at Ling Shitang with a raised eyebrow. Since he was pursuing her daughter, he needed to pay some price. I only have an electric bike, Ling Shitang said with embarrassment. Molly was dumbfounded. She could see that Ling Shitang was quite pitiful, but she didn't expect him to be this pathetic. I'll call a car, feeling sorry for Ling Shitang's persistence. Yu Tingting quickly arranged for a taxi to pick them up, and the four of them headed to Karen Paradise Restaurant. Wow, Dad, this place is so beautiful. When they got out of the car, Ziwei marveled at the magnificent building. In the evening, Karen Paradise Restaurant was shining with lights, like a fairy castle, surpassing even Xianyan Restaurant in appearance. Just so you know, a meal here will cost at least 6 figures. I don't want to embarrass you. Molly decided to give Ling Shitang another chance to back out. Her aim was simply to make this ugly guy retreat, not to harm him. We're here now. Let's go in, Ling Shitang said through clenched teeth, feeling a bit nervous inside as well. Moreover, just as they were about to head towards the main entrance of Karen Paradise Restaurant, another taxi stopped in front of them. 2 women and a boy got out of the taxi. It turned out to be Zi Qian and Zi Chunyan, the 2 sisters, along with Dahu. The 2 groups met unexpectedly, and both sides were a bit stunned and had a hard time believing what they were seeing. What kind of fate was this? They even bumped into each other in a place like this. Is this some unresolved grudge between them and Ling Shitang? Zi Qian had been playing the victim in front of Ling Shitang just a while ago, saying she couldn't even afford a meal, but now she showed up at such a place. In the eyes of the Zi sisters, Ling Shitang was a poor and ugly guy, and they never imagined he would come to such a place for consumption. Not only that, he was accompanied by a mother and daughter. And Yu Tingting's appearance, no matter how you looked at it, was no less than that of Zi Qian. Zi Qian, why are you here? Ling Shitang was the first to ask bluntly. Yu Tingting also looked at Zi Qian. As Ziwei's teacher, she naturally knew this woman but had never seen her dressed like this before. She was wearing a low-cut purple silk dress, almost revealing her cleavage, with a fur vest on top, high heels, and carrying a valuable bag, trying to look like a socialite. Unfortunately, her temperament didn't quite match up. Hey, Ling Shitang, why should you care where I go? Who are you to me? You're nothing, Zi Qian retorted before asking, I'm curious. What qualifications does a poor guy like you have to come to this place? Can you afford to spend here? Ling Shitang's face turned red, and he said loudly, you have no say in that. Let's each go our separate ways. Zi Qian huffed and seemed to have the same intention. Unexpectedly, her sister Zi Chunyan's eyes narrowed, and with a sly smile, she walked towards Ling Shitang. Ling Shitang, when did you become so wealthy? Zi Chunyan asked with a smile. Why? Why do you care? Ling Shitang coldly responded. He had extreme disgust for Zi Chunyan, knowing that no matter how honest he acted, as long as he was not foolish. After so many years, he knew that Zi Qian listened to her sister. So when Zi Qian had an affair, and his marriage with her came to an end, this woman definitely played a significant role. Hehe. How can I not care? You and Qian just divorced. If you had any hidden assets before, we will definitely investigate it. Zi Chunyan subtly threatened, taking advantage of Ling Shiteng's lack of education. Ling Shiteng indeed became a bit nervous. I don't have hidden assets. These are things I obtained after the divorce. It was indeed the black gold card that Ling Yu gave him today, completely unrelated to Ziqian. Oh, you're making money now. No wonder a beautiful girl is willing to go out with you. Zi Chunyan deliberately glanced at Yu Tingting. Ziqian was also curious and asked loudly, Yu Tingting, what is it about Ling Shiteng that you like? Tell me, did you two get together before our divorce? I didn't. Stop making baseless accusations. Yu Tingting quickly responded angrily. Ziqian wanted to continue making a scene, but Zi Chunyan quickly held her back, then turned to Ling Shiteng and said, You were married to my sister for 7 years, but never took her to dine at a place like this. Now that you've just met a new girl, you bring her here to spend money. Do you think that's appropriate? Ling Shiteng was tongue-tied and, feeling that Zi Chunyan had some point, didn't know how to respond at the moment. All right, since we met today, whether you pay for one or for two people, you will still be paying. You've been married to my sister for years, isn't it just right to treat her to a meal at the end? Zi Chunyan was persuasive, and Ling Shiteng found it hard to argue with her. What? You won't show off in front of your new love interest but act poor in front of your old love? Zi Chunyan provoked again. Ling Shiteng glanced back at Molly. A man finds it hard to hold his ground in front of a woman he likes and his future mother-in-law, especially when he knows that Molly is assessing his financial abilities to decide if her daughter should be with him. Fine. Let's go together then. Ling Shiteng impulsively agreed. Anyway, Ling Yu told him that the card Qin Mingyu gave them could cover everything, whether it's for one person or 10. Seeing him agree, Ziqian became angry. When she was with him before, this man never showed off his wealth, and now he is quite good at acting like it. But Zi Chunyan whispered to her, let him act if he wants, we'll save money. A wake-up call. Originally, Ziqian planned to bring her sister and Dahuo here tonight, after suddenly receiving 1 million from Moshu, wanting to enjoy life and post some pictures to show off on social media. Although she had 1 million, she didn't want to spend too much impulsively and planned to save, just in case. With Ling Shiteng as this big fool, that works out perfectly. Ling Shiteng, on the other hand, shivered all over. Despite feeling that Ling Yu wouldn't lie to him, he was still very anxious. Little Wei reassured him, Dad, don't worry. Second uncle won't trick us. They had a conversation back then while waiting for Yu Tingting, so he knew about the black gold card. Okay. Ling Shiteng nodded repeatedly, but his forehead was still sweating profusely. Soon, the 7 of them entered the Temple of the Gods. Seeing the luxury decor inside the private room, each of them seemed to be in a trance. Crystal chandeliers, the air was purified with negative ions. Any piece of antique jade inside would probably cost them a kidney if damaged a bit. Let alone the embroidered carpet under their feet, more expensive than all of them combined, fearing soiling someone else's property. Seeing their reactions, the uniform-clad beauty serving led them in and explained, Ladies and gentlemen, there is a minimum consumption requirement before entering the room. All eyes fell on Ling Shiteng. Ziqian even showed a cold smile, eager to see if this man could really come up with 3.88 million. That, we have a card. Ling Shiteng doesn't have 388,000. Quickly said to the uniformed beauty. The black gold card of Chiagang Group. When the uniformed beauty heard this, she immediately put on another beautiful smile. Karen Restaurant and Chiagang Group have a collaboration, and the boss has a good relationship with Qin Jianggong. It's really rare to have the black gold card of the Qin family and come here to consume once. So you're a black gold card customer. Please come in. Only then did the uniformed beauty invite them in. Later, several handsome and beautiful waiters were specially arranged to take their orders. It's rare in life to enter such a palace-like restaurant and enjoy royal treatment. So of course, the women didn't want to have any regrets. Especially the Ziqian sisters, they just randomly pointed at the menu without considering the cost. Molly was also not polite. Ling Shiteng, this man wanted to pursue her daughter, he should show some sincerity, right? Seeing these women ordering more than 10 dishes at once, Ling Shiteng's heart sank. What if the card given by Ling Yu couldn't cover the bill? He couldn't afford it even if he sold his kidney. Shiteng, rest assured, we haven't ordered much. You're so rich. We won't make you go broke, heh. Ziqian looked at Ling Shiting's expression, happy as if celebrating the new year. They had been married for 7 years, without any major issues. Now she wanted to drain him dry in one night. Come, Dehua, take a look at the children's menu. Ziqian handed the menu to Dehua, who also just randomly picked some dishes. Ling Shitang was filled with regret. How could he have agreed to treat the Z's to dinner? Okay, we're almost done ordering. Finally, after Dehua finished ordering, Zi Chunyan closed the menu. Ling Shitang thought it was finally over, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Zi Chunyan smiled and said, "It's rare to dine here. How can we not have some wine? Right, Aunt Tingting?" Molly didn't expect Zi Chunyan to strike up a conversation with her and immediately nodded, "Of course. Are we here just to eat?" Hearing her mother's words, Yu Tingting couldn't help but look at Ling Shitang, feeling a bit sorry for this old man. She knew she wasn't worth that much money. Why didn't Ling Shitang back out now? For the sake of his reputation, would he end up in a difficult situation in the end? However, Ling Shitang didn't back out. He just secretly sent a message to Ling Yu, informing him of the current situation and confirming if the black gold card could really cover the bill for free. Heh. Then let's have 5 bottles of 1980 to law fight. Zi Chunyan ordered 5 more bottles of wine. With just the wine, the bill would probably exceed 400,000. Ling Shitang turned pale. His teeth were grinding. Was Zi Chunyan planning on drinking La Fight as if it were beer? Luckily, at that moment, he received a reply from Ling Yu. "Cousin, don't worry. Just behave well in front of Tingting. Don't worry about the money. Call me if there's a problem." Even if the Ice Queen's black gold card didn't work, as long as Ling Shitang gave him a call, he could instantly transfer the money. Utterly invincible, Ling Shitang felt a bit relieved after seeing the message. He followed Ling Yu's instructions and said to Molly and Yu Tingting, "Feel free to order. Don't be shy." Molly nodded with a smile, showing some satisfaction with this old man. Even though he was ugly, he was still more reliable than someone like Liu Qingyun. Seeing this scene, Ziqian was furious. She had planned to show off in front of Ling Shitang after getting $1 million. But unexpectedly, before she could act, she was embarrassed by this old man. "This can't be happening. You're just putting on a show. Wait until I see how you end up." Ziqian gritted her teeth, muttering to herself. As expected of a top-notch restaurant, the speed of serving dishes was top-notch. The 7 people saw the table full of delicacies, delicious dishes, and their eyes lit up instantly with mouths watering. Especially Ziqian. It was as if she had been starving for years. She didn't care about her image as she ate and drank heartily. Dehua was no better in manners, displayed an unappetizing eating behavior. Ling Shiting's mood was greatly affected, but thankfully, there were enough dishes served and the table was big enough. Molly and Yu Tingting were not affected much. All 7 of them enjoyed the meal. 2 full hours later, Ziqian and her sisters were half-slumped in their chairs, covering their slightly bulging bellies, burping non-stop as if they were farting. Seeing the 2 sisters spread their legs without regard for decency, Ling Shitang looked disgusted. Yu Tingting was also not enjoying her meal, as she was constantly worried about how Ling Shitang would pay the bill if he couldn't afford it. "Waiter, the bill." Ziqian snapped her fingers opally. The beautiful waiter promptly brought the bill with a smile. "Madam, your total bill is 1.08 million. Would you like to pay by card or scanning?" This beauty was not the supervisor who had worn the uniform earlier, so she didn't know about the black gold card. When she mentioned the bill of 1.08 million, everyone present was shocked. Ling Shitang and Yu Tingting were almost fainting from the shock. They had never spent that much money on a meal in their lives. Combined, it probably wouldn't have been as much as tonight's bill. Ziqian chuckled and pointed at Ling Shitang. "You got it wrong. It's that man who invited us today." The beautiful waiter was slightly surprised, let alone how infuriated Ling Shitang was feeling at that moment. He had been fooled by the Z sisters the entire evening, and now he was being asked to foot the bill. It felt incredibly unfair. Ling Shitang, being an honest person, had no choice but to take the bill and swallow his anger, who asked him to agree to treat them to dinner. As the saying goes, if you've made your bed, you have to lie in it, even if it's with tears. When he looked at the bill, he realized that the wine costs almost half of the total, and there were 2 bottles of La Fight that were untouched. with the cap still on. Can those 2 bottles of wine be returned? Sir. Yes, the 2 bottles can be returned, and you'll save 200,000. Before the beautiful waitress finished her sentence, the Z sisters stood up in unison and immediately opened the 2 bottles of wine. The whole room was dumbstruck. Ling Shideng's face, already dark, turned even darker in an instant. What the heck? How shameless can a woman be? Seeing his face turning black, Ziqian was not afraid. Instead, she mockingly said, Ling Shitang, didn't you agree to treat us to dinner? What's wrong? Are there any issues with us opening these 2 bottles of wine that we order? Ling Shideng's breathing became more rapid, and his chest was heaving as if it was about to burst. After a while, he slammed the table in anger. Ziqian, since you and your sister have decided not to act like human beings tonight, then I won't be responsible for this. I'll only pay for people. You settle the bills for your own meals by yourselves. That's it. This honest man had had enough. Yu Tingting watched Ling Shitang. Even though she found his current look a bit scary, she thought his actions were right. If he continued to tolerate his ex-wife, she would think he was too weak or still in love with her. Ling Shitang, you bastard. Since he tore off his face, Ziqian also didn't hold back. Pointing at his nose and scolding angrily, you promised to treat us to this meal before we entered, and now you're backing out after we've finished eating. You're not a real man. Exactly, pretending to be rich with no money. With your flip-flopping attitude, you still want to get married? Phooey. Dream on. Zi Chunyan quickly backed up her sister, facing Yu Tingting and her mother, saying, Now you see clearly the true face of this man, right? He's a hypocrite, a poor and ugly scoundrel. Quickly get away from this trash. Since the meal was over and there was no need to pretend anymore, they thought Mary and Yu Tingting would support them, but to their surprise, Yu Tingting said, I don't care how Ling Wei treats you, but he hasn't gone back on his word with us. He said he would treat us to a meal, and he did. Yu Ziqian pointed at Yu Tingting in anger. All right, so you 2 are indeed adulterers. You're a pair of scoundrels. Please stop, everyone. The beautiful waitress didn't want to witness this melodramatic scene anymore. She coldly stated, I don't care about your conflicts. As no one is willing to foot the bill, I will split the bill into 7 parts. If anyone can't pay, well, sorry, off to the police station you go. Ziqian was furious. Her anger was about to burst. They sisters thought they wouldn't have to pay, so they recklessly ordered expensive dishes. Little did they know they were setting themselves up for a fall. She only just managed to get $1 million. Did she have to spend most of it on just one meal? She couldn't accept this. It was all Ling Shideng's fault for being shameless. He played tricks on her, a despicable person to the extreme. Forget it. Qian, I won't stoop to their level. Based on my calculations, even my 74% share wouldn't cover it. Zi Chunyan was also angry, but at this point, what could she do? They were outsmarted. She never imagined that Ling Shitang, a man like him, would turn his back so shamelessly. Misjudged. Fine. Let's see how you'll pay up. Let's go. Ziqian could only wave her hand away proudly, leaving the private room and heading to the front desk to settle the bill. Seeing Ling Shitang unable to afford the bill was not unbearable to her. Ling Shitang was in a similar position. Only a few days ago, Ziqian was crying because she was hungry. How did she suddenly have money? Unbelievable, but to her surprise, Ziqian bit the bullet and paid a 460,000 bill. Seeing Ling Shitang's stunned expression, Ziqian couldn't help but feel proud and relieved. Hey, Ling Shitang, let me tell you, tens of thousands mean nothing to me now. I can't wait to see how you'll pay the remaining 620,000. Clean up and get ready for prison. Mary heard this and got worried. What if Ling Shitang couldn't afford it? She didn't want to end up in trouble just for a meal. Shitang, do you have enough money? I have some here. Yu Tingting was not only worried, she even took out her bank card. She ate this meal too, and with things this bad, she couldn't just stand by and watch. No. No need. Ling Shitang quickly waved his hand. I can handle it. Saying that, he reached into his pocket, took out a black card, and handed it to the cashier. The cashier's expression turned strange as she immediately said, Sorry, sir, this card cannot be used for payment. Boom. Ling Shitang felt like thunder had struck him. He had always trusted Ling Yu without a doubt. He never believed Ling Yu would deceive him. But the reality in front of him made him acknowledge it. Hey! Hilarious! The Z sisters instantly burst into laughter, mocking loudly. How can you not know how much money is in your own card? Acting all high and mighty, pretending all night, just to reveal your true self at the end. Yu Tingting was also shocked. In her heart, Ling Shitang, despite his looks, was a reliable man, but after this incident, the image she had of this man crumbled instantly. Just when Ling Shitang was at a loss, Xiaowei strenuously pulled his hand, reminding him, "Dad, you used the wrong card. This one isn't from Uncle A." It was at that moment Ling Shitang woke up from his dream and realized that the card, in fact, belonged to a VIP card of a nearby mall. No wonder the cashier's expression was so strange. She probably thought he was a fool, right? "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." Made a mistake. Ling Shitang quickly took back the card and brought forth the black gold card given to him by Ling Yu, made sure it was correct, then handed it over. This time, it was the cashier who was astonished. She immediately pressed a button to let the manager know. After a while, a man in a suit, along with several handsome men and beautiful women, came over. One of them was the supervisor who had just dressed up. "Sir, we apologize. As a black gold card holder, you don't need to settle the bill yourself. Please forgive our oversight," the manager said, bowing 90 degrees to apologize to Ling Shitang. He had an excellent relationship with their boss and Tiagang Group, a strong business partner. If the boss found out about today's incident and blamed him, he would definitely be fired. Ling Shitang was a bit dumbfounded. The Z sisters, on the other hand, were completely petrified. What on earth was going on? When did this poor, ugly man become so capable? Zi Qian had been married to him for 7 years and had never experienced such treatment. To add to the shock, Ling Shitang, still surprised, watched as the female supervisor dashed towards him, slapping him hard across the face. "Sir, I'm sorry, it's my negligence. I should have informed the manager earlier. Please, forgive me, okay?" Tears streamed down her face, resembling Mount Tai. Holding her position as a supervisor here meant earning far more than many ordinary people. It took her 3 years of hard work to reach this position. If Ling Shitang was unhappy with her, she would lose this prideful job. "Oh, it's not necessary. It's not necessary." Ling Shitang finally came to his senses and waved his hands repeatedly. "I'm not blaming you. Definitely not. No need. Really, it's not that serious." Upon hearing this, the female supervisor felt relieved and expressed her gratitude through tears. The Z sisters were completely shocked, unable to close their gaping mouths. Mary was also astonished by Ling Shitang's unexpected display. This ugly man seemed to have some hidden talent. Whether he was riding on Ling Yu's coattails or showed his own capability, he was far more remarkable than an average man. "Dad, Miss Tingting, let's go." Xiaowei also enjoyed this treatment and confidently led his dad and Miss Tingting, continuing to play matchmaker. "Sir, allow me to escort you out. Would you like a special car service?" The female supervisor quickly made amends and catered to Ling Shitang attentively. As for the Z sisters, they were ignored. Who told them to fall out with Ling Shitang? When everyone had left the scene, Zi Qian finally closed her mouth, looking unwilling to accept what just happened, and exclaimed, "Sister, why did this happen? When did Ling Shitang become so awesome? With the skills of that old man, it would be impossible for him to have such prestige his whole life if nobody helped him." Zi Chunyan immediately analyzed calmly and came to a conclusion. It must be his cousin, Ling Yu, who is helping him. If I'm not mistaken, the black and gold card he has must belong to Ling Yu's wife. Zi Qian also suddenly realized, that's right, he must be pretending to be Ling Yu's wife. Damn it, he actually managed to deceive us this time. Zi Qian looked very displeased. She had been finding opportunities to show off in front of Ling Shitang, wanting the old man to regret, but instead, she ended up being shown up by someone else. Now it seems that the old man will not regret it. He might even be able to marry a young, single girl. This is unacceptable. It's truly unacceptable. It's so infuriating. Qian, don't panic. Zi Chunyan understood her sister the best. and immediately came up with a plan for her. Ling Shitang has support. Don't you have any? Your relationship with that man is definitely closer than his relationship with Ling Yu's wife, right? You're right, I'll contact that man immediately. Zi Qian's confidence returned instantly. She had almost spent all of the 1 million that Mo Shu gave her without buying a house or a car, and she was feeling regretful. But as long as she contacts that man again, she's sure she can get more money out of him than Ling Shitang. Ling Shitang, this isn't over between us. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Zi Qian gritted her teeth fiercely, her eyes filled with aggression. The next morning, at a golf course on the outskirts of Yun City, Zhao Wuji was sparring his golf skills with Li Yejian. Mo Shu, looking a bit tired, walked over, not wanting to disturb the two young masters. Instead, he found a beach chair and lay down to take a nap. Is that your new bodyguard? Liu Yejian handed a glass of wine to Zhao Wuji and asked. Yes, I begged my father for a long time before he agreed to let him follow me. Zhao Wuji took the glass of wine and said, Thank you. Copper skin, iron bones, iron cloth shirt, unbreakable pillar of Hercules. In his heyday, this man with extraordinary skills swept the 6 grandmasters of the world. Defeated the elite ninjas of Daojo country with one move, shocking to nations. Such a prominent figure in the martial arts world. I have to pay my respects. Liu Yejian, full of respect, prepared to approach Mo Shu. In fact, he was very envious of Zhao Wuji. While the Liu family was also a wealthy family, he, the youngest and most outstanding CEO in Yun City, did not have a bodyguard who was truly capable. He felt that this was quite embarrassing. However, skilled individuals are hard to come by, and without the reputation of the Zhao family in Yanjing, it's really difficult to attract top martial arts experts. Liu, you better not go over there for now. After hitting a golf ball, Zhao Wuji advised him slowly. Why? Liu Yejian was a bit puzzled. Haha, that guy is not only ugly but also has a bad temper. He must be very tired now and in a bad mood, otherwise he wouldn't be indifferent to beautiful women. Zhao Wuji analyzed. Only then did Liu Yejian remember that this expert had a reputation for being womanizer. He had brought for beautiful women to accompany them while playing golf with Zhao Wuji. All of them had excellent figures and looks. The fact that the womanizer showed no interest indicated a problem. Damn it, Zhao Wuji. Watch your words. Mo Shu, who was prepared to doze off, suddenly sat up and cursed loudly. What do you mean by ugly and bad-tempered? Didn't I tell you that I used to be a handsome man? Liu Yejian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the bodyguard to speak to his master like that. What surprised him even more was that Zhao Wuji didn't seem to be angry, but instead laughed softly and said, Are you still ugly and bad temper? Liu Yejian smiled bitterly, not knowing how to respond. But he suddenly understood something. This one of the 4 young masters of Yanjing indeed had exceptional tolerance. Perhaps this was the correct way to recruit talents. In the past, Liu Yejian had met some experts who were arrogant and refused to work for him no matter how much he offered. Seeing this today, he might learn how to attract real talents in the future. You bastard! You mentioned the previous incident again, and I haven't settled the score with you. Mo Shu took a step and swiftly came to Zhao Wuji, grabbing his collar. You almost made me kill my own son with my own hands. Zhao Wuji, innocent looking, blinked his eyes and smiled. I didn't know he was your son. It's your fault for sowing wild oats everywhere. Can you blame me for that? Mo Shu was extremely angry. He released Zhao Wuji's collar and pulled his own hair forcefully. I really hate myself for being so reasonable. If I weren't reasonable, wouldn't I be able to vent my anger by beating you up? Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses up, smiled, patted Mo Shu's shoulder, and said, This is fate. After all, the kid didn't die. But you, be careful of being squeezed dry by that woman and die. Mo Shu suddenly became expressionless, looked at him in shock, and asked, How do you know? How could I not know? Zhao Wuji smiled and said, You suddenly went out last night and only came back this morning. And seeing fresh beautiful women but feeling nothing, it's clear that you had a wild night with that woman, and now you're depleted. Haha, you're quite accurate in your guesses. Mo Shu rarely praised Zhao Wuji once, admitting generously, Yes, that woman Qian served me to the point of ecstasy last night, but in the morning, she asked me for money again. She really wants to squeeze me dry. Did you give it to her? Zhao Wuji asked. I did. How much? 7 times, Zhao Wuji. I was asking about the money. Damn it. Wealth is nothing but material possessions. What's there to ask about? That if you want something from me, I can tell you it's 3 million. Teal. Zhao Wuji was very decisive, took out his phone from his pocket, and transferred 3 million to Moshu directly. Liu Yejian was shocked. To transfer 3 million to someone in just a few words, he, as young Master Liu, didn't have the financial capacity to hire such skilled individuals. Moshu was also shocked and asked, Zhao Wuji, why are you so enthusiastic about helping me pick up girls this time? I feel like you have ulterior motives. You think I have bad intentions even after giving you money. Give it back to me then. Zhao Wuji smiled and said, No way. Moshu quickly turned around, guarding his phone as if afraid Zhao Wuji would snatch the money back. Of course, Zhao Wuji couldn't take it back. He just patted Moshu's shoulder again, half smiling and said, In the future, you and Lingyu are also pseudo-relatives, so when you have to act, make sure you do it properly. What kind of relatives are we? Moshu grinned, revealing yellow teeth. His cousin and my son have no blood relation, and Lingyu has no money-related relationship with me. That's good. Zhao Wuji said solemnly. So you better tame that woman Qiuyan well. I think you'll need her sooner or later. The sky was just starting to brighten on the second day, and Ling Shitang was already waiting at the entrance of the Yunshan poetic community. After a while, the gate opened, and a Maserati drove out. Cousin. Lingyu was slightly surprised as he saw the man waiting at the gate, with his hands crossed inside his sleeves, shivering in the spring morning. Qin Mingyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, furrowed her brow slightly. It seemed that this honest man had been waiting here before 6 o'clock. Was there something urgent he needed to discuss? Cousin, what's the matter? Lingyu stopped the car and quickly got out. Hehe, it's nothing important, just coming to return this card to you. Ling Shitang hurriedly ran over and handed the black and gold card to Lingyu. Lingyu and Qin Mingyu in the car were both stunned. This man stood in the cold spring morning to return the card for this reason. Cousin, no one asked you to return it. Mingyu gave you the card to use. I can't use it. I can't. Ling Shitang waved his hands repeatedly, looking a bit flustered. How can I afford to keep using this card? I used it once yesterday, and I was already very satisfied. An honest man was an honest man. Using this card yesterday allowed him to avoid paying 620,000 yuan, the most glorious moment of his life. He knew his house probably couldn't even fetch 620,000 yuan, so he didn't dare to use it a second time. How are you tainting now? Seeing that he really didn't dare to use it again, Lingyu, feeling a bit helpless, could only take the card back. Hehe, thanks to this card, Sister Molly was very satisfied with me last night and agreed that I could continue to pursue Tingting. Thank you and Miss Chen so much. Ling Shitang's excitement couldn't be hidden. Last night, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep, never dreaming that someone like him could have consecutive moments of glory. He was well aware that all of this was thanks to his cousin and Qin Mingyu, so he came to return the card girly to express his gratitude. All right, cousin, don't be polite. Who are you to me? You took care of me a lot when I was a child. Lingyu patted Ling Shitang on the shoulder, encouraging him. Since you don't want to use this card, then keep trying. Tingting is a good girl, don't miss your chance. Yes, I know. I will often go see Mom with Wylan. Ling Shitang nodded and glanced again at Qin Mingyu in the Maserati, nodding before bowing repeatedly to Lingyu and saying, Then please take Miss Qin back to the company quickly. Her time is very precious. Lingyu also nodded, raised his thumb to encourage Ling Shitang, and got back into the car. Mingyu, this is the card my cousin returned to you. Why isn't he using it anymore? Qin Mingyu took the card, sharing Lingyu's confusion. Others would definitely keep swiping it ruthlessly, since it saved them money. But this honest man, after using it once, voluntarily came to return it. My cousin has always been frugal since he was young. He felt bad after swiping your card for a lot of money yesterday. Lingyu understood his cousin the best, knowing that he was even more honest than himself. Lingyu knew that his cousin would feel guilty for accepting a favor he couldn't return. You Lings are all fools, Qin Mingyu teasingly muttered. Lingyu smiled wryly. He had accidentally fallen into the trap again. The two chatted, and suddenly Qin Mingyu's phone rang. "Hello, Grandpa. Mingyu, why did you spend at Korean restaurant last night?" Every time the card was used, information would be sent to Qin Chang'an's number. Qin Mingyu knew that normally, Grandpa wouldn't bother checking these small expenses. But with the current financial troubles faced by the Chang'an group, he was keeping a close watch on all expenditures, including hers. "Well, I treated a friend to dinner." Qin Mingyu didn't say much more. Qin Chang'an sighed. "Mingyu, I will need to ask you to bear with some difficulties for now. Don't frequent luxury places for the time being until we get through this crisis." "I understand, Grandpa." Qin Mingyu hung up the phone. The atmosphere in the car became a bit heavy. Through this brief conversation, Lingyu realized that the Chang'an group was facing more difficulties than he had imagined. "Mingyu, if your company needs working capital, maybe I can help." At this point, Lingyu felt that he couldn't keep his over 5 billion yuan idle in his pocket and decided to offer help to his wife. Qin Mingyu was slightly puzzled as she looked at him. Yes, I know some wealthy friends. If you need funds, maybe I can help arrange it." Lingyu casually smiled. He couldn't reveal his identity as the Wolf King to his wife. "Don't underestimate me. I can handle company matters on my own." Qin Mingyu ultimately did not want Lingyu's help and believed he couldn't help much. Even she was finding it difficult to borrow a large sum of money, let alone Lingyu, who was currently without a job. Lingyu didn't insist further, realizing that Qin Mingyu didn't appreciate his financial capabilities. After dropping his wife off at the Chang'an group, he immediately thought of meeting up with Due. Surprisingly, the usually well-connected Due had been unreachable. Lingyu had no choice but to find time to check on Due's current situation at the inn. It wasn't until noon that Due finally contacted him. "Big brother, there's trouble in the Wolf Club. I've been busy and couldn't check my phone." "What happened? Is it serious?" "It's quite serious. Someone in Yunchun is supporting a new force that is constantly at odds with the Wolf Club, seemingly aiming to replace us. I will take a look. I also have something to discuss with you." "Okay." Due quickly hung up the phone, showing how busy she was. "Snake Spirit, are you alright now?" After hanging up, Lingyu asked the Snake Spirit sitting beside him. "Killing is still within my capabilities." The Snake Spirit's voice was dark and carried a hoarse tone, sounding extremely frightening. This voice indicated that he had returned to normal, back to being a terrifying snake. "Then hide your appearance and come with me." Lingyu didn't waste words and instructed him before leaving the inn. The Snake Spirit put on a hat and a mask before following him. His appearance was not only ugly but also terrifying, and Lingyu was afraid it would terrify ordinary people to see him openly, so he took precautions. "Where's your sister?" After they got into the car, Lingyu asked the Snake Spirit to drive, and casually inquired about his sister. "She has returned to the organization." "Oh, she can go back. Why not? I'm the one who betrayed the organization, not her." "I see." Lingyu nodded, but his gaze showed some doubt. He had always been half skeptical of the Snake Spirit siblings' words. And now that his sister had suddenly disappeared again, could it be related to that saintess? Perhaps his sister was the so-called saintess. Nevertheless, Lingyu knew he held the button deciding the Snake Spirit's fate in his hands, so he wasn't worried about any tricks they might play. Whatever they said, he would cautiously listen to for now. Soon, Lingyu arrived at the spa city. "Ah, Brother Ling is here." Wang Fengkai and the other beauties greeted him, still dressed in their split cheongsams, showcasing their snow-white thighs at the entrance. When they saw Lingyu, they flocked over, seemingly forgetting that he was indifferent towards women. However, once they saw the Snake Spirit's eyes, they shivered and dared not approach him. Lingyu chuckled inwardly, entered, not expecting the Snake Spirit to have this effect. "Who is that man behind Brother Ling? What kind of monster is he, exactly?" "Yeah. Those eyes are so scary. They look like snake eyes. Look at his long and straight body, wearing a long robe, walking like a big snake. I get goosebumps just looking at him." A few beautiful women welcomed Wang Fengkai, and even after Lingyu and his companion walked in, the discussion continued. Lingyu ignored those women and, after entering, Duqing led the members of the War Valk Society to greet them and took him to a large room on the second floor. The room was extremely spacious, comparable to an indoor basketball court. Inside, not only was Due there, but also all the top members of the War Volk Society, and many of them were injured. "Brother, you're here, what exactly happened?" Ling Yu asked with a frown, seeing that members of the War Volk Society had been in conflict with others. Recently, a Blaze Society emerged in Yuncheng and had conflicts with our brothers, even resorting to physical violence. Du Qing explained the situation on behalf of her sister. Yuncheng, in terms of size, was neither too big nor too small, so the emergence of a new gang was not uncommon. After all, money talks, and as long as the boss had enough money, quickly recruiting a group of people to work for him was an easy task. However, Ling Yu was quite familiar with the War Volk Society, which had some skillful members. Moreover, Due trained her subordinates using a military-like system, making them far superior to a motley crew. With so many members of the War Volk Society injured, it was evident that the other party was not a mere group of amateurs. "Brother, the leader of the other party will come to negotiate with us soon, and then we can find out who they really are." Due speculated that perhaps the other party did not come seeking trouble with the War Volk Society. After all, in this day and age, territorial disputes were no longer in fashion, and everyone operated within the bounds of the law. Due established the War Volk Society not to be tyrannical, but for a certain purpose to gather strength. Ling Yu nodded. He was not particularly interested in the struggles between these grey factions, but his bond with Due was strong, and her affairs were his as well. Moreover, he suspected that the Blaze Society either had connections to the Holy Fire Organization or Zhao Wuji, or perhaps they were specifically targeting him. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu approached some of the bandaged brothers, and with a crack, successfully relocated a dislocated joint for one of them. "Oh, I can move my hand instantly." The brother was thrilled and looked at Ling Yu in amazement. Ling Yu paid no heed and continued to treat several other injured brothers. His methods were miraculous. Fractures, dislocations, and even internal injuries were effortlessly resolved by him, relieving pain almost instantly. "Wow, Brother Ling is amazing." The members of the War Volk Society looked at Ling Yu with even more admiration. Due smiled but remained silent. These people had not witnessed Brother Ling's full prowess in the past. What he displayed now was far from his peak performance. Soon enough, a middle-aged man entered with a dozen or so men, causing a commotion. "Rogue, bastard, don't touch me." Outside the door, curses from Wang Fangkai and other beautiful women welcoming guests resonated. These men brazenly laid hands on these women and even lifted their cheonsoms, tearing at their undergarments. "Beasts, damn it, how dare they act recklessly on our territory? Get rid of them." Du Qing immediately got worked up, drew a machete from his waist, and was about to charge in. "Ah Qing, don't act impulsively." Due hurriedly stopped him. However, Du Qing and others still rushed forward, but after a few quick rounds, they were all forced back by the other party. Ling Yu had been treating his brothers, so he stood behind the crowd, and couldn't help but furrow his brow upon seeing the skills of these men. They were not ordinary street ruffians. They were definitely rigorously trained fighters. The leader of the group was named Pei Young. It was him who had injured dozens of members of the War Volk Society before, so Due knew that Du Qing and the others were no match for him. "Ha ha. How about it? What are you going to do about your territory? If we want your women, we'll take them. If you want to fight, we'll be happy to oblige." Behind Pei Young, a man with long purple hair arrogantly spoke. "Damn it, let's fight. Let's take them down." Many members of the War Volk Society couldn't help but get agitated. They held a deep disdain for scumbags who bullied women. "Stop, all of you. Whoever acts without my orders and engages in violence will be expelled from the War Volk Society." Due had to speak in a stern voice. Yuncheng was a society governed by law, and if a large-scale fight or even a bloodbath occurred here, she, as the person in charge, would not be able to escape responsibility. Especially since Due knew that the captain of the Level 1 team in Yuncheng was her former comrade, she didn't want to make things difficult for him. "Ha ha. It seems that your sister understands things." Pei Young sneered. "We came here today to demand a share of your War Volk Society's assets. As long as you cooperate, We won't bully you. How about it? Damn it, that's going too far. Du Qing wanted to take action again, but seeing a glance from her sister, she gritted her teeth and held back. Ha, so arrogant. Due finally spoke up. You want our assets? Fine. Conquer me with money or conquer me with your fists. That's what you said. Pei Yong cracked his knuckles, loosened his joints, and said, Then I'll challenge you to a one-on-one fight. If you lose, this spa city will belong to me. How about that? Boom. With that said, he casually kicked a sturdy wooden chair next to him, shattering it. What terrifying strength! Everyone gasped. Wow. Brother Pei is mighty. Pei Yong's lackeys behind him cheered excitedly. Ling Yu also furrowed his brow slightly. Typically, even powerful individuals could only break chairs, but someone who could shatter a wooden chair with a single kick must be a martial artist with profound, internal strength. Due felt a bit unsure, mainly because she had old injuries from her previous battle with Lan Ji. She did not have a guarantee of victory. However, as the leader of the War Wolf Society, at this moment, she could not afford to show fear. Wait, just as Due was about to accept the challenge, Ling Yu, standing at the back of the crowd, finally spoke up. Addressing Pei Yong, the War Wolf Society can send someone to fight you. If you win, the spa city is yours. But if you lose, how about leaving your hands behind? Pei Yong shuddered slightly and sneered. Who do you think you are? Can your words be trusted? Due immediately stated, his words represent my will. Do you dare or not? Pei Yong laughed arrogantly. Haha, if I lose, I'll not only leave my hands, even my life can stay here. Good. Straightforward. Ling Yu wanted exactly this response from him, and immediately said, But why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Facing trash like you, we can easily defeat you with just anyone we send. Nosy. Ling Yu's words immediately caused Pei Yong to explode in anger. Even your eldest sister wouldn't stand a chance against Brother Young. Others coming would be courting death. Ha, that's right. Don't try to deny when you lose. Upon hearing these voices, Du Qing, Zan Lang, and the others felt a bit nervous. They all thought Ling Yu was going to fight, not because they doubted his ability to win, but because he wasn't currently a member of the Zan Lang Club. If he were to join the Zan Lang Club, who would be the leader, him or the eldest sister? Xiao Yu, sit down and rest. I'll handle him. Ling Yu said to Due, Brother, I trust you. But in the Zan Lang Club, the one representing us in battle must be a brother of the club. Due said seriously, Shouldn't be a problem. Ling Yu nodded. The snake spirit was his serpent slave, and he could decide how to use it. Ling Yu also felt that the Zan Lang Club lacked skilled fighters, killing two birds with one stone. Good. Due was not a person of many words, so she clarified the situation and then stepped back. She knew her own situation. After the battle with Lan Ji, her injuries were too severe. In less than half a month, she had not fully recovered, and she didn't feel confident in facing Pei Yong. Just when she thought Ling Yu was going to fight for her, Ling Yu also stepped back, and with a glance, the snake spirit slowly emerged. To be precise, it slithered out. The whole venue was shocked. Everyone's eyes fell on this strange-looking individual who moved as if made of cartilage. They were curious, wondering what kind of creature this was. Wang Fengcai and other Kipao beauties also hoped that Ling Yu would teach these arrogant men a lesson and avenge them. But who would have thought that Ling Yu would send out such a strange person? The desire for a hero to save the beauty vanished instantly. Moreover, could this monster even move? It looked so slow and sluggish. How would it fight? Haha, your Zan Lang Club is really unique. Where did this old man come from? I'll slap him to death later. Don't regret it, swoosh. Pei Yong's arrogant words were not even finished when the snake spirit suddenly accelerated, like a giant white snake, and instantly entwined him. The whole place was on edge. Hiss. The snake spirit, behind its mask, made a hissing sound, making Pei Yong's scalp tingle. Damn it. Monster, I'll kill. Pei Yong tried to release his inner energy to break free. But for some reason, the more he struggled, the tighter the grip became, until the bones in his body creaked and he howled in pain. The continuous screams shook the hearts of his followers. Each one of them was so scared that their legs went weak, and they backed away, not daring to intervene or even make a sound. The snake spirit squeezed tighter, intending to strangle the guy. Fortunately, Ling Yu timely shouted, "Stop." The snake spirit then stopped applying pressure. Admit defeat. Ling Yu gently raised an eyebrow at Pei Yong. This smile, in the eyes of Wang Fansai and the other women, was mesmerizing. This was the demeanor of a big brother. If only he smoked a cigar, he would look even cooler. Due also smiled subtly, wondering where her brother had found such a weird person. If this weird person were her enemy, she probably wouldn't be able to handle it either. But if he was on their side, he would definitely be a super combat force. I admit defeat. Pei Yong was covered in cold sweat, gritting his teeth and saying, "Let me go, I'll take my men and leave immediately." "That's not going to happen." Ling Yu said seriously, "We keep our word here. If the Zon Club lets you go like this, won't just anyone come and pick a fight in the future?" With that, he glanced at the snake spirit. The snake spirit understood and, like a rope, soft and boleless, directly snapped Pei Yong's right arm. Pei Yong's agonizing screams triggered fear in his followers. Du Qing and the others, on the other hand, cheered out loud. "Look at these idiots, daring to provoke the Zon Club headquarters, and even daring to touch the women on their turf. They were simply seeking death." Just as the snake spirit was about to break his other arm, Ling Yu called time out again. "Let him go. And all of you, get out." Hearing Ling Yu's order, the snake spirit immediately let go, like a servant. The brothers of the Zon Club all turned to look at Due. "All of you, get out. Take off one arm from each of the men Pei Yong brought with him." Due had a cold expression, revealing the ruthless side of the female boss. All right, Du Qing was extremely excited. They just hoped that brother Ling Yu and sister Due wouldn't be too merciful. Soon, everyone cleared out, leaving only Ling Yu, Due, and the barely conscious Pei Yong in the large room. From outside, there soon came gut-wrenching screams of agony from the men, making Pei Yong even more terrified. Just moments ago, he was so arrogant, but now he was so humble. "If you don't want to die, reveal the identities of the people behind you and your true intentions." Ling Yu spoke directly. Pei Yong was still hesitating when Due's high-heel shoe forcefully descended from above, and with a loud bang, it pierced a hole in the ground before him. Aha! Pei Yong's cheeks stung, and crimson blood oozed out, filling the air with a pungent smell. "If you don't speak up, next time, it will be your face with a hole." Due's tone became colder than Ling Yu's, more intimidating. "Speak up." I'll speak," Pei Yong hastened to say. "We are not the Blaze Club. We are just an affiliate little branch of theirs, ordered to do this by the Blaze Club leader." Ling Yu immediately said, "Then spill the details of this Blaze Club." If an affiliate branch dared to provoke the Zon Club, it seemed that this Blaze Club was not to be underestimated. What was their relationship with the Holy Fire Organization? "Ha, you guys don't even know about the Blaze Club." Pei Yong suddenly became arrogant at the mention of the Blaze Club. "It's an international organization, headquartered in the land of cold darkness. They have many experts, 10 top-notch gold medalists, and for hall masters, each a formidable existence. If you let me go now, otherwise, the Tai Chi Hall Master will avenge me and exterminate you all." "Ha, nosy." Due directly stomped on him, creating a bloody hole in his left hand. Aha! Another round of heart-wrenching screams. "Pour a toast, you drink, challenge the gods, and you'll pay." Ling Yu sighed lightly and continued, "What enmity exists between the Holy Fire Organization and the Zon Club? Why are they doing this? I really don't know. I'm just a small fry following orders." After experiencing hardship, Pei Yong became more honest and less arrogant. Ling Yu carefully observed his eyes and facial expressions, ensuring that he was not lying, then gave Due a signal. "Get out." Due kicked him toward the doorway. Pei Yong scrambled up as if granted a pardon and hastily fled. "Brother, why let him go? Killing the small fish accomplishes nothing. Letting him go will attract the big fish." Ling Yu's explanation gained Due's approval, even though she knew that dealing with the big fish behind Pei Yong might not be easy. Unable to uncover the truth for now, they decided to take a pause. Due then asked, "Brother, what was the matter you wanted to discuss with me this morning?" "My wife's company is facing financial crisis again, and I want to help her without revealing my identity. I wanted to ask you for any ideas." Ling Yu also got straight to the point. DUA is one of the few people he trusts completely. Set up a company and find a way to invest in her company. DUA responded decisively. She is also one of the people who understands Ling Yu best and continued. If you're worried that Qin Mingyu will be suspicious and might investigate to find out who the investor is, just appoint someone you trust as the investor. After she finished speaking, she noticed Ling Yu looking directly at her with a smile. Ling Yu may be evolved in battle, good at fighting, healing, and executing missions, but he lacks business experience. DUA, on the other hand, manages several industries in Yuncheng, so her business experience surpasses his. When it comes to appointing someone as the investor, in his heart, DUA is the best candidate. Well, then, DUA also understood Ling Yu's situation. She bluntly said, I'll handle it for now. When you find another trustworthy person, I will step down. Agreed. Ling Yu didn't waste time and handed his bank card to DUA. After some thought, he added, recently, Zhao Wuji and the Liu family have been sending people to harass those around me. I can't protect them all alone. Can you provide some help? What about that strange person by your side just now? DUA asked. He is always alone, and you don't want him to join the Evolve Society. Another powerful force. Ling Yu smirked slightly. Teal. DUA was quick to agree. I will secretly protect your family, and that strange person can follow me for now. Okay. Ling Yu made an okay gesture. With the snake spirit joining the Evolve Society, not only could his identity be better hidden, but it could also avoid the so-called persecution by the supposed saint. It's a win-win situation. After discussing a few more things, Ling Yu left the hydrothermal city and received a call from Ling Ruoxu. Elder sister, what's up? Xiao Yu, why don't you accompany me to look for a job? You're currently unemployed, aren't you? Ling Ruoxu has been quite annoying lately, especially since moving back to the Yu family. Due to Qin Mingyu's status, no one in the Yu family dared to mistreat her openly, but their faces clearly showed resentment. In the end, she was a woman without a career, not adept at staying at home to take care of children. She lacked self-confidence. Sister, I have no problem looking for a job with you, but have you thought about starting your own business? Ling Yu suddenly suggested. The money in his pocket would only earn interest, but if he could help those around him prosper and generate more wealth, that would be maximizing profits. Of all the people closest to him, Ling Ruoxu is the most trusted. DUA mentioned she would temporarily help him set up a company, but it wasn't a long-term solution. If he could help his sister become a successful business tycoon like Qin Mingyu, the collaboration between their families would solidify his wife's position even more. Starting a business, I have thought about it occasionally, but where would we get the funds? Ling Ruoxu asked. At the mention of funds, Ling Yu became even more determined. Sister, you don't need to worry about the money. I will figure it out for you. You just need to decide what you want to do. Really, you won't borrow money from Mingyu from me, will you? Ling Ruoxu immediately thought of this possibility. Ling Yu didn't explain but smiled, saying, as long as it's legal and not deceitful, I will find a way for you, no matter how much you need. Just work hard, and everything will fall into place. Really? Then I want to start a business in the fashion and cosmetics industry. Ling Ruoxu was thrilled. Being the boss in the fashion and cosmetics industry would allow her to shop at home every day. The thought was exhilarating. Ling Yu couldn't help but smile wryly at her response. His elder sister was, after all, still the same. All right, plan it out. Let me know how much you need, and I'll take care of it. Heh, all right, don't try to please me too much, otherwise, be prepared for me to scold you. Ling Ruoxu jokingly warned. After hanging up, she breathed a sigh of relief. Marrying into the Yu family and being unemployed, the pressure on her was becoming overwhelming. However, once she had her own business, achieved financial independence, she would no longer have to care about what the members of the Yu family thought of her. Ling Ruoxu reluctantly returned to the Yu family. At the villa's entrance, a maid named Yang Ruosi spoke softly. Madam, why are you so late today? Everyone is waiting for you to have dinner. Yang Ruosi, a girl from another province working as a maid, felt very inferior. After Ling Ruoxu married into the Yu family, she was the kindest master she had ever had. And she didn't act with superiority, So Yan Ruosi had always admired her. She was genuinely concerned that Ling Ruoxu might be criticized by the Yu family, as she knew the Yu family was very strict. "Let's have dinner. I didn't ask them to wait for me." Ling Ruoxu shrugged and walked into the villa. Inside, the Yu family of four was seated at the dining table, but they hadn't started the meal yet. Yu Jingling had been married once and returned to live with the Yu family after a divorce. She was unable to sustain her marriage because she had difficulty compromising with others. Seeing Ling Ruoxu nonchalantly entering, she wore a cold expression, hoping her parents would discipline this woman. The atmosphere grew tense, especially with Wang Yuhao's displeasure, resembling an impending storm. "I'm back," Ling Ruoxu greeted flatly and prepared to head back to her room. Observing her attitude, Hu Yongjian furrowed his brow, his eyes dim with displeasure. Hu Ya and Yu Jingling were even more displeased. Unable to contain herself anymore, Wang Yuhao sternly ordered, "Stop right there." Ling Ruoxu halted and turned to face her mother-in-law. Most women, if faced with such a stern look from a wealthy matriarch, would tremble and apologize. Not Ling Ruoxu, she calmly asked. "What's wrong?" "What do you mean? What's wrong? Do you know what time it is now? Haven't you heard of the rules in Yu house?" Wang Yuhao exploded in anger. Yang Ruosi and the two other Yu family staff members stood with their heads bowed, trembling in a corner of the hall. They were terrified of Wang Yuhao's temper. It was terrifying when she got angry. "It's 7 o'clock. What's the matter?" Ling Ruoxu wasn't intimidated and boldly replied, "I had some errands to run outside. Is it abnormal to return at this time? I didn't ask anyone to wait for me to eat." Insolence, Wang Yuhao slammed the table, putting pressure on Yu Yongjian. "Look at your daughter-in-law. She doesn't respect the dinner table rules in the Yu house. Didn't we agree to start dinner at 6:30? Yet, someone doesn't inform or apologize for being late, and instead returns at this hour. It's up to you to handle this." Yu Yongjian sighed deeply, and there was a glint of lightning in his eyes. After a while, he hoarsely said, "Ruoxu, let it go this time. Apologize and ensure it doesn't happen again next time." "Well, sorry about that." Ling Ruoxu always felt like she was playing an away game while staying in this house. After a symbolic apology, she directly said, "I won't be eating tonight. I have no appetite. Enjoy your meal." With that, she went back to her room. Yang Ruosi and the maidservants watched Wang Yuhao's clouded face and dared not breathe heavily for a long time. "This is outrageous, outrageous. Our Yu family has really brought a troublemaker back. I'm not eating this meal either." After forcefully slamming the table, Wang Yuhao prepared to leave, but was coldly stopped by Yu Yongjian. "Stop right there. You keep talking about others. Have you ever respected the etiquette and rules of the Yu family?" Yu Yongjian, as the head of the family, would not tolerate any offense to his authority at home. He had just given face to Ling Ruoxu because they were cooperating with Xia Gang Group for business reasons. But the value of using Wang Yuhao, his daughter-in-law, had long been exhausted. Although Wang Yuhao was unhappy with Yu Yongjian in her heart, she knew that this man was overbearing. Now that she was in this house, her status was no longer on par with him. She had the audacity earlier because she was angry, but now seeing Yu Yongjian directing his anger at her, she could only snort coldly and sit back down. "Dad, Mom, let's have dinner." Yu Jingling quickly tried to defuse the situation, acting meek and completely different from her usual self. The Yu family had strict family education, where elders held absolute authority at home, which had shaped the characters of Yu Jingling and Yu Jieru. Especially Yu Jieru, because he couldn't establish his authority at home, he always sought to feel superior outside. However, lacking the substance, he often found himself in embarrassing situations. Like the incident at the amusement park that exposed his true nature. He had always thought that when he married a wife and brought her home, he would establish his authority at home. That's why he chose Ling Ruoxu, a woman with looks and figure but lacking a family background. However, he never expected her background to be so strong. Now he felt that straightening his back was a daunting task. Dinner proceeded and ended in a gloomy atmosphere. Yu Jieru remained silent throughout and returned to his room with resentment. As for his wife, that woman refused to share a room with him. Having reached such a point as a man, Yu Jieru felt completely frustrated. Knock knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Ujieru's eyes lit up. Could it be his wife coming back to sleep in his room? He excitedly got up, only to be disappointed after opening the door. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Like mother, like son. Seeing Ujieru's expression, Wang Yuhao sneered. "What's wrong? Thought it was Ling Uroxu, right?" Alas, Ujieru sighed heavily and sat down dejectedly. Although the mother and son had hierarchical differences on outside, when they were alone, their bond was deep. After all, Wang Yuhao had only one son. "Ujieru, it's not me saying this. You are a grown man. Do you just want to let that woman run wild in the house? You should establish your authority." "Establish authority? How do I do that? We've signed agreements, can I just act recklessly?" "Authority, my foot." Ujieru was quite vexed and angry. "You're so foolish. Can those agreements override the country's marriage laws?" With Wang Yuhao's words, Ujieru felt energized. "Mom, do you have any methods to teach me?" "HMPH, I didn't want to resort to these methods, but who told you that you have no way out?" Proudly, Wang Yuhao sat next to her son. Meanwhile, outside the door, Yan Rosi was cleaning the corridor. Wang Yuhao had left the door slightly ajar in her haste, not intending to eavesdrop on the conversation, but she heard voices inside as she passed by. "I'll have the maid give her a cup of soup later. After she drinks it, she will be in heat tonight. You can take advantage of that." "Mom, is that appropriate? Ling Uroxu is not naive. She kill me, and she wakes up tomorrow." Ujieru was still a bit afraid of his wife. She may act silly at times, but she was tough in arguments and fights, something he could not handle. Then be tougher on her tonight. Record it as well, it will have various uses. Upon hearing Wang Yuhao's words, Yan Ruosi was incredulous. The mistress always portrayed herself as an educated woman with manners, so hearing her say such things was unbelievable. Was this the legendary two-faced woman? "Okay, Mom, I'll do as you say tonight." Ujieru also felt excited by Wang Yuhao's words. He had long wanted to be intimate with Ling Uroxu. From dating to marriage, he hadn't even touched his wife. If this was known outside, he would be forever embarrassed. "Ruosi." Wang Yuhao walked out of the room and called for Yang Ruosi. "Ah, madam, I'm here." Yang Ruosi ran over, pretending she hadn't heard anything earlier. "Madam, Ling Uroxu didn't eat dinner tonight. I'm worried she's hungry. Can you make a pot of chicken soup for her? I'll bring it to her later." "Yes, madam." Yang Ruosi nodded and went to do as instructed. An hour later, she tremblingly informed Wang Yuhao, "Madam, the chicken soup is ready." I'll go take a look." Wang Yuhao rarely entered the kitchen. If Yang Ruosi hadn't known her plans in advance, she would have been surprised now. Nevertheless, with her head lowered, Wang Yuhao led Yang Ruosi into the kitchen. "You go check if the young madam is in her room, then come back and tell me." "Yes, madam." After Yang Ruosi left her sight, she nervously entered Ling Uroxu's room. Thinking it was someone else, Ling Uroxu approached and asked, "What's wrong? Your face looks off, are you sick?" Ling Uroxu wasn't born into wealth, and after coming to the Yu house, she had no one to talk to, making her relationship with Yang Ruosi the best she had. Initially fearing Wang Yuhao's authority, Yang Ruosi was moved by Ling Uroxu's concern. Gritting her teeth, she told her directly, "Young madam, later madam will bring me chicken soup for you to drink. Remember, don't drink it. You'll regret it." "What?" Before Ling Uroxu could understand, Yang Ruosi rushed back downstairs to the kitchen. Indeed, not long after, Wang Yuhao walked towards her room with Yang Ruosi. "Yeah, Mom, what's the matter?" Ling Uroxu pretended not to know, her expression unchanged. The flames of anger rose in Wang Yuhao's heart once again. Even after marrying into the Yu family, this woman still addressed her like this. It showed that she hadn't truly integrated into the family's mindset. Despite this, Wang Yuhao changed her approach and forced a smile. "Ruoxu, although our temperaments don't match, you are still my daughter-in-law. You came to the Yu family through marriage and it's my responsibility as a mother-in-law to take care of you." If it weren't for Yang Ruosi telling herself about the secret earlier, Ling Uroxu would definitely have thought she was possessed upon hearing Wang Yuhao's words. The soup was absolutely undrinkable, but refusing it outright without evidence would be difficult to frame the mother and son. If she caused them to suspect, ultimately, it would be Ruosi who would suffer. Ling Ruoxu was not a foolish woman, so she smirked and said, "Auntie, hearing you say that, I initially thought you had taken the wrong lines. So you're this kind-hearted?" Wang Yuhao's lips twitched. "What do you mean, she's kind-hearted? Did this woman see her as a wicked woman in her heart? That's unbelievable." Nonetheless, Wang Yuhao still forced a smile and said, "Ruoxu, our conflicts are just about family rules. As long as you behave yourself from now on, I will definitely treat you well. Come, you didn't finish your dinner tonight, so I asked the servant to cook chicken soup for you. Drink it while it's hot." With a glance, Yan Ruosi brought the bowl of chicken soup and handed it to Ling Ruoxu. "Just put it down for now, I'm not hungry yet." Ling Ruoxu remained composed. The Wang Yuhao's mission was not yet complete. How could she easily give up? She had Yan Ruosi serve a small bowl and personally brought it to Ling Ruoxu, saying, "Chicken soup is best enjoy hot, come on." With such a good attitude, would Ling Ruoxu dare to refuse her face? In fact, Ling Ruoxu wasn't afraid, but she couldn't. If she knocked over the bowl now, it would prove that Yang Ruosi had informed on her early, which would ultimately harm Yang Ruosi. So she had no choice but to take the bowl and take a small sip. "You go ahead and drink. I'll leave first." Wang Yuhao smiled and said. She had been putting on an act in front of Ling Ruoxu the whole time, but in fact, she couldn't bear it herself. So when she saw Ling Ruoxu take a sip, she turned and left. After closing the door, Ling Ruoxu quickly spat out the chicken soup. "Humph, trying to harm me. Not so easy." Ling Ruoxu was both shocked and angry. Her mother-in-law drugging her daughter-in-law was a shocking matter to speak of. How can I continue to stay in this kind of family? Ling Ruoxu was worried. After Lin Qingshuan left, she didn't know who to confide her troubles to. After thinking about it, she could only call her younger brother. At this moment, Ling Yu happened to have brought his wife back home, and upon receiving Ling Ruoxu's call, he was also shocked and worried. "What? You say your mother-in-law drugged you? That's insane, right?" "Yeah. Shall you? What should I do now? That scoundrel Liao will definitely come to harass me soon." Ling Ruoxu expressed her concerns. She had pretended to drink the medicine, and barring any accidents, Liao would barge in shortly. "Sister, don't worry. I'll go to U's house now and help you out." Ling Yu couldn't ignore his only elder sister. He wouldn't let Lia cause trouble, even if he was her legal husband. "What's going on? Is U's family trying to harm your sister?" Qin Mingyu, who happened to be nearby, overheard their conversation and her expression was filled with anger. As a woman, she could understand Ling Ruoxu's pain. Initially, she didn't want to marry Ling Yu, but luckily, although this man was her legal husband, he never made any advances on her. But Ling Ruoxu wasn't as fortunate. She had entered into a den of wolves, and preserving herself was incredibly difficult. "Yes, Mingyu, I must go to my sister right away and make sure she's not alone," Ling Yu said nervously. The distance from here to U's house was a 3-hour drive, and he was worried he might not make it in time. "I'll go with you." Qin Mingyu thought for a moment and made up her mind. Although the Qin family was currently in crisis, the Yu family feared her, and those who sought to gain from the Qin family would hold back as long as she was present, as the Yu family wouldn't dare harm Ling Ruoxu. "All right." Ling Yu didn't procrastinate and immediately set off with Qin Mingyu. On the other hand, Ling Ruoxu was alone in her room, feeling anxious. Knock, knock. Sure enough, not long after, someone knocked on her door. "Wife," Huya called out softly, his voice sounding different from usual, clearly testing the waters. Ling Ruoxu was a bit nervous, knowing that tonight she was facing not just Huya but other enemies as well. She pretended not to hear, but Uji's voice grew louder outside the door. He obviously couldn't contain himself anymore. "What's wrong? I'm going to sleep." Ling Ruoxu responded, "So early, it's not even 10 o'clock yet." Uya half believed, but inside, he wondered if the woman inside had taken the medicine. If she had, it should have started to take effect by now. "Yeah, I'm going for beauty sleep, so don't disturb me." Ling Ruoxu didn't want to exchange more words with him. She just wanted to get through tonight and deal with the rest tomorrow. "Okay," Uya verbally agreed, but his eyes were full of anger. He had reached the limit of his patience with this woman. If he couldn't touch her normally, tonight, can't I even touch you? Little girl, I'm your legal husband after all. He was about to go get the spare key to forcibly open Ling Ruoxu's door. On the way, he happened to encounter Wang Yuhao. Mom, did you make that woman drink the medicine? Strange, I saw her drink it with my own eyes. Could it be that she drank too little, and the effect isn't strong enough? Forget it. Doesn't matter. Tonight, I will conquer her no matter what. I want her to understand that I am her man, not just a lapdog by her side. Uya angrily exclaimed. Due to his loud voice, Wu Jilian, who had been unaware of the situation, came over. Seeing Uji's state, both Wang Yuhao and Wu Jiliang were pleased. They had long thought Uya should assert himself, otherwise, his wife would be walking all over him. Go. Little brother, I'll guard the door for you. Wu Jiliang personally helped him get the spare key and encouraged him. As for Wang Yuhao, she directly ordered all the household servants to leave. They were not allowed to stay in the villa tonight. Yang Ruosi sighed deeply before leaving. Hopefully, the young madam would have good luck. She never expected that a family like these, claiming to be noble outside, would be involved in such matters. Wife, after obtaining the spare key, Huya didn't directly open the door but continued to call out tentatively from outside twice. If Ling Ruoxu had really taken the medicine, she would have had a reason not to sleep tonight. However, to his surprise, there was no response from inside. Ling Ruoxu knew she couldn't hide any longer, so she hurried to open the window, even considering jumping from the second floor. Click, before she could jump out the window, Huya unexpectedly opened the door. Wife, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering me? Huya saw that Ling Ruoxu wasn't sleeping but had opened the window to look outside, and his face immediately darkened. This woman is too cunning. She really didn't drink that chicken soup. What do you want? Who allowed you to trespass into my room? Are you not ashamed to forcibly open a woman's room door? Get out! Ling Ruoxu rebuked coldly. Uya, who was already intolerable, upon hearing her words, completely lost control of his anger. I'm embarrassed. What do I have to be embarrassed about? I'm your husband. I went into the room to see my wife, who can say anything to me. Glancing at Uji's emotional outburst, Ling Ruoxu subconsciously felt a little scared. Although she knew the man in front of her was useless, provoking him in this kind of group situation was not a wise choice. All right, I don't blame you. Just go out. I really want to sleep. Ling Ruoxu softened her tone, choosing to retreat as a form of progress. Little did she know that Uji didn't listen to her at all, instead blocking her way in front of her. What do you want to do? Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but get agitated. What do I want to do? I obviously want to engage in marital activities. Don't you know how long I've been holding back? I'm close to going crazy. You proud woman, today I will conquer you. Uji roared angrily, suddenly embracing Ling Ruoxu with the intention to kiss her. You, get away from me. Ling Ruoxu pushed him away forcefully. Uji didn't expect her to be so strong. Caught off guard, he was pushed to the ground, not a light fall. Ah. Yeah. Wang Yuhao and Uji Ling appeared at the door at the same time, witnessing the scene. They were also stunned. They already knew that Ling Ruoxu was not weak, but they didn't expect Uji, a grown man, to not be able to handle her. I'm fine. You both get out. Uji, seeing the looks in his mother's and sister's eyes, felt his self-esteem being provoked and exploded. He shouted angrily, My woman, I can handle her myself. My woman, I'll tame her myself. Seeing his bloodshot eyes, Wang Yuhao and Uji Ling both felt a little scared, nodding slightly, then closed the door firmly. With the door locked, the woman inside would be utterly helpless tonight. Uji, what do you want to do? Get out. Ling Ruoxu saw the man's red eyes as he approached her step by step, subconsciously stepping back. Have you forgotten the agreement we signed? I'm not willing. None of you are allowed to force me. You. How dare you mention that agreement? Are you not satisfied with humiliating me enough? Hot. Uji had decided to go all out, not listening at all to Ling Ruoxu. He picked up the bowl of chicken soup. This soup was boiled by my mother for you. You must drink it. He also knew that it would be difficult to conquer Ling Ruoxu the fierce mare by force, so he resorted to drugs. As long as she drank the love potion, she would climb on him like a female dog. You. Are you insane? Ling Ruoxu pushed him away once again. How could this man try to make her drink something? It was simply a dream. I'll kill you. Lu Ji completely lost his temper, and then splashed the still warm chicken soup on Ling Ruoxu's face. In an attempt to dodge the soup, Ling Ruoxu was caught off guard and was knocked down as he lunged towards her. Lu Ji began to undress, but he underestimated Ling Ruoxu. This woman not only had long legs, but she was also strong. With a strong kick, she threw Lu Ji off of her again. Lu Ji accidentally hit the table, knocking down the table lamp and water glass, making continuous clattering sounds. Lu Ji, are you okay? The voices of the two women outside the room came again. A grown man dealing with his wife. Why was it so difficult? I'm fine. I'm fine. Get out. Lu Ji's self-esteem had already been crushed to pieces and he had lost all rationality. You proud woman, I'll kill you. Lu Ji picked up a chair from under the table and aimed it at Ling Ruoxu. Ling Ruoxu panicked and tried to dodge, but the room was small. She was still struck hard by Lu Ji and fell under the table. She was in pain and almost felt like she was falling apart. Let me see how you struggle now. Lu Ji started to undress. Ling Ruoxu had no way out, with one hand quietly reaching into the drawer, slowly finding a pair of scissors. Come on. I'll teach you how to be a woman. Lu Ji was all tensed up and lunged at Ling Ruoxu, straddling her, thinking that she was defenseless and starting to grope her wildly. Excitement and anger had made his eyes red. Like a madman. Die. Ling Ruoxu was not a woman to be trifled with. The other party had gone crazy and dared to treat her that way, so she did not hold back. She stabbed with the scissors. The next moment, a spray of fresh blood splashed on her face, causing her to instinctively close her eyes, feeling nauseous. Oh! Odd. Lu Ji let out a series of heart-wrenching screams, clutching his lower abdomen, writhing in pain on the ground. Lu Ji? The two women outside finally couldn't help but rush in. Seeing the scene in the room, they were both shocked. What did you do to Lu Ji? Wang Yuhao, with eyes glaring at Ling Ruoxu, lips trembling and full of anger at the sight of her son's blood stained the floor. Lu Ji Ling also cursed loudly. You crazy woman, did you cut off my brother's manhood? This is spousal murder, you will go to jail and be executed. Put down the scissors, or we will make you pay the price. Don't scare me. Ling Ruoxu was not afraid of them, holding the scissors aloft, her eyes fierce like an enraged she-wolf. If you want to mess with me, bring it on. One by one. None of you are a match for me individually, and all of you together I'm not afraid of. This is outrageous, outrageous. Wang Yuhao was on the verge of losing her mind. But at the moment, the mother and daughter had no way to deal with Ling Ruoxu. The commotion had finally attracted Aon Jian, and upon seeing his son covered in blood, he ignored everyone else, rushing over to check his condition. Son. Lu Ji had fainted from the pain, and there was no response from him. You crazy women, call an ambulance now. Lu Ji is going to die. Aon Jian roared in anger. Wang Yuhao woke up as if from a dream, giving urgent orders. Hu Jiling, go call the police. Ah. Okay. Hu Jiling hurriedly ran out of the room. Ling Ruoxu still held the scissors, refusing to let go. Aon Jian glanced at her, then coldly said, Can you hand me some gauze so I can stop Lu Ji's bleeding? Ling Ruoxu cautiously opened a drawer and found the gauze, tossing it gently towards him. You. Just wait. You made my son like this. I won't let you go. Wang Yuhao couldn't swallow her anger. Lu Ji was in such a state, because of Ling Ruoxu, they would most likely be ostracized. Ling Ruoxu, seeing the woman leaving like crazy, felt panicked and thought about leaving the Aon family overnight, fearing the consequences if she stayed. Aon Jian also understood the seriousness of the situation, so he had no time to deal with the women at home. It was urgent to treat his son's wound, as his future fertility might be compromised. Though the Aon family was not a prominent family, one urgent phone call from Wang Yuhao could instantly summon quite a few people. Ling Ruoxu spent quite some time upstairs, in the room, and when she hurriedly went downstairs to the hall, she found several big men had already rushed in through the door. Big sister-in-law, what happened? The middle-aged man leading the group was one of Ouyang Jian's younger brothers, named Ouyang Pao. Behind him were 3 bodyguards from the O family, along with a woman. That woman, Ling Ruoxu, whom he had met at the wedding, turned out to be Oh Daishan. Due to the theft of the wedding necklace, Oh Daishan was humiliated, but afraid to confront the Qin family, had secretly shifted her anger towards Ling Ruozu. So now, when she looked at Ling Ruozu, it was with hostility. "Second uncle, you've come just in time. This woman has harmed my son." Wang Yuehao's face was filled with resentment as she pointed at Ling Ruozu, her expression contorted. "What?" Oh Yunpo jumped in shock at the news, instinctively covering his own vital parts. One must know, Oh Ya was the only son of the eldest brother. "Come, grab this woman. Don't go easy on her. She must be submerged in a pig cage." Oh Daishan immediately ordered the 3 bodyguards. "I dare you to touch me." Ling Ruozu wasn't one to be trifled with. Before the 3 bodyguards could approach her, she took out a pair of scissors, stood her ground with determination, back against the table, pointing them at the group. "It was Oh Ya who deserved it. He tried to force himself on me," Ling Ruozu shouted loudly. Unfortunately, there was no one present to take her side. Oh Daishan sneered, "Did Big Brother try to force you? Even if he did, so what? You are his wife. How can he treat you poorly? You're just being melodramatic." Her words were agreed upon by everyone present, and they all dispersed, surrounding Ling Ruozu. In any case, they couldn't let this woman escape tonight. Yang Ruozi stood outside the hall, too frightened to enter, watching Ling Ruozu face so many enemies alone, feeling helpless. "Get her," Oh Daishan commanded, and the 3 bodyguards slowly closed in on Ling Ruozu. Ling Ruozu gritted her teeth, knowing she couldn't overpower these people. Despite the standoff, a loud engine noise was heard from outside. "Sis, can you hear that?" Upon hearing Ling Yu's voice, Ling Ruozu felt relieved and surprised. It had only been 2 hours since she called Ling Yu. How did her younger brother arrive so quickly? "Younger brother, hurry in and save me," Ling Ruozu quickly shouted. Finally, the next moment, Ling Yu forcibly kicked open the fence-style gate of Oji's villa. The deafening sound caused everyone inside to tremble in fear. Who was this person? He kicked open the iron gate. "Sis." Ling Yu rushed into the O family's hall ahead of everyone. Before anyone could clearly see his figure, he had already rushed to stand in front of his sister like a gust of wind. Ling Ruozu felt completely relieved with her younger brother there. She wasn't afraid even in enemy territory. Not only did Ling Yu arrive, but Qin Mingyu also quickly entered the hall. A chilling atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire space. "Qin. Miss Qin." Oh Yunpo saw Qin Mingyu and thought he was seeing things. The distinguished Miss Qin, actually appearing at the O family late at night. What was going on? When he saw Qin Mingyu, he looked like a mouse meeting a cat. And the 3 women from the O family were also gnashing their teeth, looking helpless. "What do you want to do to Ruozu?" Qin Mingyu saw the scene, her eyebrows raised slightly, exuding an unbearable cold pressure. We haven't done anything to her." Oh Yunpo quickly forced a smile and waved his hand. Seeing that second uncle was unreliable, Wang Yuehao bitingly said, "Ling Ruozu harmed my son. We will not let her go. If you want to intervene, don't blame us for being unpleasant to you." Even though she was ferocious, Qin Mingyu was undaunted. She just coldly smiled. "If your son didn't mess with Ruozu, would she harm your son for no reason?" Wang Yuehao was already angry, seeing she couldn't argue logically and that reinforcements were pouring into the O family. She angrily shouted, "Did you see that? You all see what this vicious woman did to my son. We must not let her leave tonight. I will make her pay." An enraged woman is terrifying and irrational. If Oh Yunpo hadn't firmly held her back, she would have rushed over and clashed with Ling Ruozu. "I advise you not to take action again, otherwise you will surely regret it." Ling Yu quickly shielded Qin Mingyu, and afraid of so many people from the O family. Both women behind him were his most beloved, he wouldn't let anyone harm them. Qin Mingyu, of course, was also unafraid and paid no attention to the crazed Wang Yuehao, just lifting her gaze towards Oh Yunjian. "Mr. Oh, this is a matter in your house, and I do not want to interfere. But Ruozu is my man's sister. I cannot stand by and watch her in danger." Qin Mingyu was very tactful, and with just one sentence, she left the O family speechless. Ling Ruozu was very grateful. Her brother had, indeed, married an exceptional wife. Not only was she beautiful, but she also protected her family. If her brother didn't cherish her, he deserved divine punishment. At this moment, the sound of an ambulance outside gave both sides some breathing room. The medical staff quickly brought a stretcher and carried Oya, covered in blood from the waist down to the ambulance. My son, stay strong. You must save my son's manhood. Won Yuehao cried to the medical staff, her tears and snot streaming, then hysterically screamed, "See that? Have you all seen it? My son was harmed like this by this vicious woman. We must not let her leave tonight. I will make her pay." When a woman goes crazy, it is very terrifying and irrational. Oyunpo immediately broke into a cold sweat. His sister-in-law was really daring, and the woman in front of him was the miss of the Chin family. She was really fearless. She wanted to die, and they didn't want to die with her. Stop it all. At this critical moment, Oyunjian descended the stairs from the second floor, calling out to everyone to stop. His hands were still bloody, a disturbing sight to behold. "Miss Chin, this is a family matter for our own family. Please don't get involved." Oyunjian also had a complex mindset. He couldn't spare Ling Ruozu after seeing his son's misery. But he also truly didn't dare to be at odds with Chin Mingyu, especially after the recent negotiation for cooperation between the two families. It is indeed not within my authority to meddle in the affairs of the O family. And I don't want to interfere, but Ruozu is my man's sister. I cannot stand by and allow harm to come to her. Chin Mingyu's keen eyes saw through Oyunjian's current predicament and mindset. She immediately gave him an out. "Thank you, Miss Chin. The Yu family is definitely sincere about cooperating with the Cheonggang group." Oyunjian quickly expressed his stance. He didn't have the power or courage to confront Chin Mingyu, so he naturally followed along. "Goodbye." Chin Mingyu wasted no time and immediately left. Her imposing aura, coupled with Ling Yu's escort, made it impossible for anyone to stop them. "Yonjian, are you crazy? Are you really going to let that woman go? Are you still a man, you coward?" Wang Yuhao, seeing the three of them safely leaving the Yu family, redirected her anger towards her husband. "Shut up." Yonjian coldly snapped at her. Yonpo didn't dare to interrupt and simply said, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, it's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go back first." With that, he left with his entourage. "Oh, what an unlucky family." Gu Dazen, with a hint of schadenfreude, commented before leaving with her father. Others gradually followed suit, leaving the villa with only the Yu family of three. "Qingling, go check on your brother's condition, and inform me of the doctor's diagnosis right away." "Okay, Dad." Gu Jingling didn't want to stay at home tonight either, to avoid having to choose sides between her parents. She understood her mother and her father. One was protecting their son, the other protecting their interests. Neither was wrong, right? "You, come into the room." In the spacious villa, only the couple Yonjian and Wang Yuhao remained. Yonjian, with a stern face, ordered Wang Yuhao. Wang Yuhao gritted her teeth, smoothed out her messy hair, and followed Yonjian into the room, wondering what the man intended to do. "Go take a shower." Yonjian, watching Wang Yuhao enter, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, ordered her. Then, he took a bottle of pills from the drawer and swallowed a few with a grimace. Are you crazy?" Wang Yuhao recognized the pills as ones that enhanced a man's stamina and performance. After a moment's thought, she scoffed with disdain. "Yonjian, you're really pathetic. A useless man, your son was hurt by a woman, and you aren't seeking revenge for your son but intend to find solace in your wife. Are you even capable? How many years has it been since we slept together?" "Shut up." Feeling irritated due to his son's embarrassing incident, Yonjian was already frustrated. The woman kept chattering in his ear, worsening his gloomy mood, so he forcefully pushed her onto the bed. The more he acted this way, the more Wang Yuhao didn't shut up, becoming more forceful in her speech. "Why should I shut up? With a father like you, Iji is really pitiful. What's the use of earning so much money? The Yu family will perish altogether." Smack. Yonjian, unable to bear it any longer, ruthlessly slapped her face. Wang Yuhao became dizzy and shocked, feeling angry. After being married to this man for over 30 years, it was the first time she experienced such treatment. "You'll shut up when I tell you to shut up. Why keep babbling nonsense? Do you think you're so smart? You're actually the stupid one." If we push things with the Chin family to the breaking point, what do we gain? We not only lose our business, but might also go bankrupt. Will our son recover from this? Not only will we not have heirs, but we won't be able to live out the rest of our lives. Do you even understand, you foolish woman? These words finally silenced Wang Yuhao completely. Might makes right, in this world, the powerful dictate, and if Wang Yuhao couldn't understand this, she wouldn't have pretended for so many years in front of those less fortunate than the Yu family. Seeing her quiet, Uyangjian sighed, this big gun seems to have gone to waste. Go take a shower. Let me see if our bodies are still capable of another small gun. As a father, he was also disappointed in his son's abilities. Unfortunately, he got too caught up in making money his youth and never had another son. Now that things had come to this, he had to make one last effort. Wang Yuhao complied. After all, her husband hadn't touched her in many years, and she was younger than Uyangjian with certain desires. By the time she finished showering, Uyangjian's pills had taken effect, but he was already too old. No matter how hard he tried, he lacked the physical strength needed. He could only sigh over the missed opportunity. On the other side, Ling Yu drove, taking his sister and wife back. Sister, what's your plan next? Ling Yu broke the silence. Ling Ruoxu remained silent for a while before responding, I'll rent a house first. I'm afraid Mom won't handle the news well, considering her health. Ling Yu understood his sister's concerns, but also pointed out, secrets can't be kept forever. Mom will find out sooner or later. Ling Ruoxu understood but could only take it one step at a time. After a brief silence between the siblings, Chen Mingyu spoke up, Ruoxu, I have two suggestions for you. First, divorce Suya immediately, and then either swiftly start your own business, or find a suitable man, as long as you live happily. Mom won't worry. Ling Ruoxu hesitated. Ling Yu couldn't help but smile at Chen Mingyu's intelligence and insight. Mom's worrying for Ruoxu was mainly about her future life security. Now that Ruoxu was unemployed and divorced, any mother would be concerned. If Ruoxu could find happiness after leaving Nuya, or not worrying about her future finances, Mom would be at ease. Mingyu, you're right about that. But the two things you mention are not easy. Ling Ruoxu wasn't lacking in confidence, but knew that relationships and starting a business were not just about confidence. I can help you, both Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu said almost simultaneously. After saying it, they glanced at each other. Ling Yu smiled, but Chen Mingyu coldly snorted and turned away. Ling Ruoxu felt a bit lost. Her sister was already feeling down, and now they suddenly brought more complications. Mingyu, you can focus on helping Ruoxu start her business, and you know many eligible men. If you want to help my sister, you can introduce her to them. Ling Yu took charge, making Chen Mingyu snort even louder. How could he steal her lines like this? That despite her thoughts, she spoke coldly, if Ruoxu needs funding and connections for her business, I can help her, but I won't play matchmaker. That made sense. After all, it wasn't suitable for the Ice Queen to play matchmaker. Okay. Then these two tasks are on me. Ling Yu confidently took charge, adding, if I can't handle it, I'll turn to you, Mingyu. So you don't have to worry about my sister for now. Knowing that Chen Mingyu had her plate full recently, he didn't want to add to her troubles. Idiot. Chen Mingyu sneered softly. How could she not worry about her sister's affairs? Moreover, she secretly instructed Ziwan to quickly send over a set of keys to a house. Ling Ruoxu couldn't return home for now, and she couldn't stay alone outside, in a rented place, right? 3 people returned to the entrance of the Yunshan community, and Shaowan was already waiting there. Qin Zong, here are the keys to your house in Lianjiang community. Shaowan handed a set of house keys to Chen Mingyu. Chen Mingyu casually handed the keys to Ling Ruoxu, saying, Ruoxu, you can stay in that house first. Don't let Mom worrying about the Yu family's affairs for now. Thank you, Mingyu. Ling Ruoxu embraced Chen Mingyu touchingly. Seeing Bing Shan knew not resisting, it was Ling Yu who got surprised next. It seemed like his wife and sister-in-law had never had such an intimate embrace before. Shaowan was even more surprised than him. Ling Yu was uncertain, but he was 100% sure that Qin Zong had never embraced anyone before. Shaowan, help send Ruoxu over there. After the embrace, Chen Mingyu instructed Shaowan. She indeed did not resist Ling Ruoxu's affectionate embrace. Yes. Chin Zan. After Xiaowan saw Ling Ruoxu off, the couple walked into the community. By this time, it was already late at night. Ling Yu felt both touched and pained. His wife had been worrying too much about his family affairs recently. He needed to find a way to help her reduce the pressure in the business world. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyu was still thinking. Although the Qin family was short on funds at the moment, helping Ling Ruoxu should not be a problem, right? But for such matters, she needed to discuss with her grandfather first. The next day, Qin Chang'an indeed received a call from Qin Mingyu. You said Sister Ling Yu wants to do something. After listening for a while, Qin Chang'an fell into a momentary contemplation. In the past, this would have been a trivial matter, but recently, Chiagang Group's funds had been tight. I have restricted the entire family's other industries and disposed of some unprofitable small industries. Qin Mingyu, of course, knew about these matters. If it wasn't Ling Yu's elder sister, she wouldn't have brought it up. She was well aware that if the women of the Qin family found out about this, it would definitely lead to another family storm. However, she still decided to speak up now. So when her grandfather responded in this way, she felt both disappointed and relieved. Grandfather, if you can't help, it's not that I can't help. Qin Chang'an interrupted suddenly, warmly saying, Ling Ruoxu is Ling Yu's elder sister. The Qin family must help, all right. How about this? I'll call Lin Fei and make her come back to the Qin family. She still has some properties under the Qin family. Grandfather, this Qin Mingyu was taken aback. Ling Fei not only didn't get along with third aunt, they had even brought people to rob the Qin family the last time she visited. If she returned and the other women of the Qin family found out, it would definitely cause another family storm. I know what you're thinking, but the Qin family must handle her affairs, right? Qin Chang'an's words reminded Qin Mingyu of something Ling Yu had said. She and Lin Fei were still mother and daughter, but as the person in charge of the Qin family's business, she needed to handle her affairs. Between the two mother and daughter, there were no issues that couldn't be resolved. This was the sentence from Ling Yu that moved her soul the most. Grandfather, let me make that call. Oh, hearing Qin Mingyu's request, Qin Chang'an was slightly surprised, but then laughed heartily. All right, you make the call. I old man don't want to deal with so many matters. After hanging up the phone, Qin Mingyu's mood fluctuated slightly. After calming down a bit, she still dialed Lin Fei's number. Mingyu, what's the matter? Ling Fei received the call from Qin Mingyu, feeling quite good, and her tone couldn't hide her excitement. Her parents both favored the children who were successful. Among the three daughters, Qin Mingyu was the most outstanding, managing the Chiagang Group at a young age and running it commendably. These years had made the other women of the Qin family acknowledge her. Well, Lin Fei, how about coming home for dinner soon? We need to talk about something. Upon hearing Qin Mingyu's words, Lin Fei took a deep breath, feeling indescribable emotions. Her eldest daughter used to be different. Now she had become more humane and worldly. It must be that man, Ling Yu, who had taken her daughter out of the ordinary. She didn't like Ling Yu, feeling he wasn't good enough for her daughter. But if not for that man, she probably wouldn't have heard her daughter say such heartfelt words in her lifetime. What do you think? We're all family. Do you really want to stay at your parents' house forever? It's not as comfortable there as in the Qin family, right? Qin Mingyu was having this conversation in the CEO's office. Zia Shouty was standing at the door, looking at Qin Zan in front of her, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. Her sentiments at the moment were almost the same as Lin Fei's. All right, I'll come home tonight. Let's talk properly, mother and daughter. Upon hearing Qin Mingyu's words, Lin Fei decided to make another trip back home. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fei found it hard to contain her emotions for a while. Regardless of Qin Mingyu's intentions, she really wanted to get close to this daughter buried in her heart for over 20 years. Knock knock. At that moment, someone knocked on her door. Since the big fight with Qin Hanshu, she had returned to the Lin family. Although General Lin was not at home lately, the rest of the Lin family treated her fairly well. They let her stay in her old room and rarely disturbed her. Who is it? Lin Fei asked. Madam Qin, I am Vice Admiral Yang. Young Master Wuji wants to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei's emotions became complex again. She had been set on revenge against the Qin family, but her conversation with Qin Mingyu today made her less resolute. Although the Qin family, with Qin Chang'an and the annoying women like Qin Hanshu, was distasteful, it was still her daughter's Qin family. I see. I'll be right there. Lin Fei took a deep breath, dressed casually, and then went out with her bag. Vice Admiral Yang personally escorted her to a private meeting house. The meeting was arranged very discreetly and decently. Lin Fei walked into the room, where Zhao Wujian and Ugly Man were waiting. Madam Lin, please sit. I've prepared the best Dahanpao tea for you to taste. Zhao Wuji poured tea for Lin Fei himself, addressing her not as Madam Qin but as Madam Lin. Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised and whispered, "Thank you, but with your status, how can I let you pour tea for me? Don't be polite, you are my elder, I should respect you." Zhao Wuji smiled politely, resembling a cultured and courteous young man, very pleasing to an elder. Lin Fei stole a glance at the ugly man, seeing that Zhao Wuji showed no intention for him to leave, then asked, "What did you invite me here for?" "Some good news." Zhao Wuji smiled. "Oh, good news." Lin Fei was slightly taken aback and then smiled knowingly. "Then I must listen carefully." Zhao Wuji gestured to serve the tea and slowly said, "After Mrs. Qin invited me to cooperate last time, I've been keeping Mrs. Qin's matters in mind. There is now an excellent opportunity to crush the Qin family in one fell swoop. So I want you, Mrs. Qin, to personally lead this." "What?" Lin Fei exclaimed in shock. "Mrs. Qin, were you moved because you could seek revenge and right or wrong?" Zhao Wuji intentionally asked. With his keen eyesight and intelligence, how could he not see that Lin Fei was purely startled, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes? I lost my composure, making Master Wuji laugh. Lin Fei's smile seemed a bit forced. It was indeed her who had actively approached Zhao Wuji on behalf of the Lin family before. However, now her heart had wavered, but she couldn't let Zhao Wuji know. "Master Wuji, please tell me about this great opportunity." "Sure." Zhao Wuji nodded and fixed his gaze on Lin Fei's eyes, calmly saying, "After Ling Yu's sister disrupted the succession of the Aang Corporation, Aang Corporation just signed a contract with Tiagang Group to undertake their refining business. Originally, the two families had a relative relationship, and this collaboration was solid as gold. Therefore, Tiagang Group has immediately taken on a 2 billion order and received a deposit from the client to revitalize the company's financial flow. In this situation, if Aang Corporation suddenly terminates their cooperation with them, and they cannot find a new refining merchant in time, TSK. When Zhao Wuji said this, Moshu behind him lightly pushed the stack of building blocks on the table. Dang! Crack! The entire building block model instantly collapsed and disintegrated. Lin Fei felt a bit shocked. She did indeed hate Qin Hanshu and the other women of the Qin family. And she also resented that Qin Chang'an didn't give her Qin Ruxian's inheritance. She even threatened to bring misfortune upon the Qin family. However, her flesh and blood were still part of the Qin family. If the Qin family's commercial empire suddenly collapsed, what would happen to her daughters then? How could Qin Mingyu, as the helm of the Qin family, withstand such a heavy blow? "Mrs. Qin, do you think this is a rare opportunity? Are you also looking forward to seeing the magnificent scene of the Qin family's decades-old foundation collapsing overnight?" Zhao Wuji smiled gently. Lin Fei looked at the young man in front of her and suddenly felt that under his refined appearance, there hid a demon's heart. Indeed. Then why did you invite me here? What do you want me to do specifically?" Lin Fei asked, trembling slightly. "I want Mrs. Lin to do a simple task." Zhao Wuji still stared into her eyes, saying, "From my understanding, the Aang family is a greedy and stingy clan. As long as someone promises them enough benefit, they will definitely betray Tiagang Group. And the most suitable candidate for this is you, Mrs. Lin." "Me?" Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. "Why me?" "Because you have grudges against both the Ling family and the Qin family, which can easily resonate emotionally and increase the chances of success." Zhao Wuji pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and added with a smile. Lin Fei also showed a stiff smile, unsure if she was excited or nervous. "Mrs. Qin, what do you think, if you decide to go through with it, This money is what I can assist you with. Zhao Wuji placed a bank card on the table before pushing it towards her. Thank you. Lin Fei thanked him briefly and put away the card. She felt a bit scared inside, even a bit regretful. She initially sought Zhao Wuji to use his power against the Qin family. But now she realized that Zhao Wuji was not the cultured and wise man as described by others. He was a cunning demon. She felt that she had become a flag in his hands. And once on this thief ship, it might be difficult for her to disembark at will. If Master Wuji has no other matters, I'll take my leave. All right, I'll have Deputy Yan escort you back. Zhao Wuji, being very gentlemanly, stood up to send Lin Fei off. After the woman had left, Moshu grinned. Zhao Wuji, why do I feel like you're wasting your efforts? That woman doesn't seem to be so determined to bring down the Qin family. No, even though she's not determined, she will certainly help me bring down the Qin family. Zhao Wuji's eyes were calm, brimming with confidence. Talking to someone like you is futile, verbose. Moshu teased, but I am curious to see how you use that sword to pierce through the solid body of the Qin family. It will definitely pierce through. Zhao Wuji smiled. I have forged so many swords, and sooner or later, I will pierce through the steel body of the Qin family. Only by forcing the Qin family into a corner will Qin Changong, that old fox, be willing to bring those two things out. In the evening, Ling Yu arrived at Chagang Group a little after 5 to pick up his wife. As soon as his car stopped, Qin Mingyu walked out of the company and got into his passenger seat. Ling Yu, come with me to the Qin family today. Oh, what's going on today? I made an appointment with Lin Fei. Is Mom coming back today? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Ling Yu suddenly felt a bit nervous. Regardless of the relationship between Lin Fei and the Qin family, she was his in-law. Qin Mingyu noticed his expression and realized that she had overlooked this point. Lips slightly curved. If I had told you in advance, what would you have done? I would have gone to buy some tea immediately. Ling Yu remembered his promise to Lin Fei that next time he visited, he would buy her some good tea. Qin Mingyu curiously asked, You, an unemployed wanderer, where did you get so much money from? Ling Yu wasn't a fool. He anticipated that Qin Mingyu would ask this question. He quickly replied, My medical skills are not cheap, and I've also saved quite a few wealthy patients recently. Lin Qingshuan. Qin Mingyu immediately thought of that woman. To her, Lin Qingshuan was the #1 love rival. Ling Yu shook his head, looking somewhat gloomy. What's wrong? Triggered some heartbreak again. Qin Mingyu grew a bit irritated. When would this man ever let go of the woman with the last name Lin? But on second thought, if Lin Qingshuan had saved him, and if this man was heartless, she wouldn't have liked him either. It's not time for heartbreak yet. Ling Yu replied earnestly. Qingshuan may still have a chance of survival, even if it's only 1 in 100,000. Qin Mingyu was startled by this, wondering how a person who had fallen off a cliff and whose body couldn't be found could still be alive. Was she a cockroach in her past life? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Hurry back. Lin Fei has probably already returned to the Qin family. Qin Mingyu suddenly changed the subject. I hope you can talk to her well and resolve her grievances. Ling Yu said seriously, while driving. As the saying goes, a harmonious family brings prosperity. If you can unite your mother and the Qin family, it's certainly worth more than a 10 billion business deal. Hearing this, Qin Mingyu stared intently at Ling Yu. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Did I say something wrong? Ling Yu curiously asked, not believing he possessed the charm to attract the iceberg woman. Idiot. Qin Mingyu originally wanted to praise him for saying something so reasonable, but ultimately became two words. Idiot. A fool who doesn't even understand his wife's mind. Maserati quickly entered the Qin family estate. Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu got out of the car, and by law came to them. Miss, Madam is already back at the Qin house, waiting for you in her room. Great. Qin Mingyu nodded and went straight into the villa. Ling Yu also wanted to follow, but by law blocked him and said, squinting, Mr. Ling, the master would like to speak with you. Oh. Okay. Ling Yu nodded and followed by law to Qin Changong's room. Mr. Ling, please, by law let Ling Yu in and then left. In the parking lot of the Qin family's front yard, not long after Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu entered the villa, a purple Lamborghini pulled in. Qin Zimai got out of the sports car. Her eyes immediately brightened when she saw Qin Mingyu's Maserati. She quickly walked into the villa and happened to meet Bai Lao. Bai Lao, did Mingyu come home tonight? Yes. Mrs. chatting with Madam. Madam. Lin Fei. Qin Zimai was shocked and her expression changed. All right, that woman sent someone to the Qin house to steal, and now she dare return. I won't let her off today. Seeing her determined to storm into Lin Fei's room, Bai Lao quickly stood in her way. Bai Lao, why are you stopping me? I'm sorry. Miss arranged a meeting with Madam to return home today. The master ordered that no one should disturb their conversation. This, Qin Zimai was both frustrated and helpless, but also curious. Since she couldn't go in, she had to wait for that woman Lin Fei to come out and settle the score with her. Not only that, Qin Zimai quickly called her sister Qin Honshu. What? That woman Lin Fei dares to come back to the Qin house. Just wait, I'll come over right away to deal with her. Sure enough, upon hearing this news, Qin Honshu also hurried to the Qin house. Bai Lao sighed as he watched all this, wondering how the Qin family had come to this. Now he could only trust the miss to maintain order in the Qin house. Ling Yu, unaware of the situation outside, was warmly welcomed by Qin Chang'an after entering the room. Come, sit down. Grandpa wants to chat with you today. This old man only showed such an attitude when he was with Ling Yu. Even he himself didn't know why, but he always felt a closeness to this son-in-law from the first time they met, starting when Ling Yu helped him up from the ground. Grandpa, what is it? Ling Yu poured tea for the elder, feeling a bit puzzled by the old man's excitement. Well, Mingyu only stays with you. If one day you notice any signs of pregnancy in her, you must inform Grandpa immediately. Phew. Fortunately, Ling Yu hadn't drunk the tea yet, or else he would have spewed it all over Qin Chang'an's face. Grandpa, what are you saying? How could Mingyu possibly have signs of pregnancy? Thankfully, Ling Yu, having been a gynecologist, was well aware of these physiological phenomena, or else he would have suspected himself of being illiterate. Why not? Qin Chang'an furrowed his brow. Didn't you push her down that night? Good grief, what kind of talk was this? Ling Yu almost spat out a mouthful of pustilled blood, suspecting that Qin Chang'an was trying to trick him. Grandpa, I didn't. Please don't make baseless accusations. Didn't. How could you not? Qin Chang'an was suddenly angry. That night, Ruhan came back and told me that you and Mingyu went to the inn, and even stained the bedsheets red. You mean that time? Ling Yu slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Grandpa was talking nonsense. The root of it all was in that little Ruhan. How dare she spread such rumors? What? You brat, do you want to take responsibility or not? Qin Chang'an glared at him with a mischievous look, feeling a bit uneasy inside, wondering if he had been deceived. No, Grandpa, you've got it wrong. Ling Yu explained with a long sigh. That night, we went to help a friend. The blood was not ours, and Mingyu and I really haven't. What? You rascal. You're really getting on my nerves. Qin Chang'an seemed exasperated, raising his hand to smack Ling Yu on the back of the head. Ling Yu held his head, being scolded but dare not speak up. Tell me, how long have you been married? You haven't even pushed your wife down once. Are you even a man? If you can't do it, then don't delay my granddaughter. Qin Chang'an made the situation sound so serious. Ling Yu finally felt the pressure mounting. While such actions should be consensual, with both families feeling impatient, he and his wife couldn't drag this on any longer. Grandpa, I promise you, I can do it, but… Ling Yu wanted to explain clearly first that he was not Yang Wei. Absolutely not, no buts, I'll give you a little more time. If you cannot make it happen, then don't continue your relationship with Mingyu. Qin Chang'an actually had high hopes for Ling Yu, but this young man had really provoked him. His health was deteriorating day by day, and he wanted to hold on until his great-grandchild was born. Grandpa, I understand. Ling Yu nodded, feeling distressed, and decided to quickly find his icy wife to discuss how to handle this situation. At that moment, in Lin Fei's room, Qin Mingyu and Lin Fei sat facing each other. Mingyu, having you call me home today really makes me happy. Lin Fei's eyes were a bit teary, her expression genuine. Qin Mingyu just nodded slightly, not showing much excitement, and said directly, "Lin Fei, I called you back today to talk about something with you." "Yes, please go ahead," although Qin Mingyu still wouldn't address her as mother. This proactive attitude from her had already greatly satisfied and excited Lin Fei. "Firstly, although there have been rumors that I am not your biological daughter, I will not verify them. I have always regarded you as my mother, as part of the Qin family, and so I really hope that you won't sever ties with the Qin family." This was something Qin Mingyu had been avoiding saying, and it was difficult for her to say it. Thanks to Ling Yu's reminder that family matters above all, she was able to express it now. Lin Fei was indeed moved, her eyes becoming even more teary. Among the three daughters, she loved and longed for recognition the most from Qin Mingyu. For over 20 years, this was the first time she heard Qin Mingyu refer to her as mother. "Lin Fei, I feel very sorry for the grudges between you, your three aunts, and me. There are issues on your side, and also on hers, but I truly do not wish for you to keep fighting endlessly. And I especially do not wish for you to join forces with outsiders to go against the Qin family." Qin Mingyu continued, her eyes filled with regret and a hint of resentment. "Mingyu, I. Lin Fei's eyes grew increasingly red, with a hint of guilt in her expression. She didn't know how to respond to Qin Mingyu at that moment. She did indeed collaborate with outsiders, return to the Qin family to steal, and even planned with outsiders to defeat the Qin family's business. She only wanted to reclaim what belonged to her and help her natal family and elder brother rise in the business world. But now, her elder brother was no longer with the Lin family. The Lin family was not the same as before, and yet she was causing friction with the Qin family. This was never her intention. "Lin Fei, I understand the kind of upbringing and environment you were raised in. Your father, your elder brother, everyone told you that you have the blood of the Lin family in your veins and should contribute everything for the development and growth of the Lin family." Qin Mingyu continued, "Perhaps there is nothing wrong with that. The people of our Qin family are also contributing everything for the Qin family. So I understand you, and I can also understand your three aunts. Though we should find other ways to resolve our differences, rather than constantly fighting each other, causing pain to loved ones and to enemies, don't you think?" These words had been buried in Qin Mingyu's heart for many years. When she was younger and not yet in charge of the Chia Gang group, she didn't have the position or status to speak out. Later, when she became the head of the Qin family business, due to her personality, status, and position, she never opened up to Lin Fei. If it weren't for Ling Yu encouraging her twice to reconcile with Lin Fei, she wouldn't have been able to say this now. "Yes, Mingyu, you are right." Lin Fei nodded repeatedly, tears mixed with a smile. The words her eldest daughter said to her today almost summed up the past year. "The heirlooms left by your father were bequeathed in the will, not forcibly seized by grandfather to deprive you." Qin Mingyu reasoned further, "The hostility from the Qin family towards you is because you always give Qin family possessions to the Lin family. Have you ever thought about whether the Qin family has treated you unfairly? If grandfather really didn't consider you as his daughter-in-law when you led people back to the Qin family for theft and assault, he had enough evidence to send you to prison, but he chose not to." These words made Lin Fei shiver slightly. "Lin Fei, are you just a pawn in someone else's game?" Qin Mingyu finally dealt a fatal blow to Lin Fei. "I hope you have your own thoughts. Rather than being a puppet manipulated by others your whole life, consider what is really important to you." "Yes, what is really important to me?" Lin Fei's eyes looked somewhat lost, a stark contrast. To her usual graceful and dignified demeanor, she appeared as a lost middle-aged woman. She thought she was acting for the sake of her natal family and elder brother. But after returning to the Lin family for a while, she realized that the Lin family was also being manipulated by others. Lin Qingshuan was dead. General Lin had been involuntarily transferred far away. Lin Qinglan had broken away from the Lin family for freedom. And now the Lin family was being controlled by a woman surnamed Liu, with other people behind the scenes. Her parents had long passed away. Was the Lin family still the same as before? What was there left to cherish in the current Lin family? Come back to the Qin family. Don't foolishly go against your own family members and daughter for the benefit of others. Though Qin Mingyu was the CEO of the group, she was not good at speaking heartfelt words. Today, her conversation with Lin Fei was already a major breakthrough for her. She blamed Ling Yu for changing her once again. But, will your aunts accept me back if I return? Lin Fei's voice trembled. After learning of Zhao Wuji's intentions today, she also felt a bit fearful, realizing how ridiculous her previous words were. She was not a heartless and ruthless woman, after all. If you truly come back, I will speak up for you, Chen Mingyu assured. After some hesitation, Lin Fei took a deep breath, nodded her head. By the way, where's Qin Yuxuan? Chen Mingyu finally asked. Yuxuan, hasn't she returned to the Qin family all this time? Lin Fei's expression was even more surprised than Qin Mingyu's. She didn't go with me to the Lin family. Qin Mingyu furrowed her eyebrows slightly. She had long known that Qin Yuxuan was hiding some secrets, always using the excuse of studying abroad and not returning to the Qin family for many years. But Qin Mingyu had already found out that the woman hadn't even attended university. Now, that woman had taken advantage of the opportunity to leave the Qin family. What exactly was she secretly doing? In the grand hall of the Qin family, Qin Zimai was anxiously waiting. Finally, Qin Honshu and Qin Qingji rushed in one after the other. Did that woman Lin Fei leave? Upon entering, Qin Honshu angrily asked. Not yet. Mingyu has been talking to her for a long time, Qin Zimai said coldly, tapping her hand. What is there to talk about between Mingyu and that kind of woman? She openly brought people back to deal with the Qin family today. We absolutely cannot let her leave standing today. Qin Honshu had an explosive and straightforward temperament. Her words were direct. Bai Lao had been waiting in the living room, listening to the conversation between the Qin family daughters with deep regret. At that moment, Qin Mingyu and Lin Fei also emerged from the room. Through a long corridor, the two mothers and daughters were still conversing. Lin Fei tightly held her eldest daughter's hand, feeling comforted inside. Mingyu, you have changed a lot after getting married. Hearing Lin Fei's comment, Qin Mingyu's lips slightly curved, without saying a word. Even Lin Fei noticed that her daughter had become a bit softer and warm after getting married, unlike her previously cold demeanor. It seems that marriage really can change women like us. Lin Fei sighed with emotion, comparing herself before and after marriage. Are you still against my marriage with Ling Yu? Qin Mingyu asked back. Lin Fei sighed softly. I definitely don't support it. That man is of humble origins and never up to your standard, and this marriage won't benefit the Qin family much. Pausing for a moment, she sighed again. But if you truly like him, mother has no choice. However, Qin Mingyu had a different perspective. Lin Fei, don't look at people with the same fixed gaze. Especially a man. Grandfather and great-grandfather started from the bottom, rose through adversity, and built the Qin family to what it is today, didn't they? Lin Fei nodded, acknowledging the point made, but she didn't believe every man possessed such abilities and opportunities. Lin Fei, didn't you start a brand clothing store with a little help from the Qin family funds years ago? Since you haven't managed it for many years, it's already nearly defunct. Can you hand it over to me? Qin Mingyu suddenly brought up a third topic. What would you do with that small business, Mingyu? Do you have the intention to manage it? Lin Fei was genuinely surprised. The value of such a small shop was just about $1 million, and even she didn't care for it. How could her daughter be interested in it? I want to help Ling Yu's sister start a business. Since you have no interest in managing that small shop anyway, why not transfer it to her? Qin Mingyu straightforwardly added, I can give you equivalent money or something else. Before Lin Fei could respond, a stern shout echoed. Lin Fei, what are you, as a woman, doing back at the Qin family wanting to do? Let me tell you, nothing from the Qin family can be taken away by you or given away. Lin Fei was slightly taken aback, and as she lifted her gaze, she saw Qin Honshu pointing and scolding at her. Not only that, Qin Qingji and Qin Zimai also cast hostile and icy glares at her, as though wanting to slice off her flesh and skin. Lin Fei's previously calm face instantly darkened. Quickly, Qin Mingyu gestured to her with her eyes, urging her to endure. Or else if an argument broke out, it would be even harder for her to return to the Qin family. Mingyu, what are you doing? Why are you so close to this kind of woman? Qin Honshu, witnessing Lin Fei tightly holding Qin Mingyu's hand, walked over angrily and forcibly separated the two. Lin Fei, unable to bear it anymore, clutched Qin Mingyu's hand tightly again and rebuked, "Qin Honshu, are you out of your mind? I am Mingyu's mother, and not even God can dictate how close my daughter and I can be. What are you, anyway?" Qin Honshu's eyes slightly reddened, as she angrily pointed at Lin Fei's nose. "Are you really Mingyu's birth mother? That's not even certain." Just as the two seemed on the verge of a physical confrontation, Qin Mingyu finally stood in between and separated the two. "Auntie, calm down. Lin Fei is still a member of our Qin family. Can't we all discuss things calmly?" Upon hearing Qin Mingyu's words, Qin Honshu was even angrier. She had treated Qin Mingyu like her own daughter from a young age, and now she felt a sense of betrayal. "All right, if we have things to discuss, why didn't you call us back together, Mingyu? Why secretly consult with this woman?" Qin Zimei's words were particularly sharp, and her emotional connection with Qin Mingyu was not as deep as Qin Honshu's, as she spoke coldly. "Hehe, do our affairs between Mingyu and I need your meddling?" Lin Fei retorted with a cold smile. "Who do you think you are? Just because you have the Qin surname, what does that mean? You are just women of the Qin family, and sooner or later, you will leave and become outsiders to the Qin family." "Lin Fei, stop talking nonsense." Qin Mingyu couldn't help but interrupt Lin Fei. Just when she had agreed to pacify the internal strife, Lin Fei's provocation towards her aunts would only deepen the conflicts. True to her expectations, Qin Qingji immediately joined the fray, exclaiming, "How is this not our business? I heard Mingyu was planning to repurchase the branded store from you. Don't forget, that store was taken from us years ago by you." "I heard it too." Qin Zimei's attacks were even more aggressive, pointing not only at Lin Fei but directly at Qin Mingyu. "Mingyu, do you even know the current situation of Chiagang Group? And now you have the luxury to give away Qin family's assets to others. I see that the man you chose will only be more troublesome than Lin Fei, eventually swallowing up the Qin family. He's like the male Daji of the Qin family." Qin Mingyu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her eyelashes trembled lightly. Hearing this, she felt uncomfortable. She knew better than anyone the kind of man Lingyu was, but unfortunately, given her position, she couldn't explain clearly. She was aware that the more she defended Lingyu, the more hostile her ass would be towards him, thinking she was being manipulated by him. "Who said the son-in-law I chose will swallow our Qin family?" At a crucial moment, Qin Qianggong walked out with Lingyu, shouting in anger. The Qin family women were a bit surprised to see Lingyu, as they didn't expect him to be at the Qin family today. "Huh. That was what I said." Although Qin Zimei respected Qin Qianggong, she was still unwilling to relent. "Look, even Lingyu is now directly taking industries from Mingyu for his sister, more blatantly, and Lin Fei. Aunties, you've misunderstood." Lingyu remained calmer than Lin Fei and was able to explain calmly, "I didn't ask Mingyu for any assets. If my mother-in-law is willing to transfer the assets, I will pay for the acquisition myself." As these words fell, everyone was stunned. Even Qin Mingyu was surprised, as this guy, who previously had an annual salary of 80,000, could come up with $1 million. "Hehe, can you really afford it yourself? Do not think we are unaware of your background, we know it well." Qin Zimei was unrelenting in her sarcasm. "No matter how much you pretended to be high class in front of my father and Mingyu, I've known all along you would reveal your true colors sooner or later. In the end, it's just a marriage scam, all about money, right?" Qin Qingji chimed in. "Indeed, how could we not be aware of your family background? You will sooner or later show your true colors and deceive for marriage and money." Although Qin Honshu remained silent, she shared the same sentiment. She knew Qin Mingyu was intelligent, but sometimes, when involved in emotions, she could also fall for a man. As for her father, Qin Qianggong, he was too eager to have a grandson-in-law and had gone a bit crazy. Hearing these words, Qin Mingyu felt a sharp pang. She was about to speak when Lingyu spoke up. "Aunties, words aren't as powerful as actions. Let me prove it to you." With that, he immediately called Due. Qin Qingji and Qin Zimei found it amusing. What kind of proof could he provide? "Hey, Xiao Yu, I urgently need 5 million. Can you transfer it over immediately?" After a brief conversation, Lingyu hung up the phone. The Chin family women were all stunned. A single sentence could bring in 5 million. If he could really pull it off, his capabilities would surpass theirs. Unexpectedly, Lingyu then showed his phone, where someone had indeed transferred 5 million to him. Now, do you believe I'm not here to freeload off Mingyu? Lingyu stood tall and declared, I really like Mingyu, and everything else is irrelevant to me. Then, that statement was like a sweet bullet that pierced directly through Chin Mingyu's heart, causing her body to tremble all over, feeling a strange warmth flowing through her veins. Ha ha. Well said. Chin Changong hurriedly clapped his hands in approval, secretly giving a thumbs up to Lingyu, that stinky brat. Seeing his granddaughter's reaction, she seemed to like his style. Anyway, he had already told this brat what he needed to say tonight. If this kid didn't hurry up and win over his granddaughter, causing trouble, he would be ready to deal with him. Whether you rely on Mingyu for wealth, I don't know, and I don't care. Anyway, the original brand clothing store. I have no intention to manage it. It's not worth much now, so just consider it a gift from your mother-in-law. Lin Fei also generously said. Firstly, she felt comfortable seeing Chin Zimai and the other women feeling down. Secondly, since Chin Mingyu repaired her relationship with her, as a mother, she might as well take the opportunity to give some industry to her son-in-law, which would surely improve her relationship with her daughter. Thank you, mother-in-law, but let's make it clear, this is an acquisition, and I still have to pay you. Lingyu insisted. Lin Fei pouted, clearly not liking his insistence. Let me handle this matter for you guys. Chin Mingyu didn't want to dwell on such trivial matters, so she turned to Chin Honshu to suit her aunt who cared for her the most. Aunt Sam, Lin Fei is still a member of the Chin family. We don't need to fight internally and make a spectacle for outsiders. She promised to be on the same side as us and not give away Chin family assets again. Let's give her a chance, okay? Chin Honshu was momentarily a loss for words. The grudge between her and Lin Fei was not something that could be easily resolved. But since Chin Mingyu brought it up, she needed to show some respect, so she remained silent. Chin Qingji and Chin Zimai turned away directly, their attitudes basically the same as Chin Honshu's. They didn't believe in Lin Fei at all, but they didn't want to clash with Chin Mingyu, especially with Chin Chang'an there. Then let's settle it like this. Chin Chang'an also made a final decision, saying to Lin Fei, I won't look into the past, I hope you can live well with the Chin family. Lin Fei nodded slightly, without saying anything. Third sister. Let's go. Chin Zimai pulled Chin Qingji and turned around to leave directly. Chin Honshu sighed, and lightly patted Chin Mingyu's back of the hand. Be careful in everything. Beware of being deceived. Chin Mingyu knew what she meant, and could only smile faintly. I understand. It's really hard to bear this feeling. One is her mother, the other is her husband, but she can't gain the trust of others in the family. How should she handle being caught in the middle? I think Mingyu is becoming more and more confused. Since she got married, the management of Chang'an Group has become increasingly unfavorable. She never listens to us. If this continues, the Chin family will soon face a major disaster. That's right. People are ruling. Chin Zimai and Chin Qingji, the two women, didn't dare to speak openly in front of Chin Chang'an and Chin Mingyu, so they intentionally spoke loudly as they left. Anyway, the goal was to let them hear. Chin Mingyu's mood became even worse. Lingyu also felt uncomfortable. If the situation at Chang'an Group really gets worse, their marriage might not hold up. So he needs to help stabilize the situation for his wife. The next day, Renai Hospital. Guanruru had officially started working at this hospital, but unfortunately, her idol was no longer a doctor at this hospital. Hey, Ruoru, I heard there's a big shot coming to our hospital today for charity work. Let's go check it out too. Suddenly, a female nurse walked up to Guanruru, linking arms with her. Guanruru was curious because she had never heard of such an event before, so she decided to go and have a look. As they arrived at the south gate of the hospital, they found that many reporters were already gathered at the entrance. Even Guan, as the daughter of the hospital director, had only received the news last minute. She was really curious how these reporters had gotten wind of the event in advance. Soon, the hospital director came out with hospital management staff to welcome the guests. Right on time, a black Corolla slowly pulled up to the entrance. Wow, Master Wujin is really low-key. The young master of a billion-dollar family is riding in this car. If it wasn't for us receiving some insider information, we wouldn't have known he was coming to Yuncheng for charity work. This is a real philanthropist. People at the entrance were abuzz with discussions. Guan Ruoru found it a bit nauseating. If Master Wujin intended to do charity work without attracting attention, would it be so easy for you to receive insider information beforehand? The door of the Corolla opened, and 3 people got out. Zhao Wujin, Mo Shu, and Liu Yejian. The reporters immediately rushed forward, surrounding the 3 of them. Master Wujin, it's rumored that wherever you go, you engage in charity work. Is this true? Are you coming to Yuncheng for charity, or for Miss Lin Qingxuan? Faced with a barrage of questions from the reporters, Zhao Wujin maintained a gentle smile, but did not answer a single question. Sorry, our young master is not here for a press conference. Please do not take pictures or conduct interviews. Mo Shu opened his arms to block the reporters. So the reporters turned to Liu Yejian. President Liu, your father is a great philanthropist in Yuncheng, and you have not been very visible in this area before. Will you continue his charitable endeavors in the future? Liu Yejian's handsome face immediately lit up with a charming smile as he answered, I am here today accompanying Master Wujin. That the Liu family will never forsake charity, no matter when. Thank you. Immediately, there was thunderous applause and another round of flashing lights. At this point, Liu Yejian also knew that he would be in the Yuncheng news tomorrow. In comparison, the woman Qin Mingyu was probably already stressed out by the business world. The 2 proud CEOs of Yuncheng will probably soon only have one remaining. After the reporters chattered for a while, the hospital security finally intervened and escorted the reporters out. As a leader, Director Guan warmly received Zhao Wujin and the others, accompanying them into the hospital to visit some patients. Guan Ruoru followed behind. Seeing Zhao Wujin's gentle demeanor, his unassuming manner, bonding with the patients at the hospital, and readily providing financial support for medical expenses, she was very surprised. Because she harbored a fondness for Ling Yu, she had also inquired about the Lin family. It was rumored that Zhao Wujin was infatuated with Lin Qingxuan, making him a rival to Ling Yu. Previously, she had assumed that if Ling Yu were a protagonist in a novel, this big shot would be an arrogant and disgraceful antagonist. But upon meeting him today, she found him to be so gentle and kind. Had she been mistaken? Big brother, I really wish my parents could be with me all the time. At this moment, Guan Ruoru saw Zhao Wujin holding a young girl with leukemia. Due to the family's poverty, the girl's parents worked outside and hardly visited their daughter, leaving her grandmother as the sole caretaker. Guan Ruoru also felt sorry for the girl's plight, but her abilities were limited, and she couldn't help. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wujin, upon hearing the girl's wish, immediately revealed a warm and sincere smile. Okay, big brother will make your wish come true. Zhao Wujin made a phone call, and the parents of the little girl immediately got paid leave and rushed to Yun City Hospital. Not only that, Zhao Wujin also handed the little girl a check, encouraging her, don't give up, sooner or later you will overcome the disease. Thank you. Thank you, big brother. The little girl cried uncontrollably. Everyone in and out of the ward, watching this scene, was also moved to tears, applauding from the bottom of their hearts. Guan Ruoru was no exception. She couldn't tell if Zhao Wujin was sincere or just pretending, but he had indeed done a great deed. If the little girl could really survive, she would always remember this man. After helping the little girl, Zhao Wujin quickly left the ward. Everyone, Master Wujin prefers low-key. I hope you won't follow anymore. Mo Shu opened his hands, stopping the hospital staff. But many people still wanted to continue watching Zhao Wujin, feeling like he was a prince bathed in divine light from a fairy tale book. Even the formidable CEO of the Liu family appeared a bit overshadowed next to him. Guan Ruoru felt the same, but in the end, like everyone else, she decided to respect Zhao Wujin and didn't continue to follow. In a war, Hu Jiliang was guarding her hospitalized younger brother, and upon hearing some commotion outside, she realized that Zhao Wujin, one of the 4 elites of Yanjing, had arrived. She quickly called her father, thinking if the Yu family could associate with such a big shot, would they still need to pay attention to the Qin family in the future? Later, Hu Jiliang also went around looking for Zhao Wuji. She had already seen his photos on social media, and although this man couldn't be described as handsome, he exuded an aristocratic aura, like a prince stepping out of a fairy tale. Unfortunately, she had almost run through the entire hospital ward but hadn't encountered Zhao Wuji. Looking through the window, she saw a black Corolla and decided to wait by it, hoping to meet him by chance. However, as soon as she settled by the car, Zhao Wuji, accompanied by Mo Shu, walked over. Meanwhile, Lai Yajian had already left. Seeing Zhao Wuji in person, and the comparison with the rough-looking Mo Shu, Zhao Wuji was simply a stunning beauty in Hu Jiliang's eyes. Master Wuji, Hu Jiliang ran towards Zhao Wuji in excitement. Beautiful lady, may I ask who you are? Zhao Wuji indeed carried himself as a gentleman, even in the face of this unfamiliar woman, maintaining his courtesy. I am Hu Jiliang. I admire you very much, and I want to get to know you. Hu Jiliang gasped and directly expressed her feelings. Her usual arrogance turned into humility before Zhao Wuji. Mo Shu, holding a straw in his mouth, looked at this scene and, with a smirk, thought that Zhao Wuji was quite skilled in handling situations. Today he came to do charity work not only to shape his image, but also to get close to the Yu family and eventually use them to deal with the Qin family. Although he didn't actively seek them out, he managed to get them to come to him. Furthermore, Zhao Wuji played another move of affable detachment, smiling and saying, "Miss Hu, it's my honor. Goodbye." Don't. In desperation, Hu Jiliang grabbed his hand. Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow ever so slightly but kept his tone gentle. "Miss Hu, what do you mean?" Gritting her teeth in urgency, Hu Jiliang directly said, "Aren't you here at the hospital today for charity? Please help my brother." Zhao Wuji's lips curved involuntarily, but he quickly pretended to look troubled. Mo Shu, walking over, gently pushed Hu Jiliang aside. "Hey, lady, don't be so shameless. Can't you see our young master is very busy?" Zhao Wuji had his men investigate Hu Jiliang and knew she was the calculating type. As expected, she purposely fell to the ground, screaming, trying to garner sympathy with her apparent weakness. "Miss Hu, are you all right?" Zhao Wuji quickly approached and scolded Mo Shu. "How can you treat a woman so discourteously?" With a dismissive remark, Mo Shu turned and walked away. "Master Wuji, please help our family. We are in a terrible situation." Hu Jiliang quickly seized the opportunity, tightly grasping Zhao Wuji's hand. "Well, all right." Zhao Wuji pretended to hesitate before promising, "To show my apology, I will do my best." Hu Jiliang acted pitiful on the surface but felt triumphant inside. Having entangled a fourth elite of Yanjing who wouldn't praise her skills in the Yu family in the future. Little did she know, Mo Shu noticed every detail of her behavior and secretly sneered, "Women are so easily deceived." An hour later, Hu Yongjian brushed aside all his affairs and hastily rushed to Renai Hospital with Wang Yuhao. They arrived at their son's exclusive ward. Upon seeing Zhao Wuji, the wealthy young man, Hu Yongjian was also visibly excited, eagerly walking over to shake hands with Zhao Wuji. "Dad, Master Wuji came to the hospital for charity work. I have already told him about my brother's situation, and he sympathizes with my brother, saying he wants to help us," Hu Jiliang said, winking at her father, clearly seeking recognition. She had deliberately exaggerated the wrongdoings of Ling Ruoxu and Qin Mingyu, painting the two women as evil incarnates. Hu Yongjian naturally understood his daughter's intentions of being a shrewd person. He remained somewhat wary and asked, "I wonder, Master Wuji, how can you help us?" Zhao Wuji smiled and said, "Miss Hu has already briefed me on the details. Miss Qin is bullying your family, mainly pressuring your business interests. As long as you can break away from Chang'an Group, find an alternative path, you would no longer be under their thumb and can seek justice for Mr. Hu." Mo Shu suddenly chimed in, mockingly, "If a man's most precious possession is cut off, what's the point of living? Pitiful, pitiful, I want to kill that woman. I want her dead, she deserves to die." Hu Ya, lying on the hospital bed, broke down, eyes bloodshot and screaming, "Son, calm down, don't be like this." Wang Yuhao, seeing the pain in her son's eyes, couldn't help but shed tears. It's truly a human tragedy." Zhao Wuji also shook his head in pity. Everyone was playing a role, seeing who was more shameless. Dad, please discuss the details with Master Wuji quickly. This is a rare opportunity have managed to secure. Wu Jilian whispered to her father. Wu Yongjian wasted no time and turned to Zhao Wuji, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Master Wuji. However, our Wu family's business is small, and it may be challenging for us to break away from Chang'an Group's influence." Zhao Wuji stole a glance at the old man and confirmed that Jilian-type women were not easy to manipulate. Nevertheless, he confidently said, "I happen to know a friend who is also in the energy business. If I introduce you, perhaps he can cooperate with you. The profits he offers may even match those of Chang'an Group." Indeed, upon hearing this, Wu Yongjian's face lit up with excitement. "Yongjian, what are you still hesitating about? Quickly agree." Wang Yue was delighted to hear that. She had been holding back her anger these past 2 days, all because her husband feared the influence of the Qin family and she couldn't explode. Now, with luck on their side, they encountered Yanjing's fourth young master who was at the hospital to do charity work. If they didn't seize the opportunity to overthrow the Qin family, they would be foolish. "Shut up." Although Yongjian was tempted, he didn't let Wang Yue speak out of turn. Wang Yue was so angry that her mouth was about to split open. How timid must her husband be? At this moment, he was still afraid to confront the Qin family. Wu Ya and Wu Jingling felt the same. Their father's image in their hearts took a big hit. Wu Yongjian didn't care what they thought. He continued to ask, "May I ask, Master Wuji, who is your friend?" "Lin Corporation." Zhao Wuji smiled and said, "I have a deep friendship with the Lin family. They are also a top player in the Yun City energy industry. I'm sure Mr. Wu is aware of this, right? So it's Lin Corporation." Wu Yongjian suddenly realized, but he wasn't excited internally. For the Wu family, Lin Corporation was definitely a big company. But unfortunately, their strength was not as well known as the Qin families. From a business perspective, even if Lin Corporation offered them the same conditions as the Qin family, they would undoubtedly choose to cooperate with the Qin family. "Mr. Wu, what do you think?" Zhao Wuji couldn't show too much enthusiasm. After all, he came to help out of charity and to apologize to Wu Jingling. Now Wu Yongjian looked wary. If he appeared too eager, it could backfire, and people might suspect his motives were impure. "Thank you for your kind offer. May I have 3 days to consider?" What? When they heard that Wu Yongjian wanted to consider, the other 3 members of the Wu family were shocked and excited. Such a rare opportunity, yet he was still hesitant. "All right then." Zhao Wuji turned and left. "Master Wuji, wait." Wu Jingling hurried over and said, "Please leave your contact information. Once my father decides, we will contact you immediately." Zhao Wuji nodded and had Mo Shu leave his contact information before leaving the hospital. "Wu Yongjian, you coward. What are you thinking?" When Zhao Wuji left, Wang Yue immediately scolded her husband. "Is making a little extra money that important to you? Don't you, as a father, want to avenge your son's enemies? Are you a slave to money? Are you planning to let money escort you to your death in the future?" With a series of questions, Wu Yongjian's face darkened from the scolding, but he didn't retort, only snorted, "Humph. A woman's opinion." Then he left the ward. The other 3 members of the Wu family didn't understand. Wasn't this man, who had been in business for 30 years, clear about Zhao Wuji's intentions? Would this man who was doing charity extend help to their Wu family? Their family was probably just a pawn that the other party wanted to use. Wu Yongjian might be greedy for profit, but he was always clear in his mind that without inheritance or even family ties, business relationships in the market were the most unreliable. Another reason was that he didn't believe the Wu family would collapse if the Qin family left. If they angered the Qin family, the Wu family might really face a disaster. "Mom, what should we do now?" Inside the ward, Wu Ya was crazily pulling his hair, greatly regretting it as if he wanted to tear it out. If his wife couldn't teach him a lesson and instead got in trouble, he wouldn't want to live anymore with this kind of incident spreading. But before dying, he wanted to make Ling Ruoxu die a miserable death. "What else can we do? With a cowardly father like you, do you think you can seek revenge openly?" "How? Unless he dies," Wang Yue also said in anger. Wu Ya really had that thought. Due to his capability problems, even as the boss's son, He couldn't take charge in the company, and was always waiting for Yongjian to retire so he could inherit the business. Not only that, he had been suppressed at home for a long time. At 30 years old, he still had to be restrained like a child in various ways. He had long wanted to become the true head of the family. He also knew that to be the decision-maker at home and in the company, his father had to die. But Yongjian was only 50, healthy and not suffering from any illness, so how could he die so soon? But neither he nor his mother had imagined that they would receive bad news within half an hour. This is the Yun City Traffic Police. Are you Yongjian's wife, Wang Yue? That's me. Suddenly receiving such a call, Wang Yu's heart sank, with a feeling of extreme uncertainty. I'm here to inform you that Mr. Yongjian was in a car accident on the Yun Outer Ring Road and collided with a small truck. His life has been confirmed lost. What? In shock, Wang Yu's phone fell to the ground. Hu Jingling was also covering her mouth in pain, tears streaming down. Was the Yu family cursed? Now, the Yu family was really going to come to an end. Uji's expression was painful and complex. While he did wish to become the head of the family soon, he never expected his father to die now. At that moment, on the Outer Ring Road, at the scene of the accident, a black Corolla passed by from the side. Moshu was driving inside, whose death is unfortunate. He was about to agree with you, thus avoiding this fate. Zhao Wuji smiled wryly. What does that have to do with me? You know I never laid a hand from start to finish. Moshu laughed heartily. Don't pretend in front of me. You had Orchard Blade leave the hospital early, anticipating that Yongjian would refuse, right? Now that he's dead, his son will surely willingly become your pawn. Zhao Wuji still smiled wryly. Look at you, talking as if I'm the devil's son. Moshu burst into laughter. You are not the devil's son, you are the devil. Just don't drag your father down, he is much kinder than you. Zhao Wuji shook his head, smiled, and said nothing. On the other side, Ling Yu was driving today and went to the North Cloud Market with her sister. There was a poorly run brand clothing store, owned by Lin Fei, now under Ling Ruoxu's name. Ling Yu spent $2 million to acquire it. After inspecting it today, the store's infrastructure was actually quite good, and the clothing suppliers were reliable. The only problem was the lack of management, causing it to stagnate. Ling Ruoxu was very confident in being able to turn it around. Xiao Yu, where did the money for this acquisition come from? Is it from the Qin family? Did they sell it to you at a discount or even give it to you for free? In the car, Ling Ruoxu continued to ask her brother about the details. Ling Yu was about to respond, but his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at it casually, it was Yizi calling, and Ling Yu was sure it was something important, so he quickly answered. Hey, boss, I checked. Is your sister's adopted father named Yongjian? Yes. How did you find that out? Ling Yu asked in return, with a sense of foreboding. He's had an accident, right on the Yun Outer Ring Road. Ling Ruoxu, who was beside him, saw her younger brother's face change noticeably after the call, and she quickly asked, Xiao Yu, what happened? Ling Yu didn't want to hide it from his older sister and said directly, your adopted father Yongjian had a car accident. I hear he just passed away, right on the Yun Outer Ring Road. What? Ling Ruoxu was shocked. Wasn't that right near where she was? Ling Yu quickly drove to Yun Waihuansen Road, and sure enough, it was already cordoned off due to an accident. There were many people gathered around the perimeter. The two siblings quickly got out of the car and hurried to the accident scene. A car had collided with a small truck. The front of the car was completely deformed, and there was even smoke, indicating how severe the crash was. Yongjian had already been placed on a stretcher and covered with a white cloth. Ling Ruoxu couldn't control her emotions, pushed through the crowd, and ran to Yongjian's side. Hey, who are you? Don't disturb the accident scene. The on-site traffic police immediately scolded. We are relatives of the deceased. She is my sister, and the deceased is her stepfather, Ling Yu quickly explained. And only then did the traffic police allow her to confirm the identity. Ling Ruoxu lifted the white cloth and saw Yongjian's bloody and disfigured state, tears flowing uncontrollably. She truly disliked the Yu family, but the least detestable person in the Yu family was Yongjian. That night, if it weren't for Yongjian speaking up and letting her leave, She definitely wouldn't have been able to escape the Yu family so easily. Dad, Daddy. In the next moment, familiar voices were heard behind them. Ling Ruoxu turned around and frowned instantly. Ling Ruoxu, you wicked woman. Why are you here? When Yu Ya saw Ling Ruoxu, he disregarded his own injuries, rushed forward, grabbed his wife's collar, and roared, "Did you kill my father? Why did you do this?" The people around were surprised. The accident was still under investigation, and the traffic police initially determined it as a traffic accident. Uji's words could turn it into a murder case in minutes. "Uya, let go of me. Stop making baseless accusations here." Ling Ruoxu tried to break free from Uya, but this time, Uya was not going to show mercy. He raised his fist and was about to strike Ling Ruoxu, settling old and new scores together. However, Uji's fist couldn't reach Ling Ruoxu at all. Ling Yu opened his palm to block his fist, then grabbed his wrist with one hand, and pushed him back, making Uya stagger back and fall in a clumsy manner. "Uya, stop spewing nonsense here, otherwise, we will sue you for defamation," Ling Yu asserted firmly. Uya looked fierce, blood oozing from his body, like an evil spirit, but he was powerless against Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu. "You just wait, we won't let you off the hook. It was deliberate to cause the traffic accident. I'm calling the police right now. I will get to the bottom of this." Wan Yuhao was also unreasonable, took out his phone, and called the police. Ling Yu was speechless, let them do as they pleased. This family was simply irrational. "Xiao Yu, let's go." Ling Ruoxu was also uninterested in dealing with the Yu family. She was only there to say her final farewell to Yangjian. After all, their divorce proceedings with Ya hadn't finished yet. Legally, she was still Yangjian's daughter-in-law. "Go. You want to leave just like that?" Yangjian stood up again, blocking their way. Ling Yu immediately shielded his sister and pointed at Ya. "I advise you to behave, or face the consequences." Due to the family drama, more and more onlookers gathered around the accident scene. "Ha ha. Behave. Face the consequences. See how I am now. Can there be any worse consequences? If you dare, kill me in front of all these people. Come on." Uya was agitated, completely letting loose. Ling Yu couldn't proactively strike him, or they would cause trouble for themselves. He just wanted to protect his sister and leave. But unexpectedly, Uya suddenly pointed at the bloodstains under him. "Do you see that? Look at me. I accidentally brought a demoness home. She lives in my house and yet pretends to be virtuous. At night, she cuts her husband with scissors. How wicked is this woman's heart?" The surroundings erupted with discussions. This kind of scandal was sensational. The on-site accident also drew reporters. Initially uninterested in a simple traffic accident, they were now excited to cover such a huge scandal. "Exactly. My son's words are absolutely true. This woman is Ling Ruoxu, my daughter-in-law from the Yu family. You can verify it if you don't believe us." Seeing her son going all out, Wan Yuhao also went all in. Their goal was clear: to ruin Ling Ruoxu's reputation and make sure she couldn't stay in Yuncheng anymore. As expected, some people began pointing fingers at Ling Ruoxu. Of course, some also pointed at Ya and his mother, but they didn't care, and even started laughing a bit twistedly. "I advise you to stop, or be prepared to be sued." Ling Yu couldn't tolerate their defamation of his sister, angrily pointing at the mother and son. "Xiao Yu, forget it, let's go." Ling Ruoxu didn't want to stay at the scene at all. Seeing the faces of Uya and his mother, she couldn't help feeling disgusted. Ling Yu nodded and spoke the last words for his sister. "Lawyers will come looking for you soon. My sister will divorce you and sue you for defamation. Ha ha, come. Let's see who ends up in ruin. Our family has been ruined by you, resulting in our family's destruction. No descendants left. Do you think I'm still scared of you? I'm not afraid of anything." Uya was also hysterical, exploding with emotions. The crowd was frantically taking photos and videos, adding fuel to the fire. Ling Yu and his sister couldn't bother with this family anymore. Ling Yu escorted his sister to the car, driving away from the chaotic scene. "Sis, about the Yu family, do you plan to talk to Mom about it?" Ling Yu was also feeling troubled and worried. He was afraid if Mom learned about what happened to his sister, she wouldn't be able to handle the shock. But truth can't be hidden forever. Ling Ruoxu sighed deeply. The situation had escalated to a point she never wanted to see. Ling Yu nodded. However, before he could take Ling Ruoxu home, a call from Chen Ailin came. Ruoxu, I received some bad news that your stepfather died in an accident. And also, is it true about the thing between you and Yu? Chen Ailin's voice was trembling, indicating her current state of mind was very poor. Ling Ruoxu felt heartbroken and quickly comforted her mother through tears. Mom, don't listen to those rumors. I'm fine. I'll handle everything myself. Xiao Yu and Mingyu will also help me. Hearing her daughter's faint crying, Chen Ailin also started crying. She knew very well that her daughter had always been strong since she was young. When she was a kid and made a boy cry, she didn't even cry herself. Now that her daughter was crying, it meant she was under immense pressure and in great pain. At dusk, Chen Mingyu received a call from Ling Yu. Mingyu, my mom fainted today. I'm taking her to the hospital, so I can't come pick you up tonight. What happened? Is your mom okay? Chen Mingyu felt a bit anxious, as she also had strong feelings for Chen Ailin. It's nothing serious, just some weakness. She has had kidney stones, and with a bit of a mental shock, she suddenly fainted. She's getting dialysis to detoxify at the hospital, and with a few days of rest, she should be fine. All right, take care of her. I'll go visit her tomorrow, if I can find the time. Chen Mingyu didn't probe further. In fact, she knew everything already. Yu Yongjian died in a car accident. Ling Ruoxu was sexually assaulted by Yu Yan, and in anger, she cut her husband. They were now in the process of divorce. The Yu family's news was making headlines, and even Chen Mingyu's circle of friends was discussing it. It was easy to imagine the intensity of these events. With Chen Ailin's temperament, upon hearing this series of news, she definitely couldn't dare it. On the other hand, Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu indeed took Chen Ailin to the hospital. Just as the siblings arrived home, they found their mother had fainted on the floor. Luckily, Ling Yu performed chest compressions in time, preventing any life-threatening situation. To ensure their mother's safety, Ling Yu decided to take her to the hospital, and he even asked Guanruru to help take care of her. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Auntie, Guanruru assured. It was unexpected for her to have so much happening today. She saw Zhao Wujin doing charity work in the morning, and now Ling Yu was taking his mother to the hospital in the evening. It seemed that Ling Yu and Zhao Wujin were truly archenemies. Thank you. Ling Yu thanked Guanruru, but someone appeared at the door of the war. It was Zia Zhu and her men. Ling Yu wasn't surprised to see them. He had already anticipated this. Ling Ruoxu, you are now suspected of being involved in a premeditated murder related to a car accident. Please come with us for questioning. Although Zia Zhu's expression remained cold, she didn't immediately handcuff Ling Yu as before. Why is it you again? Ling Ruoxu clenched her fists, looking agitated. She knew Zia Zhu well and understood that this woman was always targeting her brother. Now, having her investigate this matter was definitely not good. What? Are you afraid of me? Zia Zhu arrogantly remarked. Ling Yu's words made her seethe with anger. She despised Ling Yu, and now that she was investigating this case, she knew that it wouldn't go well. What? So you're trying to say that I'll resort to forcing false confessions and framing you? Zia Zhu stood up, glaring at Ling Yu. Ling Yu remained silent this time, while Ling Ruoxu suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Zia Zhu was infuriated by the siblings' behavior, as she had never encountered such arrogance during her years of work. Hey, Zia Zhu, you look quite adorable. Ling Ruoxu teased. You and my brother are like a pair of bickering lovers. If my brother didn't already have a wife, and if you were better than her, I'd have tried to match you up. Zia Zhu turned red with rage at being called adorable and inferior to Ling Yu's wife. How could this be allowed to happen? Enough. Zia Zhu, if you want to solve the case, maintain a better attitude. Ling Yu intervened. He didn't want to waste time in this situation and told Zia Zhu, forgive me for being blunt. But if you have a personal bias and want us to suffer, I can simply say we were coincidentally passing by, and you will have to obediently let us go. Zia Zhu gritted her teeth, frustrated but still rational. She had no evidence to link Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu to murder, so she couldn't touch them. This display of aggression was merely to intimidate Ling Yu, even if it disgusted her. I can provide crucial information for solving the case, But you must adjust your attitude, Ling Yu said earnestly. Despite feeling annoyed, Zhu was also intelligent. Without any evidence pointing towards the siblings as murderers, she couldn't touch them. Pretending to be aggressive was her way of expressing her dislike for Ling Yu and trying to scare or disgust him. If you want to solve the case, I can give you key clues, but you must maintain a respectful attitude. Ling Yu continued seriously. Zhu was seething with anger inside. How could this person claim she had an improper attitude? What about him? Although she hadn't yet solved one of the 3 cases assigned by Captain Yi. Before, the fact that she couldn't crack this case was troubling. She didn't want to face such a dismal fate and be forced to return home to inherit the family business. No way, Zhu refused to accept such a gloomy destiny. Adhering to her unyielding spirit, she forced a smile. All right, Mr. Ling, what clues do you have for me? Ling Yu interrupted Ling Ruoxu, who was about to answer, and pointed out that he would speak instead. Ling Yu then calmly asked, "What is your purpose in handling the case?" This question immediately got under Zhu's skin. "You're talking nonsense. Of course, it's to bring the criminals to justice. But it seems to me that you have a strong personal bias. What do you mean by that? You think I will force confessions and make you take the blame?" Zhu stood up angrily, staring at Ling Yu. Ling Ruoxu burst into laughter suddenly. What's so funny? Zhu was now beyond angry, knowing she was no match for Ling Yu. "All right, I rarely see you smile. I'll tell you," Ling Yu said, not wanting to beat around the bush. The right rear wheel of Yangjian's vehicle was tampered with. His car had a tire blowout and lost control midway. It wasn't accidental. What? Both women were shocked, especially Zhu, who was even more astonished. How did he know this? She had never shared this information with anyone. Could it be that he was the perpetrator? Someone who can do such things must be a master with deep inner strength. Ling Yu didn't care what Zhu was thinking about. He directly told her the key information. He used inner strength to manipulate the tires and can roughly control, and they will burst. Absurd. Zhu was furious on the spot. Who would believe such nonsense? I don't believe there are such masters in this world. Seeing her reaction, Ling Yu could only smile helplessly. What does that smile mean? Do you think I have a low level of cultivation, or am I too ignorant? Zhu, with a strong sense of pride, felt insulted and couldn't help but grab Ling Yu's collar. With just a glance from Ling Yu, she obediently let go. She still remembered the consequences of ruining this man's clothes last time. "If you don't believe me, I can show you through an experiment," Ling Yu said calmly. Ling Ruoxu was slightly surprised. Zhu was even more shocked, but she gritted her teeth and said, "All right, let me see how you can do it." She absolutely didn't believe Ling Yu had such ability. She not only couldn't do it herself, but hadn't even heard of it. It was like a legend. However, soon she was left speechless. In order to conduct an experiment for Ling Yu, she handed over her own car to him. Ling Yu calculated that the tire would burst after 300 meters, and indeed, after she drove for about 300 meters, the tire exploded. If she hadn't reacted quickly, had good driving skills, and was mentally prepared, the car might have collided directly with the barrier. What's going on? Sitting in her car, Zhu was pressing the brakes tightly, with an incredulous expression on her face. Director, do you now believe that you've been too ignorant?" Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu walked over slowly, smiling at her mockingly. However, Zhu, feeling embarrassed and angry, pulled out a gun from her waist and pointed it at Ling Yu's head. "This time, unless you admit it, are you the culprit? Did you have a family conflict with the deceased and acted on behalf of your sister?" Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but laugh. This girl's wild imagination was quite remarkable, but her logic was a bit far-fetched and presumptuous. Even with a gun pointed at his head, Ling Yu remained unfazed and calmly said, "I will tell you this information because I suspect this matter is related to Zhao Wuji. When I went to the hospital, Wan Ruo told me that on that day Zhao Wuji happened to be at the hospital for charity, and even met the family members. The Yangjian would died. Maybe he refused some request from Zhao Wuji." Ling Yu's reasoning was impeccable, but Zhu didn't believe a word of it, including his punctuation. "Don't talk nonsense. Compared to young Master Wuji, I'm more inclined to believe you planned this murder. You've already proven to me that you have this ability, And yet you want to blame young Master Wuji. Facing Zia Zhu's emotional suspicions, Ling Yu just gave a disdainful smile. Zia director, it's useless to doubt me. I have a perfect alibi. My sister and the surveillance footage at Yunbai shopping mall can prove my innocence. Ling Yu said, indifferently, then waved his hand. Sorry, I have things to attend to. Goodbye. Watching him and his sister walk away, Zia Zhu eventually bit her lip and lowered the gun. Later, she wanted to drive back, only to remember that her tire had burst. Damned Ling Yu, I'll make you pay sooner or later. Humph. Zia Zhu pressed the steering wheel furiously and made a mental note to settle the score with Ling Yu. The next day at noon, during lunchtime, Chen Mingyu had Ling Yu drive her to the hospital to visit Chen Ailin. When they arrived, Chen Ailin was still nagging Ling Ruozu. Ruoxu, I don't know what to say to you. How did things escalate to this point? What used to be a good family relationship has turned into enmity. I didn't participate in what happened with you family, and it's hard to say who's right or wrong. See if there's a way to resolve this hatred. Let's reconcile and move on. Ling Ruozu silently endured her mother's nagging while peeling an apple for her, choosing to remain silent. Firstly, she knew that it was impossible to reconcile with the Yu family. Secondly, her mother's health was not good. She couldn't handle any stress. And she was afraid that if she said something impulsively, she would upset her, so staying quiet seemed like the best option. Why aren't you answering me? You're really making me anxious. Chen Ailin gently tapped on her own chest, with a hint of a sob in her voice. She was already worried, and now her daughter's affair with Uya had become widely known. Everyone was calling her daughter a shrew, blaming her for destroying her husband and family. How would she be able to marry again in the future? Ling Ruozu was also worried. She couldn't speak nor remain silent, not knowing what to do. Mom. Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Mingyu's voice came from behind. Following her were Ling Yu and Guan Roro. Ling Yu had entered with Chen Mingyu, while Guan Roro, being a nurse at the hospital, was walking behind them. She envied Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu, who seemed so harmonious. Her perspective was different from the Qing family and some others. No matter how she looked at them, she felt Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu were a perfect match. At least, more compatible than her and Ling Yu. No. Why am I having these strange thoughts? With this thought, Guan Roro blushed quietly. Mingyu, you're here. Chen Ailin completely ignored the people behind Chen Mingyu, her eyes only fixed on her. Seeing her daughter-in-law, the pale color in her face instantly brightened. Mom, are you feeling all right? Chen Mingyu walked over and gently held Chen Ailin's hand, not minding this elderly lady. I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. Chen Ailin tightly held her daughter-in-law's delicate hands. Ling Ruozu stuck her tongue out, whispering softly. She acts sickly in front of her daughter, but miraculously recovers when she sees her daughter-in-law. Her words didn't go unnoticed. Chen Ailin immediately glared at her. Go away. You were silent when I asked you to talk earlier. Now you're interrupting here. Ling Ruozu rolled her eyes, got up, and gave the best seat to Chen Mingyu. Chen Mingyu smiled slightly, finding the playful atmosphere in this family quite pleasant. If only her relationship with the Qin family could be as harmonious as this one, it would be so much better. Mom, stop scolding Ruoxu. Chen Mingyu spoke up for Ling Ruozu. These things happening weren't what she wished for. Don't worry. Ruoxu is young and beautiful. She definitely find a better family. The same words spoken by Ling Yu and Ling Ruozu didn't have the comforting effect as when Chen Mingyu said them. But when Chen Mingyu said it, Chen Ailin nodded, feeling a lot more at ease. If Ruoxu doesn't mind, I have a good candidate to introduce to her, Chen Mingyu suddenly said. She had known the man for a long time. He was a wealthy man, and she never thought of being a matchmaker before. But with Ruoxu being her husband's sister, she had to consider it. Really, Chen Ailin was suddenly filled with joy. Ling Yu was also quite surprised. Was this woman really an icy woman? She was actually introducing a man to someone. Even Ling Ruozu was pleasantly surprised and amazed, saying, Mingyu, you think highly of me. The man you know must be extraordinary. I can't afford it. In fact, after encountering Uya, she was afraid of men from those commercial family backgrounds. She didn't want it and dared not enter those affluent families. With so many rules, she wouldn't be able to cope. Yes, He is indeed a young master from a business family, but he has a more easygoing personality. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to introduce him to you." Qin Mingyu's expression was quite serious. Lingyu couldn't help but speak up for her. "Sis, trust Mingyu's judgment. A man she thinks highly of must be great." Ling Ruoxu teased, "Like you, little brother." Ow. Lingyu realized that his words sounded a bit self-promoting. Qin Mingyu quickly snorted coldly and pretended to be icy. "He is not my chose." Lingyu felt a bit awkward, realizing that his wife was still as icy as an iceberg. "All right, Ruoxu, since Mingyu introduced him, you must go on this blind date." Chen Nailin quickly pressured Ling Ruoxu. "Mom, I understand." Ling Ruoxu nodded. She knew she had to do it for Qin Mingyu's sake. At that moment, another woman burst into the hospital room. "Hey, Chen Auntie, are you alright? Is your health okay?" It was Zhang Aryu. Her expression seemed exaggerated, as if Chen Ailin was her own mother, showing a bit too much worrying, making it look fake. She then specifically greeted Qin Mingyu and her husband. "Miss Qin, you and Lingyu are here too. Is this fate?" Qin Mingyu remained expressionless and did not respond to her words. Lingyu sneered, knowing very well what kind of person Zhang Aryu was. "Are you done with your act yet? Why did my mom act like that? Do you have no shame?" Ling Ruoxu, not as patient as the other two, retorted at Zhang Aryu. "It's you. Deliberately telling my mom about my affairs, causing her to faint out of worrying, and now you're here pretending." Zhang Aryu put on an innocent expression and said with a tearful voice, "Ruoxu, you're wrong. I'm just concerned about you. Am I not allowed to be kind? Your mom was alone at home, and I always wanted to keep her company, so I added her on WeChat. As soon as I heard your news, I immediately informed her." Ling Ruoxu sneered. "It's fine to say it, but must you exaggerate? You even said I became a wicked woman who murdered her husband and father-in-law. My mom fainted due to the shock, and it's all because of you. You despicable woman." Zhang Aryu shook her head and, facing Chen Nailin, said, "Aunt Chen, please testify for me. I didn't mean it. Those words weren't mine. I was just passing on information from someone else." "That's enough." Chen Nailin immediately stopped Ling Ruoxu. "Zhang Aryu meant well too. Why are you being so harsh? If she hadn't told me about it, when were you and Xiao Yu planning to tell me?" Ling Ruoxu snorted and fell silent. Unexpectedly, another couple entered the room. It was Ling Shitang and Yu Tingting. "Mom, are you okay?" "Yes, Aunt Chen, we heard you fainted and got admitted to the hospital, so we rushed to visit." Ling Shitang and Yu Tingting were quite nervous, showing genuine concern unlike Zhang Ru's pretense. "Great. Seeing all these youngsters visiting me, I feel fine." Chen Nailin smiled brightly, looking very happy. She was already happy to see Qin Mingyu, but now Yu Tingting came along with Ling Shitang. Their relationship seemed to be developing well. Zhang Aryu ground her teeth in anger. If it were a more proudful woman, she might have left by now. Her intention was to flatter Qin Mingyu, but now that Qin Mingyu ignored her and Lingyu and Ling Ruoxu disliked her, her only hope was Chen Nailin. What to do? She had to find a way to please Chen Nailin. Just then, Guan Ruru came in, saying, "Aunt Chen, your dialysis is done. You need a new urine bag." Zhang Aryu immediately stood up and volunteered, saying, "Nurse, let me do it. I'm good at this." "Good at what?" "Good at sucking up." If even changing a urine bag could earn her Chen Ailin's favor, wouldn't Chen Ailin think highly of her? The people in the room were surprised by her sudden eagerness. "Fine, you can do it." Guan Ruru didn't protest. At that moment, Qin Mingyu's phone rang. "What? The Yu family breached the contract. They chose to break our partnership, and if we can't find a processing plant on time, we'll face huge breach penalties, and there's a high possibility of bankruptcy." Qin Mingyu took the call in a corner of the room, speaking softly, but Zhang Aryu overheard. "The shareholders demand an immediate meeting." "All right, Xiaodi, arrange it for me. I need to hurry back to the company." Qin Mingyu seemed rushed as she hung up and walked over to Chen Nailin. "Mom, there's an emergency meeting at the company. I must go back immediately." "Oh, that's the case. Then let Xiao Yu escort you." Chen Nailin was concerned. Qin Mingyu nodded and left. Ling Yu also reminded, "Bro, cousin, take care of mom." Ling Shitang nodded. Ling Ruoxu deliberately said, "With John are you here, who needs us to take care of her? Let her do everything. This woman wanted to please, so let her do it." To everyone's surprise, John Ryu immediately changed her attitude. "Is she your mom or my mom? Why should I serve her, really? She's got some issues." With a scornful look, she left after throwing the urine bag on the bed. The people left in the room were stunned. This woman was quick to change faces, wasn't she? "Mom, have you seen her true colors now? Don't converse with such women anymore. Block her immediately," Ling Ruoxu directly told Chen Ailan. Chen Ailan sighed, still not understanding why John Ru's attitude had changed so quickly. "Mingyu, is there really a bankruptcy crisis for Chiagang Group?" After leaving the room, Lingyu hurried to catch up with Qin Mingyu. He could hear the conversation between Qin Mingyu and Xiaodi earlier, so how could he not hear this? Seeing his concern, Qin Mingyu smiled calmly. "Is Chiagang Group that fragile? Is your wife that incompetent? Do you think I can't handle such a trivial matter?" Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "I accidentally heard about the bankruptcy crisis in the group. I said that on purpose," Qin Mingyu smirked, "to make your mom see John Ru's true colors. Ultimately, that kind of woman only comes for personal gain. If I went bankrupt, do you think she would still be helpful to your mom?" Lingyu finally understood and, through the reflection in the glass window, secretly gave his wife a thumbs up. After another smile, Qin Mingyu's expression gradually turned serious. Soon, Lingyu drove Qin Mingyu back to the Chiagang Group. Qin Mingyu hurriedly entered the company. Lingyu looked at his wife's back, sighed slightly with worrying, and was about to leave when he heard someone calling his name beside him. "Lingyu, brother Yu." Lingyu turned to look and saw a familiar face. "Jia Xiaodan, why are you here?" Seeing this brother who had fought alongside him before, Lingyu also felt excited. "Ha ha, didn't you know I work at the Chiagang Group?" Jia Xiaodan seemed even more excited than Lingyu, even with a hint of envy and admiration in his eyes. "It's all thanks to you, brother Yu. Since I followed you to drive away Shang Yibi for the new year and help the Chiagang Group complete the strategic warehouse project, I applied to work here and was hired successfully. But I was just a clerk in the legal department before, not familiar with the business, so I was transferred to the security department. Now I've been promoted to a squad leader." Hehe, Jia Xiaodan said with a bit of embarrassment. "Hehe, security does suit you better." Lingyu also smiled and patted his shoulder lightly, knowing well why Jia Xiaodan was not familiar with the business. Initially, this guy was just loafing around in the legal department at Yunjin Group. With his business abilities, it was strange that he could mix in the legal department at Chiagang Group. Hehe, security is indeed better. The treatment at the Chiagang Group is much higher than at Yunjin. Jia Xiaodan was still very happy and whispered with a hint of envy, "I suddenly understand why you fought so hard to drive away those thugs for Miss Jin. Lingyu, you turned out to be Miss Jin, the Ice Queen CEO's boyfriend." Ha! Seeing him shocked but incredulous, Lingyu just smiled knowingly. In fact, he was legally married to Qin Mingyu, but it seemed that many people were still unaware of it, and he saw no need to publicize it. "Brother Yu, one can't judge a book by its cover. Turns out you're also a master in courting women in Cloud City. Can you teach me some tricks?" "Don't flatter me," Lingyu waved his hand quickly. "I'm just lucky to have crossed paths with Mingyu. If I were a master in courting women, I wouldn't have had 18 failed blind dates and would have been married with kids by now. How could I have met Qin Mingyu? Ah, why am I not as lucky? Could it be that I haven't lit enough incense for the ancestors?" Jia Xiaodan sighed and shook his head, then changed the subject abruptly. "By the way, brother Yu, do you know that there's a mole in the Chiagang Group? It's said that someone within the company bribed Shang Yi to do what he did." Lingyu frowned immediately. "Where did you hear this news?" Surprised, Jia Xiaodan said, "You're not Miss Qin's man, and she didn't tell you. There must be a mole in the Chiagang Group. Shang Yi's case is one thing. There have been frequent financial issues lately. And also, Gao Jianbo invested 2 billion yuan before, and then he sold his shares to another shareholder. Clearly someone is plotting against the Qin family. What's going on behind the scenes? Brother Yu, your woman's position is in jeopardy now." Lingyu clenched his fist and asked, "Do you know who the mole is?" Jia Xiaodan was timid and immediately replied, It's useless for me to say. If you really want to know, ask Sean Yi. Ling Yu thought it made sense and got into the car to leave after instructing Due. Brother Yu really shows his dominance, that's why he has caught Miss Qin's eye. Zhao Xiaodong marveled at Ling Yu's efficiency in handling matters. Hey, Zhu, can you bring some people with you now? Follow me. After getting into the car, Ling Yu contacted Due immediately. Yes, Due readily responded. Shortly after, Ling Yu contacted Sean Yi and arranged a meeting place. Half an hour later, Ling Yu and Due entered a private club. This was the headquarters of Sean Yi's small faction. Sean Yi thought Ling Yu was there to help him with something good. However, when he saw Ling Yu entering with a group of people, he loosened the beauty in his arms, even dropping the cigarette in his mouth to the ground. The two cronies behind him even trembled in fear. Wasn't Ling Yu Sean Yi's friend? What was going on today? Sean Yi, nice to see you well. Ling Yu looked serious, and his eyes made people somewhat fearful. Ha ha. Ling buddy, nice to see you too. Before Sean Yi could finish speaking, he felt a chilling gaze on him. He had been focused on Ling Yu, thinking the woman next to him was his mistress. But upon closer inspection, he was so scared that he stood up in a start. Isn't this Sister Due from the Werewolf Society? When facing ordinary people, Sean Yi was indeed a big shot. However, with only 100 members in his small faction compared to the thousands in the Werewolf Society, he was insignificant. When he saw Due standing there, he didn't dare sit. Who did you just call buddy? As Due spoke, Sean Yi's legs trembled even more. His two cronies behind him couldn't believe what they were witnessing. They had followed Sean Yi for years, but when had they seen him like this? The man and woman before him truly intimidated him. This is my brother, Ling Yu. Due also knew the purpose of Ling Yu bringing her along. All she needed to do was introduce Ling Yu, and Sean Yi would definitely alter his behavior. As expected, Sean Yi was immediately shocked, looking at Ling Yu with incredulity. He had known Ling Yu was no ordinary person, which was why he had shown him respect and called him brother. But he had underestimated Ling Yu. This man was actually the main leader of the Werewolf Society's brother. Brother Yu, what do you need from me today? Sean Yi's tone quickly changed, no longer presuming to call Ling Yu his brother. Sean Yi, if you still want to be my brother, I will ask you a few things today. Please don't hide anything from me. Ling Yu cut to the chase. Did the Chia Gang group have a mole who influenced you to take over the project land? This Sean Yi looked extremely uncomfortable and hesitated to respond. Snap! Due waved her hand, and a dark whip flashed like black lightning. After the lightning faded, the table in front of Sean Yi split cleanly in two. What a terrifying woman! Beads of sweat formed on Sean Yi's forehead. If you don't speak the truth, this table is an omen of your fate. Due spoke bluntly. People in the underworld knew she was a woman of her word, so Sean Yi didn't dare doubt her willingness to act. Yes, it was the son of Chia Gang Group's third shareholder, Lin Yang. He paid me 5 million to do it, said he'd support me internally and ensure my safety. Sean Yi understood the stakes on both sides, and his cooperation with Lan Yang's son had already ended. Now, he had to choose wisely, and he knew exactly what to do in his heart. All right, hand over the evidence to me. Ling Yu didn't beat around the bush either. His wife was currently preparing for a shareholders' meeting, and the truth of these matters might be helpful to her. Even if not, he had to find a way to help his wife rid the company of this worm before it ruined the Chia Gang Group's foundation. After seeing Lord Shang, Ling Yu drove back to Chia Gang Group, preparing to pick up his wife after work. He had a faint worrying in his heart, afraid that his wife's shareholder meeting today might not go smoothly. Sure enough, before he even arrived at the entrance of Chia Gang Group, he received a call from Zia Shouty. Mr. Ling, where are you? I'm about to reach the company entrance. What's wrong? Hearing Zia Shouty's slightly urgent tone, Ling Yu became even more worried. Can you come up to the top floor for a moment? Zia Shouty got straight to the point. For today's shareholder meeting, we can't allow lower-level employees near the conference room. But I'm afraid General Qin and Miss 3 might not be able to handle it, so I hope someone can be there to protect them at all times. Okay, I'm heading over immediately. Ling Yu hung up the phone, his brows furrowed. It seemed that the shareholders of the company did indeed have intentions to cause trouble for his wife today. Yushe, you're back. Zhao Xiaodong saw Ling Yu getting out of the car and walked over again. I need to go inside the company. Don't stop me, Ling Yu said directly, heading towards the building's elevator. Today, the security force at Tiagang Group was indeed stronger than usual, with security guards all around the building. However, they were not allowing access to the top floor. If it weren't for Zhao Xiaodong being on duty today, Ling Yu wouldn't have been able to enter the company building at all. Yu Shay, I won't stop you from going up, but you need a card to access the top floor in the elevator. Don't make it hard for me. Just take the stairs, Zhao Xiaodong said somewhat awkwardly. All right, Ling Yu didn't want to make things difficult for his brother, so he climbed all the way up to the 13th floor in one go. Upon reaching the top floor, he heard a loud shout coming from the largest conference room. How uncivilized. Is a shareholder meeting a place for a little girl like you to make a scene? Is it because your father died early, so nobody taught you? Let your uncle discipline you today, Lin Feng. Yes, Dad. Upon hearing his father's order, a young man immediately stood up. Smack! In the next moment, the sound of a harsh slap could be heard from the conference room, causing Ling Yu's skin to tingle unconsciously. What was going on? Someone was actually physically assaulting someone at a shareholders' meeting. Upon hearing Qin Ruhan scream, Ling Yu hurriedly ran towards the glass door of the main conference room. When he saw what was happening inside, a surge of anger shot to his head. Damn it! How dare someone lay a hand on his sister-in-law at Tiagang Group? Was this a rebellion? What was his wife doing? Open the door. Ling Yu couldn't push open the conference room door, so he pounded on it angrily. He didn't care what was happening inside the meeting. All he knew was that someone was bullying his sister-in-law, and his reaction was simplified. The people inside the room were surprised to see Ling Yu acting so boldly, and couldn't help but feel shocked. Who was this man? He was beyond reckless. Qin Mingyu saw Uncle Lan Yang allowing Lan Feng to strike her sister, and she was angry, thinking of how to vent her sister's anger. However, at that moment, she saw Ling Yu pounding on the door from the outside. She was instantly astonished, wondering why this fool was here. What did he want to do? In the midst of everyone's shock, Ling Yu kicked open the locked glass door. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. This man was too powerful. The lock on the glass door was very sturdy. What happened, Ruhan? Why did this guy hit you? Ling Yu pointed at Lan Feng, gritting his teeth lightly. He knew that Qin Ruhan was his wife's sister, and he treated her like a sister as well. Growing up without a sister, Ling Yu had a special affection for Qin Ruhan. He just hadn't shown it well in the past. But today, seeing her being slapped as her brother-in-law, he had to avenge her. Sensing Ling Yu's rage, Lan Feng, who had just laid hands on someone, suddenly felt afraid and stepped back repeatedly. Thinking how could there be such a person at Tiagang Group? Qin Ruhan, biting her cherry lips, said, They forced my sister to use our father's belongings for commercial purposes. And I argued that it shouldn't be done because our father never wanted that. Indeed, it was involving two of the Qin family's treasures. Ling Yu knew that this shareholder meeting would definitely involve those two items. Shut up. What are you? Do you have the right to make such a decision? Lan Yang arrogantly scolded Qin Ruhan, looking down on her. With the Qin family's energy enterprise facing bankruptcy, if we don't use those two items to attract massive investment, Tiagang Group could go bankrupt at any time. What do you know, little girl? If you speak nonsense again, I'll teach you another lesson. Give it a try. If anyone dares to touch Ruhan, I'll take him down. Ling Yu raged even further. Qin Ruhan was the darling of the Qin family. Everyone pampered her. How dare this pot-bellied middle-aged man think he could bully his sister-in-law? Did he think his little sister-in-law was easy to bully? You. How dare you speak to my dad like that? Lan Feng wanted to scold Ling Yu, but seeing his gaze, he was instantly scared and backed off. Not only do I dare to speak to him like that, I dare to confront him to his face and deal with you, you brat. Ling Yu said, stepping over and landing a fierce kick to Lan Feng's abdomen. Doom. Like a cannonball, Lan Feng crashed into the meeting table, shattering it. The people in the conference room were shocked and stood up one after another. Qin Mingyu, completely surprised by Ling Yu's audacity, saw that things had taken an irreversible turn. Despite the turmoil, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Seeing Lan Feng dare to slap her sister, she was simply asking for trouble. Damn it, where did this barbarian come from? How dare he act out at Chiagang Group's shareholder meeting? Come on na. Beside Lan Yang, a man tried to please him, wanting to get someone to deal with Ling Yu. But before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yu grabbed a piece of paper from the table and threw it at him. The paper cut his mouth open, a gruesome sight. Everyone in the room trembled, realizing this man was indeed not to be trifled with. Who do you think you are? How dare you wreak havoc here? Ling Yu, consumed by anger, typically calm, now radiated a thunderous presence. Faced with the aura of a warrior king, no man on the scene dared to challenge Ling Yu's might. Qin Ruhan, seeing her brother-in-law standing up for her and disciplining Lan Feng, felt a rush of exhilaration. But she was not a foolish woman, and while it felt good in the moment, she knew there could be severe consequences later on. Therefore, she quickly advised, "Brother-in-law, calm down. Violence doesn't solve anything." Turning towards the Lan family father and son, Ling Yu spat angrily, stating, "That's right, violence doesn't solve anything, but it does relieve anger. Whoever dares to bully the women in my family will receive no mercy." Qin Ruhan's heart swelled with sweetness. Her brother-in-law had this manly side to him. No wonder her sister fell for him. Outside the conference room, Xia shouted at a faint smile, knowing this was precisely why she had called Ling Yu over. The Lan family father and son had clearly come to bully the Qin sisters. And with Ling Yu around, at least there was someone who wouldn't let them get away with it. Quick. Call security. Clean up this barbarian. Blue Peak finally caught his breath after a struggle, clenched his teeth stained with blood, shouting in anger. If it wasn't for Ling Yu's mercy, he would have been a dead body by now. Just as Qin Mingyu was about to speak, Ling Yu coldly sneered, "All right, let's call security. Deed up this troublemaker who disrupts the group's projects deliberately, then arrest him." What does that mean? Some shareholders present couldn't help but whisper upon hearing this. Due to a guilty conscience, Blue Peak instinctively felt horrified. Before he could speak, Qin Mingyu deliberately spoke coldly. "Ling Yu, even though we have a good relationship, without evidence, don't speak recklessly in a place like this." Knowing Ling Yu well, she believed this idiot wouldn't speak nonsense, especially in this setting. Therefore, she was convinced that Ling Yu must have some evidence. Ling Yu gave his wife a discreet approving look, feeling impressed by her cleverness. She deliberately said this to give him a chance to present evidence. "All right, since General Qin said so, I'll show the evidence." The shareholders present were shocked. Blue Peak's expression turned even uglier, completely unaware of what card Ling Yu was about to play. He even suspected if this had been set up by Qin Mingyu intentionally. "Good, I'm giving you a chance. If you can't provide solid evidence, as the CEO of Chang'an Group, I must punish you for causing chaos." Qin Mingyu acted coldly, but her eyes were full of hope towards Ling Yu. Her biggest headache now was Blue Young and his son. Blue Young was not only her cousin, but also had acquired 2 billion shares from Gao Jianbo, now holding 27% of Chang'an Group's shares, becoming the second largest shareholder. Now, if he united with other small shareholders to challenge her, Qin Mingyu would have a hard time dealing with it. If she could deal with his son first, to dampen his enthusiasm, that would be great. "I fear Miss Qin's punishment the most, so I will behave properly," Ling Yu said solemnly. Qin Mingyu felt a bit flustered inwardly. This idiot, saying such cheesy lines in this situation, is he asking for trouble? Qin Ruhan also suspected her brother-in-law of giving public displays of affection, caught off guard by his ridiculous remarks. Her brother-in-law was amazing, daring to act this way in such a setting. However, he was unaware of his wife and sister-in-law's thoughts. He was just being honest. Every time Qin Mingyu punished him, she would make him sleep on the floor or go hungry, and he hated it. So soon, he used the meeting room equipment to display the evidence he had just collected from Yang, one by one. When the shareholders saw the specific chat records between Blue Peak and Yang, as well as the transfer records, they were shocked and speechless. What a deceitful guy, he actually paid someone to sabotage his own company's projects. You're slandering me. These chat records are all forged." Blue Peak felt the hostile gazes around him and began to tremble, but still tried to deny it. "Still not admitting it, right?" Ling Yu's cold smile exuded confidence. Chin Ruhan saw her brother-in-law's smile and couldn't help trembling in excitement. This was because she loved seeing the villain resist until the hero delivered that final blow, completely crushing their desperate look. Ling Yu did not disappoint her and immediately video called Young. When Young personally exposed Blue Peak's actions and agreed to confront him at the police station to verify the authenticity of the chat records and transfer records, Blue Peak was utterly shocked. He couldn't understand how Ling Yu had such power to even deceive Young into this deadly betrayal. Blue Peak, do you have nothing to say now? Ling Yu asked, with an intimidating presence. Blue Peak's legs gave out and he sat down on the ground. At that moment, Zhao Xiaodong happened to burst in with a few security guards. They had received a notice to remove troublemakers from the shareholders' meeting. Despite his friendship with Ling Yu, Zhao Xiaodong had a duty to fulfill. However, before they could act, they heard Qin Mingyu coldly order, "Security, restrain Blue Peak and then take him away." Huh? What? Zhao Xiaodong's security guards were dumbfounded. What was going on? Blue Peak had just informed them to come and arrest someone, but now he was the one being detained. Xiaodong, aren't you looking to advance in your career? Seeing Zhao Xiaodong's expression, Ling Yu couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. This lack of insight was worrying about his future. Ah. Yes. Zhao Xiaodong then snapped out of his daze as if awoken from a dream. With General Qin and Big Brother Ling Yu backing him up, who was he afraid of? He promptly escorted Blue Peak out. Blue Young dared not protect his son, as the public outrage was too severe. Today, he had planned to join other shareholders to challenge Qin Mingyu on the recent management of Chang'an Group. His two main objectives were to force Qin Mingyu to step down and take charge of the group's affairs himself, and to pressure the Qin family to bring out the semi-finished solar heart energy product. However, his carefully laid out plan was instantly altered due to Ling Yu's sudden intervention. Blue Young couldn't easily let go of such a great opportunity. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ling Yu, I won't argue with you about Blue Peak's matter, but our shareholders' meeting will proceed. As a non-shareholder, you must leave immediately." With reason on his side, and bolstered by his senior status with Qin Mingyu, he took on a commanding demeanor. However, Ling Yu didn't buy into that and spoke directly. "Blue Young, Blue Peak is your son. Are you saying you're unaware of his actions? By doing this, are you planning to bankrupt Chang'an Group?" The shareholders instantly looked coldly at Blue Young. They had joined forces with Blue Young to pressure the Qin family to release the solar heart, knowing that once it hit the market, it would bring immense commercial profits. As shareholders, they naturally wanted Chang'an Group to make a lot of money to participate in the dividends. But if Chang'an Group went bankrupt, they would lose everything. Blue Young, stop slandering. Blue Young, being a seasoned player in the business world, was certainly not as easy to deal with as Blue Peak. Despite the questioning gazes from everyone, he remained composed. "Blue Peak's actions have nothing to do with me. As the second largest shareholder, I stand for the interests of the group, which is why I propose that Chang'an Group resumes the research, development, and mass production of the solar heart.